Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. It wasn't a 4-game sweep, but it was still a good 3-1 series win for the Tigers over the Twins after dropping Sunday's finale 8-1. Kerry Carpenter plating Detroit's only run on the afternoon. Tonight, the Tigers hoping to get more run support for Jack Flaherty as he starts Game 1 against the Astros tonight. First pitch is at 6:40, and we'll have that right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Even after the punishments were handed down to the University of Michigan following their sign-stealing scandal of 2023, more drama continues to unfold as multiple sources claim that one of the key names in that scandal, Connor Stalions, also assisted Central Michigan. Reports indicating Stalions worked closely with former CMU head coach Jim McElwain to be assigned sideline credentials and CMU gear for a 2023 game between Central Michigan and Michigan State. Those same reports also indicating Stalions was present to help assist the Chippewas and not the Wolverines. Meanwhile, following the preseason loss to the Dolphins on Saturday, the Lions prepare for their final preseason match of the year this upcoming Saturday when they host the Texans. Still no word on whether or not the starters will take the field for that game. Kyle Allen and Hendon Hooker getting the shared snaps at quarterback against Miami. Allen went 14 of 17, throwing 2 touchdowns, while Hooker was only 6 of 13 with a pick thrown to end the game. And finally, with elsewhere within the league, Cincinnati is listening to trade offers for Trey Hendrickson. Many outlets reporting Detroit could be a likely landing spot for the star defensive end. Last season, he led the league with 17.5 sacks. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or also head to 971theticket.com.
It sure is. Good morning, 97.1. We are out and about today. A lot to unravel on the show. You heard some of it in the update. The Michigan decision, punishment handed down. Tiger baseball taking 3 of 4 against the Twins, keeping the Guardians at bay and adding a couple games of gap in the standings. We'll get to the Lions preseason activities. But, guys, we're all having a golf course today, the Kirk Gibson Foundation outing.
Yeah, it's it'll be nice to see what it looks like when the sun's out.
What it looks like.
Yeah, we walked down a dark path into this room.
I know. Yes, and when we showed up too, like there's a fork in the road, and I had to. There was a little golf cart in front of me, happened to be Jim Costa.
Hi, John.
And so I followed him. We came up to the clubhouse. Doors were locked. There's no one around. Nobody in the parking lot, and so we went back to
he takes me on an adventure. Where did you take us? Like a little farmhouse?
You got back in your car?
Oh, yeah.
What's that?
You guys got back in the car?
Oh, yeah, because, well, there's no parking up front anyway.
He goes zigzagging back on a hunt trying to find where we're supposed to go.
I go back to the fork in the road, so I go the other way. I'm like, well, there must be somebody over there. And we went to where the groundskeepers are.
Yeah.
We went to all this stuff, and I'm like, well, this seems a little bit more
your speed.
More my speed, yeah. Like maybe we're doing it from the barn.
It's like out of a Scooby-Doo movie.
Yeah.
It's like it's dark and there's.
We went up to some farmhouse and there's lights, and I actually thought that the lights that were hanging down, and because I'm not in my truck, I'm in my wife's car, and I thought, I'm like, oh, wow, these are kind of low. I'm like, I wonder if they're going to hit the top of the car, and so but we made it. We came back, and yeah, here we are. But the interesting part is, I almost ended up using the facilities right next to Heather because
oh no, what happened?
And it would have been a bad deal this morning, trust me.
Oh, John.
So it was a long drive, a lot of coffee. You walk through here, and all I'm looking for is a sign that says bathroom or men's locker room, and all of a sudden you just keep walking down these hallways. There's no doors, and I walk in, and I'm like, wow. This seems a little bougie for the dude's locker room.
Oh, no.
And so I walked back out, and there was a very nice lady that says, can I help you? I said, yeah, I'm looking for. She said, you're in the girls' locker room. Oh, okay. Well, luckily there was no one there, and I found the guys' locker room, but the girls' locker room fortunately had lights on. Mm-hmm. The dudes, it was flashlight only.
Well, it's kind of like our walk in here.
Exactly.
We're in a well-lit space now, ready to do the show.
Here we are.
We are, as you would say, up north.
Yes, we are. Yeah, I guess this is
up north.
Yeah.
He texted us and goes, "If you guys need to prep on the way,
it's down south for me."
Yeah, give me a call. I'm. It's literally just over an hour drive to get here this morning. So, like I said, it messed with my morning routine. So.
Well, the olive branch
coffee.
to you is we'll get a chance to talk to one of your heroes growing up later in the show. We'll talk to Kirk and his son Cam Gibson in the second half of the show. And how about Tom Izzo, who's playing in the outing today? He's set to join us in the last hour of the show.
Yeah, I'm and message to him, he better bring his A game because I'm playing in the outing as well.
I didn't know that. See, one of my questions to him was, who is in your –
I'm not in his foursome.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm with some people from the station, and I think an advertiser or something. So.
I wish you were in Izzo's foursome.
Oh, me too. I'd love to talk to him for 4 hours.
Well, I just mean for the content we get the next day. I could
sure.
only imagine.
Yeah. Oh, there'd be some. Yeah.
Do you think he's got thoughts on Michigan's punishment?
Oh, I'm sure he does. Yeah.
And we'll get thoughts on – he's around like MSU football all the time. So we'll do a little football preview, a little basketball preview with him, catch up with Tom Izzo, 9:35.
That sounds good.
Hey, how about the Tigers?
Yeah, win another series.
That's what we said. Hey, go win series. Get back on the horse.
Yep, and now that's 3 series in a row. And they haven't swept one, but it doesn't matter. You just keep winning more than you're losing, and you start to create a little bit more distance between you and the Guardians.
We laid the roadmap. They had a 10-game stretch. What did we say? Hey, go what? 7-3. John, they went 7-3, and what happened? They added 2 games of cushion.
Right.
They're up 8.5 in the AL Central, which for anybody that was on the edge of panic, I hope we can all take a collective deep breath today.
Well, and I mean, yeah, hopefully that's what everybody is doing right now.
And they can get off my back about jinxes.
and I know that there's a lot of people that are looking at it going, well, Paddock is not pitching well, or Flaherty didn't have a great outing, and those are all right? It's you're stating the obvious, but the entire goal is to score more runs than your opponent. And if it's a 1-0 win, so be it. But the question is, how confident are you? I think we're all taking a moment and looking at it going, okay, this is going to be a postseason team. Yeah. They don't have to worry. Well, it's not done. I'm not proclaiming it like you did, that it's the division looks comfortable. The lead is 8.5, as you mentioned. But what does this team need to do? Because everybody I run into says, yeah, they just don't seem like a World Series team. And my response is always, okay, well, which team in Major League Baseball looks like a World Series team? Because the Seattle Mariners, for all that they have added, and I would think that they look like a World Series team.
Yeah,
that would be
good rotation, good bats. Yep.
They still are not taking command of their division. The Yankees are falling to third. The Red Sox are kind of sputtering again, and you're looking at, okay, Toronto, do they look like the World Series champs, or is it the Dodgers? The Dodgers haven't taken control of their division.
Could be the Brewers.
It could be the Brewers, yeah.
To your point, wide open. So what do the Tigers have to do to grab your, belief, trust?
Yeah, confidence.
Okay. So crisis looks to be averted, disaster reverted. They didn't nosedive. They've done a nice job staying atop their division. So the obvious next question is, okay, can they make noise in the playoffs? Because, John, I thought Saturday night's game was the perfect summary of this baseball team. They won. They left a bunch of dudes on base. They fought. They scrapped. They scored even late. They were relentless. That's kind of their motto, is they don't quit, right?
Yep.
Even when it's hot, even when it's cold. The bullpen, Holton comes in. Can't catch a ball going to first base. He gets hit up a little bit. Shaky bullpen, ominous maybe. They win the game. More than enough to take care of this division, but there are some questions about what they do beyond the division. So, John, to me, to answer the question, and we'll throw it out, 248-539-9797, what do they have to do to build some confidence here?
To me, it's they have to be able to hit consistently, and I think you nailed it for Saturday night. I mean, they come away with 12 hits, and the thing is, they had 21 guys in scoring position. They're aggressive on the paved pass. So I think it's, yes, you've got to be able to find a way to get on base. And it wasn't like they were walking, all weekend long, but they did get to the pitchers on Saturday night. So it was 9 walks. It was 12 hits. They had 21 guys in scoring position. So that's the ticket for this team to be good. You have to be aggressive, as they have been all year, first to third. You have to be able to be aggressive. If you walk on base and you got a guy with some speed, hey, take some shots at second base. Get in scoring position. Now they've got to be a little bit better than they were. Hey, they scored 8 runs, but with 21 guys in scoring position, you only score 4 times?
Yeah.
Like that's just not enough.
Well, you leave double digits on base at PTSD to last year.
Yeah, the opportunities were there. That is, I think Saturday night, the perfect recipe for being a World Series team where you get guys in scoring position, you hit just enough, but that's where I don't think your pitching is going to be any better than your pitching is what it is.
Well, I don't like hearing that.
But
because you're not going to face the Twins in the playoffs.
No, you're not going to face the Twins in the playoffs. But if you have, I think we can count on Skubal to be good.
Yeah.
And I'm curious as to how they're going to handle Melton, how they're going to use him, what are they going to do with his innings, what are they going to do with him as a starter, as an opener, as a reliever, long reliever, like all of those different things. But your bats have to be active. You've got to be able to be a team. And I'm not saying everybody's going to hit 300 from here on out, but you've got to be active on the base pass. Some of that's walks. Some of it is putting bat on ball.
To me, it's the rule of three. I need 3 starters, proven, reliable, ready to roll. I don't know that they have that right now. I need 3 quality bullpen arms. I like Finnegan a lot. Vest is doing the job. Who's the third? And then I need to know who's playing third base at a consistent high clip. Because, John, Vierling's hurt. McKinstry's back down to earth. Baez at the plate is back down to earth. I need someone to emerge at third base because it lengthens the lineup, gives them one more quality at bat, helps, right, next man up, knock in some more runs because I don't want to leave 10, 11, 12 on base in the playoffs. So to me, it's all about 3. 3 arms in the bullpen, 3 arms in the rotation, and the guy playing third base.
Yeah.
You show me those things in the month of September, I'm back to talking about a World Series.
So who do you want to be the 3 arms that you can count on?
Well, Skubal's one. That's a great place to start. Mize had the 10 strikeouts. Kind of got cheated. Could have been 11 strikeouts.
Yep.
And then ideally it's Flaherty because I don't know about Morton and Paddock. I think those are your 5 ERA guys. So it's got to be Flaherty finding it or one of the other guys finding it because you're not going through a 7-game series with 2 pitchers.
Right. No, I agree. And I think your third guy in the bullpen is Melton.
Maybe.
But
okay.
against who?
You want to forecast that? Okay, yeah.
But if we want to get a chance to talk, or when we get a chance to talk to AJ
Wednesday this week,
how are they going to manage his innings? And is there an innings limit, or is this hey, we're in a World Series race? All of those rules go out the window. What are they going to do with Skubal in terms of pitch count?
Workload, yeah.
All of those different things are going to be curious when we get a chance to talk to him. And when do those things go into effect? Because right now, like we said, they're 8.5 games up. And you're not necessarily going to have to make those moves now, but he has to be ready when the postseason comes for who's your starting pitchers, who's your guys in the bullpen, how are you managing Melton's arm and innings or pitch limit, and then what are you doing in the lineup to create advantages for your team?
We got open lines this morning, 248-539-9797. With the Tigers, what do you need to see for you to have that confidence and take them seriously as a World Series team? They're doing the job in the division, but now what? End of the hour, Michigan punishment, the appeal, reaction to all of that. Lions preseason game. We'll get to that at 6:35. It's 97-1.
Oh, hey, I got to read right now. Give me a second. I'm going to pop it up right here. And it
Tell
is Mastercraft Heating, Cooling. No, it's supposed to be First Merchants. So let me pull that one up. This is live radio.
John, it's okay. You have so many wonderful clients. Just take your time.
Hey, value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, I turn to my bank. That's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants Bank doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They're going to take the time to learn about my life and my personal financial goals and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. In fact, I get emails from Tim in Plymouth. They're the branch that I go to, Lisa at the front desk. They're always taking care of me, offering me new products, offering me opportunities because they know that as my kids grow, as my life changes, there's new things out there. They see me as a person, not just as a number, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community. It's their community as well, and they have to work together with us to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, member FDIC.
What stood out in the Lions preseason game? We'll get to that at 6:35. Michigan punishment handed down. The fallout, that's at 6:50 this morning. We're hanging out live for the Kirk Gibson Foundation golf outing. We'll talk to some guests in the second half of the show. John, we started with Tiger baseball, and the question was, okay, yeah, they've done the job keeping Cleveland at bay. They built up a couple extra games, 8.5. What do they have to do for you to take them seriously as a World Series contender? And to me, I said it's the rule of three. It's 3 starters, 3 bullpen arms, and something out of third base. And right now, I don't think they have any of those. So I need to see it in the next 30 days to believe for the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, that's where you get to the end of the season. And we heard the sense of urgency from AJ when we talked to him last time. It is we got to go now. He talked about Riley Green. He talked about figuring out the bullpen, the new arms. Well, we're 2 weeks further down the road, and he's had multiple opportunities to use guys in different ways. We've heard how he has talked publicly about, Canely and what the limitations are there. It's not a free ride. You don't get to just, pitch rent-free. So, this is where your pitchers, you need to start see them dialing in and pitching with a playoff urgency so that AJ knows what he's going to get. The team knows what they're going to get. And it's the same thing at the plate. And I know that we all love the long ball, right? And we've seen it a couple of times from Riley Green. I would prefer to see him on base any way possible. No strikeouts. You need to see him be effective at the plate along with Carp, along with the entire lineup. Find ways to get deep into counts, get the starting pitcher out in the 4th inning, and hit up the bullpen. That's got to be the recipe as they start to edge towards the playoffs.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. We need a lefty power arm in the bullpen. So if you feel like you have Vest and you think you have Finnegan, they're both righties. Tyler Holton, maybe he's not there yet. They need him to be that guy. He was that guy last year. He unlocked a lot of the creativity in the bullpen, and he's a lefty. Ticket texter says it's put up or shut up for Mize. When we start saying who are your 3 starters, he's got to be one of them.
Yeah, he does. And
because I don't trust the back end.
No, and you've got to be able to trust him that he's going to – not that he's going to get 10 or 11 strikeouts a game. That's awesome if it happens. But if you can find a way to just be good in the strike zone, get up in counts, and then use that splitter and use it to your advantage where you're getting some swing and miss, ideally that's where Casey Mize will live for the rest of the season.
Texter says they need to stop horsing around with Paddock. That's Jody in Orange Park. He's the 5th guy.
Yeah. I mean, and you're going to get that from a 5th guy, right? You're going to get some good, some bad, and it is what it is.
And the question would be, do you prefer Melton in the rotation to round out the year? But what impact does this have on his postseason innings? AJ will join us on Wednesday this week. I think that's a fascinating conversation. Texter says, you want to talk about getting confidence? Take 2 of the next 3. Win this series with Houston in town. That would go a long way.
I was waiting for somebody to either text or call in with that because this is going to be a test. This is not the Sox. It's not the Angels. This is a true test of playing against a good team.
3 games against Houston. They're in first place in the AL West. Mm-hmm. They're also fighting for that first-round bye, right? I know
right.
These are the last games between these 2 teams, right?
It is, yes.
So you want to talk about positioning yourself, tiebreakers, and fighting for one of those first 2 byes, avoiding having to play in that wild card round. This series, I know there's still a month to go in the season. This series matters a lot.
Well, it matters, and it matters because this is 3 at home. And if you've got to be able to be good at home, and we know that in the postseason, that's not breaking news. It's not anything that anybody doesn't know. But you're playing against a good team. You get a division opponent. Houston is a team that should be a measuring stick. And then, like I said, you got Kansas City for 6 games, and you got the A's the A's mixed in there. And then you get the Mets. You get the Yankees a little bit later. You get the Marlins a little bit later. And, again, we're not talking about anybody that's lighting the world on fire, but Houston is playing with a sense of urgency like the Tigers should be.
And we're going to see their best 2 arms. Not tonight, but the next 2 nights. You're going to see Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez. So you want to see postseason pitching?
Yep.
You want to see a team that can throw 1-2 ace guys out there, borderline all-star caliber arms, see what this offense is made of. Don't leave everybody on base.
And for tomorrow night, it's Skubal versus Brown. And that it's
game.
been two starts where it hasn't been Skubal's expectations. that I'm sure he has for himself that we all have for him, where it's, he's the guy that he either stops the slide or he just goes out there and aces an outing. So that's going to be something that all eyes are going to be on.
With the Lions football, Michigan punishment first. Heather with the news.
Well, several months after police searched his home, Channel 4 reporter Hank Winchester announced on Friday that he has been exonerated. Great news, right? Beverly Hills police searched his home. I remember that back in June. They took specific items, probably computers, anything electronics, right? But while they didn't really release any specific details, there were some news reports that said this was all related to sexual misconduct. But on a press conference on Friday, his attorney said Winchester took 2 polygraph tests. They showed that he was telling the truth. A big investigation basically proved there was no wrongdoing at all. And he did release a statement himself as well, saying that he is thankful the investigation is over and the allegations made against him were outrageous, unfounded, and defamatory.
Yeah, I'm sure he's really excited to get that out there because, public figure, your image.
For sure. And, he's got a family. It sounds like it took a big toll on him. So I'm sure he is excited to clear his name for sure. Passengers on an Amtrak train from Chicago to Dearborn got trapped for hours due to this mechanical issue. It was right around 7:15 p.m. on Friday night. This train came to a stop near Battle Creek and thought, okay, we'll get this issue fixed, right? We'll get moving. But more than 4 hours later, the passengers were then transported by buses to take them to their final destination. So, and they had to sit there. One passenger said that after the train stopped, everybody was trapped. No electricity, no working bathroom, no air conditioning. To me, at least can we open the doors or no?
Windows or something?
Get me out of this thing. Get some fresh air going. I'll walk. But either way, it sounds like it was a mess. And this one passenger says they haven't heard anything back from Amtrak. She would at least like her money back, discounted something, but hasn't heard from them at all. And then when the buses came, they also had to walk a half mile to get to the buses. So
par for the course.
Yep. An impaired wrong-way driver caused a serious multi-car crash on the Lodge early Sunday morning. 911 calls started rolling in right around 1:20 a.m. reporting this wrong-way driver. And according to the preliminary investigation, a 27-year-old Detroit man was driving northbound in the southbound lanes, struck another vehicle head on. That initial crash then led to other crashes involving a total of 5 vehicles. 3 people were transported to the hospital with serious injuries. And the Michigan State Lieutenant Mike Shaw was just saying, hey, there is no reason to drive impaired with all of these other options available to get around. Here's a warning. Make sure you know what you're going to do if you're drinking, if you're engaging in other things. Listen, find a safe ride.
I know Uber and Lyft aren't getting cheaper, but it's a hell of a lot cheaper than dealing with the legal ramifications of a DUI.
Yes. Let's see. Following the Chargers' loss to the Rams on Saturday night, the Rams social media thought it was the perfect time to troll Jim Harbaugh. I'm sure you guys saw this.
Yeah.
So the social media team wrote signing off, and then they had a picture of their mascot, right, holding the sign that said "Hail to the Victors." And a lot of people obviously understood what that was all about. Somebody online called it a tier 1 troll job. And then after the game, Harbaugh was asked about his thoughts on the NCAA's ruling, but he said he just didn't want to engage. Refused to comment. Of course. Not engaging. I'm done engaging.
He had a lot to say about cheating in the past, but not nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
A Kent County man won $300 playing the lottery, which is pretty darn good. It was on a scratch-off lottery ticket, but he decided to use part of that money to go purchase another lottery ticket.
Oh.
And that proved to be some good news for him. He ended up winning $714,000.
Wow.
I would never think to do it because I wouldn't think
you're going to win twice?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know. He says he's remaining anonymous, but he's excited. He plans to pay his bills, put money towards his children's college funds, and then whatever he's got left over, he'll save the rest. So
good.
Yeah, good for him. Finally, if you have your heart and your mind set on some cooler weather,
it's here.
It's here right now. My nose, I had to go get Kleenex because my nose was running because I'm so cold. Anyway, but even colder weather could be here before you know it. The Farmer's Almanac.
Making those tissues dance, are you?
Putting a little
boogie in it.
Dad joke. Oh.
You're welcome.
Anyway, the Farmer's Almanac predicts, hey, we're going to have an old-fashioned winter, they call it, with normal amounts of snow and cold. But they do say that it could be here. Some wintry effects could be here late fall. So it's
all right.
right around the corner.
I'm all for it. Let's go.
You're
I'm
not
all
on board?
for it. No, I don't really like winter.
So I like fall.
I love fall.
Yeah. Fall is the best season of the 4.
Let's get to fall.
Yeah, and then stay in fall
Stay
for a
in
long
yes.
time.
Let's keep winter at bay a little longer. All right, that's Heather with the news. Coming up next, what did we take from that Lions preseason game besides the laundry? I think they're still throwing flags. It's 97-1. Get ready for the upcoming football season with Moran Chevrolet, proud sponsor of all our training camp coverage at 97-1 The Ticket. If you're thinking about going electric, it's a game changer. You could skip the gas station altogether. They've got the 2025 Equinox EV LT, and how about this for a car payment? $209 a month on a 24-month lease. That's $999 down. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer in 2024. Find your ride fast, moranexpress.com, or stop by. They're in Gratiot. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township, where you always get the best price, period. It's Moran Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. John, you said you're playing golf later today.
I am.
People want to know who's the celebrity in your group.
Our texters, I always say, they're always so funny. That would be Jimmy Powers, Georgia Jimmy.
He's probably going to kick everybody's ass today.
Yeah.
We are hanging out live. Sun's
JP.
starting to come up a little bit.
It is.
Yeah,
it looks beautiful, and I mean, there's a little, haze coming off a little dew coming off the fairways and everything. It looks nice out there, so it should be a nice day. I can't wait to see Gibby.
Yeah, Gibby golf outing, 8th year for the golf outing out here. We are broadcasting live. John, over the weekend, Lions preseason game. Besides 5,000 penalty flags, what did you take from that?
TJ looks a lot bigger than Jason Benetti.
And he's got some sun. Did you see? He'd been out on the boat a little bit or something.
I know. I texted. I was finishing up the game last night, and I was texting with him back and forth. First of all, I think those two guys did a great job.
Yes.
They were very entertaining and informational. But I'm like, dude, wear a baseball hat, man. Like, I mean, you're going to be on TV. It's not only does it add 30 pounds, it'll make you look a little bit red and round. So, no, just all jokes aside, when I was watching the game, is Kyle Allen between the two? There's no question.
No contest.
He is QB2.
Yes.
The question is, are they going to just flat out cut Hendon Hooker, or are they going to cut him and then bring him back on the practice squad because they just can't refuse to say that the draft pick didn't work out, because Hendon Hooker is no better this year than he was last year. In fact, there's probably it looks like a little bit of regression. And Kyle Allen, to his credit, okay, that Hall of Fame game was nothing to write home about. That was not a great performance. Since then, he's been really good in terms of being efficient, taking what's there. I love the fact that at the end of the first half, 2-minute drill, he was able to go down. He found the perfect spot to put the ball for Tesla. Great catch by Tesla for the touchdown. They go up 14-7 into halftime. And at that point, I was like, you know what? This competition is over for that backup quarterback spot if they're not going to go outside the family to bring someone in.
14-17, 82% completion, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Ball hardly hits the ground. And, the 2-minute drill to me was when the light bulb went off. And I said, you know what? Campbell's all fired up about this dude. He knows the system. How much better is the rest of the free agent crop?
Right.
They're probably keeping him as QB2, and Hendon Hooker can be on the practice squad.
Yeah, if that. Why
not? You're going to need a third quarterback on the practice squad, right? Unless
you're looking at a team like Cleveland or somebody else that's going to release somebody that might be a better prospect down the road than Hendon Hooker. And so that's the decision they're going to make. And okay, I don't even want to discuss the merits of who's going to be a better practice squad quarterback. No, that to me is,
we think too much of
so
your
far
time
down the road.
You driving into work, up early this morning. We think too much of your time than to break down the third-string practice squad quarterbacks.
I would love to hear from our listeners as well. 248-539-9797. If Jared Goff were to go down in the fourth quarter of any of the 17 games that they have, do you believe that Kyle Allen, from what you've seen, can go in there and not lose you the game?
Because that's the bar.
Yeah.
And, again, for a quarter, for a half, for one game, that's all you're asking out of a backup quarterback. Anything more than that is you're asking too much.
Right. And I know, hey, yes, you're going to be playing against more sophisticated defenses. There's going to be blitzes, but you're also going to have a better offensive line. You're going to have better skilled weapons around you. But what I liked about him was he wasn't pressing to go downfield. He was taking the 7-yard out. He was getting the first downs. He was just simply moving the sticks and allowing this offense a chance to be successful.
248-539-9797. I think if you're watching for the quarterback battle, that's over. John, offensive line, Manu breakdowns, we look to you for this stuff.
You know what? For Giovanni Manu, it's really just about he has taken steps to be better than he was last year. And his sets look good. The athlete part of what we were sold at the draft, this big guy that can run fast and he's got athletic ability and his agility and he's moving and all this stuff. I've seen that, and I like that. He just needs more time. I think Skipper's still the first tackle to go in. But Manu is a guy that now he has to fine-tune the use of his hands. And that's really, whether you're talking edge rusher, defensive lineman, or offensive lineman, it doesn't matter the position. How you utilize your hands tells me how confident you are. When you grab guys just outside the numbers, or like he got that holding call on Hendon Hooker's touchdown.
Yeah.
All right. And when you initially look at it, you're like, what are they calling? If you get your hands on the shoulder pads at any point and that guy turns, you're going to get called for holding. And whether or not it is, whether or not you're guilty, it doesn't matter. It's hand position. If you have him on the numbers and he turns to run, they're not going to call it because they don't see any white cloth. They don't see anything being pulled away. It's just simply getting in. And when you're talking about offensive line play, the first thing that you look at is where do they punch. If they're punching out, and we call it the clam, grip, if they're coming from outside, it means they're not comfortable punching inside because they don't want to miss. They don't want a guy to rip underneath, or they don't want him to go outside. They want to grab them and hold them right in front of them.
You know who can get away with that a little more? Guards.
Yes,
TJ's breakdown was, I don't know about this one.
Right, yeah, I know, yeah. Guards got sideboards. They don't have as many eyeballs on them. But Manu, his body type, his athletic ability, could be a really nice tackle.
He's a 2026
project
option. Yeah, at this point. Taylor Decker, by the way, is taking him under his wing. Some cool moments people have spotted at practice, training camp, that they are working hand in hand. That's your current left tackle with, fingers crossed, your future left tackle.
Or right tackle. I don't care. They can move
whatever, yes.
over, but a tackle, future tackle.
Thing that stood out to me, and amidst all the flags, they used the Hawkeye measurement, and it took a half hour for them to determine how far I go. Guys, I know maybe this is why we have the preseason, John.
Yeah.
Get this right, because the last thing we want is a new fun idea to help speed the game up that actually takes twice as long to figure out.
Right, and everybody asked me too. They're like, well, why are the chains still there? Well, the chains are still there because the players need a visual of where the first down is. And I don't really care if there needs to be the one that's at the line of scrimmage, and Kyle Allen needs to realize where that is. Yeah. And he got caught going across the line of scrimmage throwing a ball. But you still need to have that visual of, okay, I got to get to the 45-yard line. That's a first down. Players on the field need to see that visual. So they're still the chain gang is still going to be there. And if they can't figure out how to get that thing sped up, then put it on the back burner until it is.
I agree with you. Tesla, you briefly mentioned it. He had the touchdown before the half. Cool moment for him, right? He won a state championship playing high school football at Ford Field. He's there catching a pass, and we should see a lot of that this season, right?
I think we should, and especially in the red zone. When you think about a guy with his size, and what I really wanted to see from him in that game is I saw everything in that touchdown. I want you to be able to fight for those 50-50 balls. And we know, hey, Amon-Ra St. Brown, he's going to be as aggressive as they are, and he runs aggressive routes. We know he's going to go after the ball. Laporta is. J-Mo's a little bit different because they use him different. A lot of times his are, hey, just run faster than anybody else and we'll get you the ball. But for that guy that's going to be the first down receiver, hey, it's 3rd and 8. Amon-Ra St. Brown's covered, Laporta's covered, J-Mo's covered deep. Okay, all of a sudden, hey, Tesla's wide open. Like, that's the guy that has to be the sure hands. And if he's covered, you've got to be a guy that's going to fight for the football. I love the fact that he fought for that football. He adjusted. He showed great body control. And it's going to do two things. One, you get the reception.
Yeah.
And if you don't, chances are you're going to be able to draw a PI.
Because you're forcing that guy to match your
right.
aggressive physicality. So when Dan Campbell got here and they asked him about his offense, he used the word matchups. Mm-hmm. And John Morton, OC, has talked about, hey, we want the best 5 skill positions. We want to find matchups. You need guys with different skill sets. Mm-hmm. So St. Brown is not 6'3", 6'4" like Tesla is, right? J-Mo is not that type of possession receiver. So you kind of have a little bit of this and a little bit of that, and you can pick your poison to defenses.
Yeah.
And he fits in because he's a skill set they didn't have.
When I watch Amon-Ra St. Brown, he really is a joy to watch because he runs such precise routes. I don't think – there might be some other guys that run really nice routes that are on the teams that we're not detailing. But I would argue that there's no one that runs better routes than Amon-Ra St. Brown. So everybody wants to know, how is he that open? Well, you watch his route, and he sells the breaks, and he comes out of them hard, and he plants his his change of direction. It's so much fun to watch him run routes. and then to see it successful. And all that does is open up more of the offense for all of the other guys, because instead of covering him with one guy, because he runs such precise routes, now all of a sudden you bracket him and you cover him with two. Now you got Tesla matched up one-on-one, or running free, J-Mo running free, Laporta running free, Gibbs running free. I can't wait to see. I am just begging in that first game against the Packers. I want to see Sonic and Knuckles on the field at the same time.
They can both be in the backfield. You can motion one out. You can line one up in the slot.
Or you can bring them both back into the backfield. There's just so much you can do. Yeah,
it's the good stuff. All right, we got Michigan football to get to end the hour. The punishment was handed down on Friday when we were off the air, plus how Michigan plans to handle it. We'll get to that next. It's 97-1.
A Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. And out here on the course today, I'm hoping I can find a couple of all-day IPAs, because it's a perfect setting for it. It's a perfect day for it. Their focus is always on using the highest quality ingredients, and you can count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that dedication in mind, their all-day IPA is crafted for every and any moment. It's easy drinking, refreshing, and flavorful. All-day IPA is the kind of IPA that's never out of place. So, hey, whether you're on the course, you're tailgating, grilling, hitting the beach on the boat, or just simply kicking back on the back porch, smooth, full of flavor, and endlessly crushable. That's some of the great adjectives of all-day IPA. It goes where the good times are. Look for all-day IPA at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Did a little preview on Friday. News broke right as I was pulling into the driveway on Friday. Michigan's punishment handed down. Not a surprise from people who had discussed it ahead of time, the Pete Thamels of the world. But, John, it didn't make sense to me when I read it.
Okay.
So they determined there was enough for a postseason ban, but then just didn't hand one down.
Well, they also said that the vacating of wins and postseason ban wasn't even on the table.
They said that they had determined that the wrongdoing was such that they could have suspended postseason, but then just decided not to. And their reason was they didn't want to punish the current players for the actions of the past. But, John, the problem with that, and you can understand this, is then you can never punish anybody because you're always punishing the future after you spend a year or two investigating.
Right, unless the main offenders, the coaches, are still there. And we all know Jim Harbaugh left because I'm sure he probably saw this coming, and all of his assistants left as well, except for Sharon left, holding the bag.
Well, speaking of Sharon, that's the other thing that didn't make sense to me is he received a 3-game suspension, 2 of which had been self-imposed cherry-picked by Michigan this year, and then 1 that for some reason is in 2026. Why would they not all just be this season? Why would they linger to 2 different seasons?
That's what I didn't understand either, is why are they going to continue to drag this out over 2 years? And since they appealed, are they appealing that extra game as well as the fines? Like that's where I don't know. And everybody will say, why were they appealing? Well, they want to lower the fines that they're receiving. And ultimately, who knows what happens there? So it's their right to do it, and the NCAA and Michigan have dragged this out to where everybody's wants it just to be over, but they have the right to appeal.
They do, but that was the other thing that didn't make any sense to me is effectively they got off light and still want to challenge the ruling from the NCAA. I mean, I really think Michigan would have challenged 15 hours of community service if it came down to it, just because they can, because it is their right to argue this more. You guys didn't get any of your wins vacated. There's no postseason stripping. It's a fine for a university that's well off financially, and it's 3 games that they get split out over 2 years.
The fine's not to the university. The fine's to the athletic department.
But I think the university can help cover.
Every athletic department. Well, no, because Michigan doesn't take money from the university.
But you could
Michigan,
if you wanted to.
As a loan and then pay it back, sure. That's what happens. That's what happened after COVID.
The university's revenue positive. The athletic department's revenue positive. They'll be just fine.
Every year when you look at the financials, and this is across college football, Michigan is one of the few schools that ends up in the black. And they don't always end up in the black, but if they do, it's within a couple of $100,000. And so this is a huge hit financially for the university because of everything else that's going on for the athletic department.
I'm just not buying it. They found $10 million for their quarterback. I mean, they'll be fine.
Okay.
This was getting off light.
If that's what you believe, sure.
I do.
Okay.
Did you feel it was light?
I think $30 million, if that's what the fine is ultimately going to be, is a huge fine. And it's not going to be just, hey, let's write a check. They're going to have to find ways.
248-539-9797. What people thought of the punishment and Michigan's decision to appeal. We've got the open lines to discuss it. This is kind of what had been suggested, that they wouldn't have anything vacated.
Right.
But I thought it was just odd that the NCAA wrote it the way they did, where they said, oh, yeah, like Harbaugh was totally negligent. He didn't cooperate. Stallions threw his phone in a pond. He had a level 1 just for his scope of his issues. We have enough to give them a ban, but we're just going to be spineless and not hand one down. It was just weird to write it that way. Like, write it differently.
They didn't use those words, but yes, I mean, they didn't say we're spineless and we're not going to do anything, because this is something that they have followed for almost a decade now. They're not looking to vacate wins. They're not looking for postseason bans. Even with Tennessee, it was a fine, and they had 18 level 1s against them. And so they're finding ways to punish programs without, and so they're following the precedent that they've set previously. So it's not just everyone wants to say, well, it's Michigan. This is what the NCAA has done for a decade now.
Ticket text says, come on, you don't think they're going to get another $20 million from donors to cover this bill? Give me a break. That's my point. Yes, they're a well-founded, well-funded university, and they have lots of wealthy donors who can cut checks to help pay for this. I mean, it's $20 million, or if it's $30 million, John, as you say, like it's a lot of money, but it's a lot of money to a school that's got a lot of money. Ticket Texter says, Costa, you literally said punish the players, air quotes. The players never get punished. They suffered the consequences. You get on my nerves sometimes. Well, that part, I fine. But the idea here is the university, the athletic, the football program should be punished for what took place with Connor Stallions. And to me, the best appropriate punishment is a postseason ban. The NCAA agreed, but then didn't do it, which was part of the confusion to me. I was never in favor of vacating wins or taking away the national title. I think all that does is, like, you play pretend at that point. Like, it didn't happen, yes, it did, and then it turns into fans arguing for the end of time on whether it really happened or not. And that's not a punishment to the players or to the university or to the program. It's just an insufficient punishment. I never believed in vacating, but I think you have to punish future. Otherwise, are you really punished at all? You know what I'm saying? Like, the fine doesn't really impact the football program if a donor drops off a couple bags of cash.
The fine does impact the football program. It's a hefty fine, and they're going to feel this, and maybe not as bad as everybody wanted. And I know you wanted a postseason ban, but again, it's not the precedent that the NCAA has set. The NCAA is not setting precedent with this penalty.
Right.
They're following precedent. So
but that precedent changes. I mean, that's the point. You can set whatever. Yes, John. To your point, they didn't do anything radically different than recent rulings, but it changes over time. They used to do harsher penalties. Why not go back to that when you see this level of brazen cheating?
Because it's not what the NCAA does, and it's not what they've been doing for a decade.
But they could do.
Sure, they could do a lot of things.
But John, I mean, I'll read the blurb. They reached the conclusion that Michigan's level of wrongdoing justified a postseason ban, warranted a postseason ban. How am I supposed to interpret that?
Well, do you want them to go back and repenalize Tennessee?
Sure. I don't have any skin in that game. I mean, sure. Did they rule that Tennessee did enough to deserve that level of punishment too?
Well, if you think level ones is, they had 18 of them.
Well, then, yeah, absolutely. But when you read through it, I mean, they're talking about Connor Stallions as KGB members and dirty film, and he throws his phone in a pond, and it's like, really? All this, and there's no postseason ban at all? NCAA says there were sufficient grounds for a multi-year postseason ban, yet it's zero. It's written weird. Why is the suspension for Sharon over multiple years? It's weird. And why is Michigan fighting it? It's weird. All of it doesn't really add up. What I was thinking was going to happen is they would hand down 2, 3, 4 games for Sharon consecutively, weeks 1 through 4. We had been primed that there wouldn't be a postseason ban, so I assumed it would be written up as such. Hey, we found this. We're going to throw it all at Harbaugh and Stallions. And then Michigan would say, case closed. But it's not case closed today.
No, I know you're very disappointed.
248-539-9797. We got open lines. We got ticket texts on this. In the 7 o'clock hour, we're going to talk Tiger baseball. They have distanced themselves from the Guardians. But what do they need to do for you to take them seriously as a World Series contender again? And, John, we both saw this over the weekend. This proposal from the Big Ten to radically change the college football playoff.
Yeah, it's another money grab.
It is. It cannot happen.
I mean, if this is the case, then you should plan on the NCAA basketball tournament going to, 128?
Big Ten, please. Tony Petiti, get it together. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. At 8.5 games up on Cleveland, the Tigers look to create even more distance following their 3-1 series win over the Twins. Detroit did drop yesterday's finale 8-1 with Chris Paddock once again getting lit up by his former team. Tonight it's Jack Flaherty on the mound as he looks to get Detroit back into the win column. The 6:40 first pitch can be heard right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tigers making a roster move over the weekend by calling Brendan Hanifee back up to the active roster while sending Brant Herter down to Toledo. As the Lions prepare to close out their preseason with a final matchup against the Texans this weekend, Detroit could be a landing spot for a star player. The Bengals are reportedly actively trying to trade Trey Hendrickson, and many outlets are predicting Detroit to be the most likely team for the defensive end to end up. Last year, Hendrickson led the league in sacks with 17.5. The Bengals in the only preseason game taking place tonight when they take on Washington. As for college football, we are less than a week away from those games kicking off. The college football season is set to begin on Saturday with Week 0. As for golf, it was a good weekend for Scotty Scheffler as he wins the BMW Championship over the weekend after shooting 15 under. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
All right, guys, we're reading through some of your ticket texts on Michigan's punishment and their decision to appeal and whether you think it was light, whether you think the NCAA did what they were supposed to do, and all the fallout from it. Because, again, it's not quite over yet as Michigan's set to appeal this. We're going to get to a college football proposal from the Big Ten that John and I are 100% on the same page with. Cannot happen, should not happen. And we'll talk Tiger baseball coming up at 7:35. Some ticket texts coming in. John is an insufferable human being when it comes to the Michigan stuff. See, it goes both ways.
Right, yeah. I mean, you should have to deal with Jim on a regular basis.
Jim, could you beat the horse a few more times? We get it. It's dead. Move on. See, I think Michigan fans would love to just move on. The university doesn't just want to move on. They got off easy and still want to fight it. Texter says, yes, they got off light, so now everyone knows they cheated. They're crooked, and the title will forever be tainted to this scandal. Can't say Michigan without thinking scandal. Burn the blue wall. You're telling me that John thinks the punishment's fair? John?
The punishment is what we had predicted it would be.
Is it a deterrent to future cheating would be my question. Because right now, as a ticket texter points out, cut a check for $20 to $30 million, everything's good. Go ahead and cheat. 248-539-9797. You're starting to get extremely annoying, Costa. You sound like a Spartan. No, it's funny. Only Michigan, not all Michigan fans, but Michigan sycophants get bothered by this discussion. I think most Michigan fans would acknowledge they got off light. I listened to Stoney a little bit on Friday talk about how light this was. I think the consensus in the sport of college football was, boy, to not vacate any wins, to not have any postseason ban moving forward, that's a hell of a win for Michigan. It's like, to say that shouldn't be met with that's a Spartan take. That's a rational take. I mean, the NCAA, by their own admission, this is a direct blurb from the release. The result of Michigan's most recent infractions case, 3 parties, Michigan, Harbaugh, and more, fall within the legislated window to trigger repeat violator status. Michigan's repeat status, coupled with level 1 aggravated case classification, is sufficient grounds for a multi-year, this year, next year, maybe more, postseason ban. And then they dropped the ball. Then they had no spine, no follow-through. They didn't want to do anything with their findings. They say, however, the panel determined a ban would unfairly penalize student-athletes for the actions of coaches and staff that are no longer associated. Thus, the panel determined a more appropriate penalty is an offsetting financial penalty instead of a 2-year postseason ban. The backdrop is Michigan got $10 million to pay a single player on their roster because they're a wealthy university, because their donors are wealthy people. So $20 to $30 million as the offsetting penalty doesn't add up.
But that's the parameters that the NCAA has set up. That's the parameters that they have made previous penalties by.
Yes.
So they followed those parameters.
So, but it could still be spineless. You can follow your wimpy parameters and be spineless. Or you could step up and say, this is just so ridiculous that this is repeat status, level 1s. We're going to go with our conclusion. We're going to go with the results of our investigation. And ultimately, they decided not to. And the other thing I don't get to in all this is, I want to ask you this, John. Why is it not weeks 1, 2, and 3 this season for Sharon's punishment?
I don't have the answer for that.
I know you don't, but you could at least meet me halfway and say that's odd.
I said that last week.
Okay.
You want me to keep repeating what I said last week?
No.
That it seems weird? Sure. But I was I was surprised when they originally said, yeah, that we're going to self-impose. I asked. They said, well, it didn't come from us. And so I don't really know what to or who to talk to believe what's going on. But the NCAA accepted it. And so if the NCAA didn't want to accept it, they would have said, hey, well, we'll do 1 and 2. Or we'll do 1, 2, and 3. But that's what they offered, and NCAA accepted it.
Text says the punishment was an overstep because sign stealing is allowed. Harbaugh served 3 games already. Sharon received the messages. They proved he didn't know about sign stealing. He deleted them before the investigation started. So let's back up. Sign stealing is allowed. That's not what this is, though. Like that ticket text is playing defiant and dumb. This is not about legal sign stealing. This was not about you being on the other side taking notes on what the coach is signaling. This wasn't using broadcast TV film and taking notes. This was a scheme funded by Connor Stallions or maybe above Connor Stallions, but he dispatched to over 50 games to illegally collect information so that Michigan could steal signs. And you know that. That texter knows that. The people listening know that. I don't know why we can't meet at least where the facts are in this. But people want to dispute that this is even cheating. This is cheating. Michigan cheated. Texter says Jim is conveniently ignoring CMU's role in all of this. That's my other favorite spin. No, dude, we had Connor Stallions on our sideline, man. We went another step further. We invited the guy in, credentialed him, put him in our gear in a disguise, had him at Michigan State, and had him benefiting our program. We should absolutely face a postseason ban. But if this is the precedent, I imagine CMU is going to have to, what? What's the appropriate punishment? All our coaches are gone too, so I guess we should get a fine. And because it's only 1 game as opposed to 50 games, our fine should be a 50th. I mean, it's all silly, but I don't know. John, what do you expect CMU to get in all of this?
I don't know. I don't know the extent of what it was at CMU. And so whatever they determined that was, they're not going to go with the postseason ban. They haven't done that previously.
I know.
And so why would you expect that they would do that now?
Well, they won't. I said I don't expect they will.
Okay.
I said they would deserve it.
For Michigan or for Central.
Right. So we've got that for people this morning. And I like to pull on the blinds back. The sun is out up here. John, you saw this Big Ten proposal, yes?
I have seen it. It seems
I've got it in front of me.
really weird, and it's very complicated, and it involves a lot of teams, and I think everyone is laughing at it right now.
So this is their plan, and we'll see if it gains any traction. The Big Ten is at the very early stages of discussing the idea of a 28-team college football playoff model. This has been reported by both ESPN and NBC Sports over the weekend. It would eliminate conference championship games and have most of the spots determined by the leagues themselves. The idea was described as 7 spots for the Big Ten, 7 spots for the SEC, 5 ACC, 5 Big 12, 2 Group of 5, and 2 at large. The first 2 rounds will be played on campuses, and they could be played during the current conference championship weekend as to not drag the season out too far. I don't know who this is for. This is people who wanted, like, the Outback Bowl to be a playoff game or wanted the Alamo Bowl to be a playoff game. People who are dying to see 7 and 6 SEC and Big Ten teams duke it out for the national title. John, I don't know who this is for.
Well, I'm not really sure who this is for either. I could tell you who it's for. It's for the TV executives and the broadcast rights. And I think they are envisioning a world where if we do go to 16 teams, that the conference championships become somewhat irrelevant. So they're trying to wrap that into getting to eventually the 12 teams where you don't have – they're all play-in games. And they're trying to account for if Nebraska makes it this year, right? Nebraska has the 24 Indiana schedule. It was Indiana being in, last year. So they're trying to find a way for those teams to play other teams in conference before they actually get to, and they're going to put it under the umbrella of this is all college football playoffs. So more teams can say, well, we were in the college football playoffs. Yeah. But they're eventually trying to get to the best, 12 teams, 8 teams, 4 teams. But it's just, it goes back to scheduling. It goes back to divisions. It goes back to conferences just simply being too big because you're going to have – and we talked about Michigan's schedule this year. they play Oklahoma and they play Ohio State. Now, I know in the middle there they've got challenges of going to USC and Nebraska, but that's not the same as playing Penn State.
Or
it's
Oregon.
Or Oregon this year. So when you have conferences that are 16 and 18 teams, they're just too big. You can't physically have all of the teams play each other and come up with equitable schedules.
Right. You're naturally going to get these unbalanced. And then if you throw in soft non-conference scheduling, something Indiana's fully embracing, something that a lot of the teams in the SEC fully embrace, you end up with a less than product. Like, those are kind of throwaway Saturdays. No one wants to throw away these Saturdays. These Saturdays are sacred. These Saturdays are you're going tailgate and you're hanging out with your buddies. It's the same group you've been going to games with maybe 5, 10, 20, 30 years. These Saturdays are supposed to be special. You're going for the big marquee game. That was part of the sales pitch of adding USC and Oregon and Washington and I guess UCLA too, was that we'd get more marquee games.
Well, and it goes back to what we had talked about going from 4 to 12 teams. When you have a loss, it's terminal. And so every week has a heightened sense of you can't lose in week 2 if you have a Texas and Alabama. That was the big discussion going into that last, tournament of 4.
Yeah.
And it was always about Clemson and the schedule of the ACC and Notre Dame. And so now you're finding ways to include schools like Notre Dame because they don't have a conference. And they're going to have challenges finding schedules because all these other teams have schedules that they have to play. And then it's the Indianas, it's the Nebraskas, it's teams that you want. I mean, I don't not want Indiana to be good.
Right.
I want them to be good and be qualified so that when they get there, they got a chance to win a game.
Yeah.
Same thing with Nebraska. If they make it this year because they have an 11-1 record, do they just get blown out in the first round of the college football playoffs? So it all goes back to conferences are just too big right now, and none of the schedules are equitable. And if you go even bigger, you're going to be letting in teams with 4 losses, 5 losses?
Yeah.
That seems bizarre to me that you would be a 5-loss team and be in the college football playoffs.
So think about it. The proposal, again, very, very early stages. I hope this gets torn to shreds. Had 7 Big Ten teams. So the 7th Big Ten team, John, probably does have 5 losses on a given year. And again, the proposal had only 2 from the group of 5. So you're telling me like last year we had Boise in, okay, at 12-1, they absolutely should be in. Army was 11-1. They would be the second group of 5 team. UNLV and Memphis each won 10 games. I know you don't like the little guy like I do. I'd rather them be in than a 5-loss SEC or Big Ten team.
But again, you go to strengths of schedule. You go to, was the UNLV team last year, were they as good as Indiana?
No, but this wouldn't be comparing them with Indiana. This would be going 2 or 3 rungs lower in the Big Ten.
No, I know that. But that's my point is you're going to be letting in these teams that are just going to get blown out in the first couple of rounds.
You're right. I would tell you that no matter what at 28 teams, the bottom 12 to 15 teams aren't going to be anywhere near the top teams.
We look at all of the preseason polls, and except for a handful, not even a handful, except for like 1, maybe 2 exceptions, you look at that preseason poll, and we all know that it's silly, but the national champion eventual one comes from the top 8 that are ranked in those polls. So what are we even doing?
7th in the Big Ten last year. Do you know who it was?
USC.
It was a tie between 8-5 Minnesota and 8-5 Michigan. And we all watched that Michigan team. That's not a team that should be in a college football playoff. Not last year's product.
No, and neither was Minnesota.
Right.
It's ridiculous to think that they would go to that many teams.
It also would include 8-5 Iowa from last year. So anyway, this is a disaster. 248-539-9797. We'll talk Tiger baseball 7:35. It's 97.1.
Injury attorney David Fabinino is the guy you want to call if you're ever hurt in an accident. But what he really wants, what we all want, is for all of us to be safe. He knows how tragic accidents can be. That's why he started David's Driving Edge, to spread awareness about distracted driving and help us with tips to better be prepared on the road. If we can prevent accidents before they happen, that is the ultimate win. Learn more at getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge. That's getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge.
Over the weekend, the Big Ten floated the idea of a 28-team college football playoff where 7 spots would be guaranteed for the Big Ten, 7 from the SEC, 5 in the ACC, 5 in the Big 12, 2 group of 5, and 2 at large. Needless to say, an abomination. Let's go to the phones. John, you're on 97.1.
Cookies, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Listen, you're so incredulous. I think if you think it through, you'll answer your own question. You know, you've given us a litany of comments from the NCAA that don't seem to jive with the outcome, and you should ask yourself, why is that? Why do you think they would say the things and then do an about-face and levy punishment that doesn't fit their public comment?
You're talking about the Michigan stuff, just to.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, Michigan.
Yeah. Why? I don't know, because it's Michigan, for God's sakes.
No, that's not why. Because at the end of the day, it becomes a matter of proof. All the social media hysteria, all the sports commentary, at the end of the day, you have to prove your case. And they were not able to prove that it went beyond Connor Stallions.
But they don't need
Carson
to.
Carson Anderson had Dan Wetzel on around
he does
just
a great
before noon
job
on Friday.
Yes.
And Wetzel said something that was very informative. He said, words when writing the rules matter. And if you can't prove it, how can you punish somebody? That hits the nail on the head. It's not the spirit of the rule. It's not what we think may have happened. But in big time,
they're able to verify that Connor Stallions orchestrated a scheme.
No, but what he's saying is they're not able to.
Hold on, Cookies. That's not the rule. The rule is, did Michigan have an outside person, not Connor Stallions, but was Michigan aware?
Yes, there's
of what
records of him
was?
sending people out as little birdies to over 50 games. There's records of that. There's proof of that, to use the word that,
yeah, but
that
what
you're
he's
hung
saying
up
Connor
on.
Stallions did, but
And
it
again,
wasn't
that's not the
orchestrated
rule,
by
Jim.
Jim
That's where you
Harbaugh
miss
or
it.
Michigan.
He did it as an agent of Michigan. Michigan is responsible for the actions of Connor Stallions. They don't need to have the smoking gun.
This is not a strict liability standard. They are not. Not unless
he is a member of Michigan's coaching
Not
staff
unless
that
you
erred
can
and
show
violated
intent,
level 1
Jim.
violations of the NCAA Code of Conduct.
Okay, well, let me ask
And the
you this. Why
NCAA
did they
came to
punish-
the same conclusion through their fact-finding.
So you're saying that Wetzel, who's spent the better part of the year on this, is just wrong?
No, I didn't
And
say that Wetzel's wrong. I didn't hear the interview you're talking about, and honestly, I don't know if you're taking it out of context. I heard Wetzel a little bit on that show, and he said, if I was a Wolverine fan, I'd be happy with this. I would be pretty happy with, he said, because this is a light punishment.
I'm not saying it's not a light punishment, but at the end of the day, you have to prove that Michigan had knowledge and that Michigan had intent. And what Connor Stallions did beyond the scope of his employment is not imputed to Michigan. It's not that hard.
It is when he obtained the – okay, we disagree on this. He obtained the information against NCAA rules, and Michigan benefited from it to the scope that the NCAA determined was worthy of postseason ban. And they didn't hand it down. So you ask me, well, why at Michigan, for God's sakes? 248-539-9797. Sure, big brands who have the money to cut the checks, but we're not going to impugn them moving forward.
Yeah, but okay. I don't think it would matter who it is. They're going to hold that same rule where we're not going to penalize those that are there now moving forward.
You'll never.
That's what the NCAA. Yeah, you're right.
Isn't that kind of backwards, though? The idea that we can never punish.
You think the NCAA has done anything forward thinking?
No, that's my issue is with their spineless reaction to this. Because if your ruling is we're not going to punish future players, by definition, anytime anybody breaks a rule, you're going to launch an investigation. That's going to take anywhere from a year or two, maybe longer if there's really defiant obstruction. And then, well, we can't punish them now because it's been 2 years and it's a new group of players and coaches have moved on. By definition, you're never going to truly have any teeth to any suspensions or punishments if this is the way they want to operate. And that's beyond just the scope of Michigan here. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Foreman Mills. You guys, Jim Harbaugh had nothing to say when he was asked about his thoughts on the NCAA's punishment for Michigan's sign stealing scandal. Following the Chargers' preseason loss to the Rams on Saturday night, he chose to stay silent. He just said, he's not going to engage. Basically, is really literally what he said. Not engaging. The Rams did have some fun, though, trolling him following the game on their social media account. They posted signing off. And, of course, they had a photo of their mascot holding up a sign that said, "Hail to the victors." So they had a little bit of fun trolling him there. Well-known Detroit reporter Hank Winchester has been cleared of all wrongdoing following a months-long investigation by Oakland County sheriffs. In June, you might remember, his home was raided. It was searched. Electronics were taken out. And from what we know, I don't know if we've ever actually heard the full account of the accusations, but it stemmed from an alleged sexual misconduct or sexual advances towards this male masseuse. During this press conference that was held on Friday, his attorney spoke, said that he, during the months of investigation, took 2 polygraph tests. Both showed he was telling the truth. And they say that the person who started this had a motive. Makes sense, right? You figure they would. Winchester did release his own statement as well, just saying that he was very thankful that this investigation is over. He said the allegations made against him were outrageous, unfounded, and defamatory.
Yeah, wants to clear his name. I mean, that stuff's no joke.
And he was placed on leave from his job during this, so hopefully that's going to be reinstated. He's going to get back to his job, his podcast with Kelly Stafford and his life. Yes. I mean, it's part of his job. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure
people are excited that part of his job is going to continue.
Yes, for sure. I mean, I'm sure he is. Detroit police have arrested an individual in connection to that quadruple stabbing at that pool party last week that left 2 people dead and 2 people injured. Police say the incident began as a gathering among friends and family, but obviously turned violent when a fight broke out. Started over a dispute about a woman who was there at the pool party. Police have not released the suspect's name. I like this next story. Police in Farmington Hills turned an accidental 911 call into a really memorable day, a birthday celebration for a local family. So it all started when a little 4-year-old boy dialed 911. His dad was doing laundry, got a hold of the phone, and basically just wanted to talk about soccer and swimming. Wasn't calling for any reason, but just like, hey,
somebody to listen to me.
Listen to this. I got all this going on. Well, out of necessity, how they always do, the 2 patrol units did respond to the home to do a welfare check, but they weren't.
I'm sure Dad was real happy about that.
I know, but it turned out he ended up being happy because it wasn't really like they were doing a big welfare check. They ended up calling the little boy and his brother outside to see the patrol cars, got to check everything out. And during that visit, they learned his brother was going to turn 7, celebrating his 7th birthday the next day. So the next day, they showed up. They had 10 police vehicles lined up outside their home. And they had gifts, birthday gifts for this little boy. And they gave him an honorary badge and the little helmet, a hat, which is pretty cool. And
What
the father
city is
said, this is in Farmington Hills.
Hats off to those guys and gals.
For sure. And the dad said, this is something my sons will never forget. Pretty darn cool, right? But just imagine.
Something he'll never forget either.
I know.
What are you doing here?
Yeah. Okay, quickly, last story. Last week during Taylor Swift's appearance on the New Heights podcast, if you didn't listen, she shared that she is now started to get into sourdough, right? She's making bread. And she said that it's taken over her life and that's all she talks about. 60% of her time, sourdough bread. Well, now people believe Swifters, right? Is that
Swifties?
Swifters.
Yes. I think that's what you use to clean your floors, right?
Close.
Whatever. The people who love Taylor Swift think that she dropped some Easter eggs in that whole interview, including what she said about sourdough bread. And they think that she might be performing the Super Bowl halftime show. Because Super Bowl 60, the 60% of the time she's thinking about sourdough, is going to be at Levi's Stadium.
Yes.
Home of the San Francisco 49ers. Who is their mascot?
Sourdough?
Sourdough Sam.
Is that really? I just made that. Sourdough Sam is their mascot?
Yes.
Based on what?
I don't know. He must have been good at mining 49ers.
Yeah, I don't understand the connection to sourdough.
Well, it's there. I'm
sold. She's doing Super Bowl halftime show.
The people that find all of these things, it's just bizarre.
I know. Anyway. And also there was more. It was like something she said to Jason Kelsey about screaming for 47 seconds. Who knows? The number of tour stops on her tour. 47 was at Levi Stadium. I don't
the
know.
47 stop was Levi Stadium?
Yes. I don't know. There's all these
Sean,
little
I'm
Easter
sold.
eggs.
I'm sold. So
I'm exhausted.
she'll be there performing when the Lions take on the Bills. It's going to be great.
There you go.
All right, Heather with the news. Coming up next, John, you had something in the prep on Friday, and I think it's more appropriate today after the Tiger weekend. We're going to do that coming up next, 97.1. we were flooded with responses. The connection. Apparently sourdough was big during the gold rush.
Oh.
Which explains their mascot and explains who's doing the halftime show.
You learn something new every day, I guess.
The
I
techs are
had no
convinced.
idea that sourdough was that big of a deal.
It's carried by minors, easy to carry, provides sustenance. Matt in Redford with one of the many responses. And, yes, lots of people who are sold.
Okay.
She's definitely doing the Super Bowl for my own name texter.
Because of the sourdough bread. And
Because
that
of all the
she's-
Easter eggs.
Oh, you know what?
And
In connecting the
60%.
dots, let's just take this a little bit further. I bet you this also means that if Kansas City's in the Super Bowl, that Travis retires after the Super Bowl
And proposes.
in the post game. It'll be a shame that he has to do it as a loser, but
There you go.
because the Lions will beat him.
There you go. Hey, speaking of the Tigers.
It's all coming full circle.
So the Tigers over the weekend finished up a series. They took 3 of 4 against the Twins. They won 7 of 10 on this stretch that we had discussed. And wouldn't you know it, they're starting to leave the Guardians in the dust. It's up to 8.5 now. Mm-hmm. Now, the question is not about the division. The question is about the World Series as they look to bigger fish to fry and what they need to do, John, to get people believing, to get that confidence back in this ball club.
Yeah, and there was 2 questions that I asked. One of them is a little bit more general. What would it take for you to be confident in the Tigers again? Because there was a great confidence leading up to the Seattle series just before the All-Star break. And then it felt like it started to whittle away. And then we all know there was a 13-game stretch where they lost 12 of 13. And then the next question is, what would it take for you to believe that they could compete for a World Series title or even compete to be in the World Series? Because at some point they're going to have to play, it might be Toronto, it might be Seattle, it might be Houston.
Mm-hmm. By the way, in town this week.
In town this week. So what would it take for you to believe that they can be a World Series contender? And I'm not talking about winning the World Series, because then you start, you open up a whole new can of worms with the Dodgers, the Brewers, the Cubs, whoever's going to be coming out of,
Padres, maybe,
the National League. But what would it take for you to believe that this team has what it takes to get to the World Series?
Yeah, serious World Series contenders. 248-539-9797. Putting the division angst aside and looking ahead with Houston in town this week and bigger things in the next, 35 games, setting yourself up for the playoffs. John, to me, it's the rule of 3. I need 3 good starting pitchers. I need 3 lockdown, shutdown bullpen arms. And I need third base to give me consistent production.
Boy, third base really been sticking in your craw for a couple of years now.
Well, I haven't addressed it for a couple of years. But one thing at a time. 3 starters. People don't even know who the number 2 starter is. But in the next 30 games or so, show me you've got 1, 2, and 3 that you can reliably count on. I know I got Scooble. I'm hoping on Mize. And Jack was part of that World Series team a year ago. Mm-hmm. And if not, then that's when we're leaning on Morton and Paddock, who are up and down. In terms of the bullpen, I know I've got Finnegan, good ad. I've got Vest. I probably need a lefty. I need it to be Holton, or I need somebody to emerge from the collection of the rubble that Scott Harris brought in. And then at third base, Javi at the plate hasn't been good enough. McKinstry's taken the steps backwards. Vierling is not healthy. Show me one of those guys emerge, because then it lengthens the lineup. Now I'm not leaving double digits on base. That's what needs to happen.
Right, and Saturday night it was good pitching. But it was more than that. It was good at bats, and that's honestly for me. If they can get more nights like Saturday night, where they drew, I believe it was 9 walks, and they had 12 hits, they had 21 runners in scoring position. Now they didn't do enough with the runners in scoring position. They were 4 of 21, but they did enough to obviously win that game. But that to me was the recipe earlier in the season for this team to be able to win series after series after series. It was getting to the plate, and Javi was a part of that equation. It was Javier at the time. It's Javi now. But it was all of the guys that were up there, and they were getting 6, 7, maybe even 8 or 9 pitch at-bats. And it was drawing walks. It wasn't swinging at things that are in the other's batter's box, or they're not high, they're not low. They're not chasing things outside the strike zone. But it is the Scott Harris philosophy is valuing the strike zone, being good in the strike zone. And if you can draw those walks, if you can flood the bases with base runners, I don't care how you get there. It could be a freebie. It could be a single. It could be whatever it is that you use to get on base. just simply flood the base paths with runners, because there's no team in baseball that is more aggressive than the Tigers are first to third, which sets them up for success of, whether it's a sac fly. And it took a sac fly on the 1-0 win to actually win. So if that's what it takes, then that's what it takes. But you've got to be able to get guys in scoring position, and you've got to flood the base paths with runners.
I thought Saturday night was the perfect summary of this baseball team. They worked, they scratched, they clawed. They were both hot and cold in the same game. Mm-hmm. They won. This team wins a lot, and it was against a team in this division, a division they own. In the same game, though, I saw all the guys get left on base, and I saw a little cracks in the foundation with the bullpen, and those are the things that make you nervous when you're not playing the Twins, right? When you play, let's say, Houston this week, or Houston, Seattle, whoever's looming in the postseason.
And I think it's, when you start to piece it together, the definition is this is not a perfect team. And across baseball, I would like to hear people think how many perfect teams are out there, because they're just not. But perfect teams can win the World. Not perfect teams can win the World Series. Mm-hmm. But you've got to be operating at whatever that formula is for you to win games. That's the formula that you've got to be operating under when you hit September. And I know they got Houston. They got 3 games against Houston, but the month of August is still filled with cupcakes. You got Kansas City 6 times. You've got the Athletics, and obviously you've got Houston, but Houston's at home. So you've got a chance to continue to increase that lead of 8.5 right now. By the end of August, it should be at least 10. And then
for our sanity's sake, you want it to be 10 because you got 6 with Cleveland in September.
Right, yeah, you've got 6 with Cleveland in September. You've got the Yankees, you've got the Mets, you've got Atlanta, who's playing good ball right now, and you finish with 3 against Boston, who is scratching and clawing, just like New York, to be able to get into the postseason. So things are going to be much more competitive when you get into September, as they should be. You should be playing your best ball, and that means being disciplined in the strike zone at the plate. Being able to run up the pitch count on opposing pitchers, getting those starters out in the 4th or the 5th because, hey, the pitch count's just getting too high. It's being able to get through there the 2nd or 3rd time. It's getting into the bullpen. It's getting to all of these things. That was the formula for the first, 80 games, 90 games of this season that was successful for the Tigers. They've got to get back to that same formula, and they're starting to, because they're winning these series. Yeah. And I thought Saturday night was the perfect one where you draw 9 walks, you get 12 hits. You're going to win. When you have those numbers, you're going to win more games than you lose.
Ticket text, confidence and belief is all pitching. It's what I need to see. Good pitching with both starters and bullpen to take them seriously as a World Series team. Rule of 3 is spot on, Jim. They don't have them, though. That's why they're not currently thought to be the representative in the World Series.
Well, so I don't know that they're going to develop anybody at third base. That's going to be what you need it to be. Maybe
just show me maybe someone's stability, like Colt's a platoon guy, and Abanya's. Show me some stability out of third base between now and the end of the season, so I can feel a little better about it. I know they can't go out and add Bregman or Suarez, but they have enough bodies that one's got. I mean, that's their bet here is that one is going to stand up and.
You want an everyday third baseman. I just don't believe that that's going to happen.
Well, and I don't know if they're going to have 3 quality starting pitchers and 3 quality, late inning guys either. But that's what to answer the question, what I need to feel confident. Ticket Texter says, if Taylor was talking about dill bread, would that mean she would be doing the WNBA halftime show? Texter says, 1 starter, 1 bullpen arm I trust. They need to find those guys in September. We'll get more of your thoughts coming up next, 97.1. All right, tell you guys about KG Law. If you're injured in an auto accident, you're stressed, you may be injured, you want someone that cares about you in those moments, and that's KG Law. K-A-J-Y, KG Law. Lawrence KG and his team, where you get personalized care, guidance, and full legal representation from the Michigan law firm that has won over 5,000 personal injury cases. 98% success. KG Law knows how to win your case. You need a law firm that cares, and KG Law is that law firm. 877-KG-CARES. That's kgcares.com. K-A-J-Y, kgcares.com.
Good morning. Up bright and early, sun shining. We are at the 8th annual Gibson Golf Foundation Classic as we are here to support Gibby's event, and he's going to come on with us at 8:35 today, John.
Yeah, him and his son, so I'm excited to see both of them and talk to him about this event, and obviously we're going to have to talk a little Tigers with him as well. I'm sure he's excited for what they're doing this year.
Of course. He'll make sure to set us straight if we're not appropriately optimistic.
Yeah, at least you.
Well, trust me, I know his track record. It'd be good to check in with him. So you're trying to set me straight through here because your question is to me and the audience. What do they have to do for you to view them as a serious World Series team?
No. I'm not trying to set you straight. I just want to know what people are thinking right now because this has been – it's been an exciting year at times. It's been heartbreaking. It's been disappointing. And now we're dealing with the reality of what this team is right now. They're not a perfect team. What is the recipe? What do you need to see as you get towards the end of the season? Because this is, when we talked to AJ last time, and we'll get a chance to talk to him on Wednesday morning, so make sure you listen in to that conversation. But his sense of urgency was there last time we talked to him, and it's with the pitching staff, it's with the bats. That's where this team needs to start figuring out what they're going to be when the end of September rolls around, when they are going to be asked to go out there and win a 5-game series, and hopefully what it's going to take for them to win a 7-game series.
It's a great time to ask it because they're coming off a stretch where they took 7 of 10 against bad teams. They did the job keeping Cleveland away and adding a couple games cushion. It's now up to 8.5. It's the perfect time to ask because we set our sights tonight and the next 3 nights next 3 days with the Houston Astros in town. And Houston is vying for one of those top 2 seeds. Gov was the first person to put that out there a couple months ago, how important this would be. This series is going to be big for tiebreakers and positioning for that. So it's a good time to check in with people as to what you need to see. We got about, 35, 40 games to go?
Yeah, and what it looks like right now, obviously the top 2 seeds are held by Toronto and Detroit. And so, if you get a chance to get those, you obviously don't have to play in that 3-game series. Houston they're going to need to show extremely well against the Tigers. They need to make up some ground. They've got 69 wins right now. The Tigers are at 73. Toronto's at 73. So it's important for both teams. But when you have a team coming in here with the sense of urgency that Houston has, and you look at, who's going to be on the mound, to your point, you need those 3 pitchers, right? You're looking at it going, okay, it's Flaherty tonight, it's Skubal tomorrow night, and it's Morton on the next day. Those are your 3 games. Mize is going to follow. That's going to be against Kansas City, though. But you're going to have a great opportunity to watch Skubal go up against Brown. That, to me, is going to be a great pitching matchup.
We're going to see the best 2 pitchers Houston has to offer. Tuesday it's Brown, and Wednesday it's Valdez. And you want to see playoff pitching? You want to see how the lineup's looking? You want to measure yourself up? Yeah, and I think you want to avoid the 3-game wild card round in the playoffs.
Oh, there's no question you want to avoid that. Even if it's going to be in Detroit, you want to avoid that.
So that's another one of the rule of 3. 3 pitchers, 3 relievers, third base. Avoid the 3-game series. I know.
It's just too many.
It's fine. 248-539-9797. Get people's thoughts on this. Text says Tigers so far haven't competed well enough against playoff-level teams. So they're looking to see how they match up the next month and change against playoff teams.
Right, and so, the last playoff team that they faced obviously would have been Philadelphia, and they lost 2 of 3. But I would argue in that one, though, it did look like they were playing up to their level of competition. The problem is it feels like they're kind of always playing to the level of their competition where, before that, I know they swept Arizona, but when they played Toronto, that's when you're in that 12 out of 13 games where you lost, and I think they're just trying to fans are trying to figure out, are they more like that, losing 12 of 13, or are they more like the team that was, or how much do they trust the team that was the first to 30 wins, 40 wins, 50 wins, 60 wins?
Toughest series left is this series, right? Unless I'm missing something?
The left in September? In August? Yeah.
No, the rest of the season, right? So they have the Mets and the Yankees who are sputtering, and they get Cleveland, who again could be a thorn in the side, and they play Boston the last 3 games. So it's Boston or Houston, you'd say, are the toughest games. It is the
best team that they're playing now. But it all depends when you're playing them, right? Because Boston may be hot. Who knows what Boston needs in those last 3 games. It's going to be very different than what the Tigers need, and it might be completely irrelevant. But what is the Yankees need when they play them? What do the Mets need when they play them to start off the month of September? That's really what's the sense of urgency, because we just talked about the sense of urgency for the Houston Astros. Mm-hmm. They've got to make up some depth or some distance between whether it's Toronto or Detroit. If they're going to get into one of those top 2 seeds, they have an opportunity to play one of them in the next 3 days.
Tex says the Tigers need to learn how to hit with runners on base. Saturday night was ugly. They had 12 or 14 left on. 9 out of 10.
Actually more than that.
It says 9 out of 10 times against a good team, you will lose that game. We're not always going to play the Twins.
Right. They were 4 of 21 with runners in scoring position. And okay, you play the Twins, you are going to get away with that. And, you draw the 9 walks, you get the 12 hits, you get guys in scoring position. But that percentage in and of itself is not going to get it done in the postseason.
No, and again, it just reminds me of how last year ended. Games 4 and 5 against Cleveland, where they left a ton of guys on base.
Well, and, okay, you're against Milwaukee. I mean, Milwaukee if you play them in the World Series, but against Seattle, you're not going to get 21 runners in scoring position,
right?
For every game that you have against them. Same thing with Toronto. You're not going to have that, but you've got to be able to capitalize when you do. And 4 of 21 is not the ratio you're looking for.
248-539-9797. Kirk Gibson and his son Cam Gibson going to be on the show at 8:35 this morning. 9:35. Tom Izzo going to join the show today. Get some of his thoughts on MSU's football program. We know he's always peeking and taking a look at what they got going on. How about his basketball team? Mm-hmm. What does he think of the Michigan punishments? See if he'll give us a comment on that. That's all coming up later in the show. After the update, John, the preseason, the Lions. What stood out besides all the laundry? They're still throwing flags. I know you had some things we're going to open up to the phone, to the fans as well on the phones. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Tigers fall to the Twins yesterday 8-1, but ultimately win the series 3-1. Detroit now has a 3-game stretch against the Astros at Comerica Park. Jack Flaherty with tonight's first start at 6:40. We'll carry that action right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Just one preseason game left for the Lions when they host the Texans this Saturday. Detroit's name being thrown around as a potential landing spot for Trey Hendrickson, as Cincinnati has expressed interest in wanting to trade the 4-time Pro Bowl pass rusher. As for college football, which does officially begin this weekend, Michigan has appealed their punishments from the sign-stealing scandal of 2023. However, Central Michigan may now be in some hot water. Reports indicating Connor Stallions was on the sideline for a game between Michigan State and CMU in full CMU gear and credentialed thanks in part to former head coach Jim McElwain. Those reports also claiming Stallions was present to assist the Chippewas and not the Wolverines. And sticking with college football, the Big Ten has expressed their interest in increasing the college football playoff format. Their proposed plan would increase the format from anywhere to 24 to 28 teams. And finally, in golf yesterday, Scottie Scheffler bounced back after trailing by 4 strokes to win the BMW Championship. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Dustin Fiocco. For details on these stories and more, you can stay tuned or head to 971theticket.com.
You're not golfing with Izzo, are you?
No.
I wish you were.
Me too. I would love to spend 4 hours with Coach Izzo. Who wouldn't?
Is that allowed? Spartans and Wolverines and a scramble?
Yes. We're allowed to do all of those. We are allowed to talk to each other and be civil.
We'll make that attempt at 9:35 today. Izzo's going to join us. We are out live today at the 8th Annual Gibson Foundation Golf Classic, of course, with Parkinson's on the mind. We're going to talk to Gibby and his son Cam at 8:35 this morning. John, preseason games. You're dialed into these, right? We had our big, spat last Friday, but what did you take out of it?
If they're going to go with the number 2 quarterback that's already on the roster, it has to be Kyle Allen. And I don't even think there's that competition should be over. We may see Hendon Hooker. He may start the next game against Houston just to see I'm not sure what they're looking for. I don't think there's anything that he can do to bump himself up into that number 2 spot. And I know, okay, there were moments where, like, his physicality and his athleticism, he scores the touchdown, but it's called back because of a penalty. And you mentioned all the flags. There was a ton of yellow laundry on the field. But I just don't believe that there's anything Hendon Hooker can do other than be placed on the practice squad or just flat out released. Kyle Allen, since the Hall of Fame game, has been really good. On Saturday, he was 14-17, 124 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. He was sacked once, but when he comes in the game and when he's operating the offense, no one is expecting him to be a starting level playing quarterback.
No.
All you need is a guy that can go in there and operate the offense, that can go in there and sees a guy that's open for 7 yards and deliver the ball. That is accurate enough. He's not going to put the ball at risk. He's not going to put your game, your offense at risk. And I think I would love to ask our listeners, if he comes in the fourth quarter and pick any of the 17 games, if he has to come in, can he come in and get you out of trouble? If Jared Goff leaves with a 10-point lead or a 7-point lead, can Kyle Allen go in there and get you out of that game and come away with the win?
Look, the 2-minute drill was what we wanted to see.
Yeah,
that's
he was efficient.
Stuff. And because that's all it's supposed to be, is a drive, a quarter, at most a game. Anything more than that, then
anybody across the NFL is going to be screwed.
Yeah, so that's really all this comes down to, and he's won the job. And I think the question now with Hendon Hooker is, will Brad Holmes cut his very first top 100 draft pick? Will he admit that mistake? Because it doesn't make sense to carry 3 quarterbacks, especially if the third is not developing.
Well, again, I mean, we always talk about words matter. I don't necessarily know it's admitting a mistake. It's just admitting that pick didn't work out. I thought the gamble at the time was worth it. I didn't have a problem with it. I was excited to see if it would work out because of, and we've beat this one down as well. Jared Goff hadn't proven himself. He was going to be a top pick, and then he got hurt. Not Jared Goff, but Hendon Hooker. And so there was a risk involved, and there was a gamble involved. It hasn't worked out. He hasn't progressed to be anywhere near a backup quarterback. In fact, I'm not even sure he's progressed to be, should be on the practice squad. But you are going to need a quarterback on the practice squad, and I'm not going to waste your time, my time, or anybody else's time about arguing about practice squad quarterbacks.
We shouldn't.
So, but I don't necessarily view – I know some people view it as a mistake. They viewed it as a mistake from the moment they made the pick. I thought it was a gamble. The gamble hasn't paid off. Now it's time to move on.
Yeah, I liked the pick at the time, but not all these picks are going to work. I mean, that's just the odds. Holmes has done a great job drafting, but nobody's perfect on this. I mean, Howie Roseman, who I think is the best general manager in football, took Jalen Reagor over Justin Jefferson.
Right.
You move on.
You're going to make mistakes.
And you got to move on, though. So what I would hate to see is them go, well, but I know there's still something in there, so we're going to carry 3 and waste a roster spot.
Yeah, that to me would be the biggest loss. That to me would be where the mistake comes in.
Yeah.
Is if you just can't simply move on. Because I don't know, if you put him on the practice squad, is there another team that says, that's what we want? We want him to be our backup quarterback, or we want him to be third, and we want to give up a roster spot for that.
I think the reason he will, and I think Campbell said, start and play a good chunk of this last preseason game is not really about him earning the spot here. I think it's the professional courtesy of, hey, go out and see if you can put tape out because someone else might.
For one of 31 other teams.
Yeah, because this last preseason game, I mean, at that point, your roster's pretty set.
And this is that game where it is a courtesy to all the guys that are going to be out there of put something really good on tape. And maybe it's another opportunity to learn. And if we need you later in the season and you survive on our practice squad, then it's an opportunity to put game film out there and to get that experience and try to get a little bit better. But it's also an audition for every other team that is looking for or might be looking for someone like you to come in and help them win.
I said Hendon Hooker would be the first top 100 draft pick that Brad Holmes would cut. Here are the other guys, just for the context. His first draft, Penei Sewell, Levi Onwuzurike, Aleem McNeil. All in the top 100.
Levi's still here.
Still here. Hutch, Jamo, Pascal, Kirby Joseph at 97 in the second draft. His third draft, polarizing, Gibbs, a running back, Campbell, a linebacker, Laporta, Branch, and Hendon Hooker at 68. Broderick Martin was at 96
He may also not make the team, right?
Yeah.
Then last year's draft, Tyrion Arnold, Ennis Rakestraw, the only two in the top 100. This year, Tyleik Williams, Tate Ratlich, Isaac Tesla. Let's talk about him. Those are the only guys in the top 100.
Yeah, and I think everybody's excited what they've seen from Tesla. And we talked about that 2-minute drive at the end of the first half there on Saturday regarding Kyle Allen. I think you also got to talk about Tesla. We talked about him a lot last week. That catch that he made, it showed part of why Brad Holmes was so excited, why he was his favorite receiver. He's a guy that can run good routes. You run that route, and you give yourself a chance. You have body control. You have awareness of where that ball is and how to get to that ball, and you go compete for it. You get those 50-50 balls, which is what they're going to need. I see Tesla as a first down converter and a red zone weapon, a guy that is, hey, he gets lost in the shuffle all of a sudden, hey, there's Tesla. But he is a guy that has shown that he'll compete for those 50-50 balls, and if you don't catch him, a lot of times in those moments you can draw a PI, which is automatic first down, move the sticks. That's what Tesla is going to be this year. He's going to be a guy that just simply moves the sticks for this offense.
Can he physically overwhelm the other team's third or fourth corner? Yes, absolutely. And that's going to be the situation he's dropped into when he plays, because you've got St. Brown and you have J-Mo and you have Laporta and you have these backs out of the backfield. He is the perfect complement in that he's stylistically different than the others, right? J-Mo is a leaner athlete who can take the top off the defense, and he's more than that now. His route tree is more complex, but that's his number one skill set. St. Brown, intermediate, route running, getting open. Why is he always open? Because he runs great routes. Teslov, not going to be that polished route runner out of the gate as a rookie, but if he can physically, size, speed, overwhelm people, he can be the contested catch guy. He can be the guy that wins in the red zone. He can be the guy that moves the sticks in a different way. John, it allows Morton and Campbell, who love their matchups and mismatches, to have another one.
Yeah, and I don't think he's going to be a guy. I mean, we've seen it in these preseason games because you don't have any of the other targets. He's getting 5, 6, 7 targets. He's not going to be that guy, but it's the percentage of completions to him. It's 5 targets and it's 4 completions. He's a guy that is going, like I said, move the sticks, and he'll be a red zone weapon when you're looking to be able to throw the ball up and create a matchup that is just favorable to you because he is 6'4", going against the DB that might be 5'10", 5'11".
Good luck.
6 foot. I'll take those that extra length that he offers in that matchup at any point.
Yeah, he's probably the biggest positive of the preseason, right? In terms of the games. Like, I know in practice it's nice to see Aiden get the bend and all that stuff, right? But it's probably him.
He's the most visible. I mean, I would go back and look at and I know you don't necessarily think the reps are that important, but
here we go.
The reps that the offensive and defensive line got in that second game, where we did see Tyleik Williams, when we saw Tate Ratlich, we saw all those guys get some of those reps, and it's okay. They don't have the stats. It's not the wow factor of scoring a touchdown right before half in a 2-minute drill. But I mean, for fans and for those that are just looking at the most obvious, Tesla is got to be one of those.
Do you think Ratlich and Tyleik will play the last preseason game?
I would not expect them to.
So they only got the one.
The one, yeah.
So, I mean,
so the coaches,
in their eyes, the
reps
weren't necessary, right, in that world. Like, they got the work they needed in a couple series, and the reps in the preseason they don't deem to be overly necessary.
Not in the final preseason game. I think they were necessary for the ones that they got.
They're going to play in one of the 4 preseason games.
Yeah, I thought that was very important for them. Yeah.
Okay. And the other ones they've determined.
I would prefer to see him.
Yeah,
more.
I know you would.
Yeah. But if and Dan Campbell has talked about Ratlich, like, he's performing as a starting offensive lineman. So if they've seen what they want, if they feel like they got the work that they've given them prepares them to go to Green Bay or Chicago at home in week 2, then I mean, their evaluation is all that really matters. My evaluation or my saying, a couple years ago I said I need to see the starters and we didn't, and the season ends up in the NFC Championship game. I backed off a little bit last year, still kind of would have liked to have seen them, but then they rip off 15 wins. So, you know what? Things have changed, but I still think young players need those reps. But as you get closer, there's other things. I would 100% expect to see Manu. and
yeah.
Awosika. And, I mean, you got to play somebody.
Yeah, that's
you
part
got to
of it,
field
too.
an offensive line, but I expect to see.
He needs that, though.
Yeah, Manu, and I really like what I saw from him in terms of he's not at the level of Skipper's still the first tackle in the game, but he is much better from what I saw on Saturday to what I even saw in the Hall of Fame game. He's much, much, much better than what we saw at any point last year in the preseason. Now it's just continuing to take those next steps.
Some ticket texts on their big takeaways, 248-539-9797. Text says, I have an early Tesla take. Not only will he be wide receiver 3, he will be in the 2 receiver sets we run this year as well because of his catch radius. It will test the maturity and unselfishness of J-Mo. Keep an eye on the storyline.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. J-Mo wants to win, man.
Yeah, they all do. And this is a competitive bunch. They're going to be competing for yards, catches, opportunities because there's only one football. And there's a lot of weapons in this offense. So, yeah, you're going to see great competition about these guys from these guys to win. But to also, I want to go out there and perform at a high level so that they keep throwing me the ball. They keep calling plays where, yeah, J-Mo, hey, if it's there and you can beat a guy deep, we're going to keep throwing it.
Ticket text, open lines, phone calls, your thoughts on the Lions preseasons. We're getting ready to wrap this thing up here. We will talk to Kirk Gibson at 8:35 plus his son Cam Gibson. End of the hour, Michigan football. We have the verdict, we have the punishments, and we have an appeal. It's 97-1.
Hey, I'm looking at the NFL, and you want to tackle some of the action. America's #1 sportsbook is FanDuel. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins, and there's so many different opportunities. In fact, I'm actually going to move on from this read because I pulled up the wrong one. This is not the read that is going to be, so I'm not going to get caught up in legal. I will come back at one of the next ones, and we will come back with the right read eventually. 97-1 the ticket.
Lions fans, it's time to roar louder than ever. The 2025 season is kicking off, and so is the ultimate way to celebrate it. I'm talking about 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila. It's back as the official tequila of our Detroit Lions. Pre-game tailgates, post-game celebrations, 1800 Tequila brings smooth, bold flavor to every moment. You can sip it in a sideline margarita or enjoy it straight. Either way, you're raising your glass to a championship season. Make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. That's 1800 Tequila, official tequila of the Detroit Lions. Proximo, 1800tequila.com. Please drink responsibly. Doing a little Lions check-in today after their preseason game over the weekend, in addition to a ton of laundry and penalties. If you were able to watch the whole thing, what'd you take out of it? John, people focusing, Kyle Allen won the backup quarterback job. Hendon Hooker, will he even be on the 53-man roster? He should get to start and play a lot in their fourth preseason game. The other thing I noticed, in addition to the size disparity between one TJ Lang and Jason Benetti, was how they talked about the Hawkeye technology and how long it took to review. They got to fix that.
They do. It needs to be one where they simply just hit a couple buttons and it says exactly where that ball is. And the graph, like, come up with a better graphic.
It's lame.
It is. And, I mean, most of the time, like, the one that they showed in the game that was, the ball was basically split the first down yardage.
Yeah.
Like, you could look down the line and see that. Right. Like, it really didn't need – and honestly, it would have been faster for the chain gang to come out, measure it, and then go back.
And if that's where we get, then delay it for a year, because we already have too many stoppages in an NFL game, and the reviews take too long. I don't need reviewing chain links to now be digitized and take twice as long.
No, but I do want to get back to the Manu discussion. And this has to do with all of the rest of the offensive linemen as well. The steps that he has taken this year, last year he kind of looked like he was totally lost. Like his sets were all off. It looks to me like he's getting the sets down. He's aware and he's throwing some change-up pitches. It's not always a step back. It's all, there's some jump sets. There's different things that he's doing where the awareness is there. And you could see the athletic ability. You could see the speed, the quickness, all of that stuff. But I'll just take the holding call that he had on Hendon Hooker's touchdown. That, to me, shows it's just a guy that's not 100% confident in using his hands. And whether I'm talking about an edge guy, a defensive lineman, or any position on the offensive line, it's how you use your hands. That's what separates those guys that are still trying to figure it out from good to great to excellent. And you watch Penei Sewell, you watch how he uses his hands. He's a guy that plays with a lot of confidence. It's like artwork, all right? And when I watch Manu and you go outside the numbers and you grab a guy on his shoulder pads, if Hendon Hooker doesn't escape the pocket, he probably gets away with it, and everybody's looking at that going, oh, that was a nice set. It was a good pass protection. Well, what happens as soon as Hendon Hooker leaves the pocket and the defender tries to go with them, it's exposed that your hands are on the outside. If you can't get them on the numbers or the breastplate of that defensive lineman, you put yourself at risk for moments like that. And that just, to me, when you go with that clam grip, which is, outside on the shoulders, you're doing that because you don't want him to go upfield to your left. You don't want him to go inside to your right. So you're going to go ahead and grab anything you can, and you give up your chest. Now, he's going up against a guy there's no threat of bull rush.
No.
That's the number one thing you give up as soon as that happens. And if you're going up against any competent rusher, as soon as your hands go wide, hey, there's a big bullseye on your chest, and you're going to end up in the quarterback's lap. So that is the next step for him. He's getting there. I see the progress, and I am excited about what he could possibly be. Decker's going to be the starting tackle this year. What happens next year when Decker's a little bit older? I don't know the answer to that question, but I do see the progress by Giovanni Manu where he could be in the mix in the future. More 26.
Yeah, that penalty, TJ's breakdown was because the quarterback stepped up and put the tackle in a hard spot there.
Yeah, spoken by a true guard.
Guards who can do those
things
outside,
and
get away with it.
Yeah, but even the guard position, you can't do this. As soon as that quarterback moves, and a defensive lineman tries to make a move, if you've got any part of that shoulder pad or jersey, you're going to get called for holding.
My other takeaway was TJ's been on the lake. You see the very red face of TJ Lang.
Yeah, lake or the golf course.
Probably both. 248-539-9797. We're going to talk to Gibby coming up at 8:35. We're out at his golf outing, 8th annual. Check in with him, talk a little Tiger baseball and what's new with him. End of the hour. I'm already seeing ticket text. What does John think of the Michigan punishment? We'll do that. It's 97.1. Oh, no, sorry. I'm screwing things up today too, John. We have news. We do news every hour.
Don't
we do it at this time.
Me.
Sorry, Heather.
I'm still here. Hey, if you've got tinted windows, look out for Dearborn Police. The city is cracking down on window tints after a 15-year-old girl was hit by a car while walking to school last December. The girl spent months in the hospital, and the driver who hit her, a 19-year-old, was charged with reckless driving, but police say the driver ran a red light, was speeding, and had tinted windows. And since that accident, police have issued more than 850 tickets for tint violations. And in Michigan, the only way you can have a tinted windshield is with a doctor's prescription.
I didn't realize that.
You cannot have a tinted. You can have the front window, the side windows tinted, but only like a little bit tinted.
Portion of it.
Yeah, but you cannot have the window tinted, the front windshield tinted unless you have a doctor's prescription. And the city of Dearborn is now urging optometrists to limit issuing these medical exemptions and warning of legal consequences for fraud. And the city is also engaging with teen drivers because specifically teen boys want the tints.
Oh, yeah, 'cause it's
window
cool.
tints. Yeah, it looks cool.
It's like your visor in football. If you can get the dark Oakleys.
And they're offering young drivers like a simulated experience to see what it is like to be driving in the dark in the early morning hours when you can't see with these tinted windows.
Yeah, no thanks.
And so just be careful out there and think twice about it. Late night TV, as we know it, could be a thing of the past. During a speech at the Television Academy Hall of Fame ceremony on Saturday, Conan O'Brien predicted that the current late night television format is going to disappear. But he did say those hosts, the comedians who host these shows, will still have a future. It's just going to look different. And he himself is kind of an example of that, right? After he left his late night show, he stayed active on his podcast. He's hosting a show on HBO Max, and he's been hosting the Academy Awards. He did it last year. He's going to host them again this year. So you can still have a future. It's just going to look different.
Well, yeah, that late night format, I mean, it's not what it once was.
Oh, no.
And I think it's just it's my generation and younger especially too, where it's like I'll see the clips online. I'm not staying up late for it.
People aren't watching TV the same way they used to watch TV.
Right, like linear television. Outside of sports, there's nothing you really have to see live.
Right, because you can stream it and watch it whenever you want. Philadelphia Phillies star Matt Strom has a hobby of collecting cards, but maybe not the type of cards you would probably imagine.
He does like baseball cards.
Yeah, he does collect baseball cards, but he also collects Pokemon cards, and he is telling new collectors that Pokemon cards are where you should be. You want to stick with the Pokemon cards.
Okay.
He says that the safest investment, and he says that the safest investment because, quote, Pikachu is not going to tear his ACL and miss the whole season.
Okay.
Charizard is not going to get a DUI driving home.
I hadn't thought of it like
not,
that.
Yeah.
So that's what he's up to in his spare time. Cambridge Dictionary added 6,000 new words.
Oh, really?
When they add these words, it's like, how have I been missing out on all these words? But a lot of them are social media slang.
Oh, this will be good. Do you have a list of some
I have
of them?
only a couple, and they're all words that you've heard before. Skibbity.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's in there.
It was Gen Alpha stuff.
Trad wife, like the traditional
Yeah.
wife. The Lulu.
Delulu is in delusional.
Yep. Mouse jiggler.
Oh, is that like for people who work from home?
Wait. Please describe the mouse jiggler.
Well, it's for people who work at home thanks to the pandemic, and it's a device
As long as
that
the camera's
will
not on.
jiggle your mouse and make it look like you're working when you really aren't. It's a mouse jiggler.
It's a hands-free device.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is. And then there's other words that are not these like slang terms, forever chemicals in there, and more. You can check out 6,000 of them if you'd like.
Okay.
Hey, if you're a fan of Krispy Kreme and Harry Potter, make sure you stop by today. Krispy Kreme just announced a new collab with Harry Potter, this House of Hogwarts donut collection that begins today. And I feel like I'm the only one who has never seen a Harry Potter movie.
Oh, I've never seen them.
read a book.
Oh, I haven't
Me
either.
You haven't?
No, that
Oh,
lets
we're all
down all my
together.
fellow millennials.
Yeah,
but
no.
No.
So I saw this list of this donuts, and I'm like, huh? What is this? The Gryffindor donut, the Slytherin donut, the Hufflepuff donut, and the Ravenclaw donut.
Do you have any idea what any of them
Yeah,
are?
so like the Gryffindor is an unglazed shelled donut filled with cookie butter flavored cream dipped in red icing and Biscoff cookie crumble topped with golden icing drizzled.
So that's
and
like the main
Gryffindor
character donut, by the
Yeah.
way. That's like
crest.
Harry
Oh, it
Potter
is?
is Gryffindor. Yeah.
I know none of this.
Now Slytherin's the bad guys. What's in that
Okay,
one?
it's an original glazed donut topped with chocolate and green buttercream flavored swirls, chocolate cookie sugar blend, and the Slytherin crust. Crest, not crust.
They look very
Crest.
involved.
They do. I mean, they're beautiful.
I got to give it to Krispy Kreme. They always have these promos.
They do.
Yes.
They're in the news a lot because they're trying stuff.
Yeah.
They also have a new golden snitch latte.
That's for
Oh.
the Quidditch game they play.
you-
Don't ask me to explain it.
You know way more about it than I do.
Like passively. I've never read the book or watched the movies, but
I know nothing.
pop culture.
Yes,
Come
yes.
on.
Yeah. To talk with your friends, you need to be able to talk.
Certain baseline.
Yeah, Harry Potter.
A little bit.
Yeah.
All right, that's Heather with the news. Gibby next, 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game, right? Well, listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick, check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
joined this morning by father and son. We're out at the 8th Annual Gibson Foundation Golf Classic. So who do you think we're joined by? None other than Kirk Gibson and his son, Cam Gibson. Good morning, guys.
Good to be here.
Good morning.
Thanks for having us out.
Stopping out at the event today.
Thanks for having us. We're excited to be here. And so tell us a little bit about the foundation, where it's at, because I know you're opening or have opened up a new facility as well.
Yeah, well, first of all, you guys are inside. I'm an outdoorsman, so I'm a little uncomfortable. Yeah, did I hear you guys started? It was too chilly out there?
Yeah, it was too chilly for the guys in shorts.
I was fine. Heather's the one that asked us to shut the door.
Oh.
We would have been fine, Gibby.
Yeah.
Blaming it on Heather, huh? She doesn't even have a mic on.
Yeah, she can't defend herself.
What do you think, Cam?
That's throwing her under the bus. That's tough for a Monday morning.
They're out for the Alaska.
Yeah, well, it's Monday through Friday. Somebody's got to beat the
Give and
sacrificial
take.
lamb. Yeah.
That's how it goes.
And then we saw the Michigan clubs over there, which I warned you. The Michigan head covers,
They tend to end up in the pond?
The pond are used to wipe something up that's been spilled. But we have some real nice green and white ones.
Do you?
We can replace
you back.
Yeah, I was just in the bathroom. I saw them stacked up in there.
There he goes. I guess he had to bite me back, didn't you?
Yeah, we bite.
So, Gibby, tell us about the event and everything going on
Well,
here.
this is the 9th annual golf classic, and, a lot of people do golf events, and you got to think about how important they are. I mean, this is our 9th year. We've probably raised about $2 million just in the golf event alone, and we're on a campaign right now to raise $28 million for Parkinson's Wellness Center, which is getting ready to open. We're operating right now. We'll have another month before we're fully operational, but if you think of $20 million you got to raise, and $2 million of that's 10%, it's a lot, and it helps spread the word. And what we want to do with the center is we believe in movement matters with Parkinson's. It's very quickly more and more people are getting it, and as opposed to taking more medicine. I think we believe that with exercise you can replace taking all the medication that you might if you don't exercise, because the disease, it kind of makes you get a little lazy, and it's not an appealing disease to have like many of the other ones, but it's you don't want to just give in to it.
Right.
There's no cure yet, but they are working on a cure, and it'll take some time. It won't, not just one thing won't cure it, but we're going to keep everybody in the right frame of mind. We had some people come in for an orientation, and it's incredible. And if you get to look at the film that we'll show about 9:45. It shows the people, it gives them hope, and it gives them motivation, and we want to lead in that fashion. We subscribe to getting up and getting after it, and being around other people who have Parkinson's, because there's some embarrassing traits about it, and there's a lot of confusion. What do I do? And you get people together, and we've created a culture in the center, and that is one of a good locker room. You can think of the good teams you've been on.
Yeah, Cam's nodding his head.
Yeah. No, it's
his baby. Trust me.
No. So this started a few years ago from his idea, and then he kind of because our organization to start, it was basically just one person, and then this idea came along, and then he put the team together. Him and our CEO Steve, they put the team together to get this goal and bring it to fruition. There's other organizations who are looking for a cure. They bring in billions and billions of dollars a year. So we want to let them do that, and then we figured we could help the day-to-day lives of people with Parkinson's until that cure is found. And this center, bringing all these programs into one spot, that's the way we figured we could do that best, is to create a community for them and to create a place where they can come on a daily basis and still live their lives to the fullest.
Do some fun things. And, the other thing is we're doing this so it's free for people. Mm-hmm. You have Parkinson's, you're probably going to lose your job. Many divorces, it's tough. You've got to really be strong through it. So, again, we're trying to create something for the caregivers where you can come to the center with, we call them teammates, those of us who have Parkinson's, or they can drop them off and you can sign up for classes, and the caregiver can go do what they've got to do too. So I have Parkinson's, but Cam will say the whole family has it too. So you've got to really working your way through how you're going to deal with it.
Cam, as you've been putting this project together along with your dad, what have been some of the obstacles that you've had to overcome to get to this point where now you're a month away from it being fully operational?
It's not so much the obstacles. The main thing is that we've never done anything like this before. Right. So what we had to do is we had to go out, and we were going to all these different programs to figure out the best way to get this done. And there's an organization in Cleveland called In Motion, and they really helped us out with that, and they've guided us kind of through this process, which has been incredibly helpful for us because they've done it for 10 years. So who better to learn from than them? Where
we're located, we estimated there's 8,000 people within a half hour that have Parkinson's disease, and so we Brenda, who she's out there right now, she's was in charge of finding those 8,000 people, and we probably have over 600 people in really just less than a month. We've signed up 600 people already that have it and are there, and we continue not just raising money but getting the word out there. Cam does the branding and the social media. You may have seen him on some of the stuff, but we keep it out there, and sometimes people hear about it, see it, but it takes them some time to feel comfortable before they come in. They're awesome. The people who have embraced fighting back, I call them my teammates. They're incredible, and they have if you were going to go out and create a to-do list before you died, what would you do? And I keep going back and doing things I know are fun that I have done. I'm not looking for as much adventure. And
every day.
A lot of our friends and supporters.
First one on the golf course, last one on the golf course.
Love that.
We have ping pong in there, and you guys should come out and do a show from there when we get going.
Be fun, yeah.
But go ahead.
No, I was going to say, with us coming out here and talking to you, we have to talk a little Tiger baseball with you. I mean, you set us straight a year ago. We want to know what your expectations are with the ball club here down the stretch.
Yeah, I think it's good. I think they're right on target. I know there was some nerves a couple weeks ago, and there's that cliff that people like to toe sometimes, but the losing 12 or 13 or 6 in a row, and now they've won 7 out of 10, and it's, I guess, against the bad teams, but it's just all part of the cycle. You have to withstand. People are going to come at you. In '84 when we won, I think Toronto, they were at one time 3.5 games behind us after we started 35-5, and but you just this is what builds who you are, and they've got 35-40 games left, and they'll get a chance. I would think they would get a chance to get into the playoffs. And it's hard to win in the playoffs. The other teams are pretty good too.
When you look at this team, and from your experience, whether it was with the Tigers or with the Dodgers, you're a World Series champ, what does this team need to do? What do they need to zero in on as they approach the end of September about just playing good, whether it's pitching, hitting, just as a team? What do they need to focus on to prepare themselves for the postseason?
Well, there's that side of it where you prepare and plan. Then there's the other side is where you're scrambling because something else is taking you off of the plans, okay? And I think they just need to do what they've been doing. They're They're a pretty good fundamental team. They run the bases as good as anybody. Their defense has been pretty good, but like an example, they plan on Parker Meadows being in center field, and he's a real game changer, running stuff down there. But he's not there, so they got to plug somebody else in, and that's the beauty of it. Like Riley Green, he's seen a lot of fastballs up. Like I think hitters sometimes think they can hit every ball hard. It doesn't work that way. You have a zone. If you put that ball out right down in there, down and in, I like that. Start raising it up around by my hands. I don't like it as much, but you don't have to learn how to hit that ball. Even though you get 2 strikes, they throw the ball up and in here. I was fortunate that I had some veteran guys teach me Richie Hebner, some of you may remember him. He was from Boston, and he'd say, you don't have to hit it, Jack. And he just said, just foul the damn ball off. And, so a ball that's up and in your hands, you think of trying to hit it out of the park, there's little odds of you doing that for a hitter like me. But for me to just keep those hands in close, tight to the chest, shortening my stroke so I can get a piece of it, and hopefully having that pitcher make a mistake and another pitch, and in my opinion, that's how you get. This isn't a time for fundamentals of hitting. You go and you do your routine in the cage. You get out and you get into the game, and it's like they get ahead. You got to just fight until they make a mistake, and I believe in that. And I guess I had some successes. Doing that.
I would say so. Yeah,
I would say so as well.
More than some.
Gibby, love to see that you're in good spirits. Love to see that you're moving. Love to see that this event continues to go off without a hitch, and you guys got more planned. So appreciate you spending some time with us this morning.
Yeah, take it easy on Coach Izzo today, okay?
No, we'll see what he has to say, and then we'll see what he can do on the course.
That's exactly right.
My other son, Kirk Roberts, he'll MC this thing, and he does get back. The other night we were at a function where he got to speak, and he got back at the Michigan guy. He'll probably have a joke. Some about
I would hope
some
so.
about Harbaugh's phone fell in the bottom of the river, and all the data got disappeared. So.
Yeah, so he's taking all the low-hanging fruit. I thought he'd come up with something better than that.
That's timely. That's hot. We're going to talk a little bit about that coming up next. It actually works out well. That's a good tease, Gibby. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case can take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you're going to need a real team of local lawyers, not a tax organization with a random individual you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS. Hey, if you're thinking about replacing your roof, call my friends at Rapid Roofing. Mike Beatty and his team are the best there is. Loved it when they came to our home, and it was professional from start to finish. Rapid Roofing uses only the highest quality roofing materials and products. They'll professionally install your roof and back it up with the best warranties in the business. Most jobs are completed in just one day, and that's exactly what they did with my roof. Call Rapid Roofing. They'll take care of they'll come out, do a free 17-point attic and roof inspection, tell you exactly what needs to be done. Plus, right now, you can get 0% financing until 2030 with approved credit, and it can't be combined with other promotions. Give them a call at 888-360-ROOF or click on rapidroofing.com to get a free quote. We hired Rapid Roofing a few years ago. They did a great job on my house. They'll do the same for yours. They also do windows, siding. I would have them for all of those things if our home needed it. Protect your family's home like I did and restore your peace of mind fast. That number again, 888-360-ROOF or on the web at rapidroofing.com.
Absolutely gorgeous day today. Good morning. 97.1. We got the sun out. It's not 90.
Oh, man. I tell you what, looking at the 10-day forecast, looks like it's going to be really nice. We get a couple of warm days midweek, but for the most part, I'm hoping that those 90-degree plus temperatures are behind us.
It's beginning to feel a lot like
Fall.
football.
Yes.
That's right, baby.
Curious as to where you're going with that.
And we made our way up north, as you joked earlier today.
Yeah, this was not a short drive.
Our drive for you.
For you.
Yeah.
Heather walked out.
This is Heather's neighborhood. She walked here.
Not that close. Used to be my old neighborhood, but 15 minutes, 17, pretty close.
But again, it's the Gibson Foundation, the Golf Classic. It's sold out. Tom Izzo is here. He's going to join us at 9:35 this morning.
Yeah, I mean, and you look out there today and everybody's starting to show up. It is a beautiful sunny day. It's not going to be that hot. It's a great event. And obviously the reason that we're here, we just had a chance to talk to Gibby and his son Cam about, their project, the Parkinson's Foundation, the building, the facility that they're building. And I loved it that, Gibby was talking a little bit about the teammates. It really is. If you have anybody with Parkinson's in your life, they're not just the ones that are dealing with. They obviously have the physical disease, but to be able to have all of those family members around you and support you, it is all hands on deck. And to have a facility like they're putting together that accounts for the individual, but for all the teammates that are supporting that individual, it's great to see. And I'm so happy that they're finding success in getting that facility up and running.
Well, all right, we're going to get into the Michigan football stuff. We discussed it on Friday. We thought what the punishment might be. It dropped basically as I was driving into my driveway on Friday. John, we haven't had a chance to respond to it for people, so let's start. Where are you at with what was handed down?
Well, pretty much what we said it was going to be last week. It was going to be a hefty fine, and by hefty, it could be as high as $30 million. And I didn't think anybody – I know you wanted a postseason ban, but it's not what the NCAA has been doing for, a decade's time. So to see that, the only thing that seems weird to me, it's just awkward that the games that Cerrone Moore will be suspended are weeks 3 and 4 of this year and week 1 of next year. I don't understand the reasoning behind that. And I don't necessarily know that they did a great job of describing why those were the suspension, the games that he was going to be suspended. So that's, that was my take.
I'm not surprised at the suspension for Cerrone Moore or the punishment for Michigan because it kind of been, I don't want to say leaked, but these insiders kind of had their finger on the pulse of what this was going to be. So when it dropped, I thought, it's light, but this is what people were discussing. What I didn't understand was as you unraveled it. So
One is, why is it 3 games not served concurrently this season? Why cherry-picked 3 and 4, and why 2026 he doesn't have to take the flight to Germany? I don't know. It's very bizarre how they handed out the punishment to Sharon Moore. It's also bizarre to me how they went about punishing Michigan, because they wrote their conclusion saying Michigan's repeat violator status coupled with level 1 aggravated cases were sufficient for a multi-year postseason ban. So they did all this and thought, boy, 2, 3, several year postseason ban, not allowed to compete. Only before removing the spine from their body and saying, well, we found enough, we're just not going to do anything about it. To write it that way is odd to me.
Well, it's not that they didn't do anything about it. They just shifted the punishment from postseason to a monetary punishment.
For a school that has no issue.
It's the precedent that they've set for going on a decade now.
Right, but in terms of being an appropriate punishment, Michigan got $10 million out of ether to pay a quarterback. A $30 million fine is a lot of money, but not for Michigan. This is not a suitable punishment for something that involved repeat status, multiple level 1s. They completely chickened out.
Well, then they chickened out against Tennessee and all the other programs that have been up for penalties that would have required, or in previous years would have dictated, a postseason ban. And that's just,
if the shoe
again,
fits,
it's
sure,
not what they have done. It's not the precedent that they have been operating under for nearly a decade now.
The issue is they said they didn't want to punish the current student athletes. But anytime anybody breaks rules, they don't just run out and sprint out and admit all of them. It gets investigated. And in this case especially, it dragged on. So a couple years go by and, well, now we can't punish the product on the field. Well, this is going to be the precedent. You're going to have no teeth. If this is the NCAA's way of conducting business, then by all means everybody should cheat, because 2-3 years later they won't punish the players, write a check and move on.
Well, but my point is, this is not the first time that the NCAA has done this.
Right, but they had a chance.
So if it was setting a precedent for Michigan, then, yeah, I think everybody would have an issue with it. And there's going to be people that have an issue with it no matter what. The precedent has been set long before Connor Stallion stepped foot on Michigan's campus.
It would have been nice for the NCAA to have some fangs and do something about cheating. This is incredibly light. And that's the last thing that really hit me. It is incredibly light, and Michigan still appealed it.
Okay.
There's no postseason ban. There's no scholarship reductions. I know we're in a different era. There's no vacating of wins. There's no blemish on the national title officially, and Michigan still appealed it.
Does that surprise you?
No, because it's unabashed arrogance. Like, dude, you got let off the hook. Just pay the fine and move on, and they're still going to fight it.
Well, you don't just have to accept everything that comes your way.
No,
you
clearly.
can appeal it.
Clearly.
So they're going through the process, and if it ends up being that they've got to pay more than $30 million, they'll pay it.
I can't. I mean, hey, we're not going to punish you to the letter of the law, and Michigan goes, and we're still going to fight you on it. Like, okay. Would they have fought this if this was community service? I mean, pick up trash in the diag. No, we're going to fight you on it. We can't get much more lenient than this. We admitted we didn't step in and do what we found evidence of.
Well, and the reply from Michigan was that there's some discrepancies that they believe are there. They want those to be hashed out, and if they end up coming to the same conclusion, then they do.
248-539-9797. We got ticket text coming in. We want to hear from you guys on the phones this morning. It's 97.1.
On Tuesday, August the 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day. It's a new holiday, so mark your calendars now for football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. So take a flyer on the MVP race, and maybe you want to go with Jared Goff. There's a good option. Crown your champion in August. Super Bowl champs. Maybe it's the Bills coming out of the AFC. I'd still like to say the Lions, which I think are a plus 1,100 odds coming out of the NFC. Or you could parlay division winner dark horses. And if you want some dark horses, take the NFC. If you want to parlay those 4 divisions together, you got Washington, Tampa, Arizona, Detroit. A couple of dark horses in there. 10 is going to get you almost $700. Mark your calendars now. Again, it's August the 26th. It's your day for your hunches, your takes, your calls, and your odds. Visit FanDuel app today and start planning your futures bets now, because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel. Play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, so when we bring up Michigan football and the punishments, the venom comes out on the ticket text. Here's a quick smattering, and again, we want to hear your voice on the phone, 248-539-9797. John is such a whiner. This is ridiculous.
I'm not whining about it.
Jim needs a hug today. So maybe I'm whining about it. Ticket texter says, read the details, Cookies. John's waffling. The details say Jim and the gang lied, stonewalled, and got dirtbagged investigators. Wow. That's not the Michigan I know and grew up with.
What does it? I don't know. I'm not following everything.
Like Michigan is supposed to be a school of integrity. Like you would just volunteer to participate in these investigations. You wouldn't throw a phone in a pond or refuse to meet, right? That's not a Michigan way. That's his point. And Harbaugh got, what I see, another, is it 8 or 10 years tacked
another 10
on?
years, but they don't start until after his 4 yeyears of show cause.
He'll
currently
be like 74 years old the next time he's eligible to coach college football. It's incredibly nothing. I mean, he's not coming back anyway. Ticket texters, 248-539-9797. What do we got here? It says, the appeal is laughable, by the way. The audacity when you get let off light to still appeal it anyway, but par for the course. Ticket texter says, the arrogance from John is insane. The bans for the head coach are a joke. Would you have rather him gone at Oklahoma? These were handpicked by Michigan.
Yeah, but the NCAA accepted it. So, I mean, the NCAA had all the power in the world to say, no, we want you to serve the first 3 games.
And they didn't.
Right.
Which is baffling.
I am confused as to why it's weeks 3 and 4. Okay, save your ticket text. I know it's because Michigan plays Oklahoma. It's where Sharon played the last 2 years of his career in college football. But the NCAA does have the power to say, we appreciate the self-imposed games, but we want it to be the first 3 weeks. And it's even more confusing that one of the games is a year from now.
Yeah, again, if any other coach gets suspended 3 games in any other sport, it's the next 3 games.
Yeah, it's like Jim Harbaugh when he was suspended in that 23 season. It was instantly.
Yeah, my issue in that regard is not even with Michigan. Like, I know this is like, oh, you love him or you hate him or you're piling on him. It's with the NCAA. 1, 2, and 3. Have a spine. 1, 2, and 3. He doesn't get to coach at Norman, his alma mater. Oh, no. Michigan did their self-imposed cherry pick. The NCAA didn't have to agree to it. They did. It's again, why it didn't make sense to me to read it all laid out. Ticket texters. The role of Jim Costa is being played by Mike Valeni today, I guess. Mike's not the only one that had an issue with this. I heard Rieger open the show on Friday with a great monologue. Wojo eventually showed up and fought with him. I know Stoney was in afternoons on Friday, and he called this a light punishment. I think most rational Michigan fans feel like this is a light punishment, that to not have anything vacated in the past or in the future is a big win for Michigan, even if you have to deal with the obvious blemish of you cheated and it comes down officially. Ticket texter says, John, would you just punch Jim in the face already? Please is in all caps. Texter says there have been some postseason bans recently. Now, they're not specifically for this type of thing. Akron can't go to the playoff or can't go to the postseason this year because of academics. And they also cite that Missouri in 2019 and Arizona State in 2023 all had postseason bans in the last 10 years. So there is some precedent if they wanted to do it. They didn't.
Right, but I'm talking the precedent that they used, that the NCAA talked about was the Tennessee with the, 18 level 1 violations. They didn't receive a postseason ban. They went with a monetary fine. This is the path that the NCAA is deciding to go.
Tom, you were pretty vocal on Friday's show. Do you have a thought on how this all went down? If Tom is around.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, just wasn't ready for it. We're having a rough morning here, guys.
So are we.
That's kind of what I was saying. This is what I thought would happen. I said he'd get a game and they get a significant fine. I just think I was like on the line with postseason ban because of the. I didn't know. I still don't know how significant the sign stealing was. Like I would just love that to be explained because people are torn on it. Some people think it's a big deal and some don't. But I just think this was light in general. I mean, it's the big brand getting away with stuff. The guy that just pointed out about people getting put on probation. You're not going to do that. They're not going to do it to Michigan. It's hypocritical.
Yeah, it just was inconsistent. It felt haphazard in the way they handed out the punishment. I understand their job was made difficult because a lot of the evidence was thrown in the bottom of a pond by Connor Stallions, and he just was a general defiant DB about things. And then Jim Harbaugh's cooperation was zero. So it's going to be really hard to get like an institutional picture. But the NCAA was able to determine Stallion's scheme, even if he operated independently, as a level 1 violation on its own, without even tethering it to demands from someone above him within the football program. So at that point, you have to make a decision as the NCAA. Like when it's 50-plus games and it's level 1 and you're not getting cooperation, you can do them a solid and let them off the hook. I don't know why you would. I would look at that and go, you're being a real pain in our ass. We have the grounds to do it. We're going to do it. You won't be in the playoff or the bowl game this season.
I just think
and multiple seasons.
One of my big things from all this, and really what's happened with the program in the last 10 years or so, maybe a little less than that, is the integrity of Michigan football is completely gone in my mind. It's a lie. It's laughable. There's zero accountability. They turn their nose and they turn away from everything. They never own anything. It's disappointing. Don't act like you're something that you're not.
This ticket texter says they didn't want to ban Michigan because they want them in the playoff. More money, more excitement, higher ratings. Michigan is good for postseason and relevant football. I think that's kind of what you were saying, Tom. That because of their status as Michigan. And I don't know that they're going to make the playoff this year. I think they'll be on the bubble, but that they would ban them for multiple years, they chickened out. 248-539-9797. We'll talk to Tom Izzo coming up at 9:35 this morning. We want to get into this proposal from the Big Ten next. John, how would you sell this to people?
If you are the gold star, everyone gets a gold star, everyone gets a seat at the table, then the proposal by the Big Ten, whether it's the 24 teams or the more inclusive 28 teams, then if you have five losses, it's okay. Maybe it was not your regular season, but it can be your postseason. We'll let you in.
If you've ever wondered or wanted the Outback Bowl to be a playoff bowl, oh boy, the Big Ten has the perfect recipe for you. We'll do that coming up next, 97.1.
Have you ever wondered, what if the Outback Bowl was a playoff game? What if the Alamo Bowl was a college football playoff matchup? What if we could get 8-5 Minnesota in the college football playoff? If you've ever thought those things, get yourself committed. But this is something that is on the table. The Big Ten is at the very early stages of discussing a 28-team college football playoff model. This, according to ESPN and NBC Sports. It would eliminate the conference championship. They'd throw in 7 Big Ten, 7 SEC, 5 from the ACC, 5 from the Big 12, 2 Group of 5, and 2 at large. John, nobody wants this.
No, I don't. So I know you talked about Minnesota being in there. They were tied with Michigan for that last playoff spot if this had been in place last year. And not only that, but Iowa was a 6-3 team in conference, and what were they overall? 8-5. So they would have been in the college football playoffs. So you're talking about the prolific offenses of Iowa last year, along with Michigan, being college football playoff teams. To me, that is absolutely bizarre. There's not. I can understand getting in 4 teams, which. Okay, the Big Ten and the SEC are going to get 4 or 5 teams in, respectively, depending on the year. Ohio State was the 4th-ranked team, or the fourth in the Big Ten. They could have and did win the national championship. So I understand being able to have 2, 3, 4 teams in. But once you get past that in any given year, I don't know that you're going to get to Illinois would have been the 5th team. Now, you could have made a case for Illinois that they might have won a game. They weren't going to win the national championship. But Iowa last year, Michigan, Minnesota, no, it just wouldn't have been entertaining football to even watch. Michigan was so boring to watch as it was.
And the teams just outside of the SEC would have been Bama and South Carolina. And you know what the reality is? Those teams lost too many games. And instead of punishing them for losing those games, an expanded playoff would make them irrelevant. Losing those games wouldn't matter.
Right.
And the idea that we would accept 5 losses in a season where you only play 12 to 13 games, I mean, we are truly letting in mediocre football at that point.
Yeah, and I mean we're going to deal with it, and I understand the concept of it, of getting rid of the championship game, and if that's the case, then let's just get rid of conferences, and let's create the super conference that is the SEC, Big Ten, and then you pick and choose which one's out of the ACC, which one's out of the Big 12, maybe there's a group of 5 team that you want to let in, but right now, the conferences are so big that you're going to have an Indiana from last year. And it could be Nebraska this year because they don't play anybody. And if you're not able to play Oregon, Penn State, Ohio State, Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, USC, like 3 of those teams on a regular basis.
Cakewalk then.
Then if you don't have those on your schedule, and that's where I know Nebraska plays Penn State.
That's it, though.
Okay. And if they lose that one and they win the rest of them, and I know they play Michigan, but if they do, they're going to be 11-1. They'll be in the same situation as Indiana was last year, where Indiana lost to Ohio State, and nobody wanted them in. They wanted a 5th or a 6th SEC team versus the team that was second. They didn't play in the Big Ten championship game, but second in the Big Ten when all was said and done.
Yeah, I don't know. This is clearly for TV networks or the power conferences, like the Big Ten's proposing it because then they can jam in more teams. It should be about earning your way in the playoff. What really gets me in all this, John, is we've only had 1 year of the 12-team playoff.
Oh, yeah, and everybody's
and we're already done with it. I would have preferred 8, 12. Can we see it play out for 2, 3, 4, 5 years before we rip open the sport again?
Yeah, and we had a decade of 4 teams. And it had its negatives, but it also had its positives. If you lost a game at any point throughout the entire season, it might have been terminal.
Yeah.
Which made every single week, every single matchup vitally important.
And we traded some of that in for an expanded playoff. This should be trading all of it in.
Right, yeah. So there's got to be a happy medium. And, okay, we're never going back to what that could have been, with whether it was 6 or 8 teams where, okay, if you lose one game, it doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be terminal, but you lose 2 or you lose 3, and you're certainly out.
Yeah.
Like, you want to have more teams in it longer, but this takes it to the extreme.
Yeah, I mean, you could start your season 2-4.
And still make the college football playoffs.
And still be hanging on because you got a shot. And, hey, guess what, John? Those fan bases are going to be more into it now. There is a fine line. You want to trade in some of your regular season to get a better postseason. But if you go too far, you end up watering down your regular season. And, John, those early postseason rounds are bad football too.
Right.
I mean, those teams, to your point, aren't winning a national title. They may win a game because someone has to win those games, and then they'll get put down. And that's not a better product in the regular season or the postseason.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, it's not. And it's just going to be interesting to see what the committee does moving forward. Is there going to be an impasse? And I don't think that the Big Ten can't possibly – this was leaked out. I don't know that they're – I got to think that they're not serious about this. But is the divide between what the SEC wants and the Big Ten wants? Because we know they're the shot callers.
Yeah.
Is it so great right now that we're going to be forced to deal with 12 teams for the foreseeable future? And I'm fine with that.
Cool with that, please.
Just hey, keep arguing and keep it this way until we figure out what the best path moving forward.
Part of me wondered if the Big Ten floated this out to be so extreme to try to get the SEC back at the negotiating table so they can rework this. But I agree with you. Bicker and fight forever. Keep it at 12 until we're all on the ground. Because I don't want to see any more than that.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, I thought we jumped right past where this would have been a nice, comfortable college football playoffs and a legitimate college football playoffs with 6 or 8 teams. We went right to 12. If that's the case, if you want to get from coast to coast, north to south, more teams involved, then so be it. You're going to have some blowouts early in the college football playoffs, which we saw last year, but eventually you'll get to the teams that are playing games that really matter.
Tom Izzo set to join us at 9:35. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, with the school year about to kick off, Jameson Williams wanted to make sure that all the local students, or as many as he could, have a successful year. He hosted this back-to-school celebration in Detroit's Forest Park on Sunday, and there was all sorts of things going on. There was food, there was football, there was a petting zoo, there was free haircuts, which is pretty cool, and then he made sure to give away new backpacks to everyone that was there as well. His mom was on hand helping out. Pretty cool. It's nice to see people giving back and getting people ready for school, which is very, very important.
Trying to find a way to hate this, and I don't think I can. I mean, maybe he could hurt his finger on a zipper on a backpack. Kids are germy. Yeah. Maybe he could get sick. Yeah. Hand, foot, and mouth is going around. No, this is great. I'm happy to hear him giving back to the community.
Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah.
I love this story. Police in Farmington Hills turned an accidental 911 call into a really, really memorable birthday celebration for a local family. And it all started with a call from a 4-year-old, a little boy calling 911 to talk about soccer and swimming. Got a hold of his dad's phone. His dad was doing the laundry at the time. Didn't realize his son was making some phone calls. 2 patrol units did respond to the house. They had to conduct a standard welfare check. But it turns out while they were there, they let the little boy who made the call and his older brother come and check out the patrol cars. And that's when they learned his older brother was celebrating his 7th birthday the next day. So about 9 patrol cars showed up the next day, lined the streets, had gifts for the boy for his birthday, and just made it really, really memorable. They got the little honorary police badges, the hats, and the dad said it was just something that his sons are never going to forget. So very cool, stepping up. Do you guys play chess?
I have.
Occasionally, yeah.
I've never played.
Do you know how?
I don't know how to play chess. One day, maybe. I highly doubt I will.
At this point, you're probably not picking it up.
But Emily saw it one time when we were somewhere, and she wanted to play, and I was like, it's for the kids. I would learn it so if my daughter ever gets into it, or Brooks gets into it, then I'd learn.
It's better to teach them euchre.
Which I hardly know how to play.
That's more of a college skill than chess is.
Beer pong, maybe. Start them young. I don't know. Do that. Anyway, there's this little girl, 10 years old, that just made history last week when she beat a 60-year-old chess grandmaster, becoming the youngest female chess player ever to do so. 10 years old. Wow. You know what? She got into it during the pandemic. In 2020, she was 5 years old and started playing chess, learning how to play. And her victory at 10 years, 5 months, and 3 days beats the 2019 record held by another 10-year-old who was 10 years, 11 months, and 20 days old. So good for, yes. Come on. Yeah. So there's some speculation going around that Taylor Swift could be the Super Bowl halftime performer. And it's all because of her interview on the New Heights podcast with her boyfriend and, the other Kelsey brother. During this podcast, she talked about how sourdough has taken over her life, and she talks about it 60% of the time. And all these Swifties are reading into it because you know how she drops these little like Easter eggs and all of her things. She does. Well, they think that she was
Easter
announcing.
Eggs?
Yeah, they call them Easter eggs
Or breadcrumbs.
They're used one and the same.
Yeah.
Yes.
I haven't
They are the
heard,
same. Yeah,
dropping Easter eggs as
Yeah.
hints.
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, the reason they think she's going to be the Super Bowl halftime performer is because Super Bowl 60, right? So you're tied into 60%, will be down at Levi's Stadium, which is home of the San Francisco 49ers, and their mascot is
Sourdough Sam.
Sourdough Sam. So there's two connections. Plus, these Swifties also tuned into something she said at the beginning of the podcast where she told Jason Kelsey to stop screaming, or you screamed for like 47 seconds is what she said. Well, Taylor's 47th stop of her Eras Tour was at none other than Levi's Stadium.
John, she's doing the halftime show. I'm sold. I'm convinced.
Do Swifties do anything other than try and find do they have jobs or anything else, or is this like what they do all day long?
They do it on the side, John.
For the love of the game.
And they're good. Yeah, very good.
And they cracked the code, John. You're missing the
They did.
headline.
I know.
They cracked the code.
Yeah.
Finally, here are 5 ugly things you should never have in your home, but probably do, according to an interior designer. So this guy, Nicholas Fairford, I guess content creator all over social media. His focus is on making life more beautiful. He says the first thing you shouldn't have, a TV.
Oh, well.
We all do,
Come on.
right?
Right.
But basically, he says they dominate the room. They're just this ugly black box on the wall or on the whatever, wherever you have it.
Oh, it's
And
an
you
entertainment machine.
get it
Come
out.
on.
Number 2, a microwave.
Again, everybody has a microwave.
Everyone has it.
Yeah.
But I do like some of them now they're not quite the focus in your kitchen because if you have like a hood over your stove, they're maybe in the island or they're over
Yeah.
your oven.
Ours is on our island. It's kind of low.
You don't see it.
Yeah.
Mhm. So I do like that. Number 3, if you air dry your clothes and you have them like hanging all over your laundry room instead of using a dryer, just shut the door. People don't want to see your clothes drying when they come over.
How about the line that's outside that you hang them on?
The clothesline, John?
Yeah. Overhead lighting. Do away with that. Just use lamps instead.
No,
Creates
thanks.
the
I like to be able
ambiance.
to see what I'm doing.
And number 5, unused candles.
So
Well,
they're just out
They're just
for decoration.
decor. Yeah.
Well, they're not going to be lit constantly, so.
But, yeah, or like those ones that you have maybe on the mantle, those tall,
Yeah.
that never get lit. They're just there and they
Decorative?
collect
Yeah.
dust. Not the ones that you have on the coffee table and light occasionally, but like those tall pillar candles that just get all dusty.
Okay,
Just
yeah,
get
next
rid
to
of
the picture frames.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
yeah.
if you're
Get
not
those
using
out of
those,
there.
get the picture frames out of there too.
Oh, no, not those.
But they're decorations. Like you're not
Yeah,
supposed
but
to
they
have
show
any
off
decoration.
your family. No, he's not saying no decor. These are the 5 things he thinks do without.
Yeah, well.
It's Heather with the news. Tom Izzo joins us next, 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather. Did you know military veterans in our area are holding on to millions in debt? That's why Verizon is partnering with the Detroit Lions to tackle it head on. At Verizon, they know how valuable veterans are. They employ over 8,000 of them, and they don't want to see veterans held back by financial debt. So they're stepping up, committing to eliminate up to $1 million in veteran debt in the greater Detroit area this year. Plus, for every Lions win, an additional $100,000 will be eliminated. And that's not all. Verizon is giving active military and veteran families a special mobile plan discount starting at just $25 per line a month for 4 lines on unlimited welcome. And they're backing it with a 3-year price lock guarantee. Verizon is freeing some of our best from financial burdens. Stop by a Verizon store to learn more and see how they're honoring our veterans today. Discount for personal lines only for military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, your data may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply.
If you're looking for a straighter smile without the metal braces, if you've been thinking about Invisalign, now's the perfect time to make your move with Brightside Dental. 9 Metro Detroit locations, one right around the corner from you. Invisible, comfortable, and now more affordable than ever. Free Invisalign consultation, and then you can start your journey for as low as $59 a month. Straight teeth, straightforward pricing, something to smile about. Mention Jim Costa in the morning show. Lock in that price, 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Disappointed to find out earlier today that John Jansen is not golfing with Tom Izzo today.
Why aren't you?
And Spartan Wolverine
well, they didn't pair us up. I put the request in. I said I want to be with Coach Izzo.
God, I love you. I love you more than I did when you were a player. I mean, shit.
Yeah. You recruited him, right?
I followed him, man. You're damn right.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah. Trust me, it feels like it too. Now you're still at it though. Still doing the same
thing.
How do you guys?
Why did you retire and I'm still at it?
Yeah, well, but I didn't retire. They just told me I couldn't play anymore. I'm still ready.
I've been close to that a couple times too. We're both in the hired to be fired profession.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and so there's so much that's going on. And I was asking you, how's the summer going? You said fast. How much has your calendar year changed from the moment that you took the job at Michigan State to what it is now? Because there's NIL, there's transfer portal, there's recruiting is never going away, and it's completely different. How has your calendar changed?
John, now I know why I don't like being a Michigan guy, because this is my 1 week off and he's asking me questions like this.
Wait till he starts asking them to you.
Oh, boy.
No, you know what? It's always changed,
Yeah.
But believe it or not, recruiting in that was getting less. But the transfer portal and the NIL has made it where it's almost like we're recruiting a whole new team every year.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't like it. I mean, everybody talks about it. I've been pretty vocal how I feel about it. But it's really for you guys. I mean, it's not for me. I got to do my job. It's my job. What makes it harder is you never know who you're going to have. Mm-hmm. Pro ball, free agency. We have free agency every day.
Right.
Not every week, not every month, not every year. And what I think is bad about it is the players don't get to be with. I mean, some of your best friends are your former teammates.
Right. You don't develop relationships, no. And that's not even talking about developing a skill set and mastering what you're doing. And you're right. When you pointed at me and you said I wouldn't like it, I don't like it now because I know how being in one place for 5 years benefited me, both academically and professionally eventually, because I was able to be with the coaching staff. I knew what my expectations were, and now all of a sudden it seems like, we've had reports, and we see it all the time, right? 4 schools in 4 years. How do you develop relationships as an individual if that's your path?
Well, and think about this part of it. I'm sure you go back to Ann Arbor a lot, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm there
every day. Yeah.
Every day. And the guys that go to 4 different schools, where do they call home? See, there's unintended consequences to this that the idiots, I call them, that came up with these rules that are supposed to be academic people in the NCAA, they never come down in the basement to really know what you guys or we go through. But you said it, relationships, and I think I've always had a relationship-based program, and now it's getting to be a transaction-based program. And will I adjust? Of course, because we all have to adjust. Does that mean I like it or I won't speak my piece about it?
Oh, no.
I'm at the stage in my career where I get to. Nobody's listening, but it doesn't bother me either.
Well, we love that you speak freely about it, and I think it almost works against you as someone who wants to develop, and I want to see my sophomores turn into juniors. And you have a senior leader, would have been Trey Holloman this year, captain, and he leaves, and now you have to get back to the portal. What do you say to Spartan fans who are going, why aren't you guys landing the top 50 guys or the big-name guys? Because MSU's there's not a little guy. You guys are a big boy.
Well, last year we didn't, and we won the league by 3 games. Mm-hmm. Even on a team, relationships matter within that team. When you're going to war like you guys did, and I guess our guys do in a different way, but you really look to the left and right of you, and if you don't know that person there and know that person there, how good do you feel? And I think Michigan, the year they won the national championship 2 years ago, he had so many juniors and seniors and fifth-year guys on that team, and they became a machine, because it was a well-oiled machine that took time to build. That's what I miss it a little bit, but I think the players, 10 and 20 years, you go to reunions. Where are you going? You pick a school. I'm going to go to Temple this year, and Tennessee next year, and Michigan the year after, Michigan State.
But you see why teams are doing it. Like, they hired the mercenaries and they win the title, right? I mean, last year, leading scorer on all those teams was a guy who didn't start their career there.
Yeah, that's true. Now, in Florida's case, in basketball, that kid was there 2 years.
Correct.
A little different.
Yeah.
And they didn't have a whole team full of them.
Right.
I mean, we have guys in our league that have 11 new players.
Right.
I mean, maybe that's good. It's just not good for me.
I know it's not good for you. We're talking to Tom Izzo, hanging out live this morning. You mentioned Michigan football national title a couple years ago. Can we get your thoughts on the NCAA's ruling from Friday?
I really didn't follow it much. I don't know. From what I hear, there's always sign stealing, and I don't know what goes on. And I like football better than basketball. I shouldn't say that in public, but I do. And but anything the NCAA does right now, I hate to say it, not a major fan of, because I just don't think decisions are made the right way. So I don't know. At least they didn't take any titles away or anything like that. There's always spots on that you got to look at, and so I really don't have much because I don't know that much about it, if I was to be honest with you.
But you mentioned you love football. You've been around football practice there in East Lansing. What's the team look like?
I have. I went to 3 or 4 of them, and I do follow. I think our quarterback. I think we're improving a lot as when you get new coaches. The problem when you get a new coach now, if it's not someone within, 3/4 of the team leaves.
Yeah.
So, because they have a chance because of money, they have a chance because somebody's recruiting all of them, and that probably, and I'll say this to you since you played, think about being a sophomore and all year school's calling you, telling you to leave.
Right.
The tampering, I think, bothers me more than the transfer portal or the money. The tampering that goes on, because at 20, you don't handle things the same.
Right.
And I think a lot of kids, there were some teams that paid the most money that didn't even make the NCAA tournament because you get screwed up, boy, and money screws you up.
Yeah. Other than, like, personal accountability and ethics, is there anything that can be done to ward off the tampering? Have you thought about that? Yeah. Is there any rules could be put in place or anything could be done to change what we now know as it's tampering? And as soon as the portal opens up, kids just flood to it.
Yeah, and I went off last year in the tournament because the portal opened that same.
Right.
But I said.
It's so stupid.
I said, really, the portal opens the day school starts.
Right.
That's the problem.
Because the phone's ringing.
And I went out and saw my buddy Mariucci, and there was a couple of football guys there. We were talking. DeBartolo was there. He's got a little place up in Montana, and he was talking about how football was in the pros. But when he brought up tampering, I mean, that doesn't happen there.
Yeah.
They know that you're a free agent in 4 years. And maybe the last year, maybe somebody's messing with you a little bit. Maybe a player on one team's trying to get a quarterback or something. But you don't have the tampering now. I mean, it is like 24/7.
Yeah.
And it's schools, it's assistant coaches, it's agents.
It's friends of friends of friends. Yeah.
So I don't know how you stop that. And yet, for me, I decided last year I wasn't going to worry about it as much. Just going to do my job, and whatever happens, happens. Worked out well. I don't think every year you're still going to have good players to win. Mm-hmm. And usually as the levels go up, high school, college, pro, the better players you have, the better coach you become.
Good players make good coaches.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, how do you feel about this upcoming year? I know it might not be top of mind for a lot of our listeners, but school's coming up in a couple weeks. You're going to have a chance to work with these guys, replacing Jace, replacing Holloman and Akins. What's the outlook for Spartan basketball?
Well, again, you're trying to ruin a good summer. Like why should I worry about that?
I'm racing
now?
you to the whistle on your neck.
No, that's a good question. I feel good about my team. The problem, what I don't feel good with, I don't know who anybody else has.
Yeah.
You used to know who Michigan had for sure, who Indiana or Illinois, or we have a hell of a non-conference. We got Arkansas, and Duke, and Kentucky, and Carolina, and all of them are completely changed.
Yeah.
So it's tough enough to know what your team is, but I can't compare my team because I don't know what anybody else has. So I'm giving you a politician's answer.
You're doing a good job of it. Well, I'm going to ask you one more that I think you're going to want to sidestep here. We got so much play out of what happened with the Spartan logo between Michigan and Michigan State last year. Dusty May's insurgence into this rivalry. What do you make of what he brings to Michigan and the state of the rivalry?
I think Dusty's done a great job, and I think John Beilein, is a good friend, and he did a good job. And, what I will say is this. I've gone through, I think it's 61 Big Ten coaches. Okay? I'm still here. I will say this publicly. He knew what we do on, he was at Indiana. And it was just, but that's what rivalries are supposed to be. I used to say to Beilein all the time, and John and I became good friends and still are. But he, one day I said, the media asked me, rivalry game this week. Do you like John Beilein? So you like your? I said, no. I hate Michigan.
As you should.
Right? You hate Michigan State.
That's exactly.
The difference is, and where John and I got, respect them.
Yeah.
Big Bo fan. I was. Lloyd Carr is a good friend. Respect. And that's all you want. I mean, if you didn't hate your rival, you guys would have no fun in the media.
That's the fun in sports. We love it.
I love Dusty. Yeah. Nobody wants to hear that.
So you could get off my logo, and he goes, "We're going to try it anyway."
Right. That's
come
cool.
on.
But John once said to me, I said, I hate Michigan, but I respect them. And we were playing there that weekend, and I come walking down, and the fans were getting on me, and John goes, "You're crazy." And I said, "No, you haven't been here long enough. You got to get into the rivalry. Am I right or wrong?"
Yes, you're 100% correct.
You got good friends that are Spartans, I'm sure.
He's not going to say it publicly, but yeah.
No, I mean, I share this story all the time. Tony Banks he was, when I was there, we were 3-1 against Michigan State as a football program. The one game, Tony Banks was a quarterback. He ends up being our quarterback in Washington, and
small world.
Great friends.
Yeah, it's funny, isn't it?
It is.
It's funny. We all know this. It's so competitive and it's so hard, and the thought of getting to college is hard, major college, and then pro ball in either sport. Mm-hmm. People think it's a rite of passage. They don't realize how hard it is for you guys to get there and then stay there for a little time. But what I've done is I just figured this. There's a lot of ways to skin a cat. Everybody does their own thing. I just got to stay focused, worry about my team. And you got to have rivals. Otherwise, it's no fun.
Right. So on the course today, obviously, we're not playing in the same foursome, so we'll be rivals out there. And I'm just doing my scouting right now.
I might be hitting India, too.
That's all right. Hey, yeah, trust me, I'll hit right back. But the question is, all right, since you're in vacation mode, vacation coach Izzo and golf coach Izzo, where's the game at?
You know what? I played with a donor of ours 3 days ago at Oakland Hills. The first time I played in 2 months. Because unlike you guys, I do got a day job now. I got to work.
Yeah. We're just out there lollygagging all the time.
I don't get to play golf all the time. But
coaches never change.
I was so bad at Oakland Hills, so I'm hoping to revive myself here. And so if you give me 5 strokes, I'll take you on.
I'm not giving anything.
He's Tom Izzo, Spartan basketball coach. On a fun note.
I'll appeal it.
Oh, God. Throw his phone in the pond, Izzo. On a fun note, Gibby did say, we had Gibby on earlier, he goes, Spartans, Wolverines coming together for this golf outing is one of the things that he really looks forward to. So,
you know what? That I did a thing with Lloyd Carr for the Children's Hospital.
Yeah.
And him and I were involved in that for a couple of years. And I said it's pretty cool that major institutions, for the betterment of whatever it is, it could be my kid, your kid, somebody needs something, What Gibby's done is incredible.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know, because he's done this like he has as a player. Most athletes are a little more selfish, and he's doing things now that could help millions of people. If this thing and you know, Parkinson's, and we get more done. So I'm proud of him. I was proud of Lloyd what he did at Michigan for the Children's Hospital, and I'm all for charities. I'm all for people helping people, and rivalries are for game night. These are for everybody to work together. This is a whole new team. We're all part of the same team.
It's well said. He's
Thanks,
Tom
Coach.
Izzo. It's
All right,
97-1.
Hey, summer's, we're in the thick of it right now. Fall is right around the corner. Don't wait. Whatever you need, call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They take care of my house. They'll take care of yours as well. Upgrade your system now and save up to $1,000. Give them a call for details and schedule a free in-home estimate. Same-day service is available if you call before noon. You want to find more information, you can find it on the web at mastercraftheating.com.
John, I got something for you.
What's up?
Got something for you before we get out of here. A report on Trey Hendrickson and the asking price.
Oh.
You interested?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, sure. Diana Rossini. Teams that have inquired about Bengals star Trey Hendrickson were told the asking price includes one young defensive player and a 2026 first-round pick. The player does not have to be a pass rusher.
Okay. That's not the issue. The issue is the contract that comes along with Trey Hendrickson. And when you have as many good young players, and we know Brad Holmes loves his own guys, like, where are you going to find the extra money over the next 3 years to pay Aiden Hutchinson, Amon-Ra St. Brown, J-Mo, if they want to keep him for his 5th year because that price tag goes up? They want to keep him past that, it goes up again.
Well, who knows?
Like,
Tesla may replace J-Mo, but you got to –
right.
John, who would the young defensive player be that would be, like, in this hypothetical Lions-Bengals trade?
I mean, is Levi young enough? Can we just send him?
No, it'd probably have to be someone like Jack Campbell, Brian Branch, Terrion Arnold, right?
I would imagine that they would. I mean,
that's what they'd ask for,
right? That's what they ask for. But I mean, it depends what they're going to get from somebody else.
Yeah,
like that's where the research that Brad Holmes has done is okay. Where do our guys rank, and what type of young defensive player do we need to give up? Because it's not. I mean, I just don't see that as a possibility. The asking price sounds great.
Yeah, it's not right.
It's fun, but it's not going to be anything that is viable for the Lions because of whether it's they don't want to give up a young prospect on defense, or they don't want to give up a first-round pick, or they just simply can't afford to pay him along with everyone else.
Yeah, what you'd want to do is you'd say, who are we not able to keep? So is that Laporta? Is that J-Mo? Well, those are offensive players. Okay, on defense, are we going to keep Jack Campbell? Are we going to keep Brian Branch? If we can only keep one, would you use the other as a trade chip? But you're right, then.
Can we send him Derek Barnes?
Sure. Let's get to Carson Anderson, who's standing by. Boys, what's up?
Oh, not a lot. How are you guys?
Good.
Oh, we're doing all right. How was your weekend?
It was good. It was really good. You get that sense that summer's winding down, and there's little signs. Well, hold on. There's little signs that fall is right around the corner, which means football's right around the corner, which means lock in for Saturday, K-State, Iowa State.
That's right. Hey, week 0.
Yep. I'm hanging on to my prediction that
that's in Dublin, right?
Week 0 is going to become a big thing in the next few years. There's no way that the networks aren't going to go, we could park a great game in week 0 and capitalize on the stage. Somebody's going to do it eventually. But
sure, yeah. I mean, Western Michigan.
What's that?
In Germany.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, it's good for us. But
yeah.
How was everybody there's weekend?
Good. Busy.
Good weekend, yeah.
Glad it's cooling off. Another one of those signs that fall, and I'm glad you brought some of this nice weather back from up north with us, with you, and just to, hey, busy. It's for us. School has already started. We've got another college move in on Tuesday, so I am preparing to send another one off into their future.
Are there tears?
There'll be
emotions.
Maybe
a few
tears,
say
but she's not
emotions.
going far, right? She's in Ann Arbor, and I'll get a chance to see her. I could literally see her every day.
On your end or her end?
Well, I'm hoping there might be some tears on her end, and I'll manufacture a few tears. No, I'll be sad that she's not going to be in the house anymore. But I am, Doug, as you would know, you're excited about the opportunities that are at their footsteps.
Yep, it is an exciting time. I remember being nervous, but I also, I see all my friends, my kids' friends, and they're all getting ready to go to these great places to school, and I'm like, I'm jealous of all of them because they have no idea the what's in front of them is just, it's awesome.
And then they're like, but the decisions you're going to make.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you got to learn.
Yeah, you do. You hopefully.
The guy with no kids.
Well, right.
No, as someone who went to college, you got to learn. You make your mistakes.
It's one for you to make them. It's another for your children to make them.
Like what? I hope not. Yeah. What do you guys got coming up?
Is that
today?
not in the plans, Costa, at any point?
It's not in the plans.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Young.
Yeah.
Yeah, Heather said that once upon a time.
Yeah.
What do you guys, Champ and Chump on Mondays?
Champ and Chump on Mondays. We'll obviously get into the weekend that was for the Tigers, more Michigan stuff as the appeal was announced after we were off the air. The Lions preseason game, the Hendrickson stuff. So it's going to be a busy Monday.
Carson Anderson next, 97.1.
Hello and welcome to the Carson Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hope everybody's doing great on this Monday. Gator, how are you?
I am fine, Doug.
Yeah?
Doing fine.
Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah, it was. It was. I'm trying to remember what the heck I did on Friday night. There was something, but I can't remember.
Was it Dream Cruise related?
It was not.
Okay.
And Saturday went around a little bit driving.
So you did take the car out?
I crossed it a couple times. Yes, I didn't actually spend too much time on Woodward.
Okay.
Not on Saturday anyway. I played golf on Saturday evening with my brother and a friend of his. So that was we hit threatening rain the entire time, but it was okay. We were able to get, it's a scramble, right? And not golf scramble, but it's a scramble to get 18 holes in when you're playing like Twilight Golf.
Yep.
Like we teed off at we were supposed to tee off at 5:03. We got there at like 10 to 5.
That's pushing it.
Yeah, we're kind of checking in. We're already paid for it online or whatever. We go to check in, let them know we're there. And my brother brings up a brilliant idea, and I'm sure other people have thought of this too. But he says, because there's 3 of us, he said, "Can we take 3 carts so that we can all go after our own golf balls?" Because we're
trying to make it. You're trying to get it. Yeah.
You're not necessarily playing cart golf. And they said, "Well, there's a lot of people after you, so no, you can't." We're like, "Oh, okay." Turned out there weren't that many people after us, but it doesn't really matter. And we were able to squeeze it in. But when you're getting to the last couple of holes and you see the sun is starting to set and you're getting nervous and you want to get the 18 in, and we were both playing pretty well. So we really wanted to get this in. And then the group in front of you is a little slow. And they're younger and they are being obnoxious on the course. And there may have been some weed involved with them. And the music playing the whole bit, right? Which is fine. And people play music and do whatever they want to do. That's fine. But just don't slow things down.
Yeah.
Particularly when we're getting it towards the end there. And we're on the last tee box, and these guys are out, waiting to hit their approach shots, and there's no reason for them to wait to hit their shots.
There's nobody slowing them down.
Right. And then finally one guy in the group hits his, another guy hits his, and then the other 2 guys are just kind of standing watching it to go back across the fairway and come back again. I'm like, what are you doing? And my brother's like, should I hit into him? And I said, no. Don't. I said, don't hit into him. My brother turns into a tough guy every once in a while and really cracks me up because he's totally not.
Yeah.
So I said, no, don't do that. And I think it was 10 seconds after that. I'm like, let's go.
You yelled that?
Yeah, I'll yell at him. But but I'm not going to hit a golf ball into them. That's just not right.
Right.
And I don't even know if they paid attention because they may have been so high that it didn't matter. But eventually they were able to clear the area. We hit our tee shots, able to find our tee shots as dusk is approaching, and that was fortunate, and then finished the round. So it was good. Good Saturday night. Got home, watched the end of the Tigers game. I was listening to it on the radio, driving home, and it was an interesting game on Saturday night.
Yes.
With all the walks, all the missed opportunities, and yet they still end up winning. So that was good. And, the whole Lions game on Saturday afternoon was watching that as well. I wanted to make sure I came back in time to watch that.
Yeah, it was, look, Tigers, good road trip, 5-2. Yesterday obviously stunk, but took 3 or 4 at Minnesota, and now they got this big series with the Astros, and we'll get into that coming up. Dream Cruise, though, any takeaways, anything different after we did the show from out there on Friday?
The thing that always cracks me up about the Dream Cruise is that, when it's done, it's still not done. They officially end it like 9 o'clock on Saturday night, and they try to, and it kind of does empty out Woodward quite a bit when that happens, but it's never really done. I drove yesterday, and I had to cross Woodward at one point, and I'm waiting at a light, and it's just, you hear the revving of the engines like crazy. Mm-hmm. Now there's more motorcycles coming by too, and they want to have their voices heard, and it's just. It's funny, it just doesn't stop. And then as I'm looking down Woodward, I can see there are still people camped out watching the cars go by. There's still cars on the side of the road wanting to be seen. And, it's just it's the event that keeps on going, and I enjoy that part of it.
Yeah. And you were, just for people who missed our show Friday, you were amazed at the number of Corvettes this year.
Yeah, it's one thing to see, and it's what's changed about the number of Corvettes, it's the number of new Corvettes.
Yeah.
Like, I love to see the Corvettes. For me, it's about seeing the Corvettes from the 50s and the 60s. Love those cars. The C1 and C2. Those are the first two groupings of those cars. They're awesome. They've got the iconic body style, and then things changed up a little bit after that. But the C8 version of the Corvette, the generation, the C8, the 8th different generation, it's a mid-engine car that they introduced, I don't know how many years ago. It's now been like 4 or 5 years. And they're really cool. And they look like a McLaren, or it looks like a Lamborghini. It really does. And they're awesome. But I could not believe how many of them I saw.
Yeah.
2 out of 3 Corvettes that I saw were new Corvettes. Or newer Corvettes. I was stunned by that there were that many of them, which is cool. But wow, it's a lot of them.
Well, I hope everybody had a successful weekend with that. It was indeed a successful weekend for our Tigers. Lions with another preseason game. I'm starting to get that. I know they got one more preseason game left. That game really started to feel to me like that last preseason game where we're just trying to get through it, and a whole bunch of guys are playing in the game that you're not going to see a ton of. And that was something that you get to that last preseason game typically, and it's just guys that aren't going to make the team. And I had that feeling for much of the game, but there's certainly some takeaways with the backup quarterback spot, other players starting to stand out, and maybe some players really starting to make their case for a spot on the team. That will be amongst the discussion today. Michigan with its appeal, not quite sure I understand if it's worth doing that, given the fact that they can put the whole thing behind them, but we'll get into the details of that coming up. I got calls in and try and find out more of the why than anything else. I just thought, hey, move on. But we'll see if we can get anything out of sources at Michigan. I have one call today, see if we can get more. But anyway, all that coming up today here on Carson Anderson. Champ and Chump, we do it every Monday. Get your Champ and Chump votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. It is Carson Anderson on a Monday. Welcome to the program on what feels a little bit more like a fall kind of day out there. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Michigan Auto Law, Auto Accident Attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. They have the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Same thing for truck accident settlements of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. That's a huge differentiator. And they take on fewer cases than other law firms. They do it on purpose. That means they have more time for your case, and that leads to faster and larger settlements for their clients. So call my guy Steve and his crew over at Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. It's open lines here on 97.1 Monday, following a exciting weekend. And always a good weekend to have the Dream Cruise in Detroit. So many people and so many of our listeners enjoy it. And we had quite a few come by and say hello on Friday.
I wonder if there were anybody see celebrity sightings, because this event does bring out, I mean, sometimes you see like the Jay Leno types or whatever, but they're the car enthusiasts that do like to come out and check things out. There's some, nationally televised hosts that come out. If anybody saw any celebrities, I would be just curious.
Okay. All right. Who'd you see out there? There was a story, I think it was the Detroit News over the weekend. I just kind of I read it, but they about the Dream Cruise becoming more of a for-profit event. Like they should make it, they're not capitalizing on what it should be. And one of the great things about the Dream Cruise, of course, is that it can be free for the consumer. You don't have to. But there was some suggestions, and I can't remember who did the column. I probably should have.
They do something. There's a lot of fundraising that goes on in the Dream Cruise. A lot of charity events that take place during the week. I know they use the M1 concourse. They use that for that. I know the Corvette thing they do up there. They moved to there. That's a charity event now.
Yeah, it's
Dodge brings out some of their cars, and they do demonstrations of the drifting and all that kind of stuff, which is always cool.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, good weekend for the Tigers, and I feel like for the last month we've been doing the "Hey, do you feel better?" thing. Maybe not the last month, the last few weeks. There have been slow signs that 2-week version of the Tigers wasn't who they were going to be the rest of the way. 5-2 on the road trip. The lead's back to 8.5 games. Yesterday was ugly, but that does happen in the course. I don't think anybody can be mad about taking 3 or 4 from the Twins and a 5-2 road trip. I do feel like some people, and listening to the audience over the last few weeks and paying attention to what's important and what's not important to them, this Houston series coming up, I think, is one to perhaps win over some that had grown very skeptical, right? The Tigers have a 3-game lead over Houston for the number 2 spot in the American League. The format, for people unaware, and I think most people probably are, but why this is important for those that aren't, is the first 2 teams in the American League get buys in the postseason. And so you can set up your pitching. You can go into a American League divisional series with Skubal starting game 1, whereas a team that has to play a wild card series, a best of 3 wild card series, they may not have access to their ace, but maybe once in a second round series. So it's important. And I'm sure Houston is looking at this as they're in a divisional battle with Seattle, but they're also looking at this as a chance that they can crawl back into the race for the number. I mean, they're in the race, but they could, heck, they could sweep Detroit, and that's probably what they're thinking. Or the Tigers could pull away.
Yeah, look, Houston's trying to stave off Seattle, as you mentioned. Stave, like to use that word when we can. It is important when a team wants to make the postseason. You got big time aspirations. The buys are big, whether it's football or baseball. It doesn't matter. It's big. It didn't work out for the Lions last year.
We know it didn't work out. Every time we bring it up, people ask us, how did it work out for the Lions?
Yeah,
it didn't.
It didn't. Too many injuries to overcome, and then your best players didn't have their best game in the big game. So got it.
Sucked.
But in baseball, you want to get as much rest as you can. And like Doug pointed out, setting up your rotation. Mm-hmm. When you're getting to the postseason, it really becomes, you go from a 5-man rotation down to a 3-man rotation, maybe a 4-man rotation, but probably closer to 3. If you can set up those starts with Tarik Skubal, you're going to be in good shape. Now, did he pitch great in the last game against Cleveland? No. But he was pretty great up to that point, and we know what kind of pitcher he is, and sometimes you just, the other team gets you and you tip your hat. Doesn't stop you from wanting to maximize Skubal starts. And if you have the bye in the first round, setting that up is of paramount importance for the Tigers. I just think getting some rest for the arms always is a good thing going into it. Now, it may not be a great thing for the batters, the every position players. I think if they're going good, they don't want to take any time off. But worry about that when you get to it. This is a big series. Houston is a good baseball team. The Tigers are a good baseball team. And this is like jockeying for position. 3 games at Comerica Park. I suspect that the crowds will be pretty good tonight and tomorrow. Weather is great weather today. Almost, dare I say, fall-like. I'm teetering on that.
I know.
Which makes me smile a little bit.
Well, I to see it once in a while is great, particularly after you're coming off, where it's like 92 degrees and humid as all hell not that long ago. So,
yeah.
And we'll get back to there again. I hope people are going to go out to the ballpark the next couple of days and watch. This is playoff baseball type feel.
Yeah.
With this, is you're looking inside of 40 games or whatever they have here. This is yardstick material, right?
Mm-hmm.
Barometer. Let's measure.
So, the thing is, like I said, that's this sort of eternal question we've been asking almost every damn day of do you feel better? Those that have been waiting for them to play a good team, this feels like this is your series, right? This is the series for people who are not impressed with them winning series against bad teams. They beat the White Sox, and we got a lot of big deal. Only did it by 1 run. Then they beat the Twins. We even took calls on Friday. A big deal. Took them extra innings, 1 run. Then they wanted a blowout Friday. They put up 8 on Saturday, which could have been 18, it felt like. And then they got routed yesterday. But this has been the series that I'm going to guess that those hardcore skeptics have been pointing to. And did you see the Tigers lost 8-1 yesterday, and in the process used 2 pitchers?
Yeah. I think it was one of those games where A.J. Hinch went up to Chris Paddock ahead of time, said, you're in there for a long haul.
Yeah. Well,
we need you to do what you can do.
Whether he did it ahead of time or after he gave up the
lumps.
grand slam and said, look, we need you to stay in this game and eat some innings because we got a big series. So we're going to leave you out there. And this is your role today, is to give us innings. Houston, meanwhile, I believe used 6 relievers in their 12-1 or 12-0 loss to Baltimore. And in that game, 4 of the 6 threw more than 24 pitches.
It's one of those little things that separates A.J. Hinch from others because he recognizes what's coming around, okay? We can sacrifice what happens on Sunday once you see that things are getting out of hand. Or like we said, maybe you went up to him ahead of time and said, you're going to have to go a long ways tonight because we need to protect the bullpen for the series against Houston. Whatever the reasoning was or whatever you had to say to him, it's the end result. 2 pitchers in the game that you were blowing out. You didn't go crazy with the bullpen. Everyone's ready to go for this series, and it's an important series. And Houston is maybe a little bit behind the 8 ball to start.
You're trying to win every game of the regular season, but there comes to be a point in a regular season where you no longer are approaching said game like you would Game 7 of the World Series. You get down 3-1, Paddock struggling, the bases are loaded. You know, he'd already given up 1 home run in the inning, and then the bases got loaded after that. And here comes the grand slam. In fact, I think he fell behind 2-0, and then it was 2-1, and then it was, Yahtzee and grand slam, and it's game over. And that's where you go, all right, we're accepting this as a loss. Sorry, Chris, but here's your job today. You're here to help us win this division and be the highest seed we can be. Your job today is to give us as much as you can so that we're accepting that this is 99.9% a loss. And, that saves bullpen arms for this bigger series. We'll accept that loss. I don't know if they are aware of the Baltimore score. That game in Baltimore? It was in Baltimore, right? So
I don't recall.
No, it was in Houston. My apologies. They might have had some idea that game was out of hand too. And all right, well, we're not going to lose any ground to them. So who knows? But should be fun down at Comerica Park the next few days. And look, this could be a definitive stamp. If the Tigers go out and sweep, then it could be a definitive grab at that first round bye.
Well, it all starts with the first game, Doug.
Yes.
Jack Flaherty on the hill tonight. Tigers will face a right-handed pitcher from Houston, so we're going to get that big, heavy, left-handed hitting lineup again. And want to see Colt Keith continue to punch the baseball to be great. Riley Green getting back to the friendly confines of Comerica Park. And Kerry Carpenter, do your thing. But it's a big start for Jack Flaherty. He's got to get things going in the right direction and stay in the right direction. At this point, it's not like you don't have to be what you were last year, which was great for both teams, the Tigers and the Dodgers. What you do have to be is better to what we've seen.
Sure.
Go 6 innings, give up 3 runs in the 6 innings, and okay, that's fine. You don't have to go out there and pitch a shutout for 6 or 7 innings or 1 run, though it'd be great, but just don't have the blow-up inning or next thing we're doing, we're looking down the lineup and saying, now we got to make up 4 more runs because that just happened.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. We'll have our Champ and Chump nominations at 10:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. deep trouble and gone, and chance to win the game gone with it. So not great yesterday for the Tigers. But hey, when you get right down to it, it is still a good road trip. And love to hear from Tiger fans how you're feeling about your team today. And I'm looking forward, and I'm hoping that this Houston series is one of those. Everything is going to be okay. They're healthy, and they're back maybe being closer to what they were, what people felt, how people felt about them going into that stretch right around the All-Star break. All right, so I mentioned earlier, I didn't really understand Michigan's move to appeal. Just had a quick phone call. I've had a couple today, but here is what it's about. There are two things here really at play, I have been told, according to sources. One is an interpretation of a rule that they think was misinterpreted, but the other is they would really like, and they have not been, I've been told, they have not been presented with the evidence against them, and they feel like they should have a chance to see said evidence against them. For what it's worth. Makes a little bit more sense to me now from a standpoint of what's motivating it. I'm not sure I would do it. I'm not sure I wouldn't just bury it and just say, all right, time to move on. But that is what I have been told now from a couple of sources, part of the motivation. So just thought I'd pass that along.
I thought it was, I think it's interesting and ironic as to who the hero and the villain is for Michigan in this situation. I mean, of course, Connor Stalions is the bad guy, and admittedly so. But Jim Harbaugh plays a role in both being a hero and the GOAT. You know, he's the guy responsible for the coaching staff underneath him and the issues they've had. And he has said, well, once he's been with in the NFL, he'd said he's not going to engage. He's not engaging with any kind of talk about, hey, what do you think about this and that? Not engaging. He reiterated that over the weekend when they played their preseason game, the Chargers and the Rams. Not engaging. It's that same attitude, I think, that protected Michigan and kept them from getting into perhaps more trouble because Jim Harbaugh was the one who was uncooperative with the NCAA. He didn't give any text messages or emails, didn't give them anything, didn't want to talk to the NCAA. And that insistence might be exactly what kept Michigan from getting in bigger trouble than what they were already in.
Well, it's we'll see what comes out of this. Another part of this, I was told, is that it's still in discussions regarding the appeal, so there may not be an appeal when it's all said and done. Like I said, I wouldn't do it, but brings us to Champ and Chump, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. I will start. My champ of the weekend is Scotty Scheffler for a 15-second golf shot. His chip in yesterday took 15 seconds and helped lead him to a comeback win in, what was it, the Mercedes-Benz, whatever it was?
The BMW.
BMW, sorry.
Different luxury car.
My apologies. The BMW. It was a 15-second golf shot. It landed on the green, and it rolled, and it rolled, and it rolled.
It was a chip shot.
Yeah, it was a chip shot. And one of the most incredible golf shots I've ever seen.
It really was impressive. Very impressive. And then Robert McIntyre, he had a similar type shot, not quite from as far away, but it was another chip shot, and he just missed holing it and left it with a tap in. But it's like, who cares? The guy just, the best golfer in the world right now just showed what's going on. Scotty Scheffler is at a different level. He has played 18 tournaments this year. Mm-hmm. He has finished in the top 8 18 times. All 18 times. The only one who's had a better run than this in the history of golf is Tiger Woods. And I think it was 20 or 22 starts that he had was top 8 in. It's absolutely incredible watching Scotty Scheffler. He's a machine. He goes into it. He's down 4 strokes before the thing starts on Sunday and doesn't care, goes out, plays his game. And next thing you know, after like 4 holes, he's tied. After a couple more holes, he's got the lead. McIntyre just didn't have it as much yesterday. Great tournament. Anyway, my champ of the week, Charlie Morton. I'm going to give it up for Charlie Morton. The Tigers pitcher tossed 6 shutout innings, giving up just 2 hits and a skunking of the Twins on Friday night, 7-0. He's made 3 starts as a Tiger, Doug. 2 of them are gems. The other one, not so much. But the two that he pitched really well, 6 shutout innings, and another one where he went 6 innings and gave up just 1 run. Charlie Morton, a nice addition so far.
My chump of the weekend, I was going to go with Michigan because I had no idea why they were appealing. I didn't think it made any sense, but I just got more of it explained as to the reason why. The other thing I was considering, and I'm going to go with this, the Big Ten for its 24 to 28 team playoff proposal would include 7 automatic bids from the Big Ten and the SEC. So the 7th place team in both those conferences would make the postseason. Are you freaking kidding me? I just think this is absurd. But this goes back to, might be the most exciting thing, or a very exciting thing, but does the 7th place team in the Big Ten or SEC deserve a right to play for a national championship?
No, not even close. Well, I was going to go with Victor Robles, the Mariners outfielder, who threw his bat at the pitcher after he got hit. But because you're going to vacate Michigan, I'll throw Michigan on the cross there. I don't understand why you're continuing to do this. Why appeal a decision that everyone kind of thinks you got away with something? Take it and run. Say, okay, thank you, sir. Sorry for the inconvenience, and move on. I get that it's $30 million or something. Your university can absorb that. It's not a big deal. If you want clarification on something, I guess you can get your clarification, but dragging this thing out longer and longer just continues to I think, drive more of a wedge between yourself and the NCAA, although who knows how long the NCAA is going to be around.
All right, get your Champ and Chump votes in. Again, Champ and Chump brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights. Scott and Carlton says, my Champ Corvettes, my Chump Rieger, I'm 99% sure he's been stealing Caputo's burritos.
Wow.
Is there a story there?
That's what I assume with the text, that maybe Caputo's been bringing in burritos and they've been getting taken.
Oh, no.
And now, I guess, is he accusing Rieger? Is there evidence? I don't know.
I mean, I know Jeff loves a burrito.
Oh, I do too. I realize that.
I mean, we all love burritos.
Yeah, he might love them more than I wouldn't steal one though.
I don't know. I don't think that's in Jeff's DNA. I don't think he's that kind of person where he's going to steal the burrito.
I know nothing about this, so I'm.
But if somebody's stealing Pat's burrito, that's not cool.
I want to be clear here. This show is not accusing Rieger of anything.
I'm defending him.
Yeah, but this texter says they're 99% sure. I mean, one of the rules that I live by in life is do not steal another man's burritos.
It's like rule number 6.
It's okay. It's one of my core beliefs.
Yeah.
Nick and Ipsy says, Champ Kyle Allen, it was good to see, and I don't know how the coaches feel, but I feel comfortable with him as a backup. He doesn't wow, but he looks competent, which is all you can ask for from a backup. My chump is Chris Paddock. This guy, not very good. He's been 50-50 so far in starts, and even in his 2 good starts, he was still hit hard. It's batting practice up there for the opposing lineup. He clearly won't make the postseason roster and is just eating innings, but can't we find somebody better? It's from Nick and Ipsy.
Well, the better option is probably Troy Melton, but if you want to limit the innings on Troy Melton because he might be coming close to an innings limit anyway, then you want to use him out of the bullpen to maximize what you get out of him there, because otherwise you're going to get a couple more starts and then you shut him down for the season. And I don't think that's what the Tigers want to do. As far as the coaching staff, I think Dan Campbell came out and said after the game, Kyle Allen played great. And yeah, he's definitely got that leg up. I think the rest of us are all like, come on, man. It's nice to say what you're going to say and be a coach and still think, okay, Hendon's got, he's improved. Okay, whatever. Kyle Allen looks light years better than Hendon Hooker in a preseason game.
My champ is the Tigers for a good weekend in the win-loss column. My champ is the Tigers for the Chris Paddock experiment being a failure so far and for the performance with runners on base Saturday. That will get you beat against a good team 9 times out of 10. It was just lucky it was the Minnesota Twins.
All right, whatever. Hook them. They won. They won the game. They still put, how many runs was it? 8?
It was 8,
Okay, is 8 good enough to beat good teams?
It is. And look, early in that game, it was really frustrating. It felt like the Tigers would threaten to blow the thing open early, and you look up and it's 2-0. And then they fell behind, and then they came back, and they ended up winning. It wasn't a perfect performance. And I don't know. They've set the bar so high, I guess, with their play early in the year that people just don't want to accept. Now, Paddock, what was funny is Paddock eating up a bunch of innings might help them in this coming series. And because at that point, it wasn't settled down and to try and win the game. It was settled down and give us everything you have so we don't have to drain the bullpen. Houston did yesterday, and that sets up nicely for this series. But you knew they were probably only going to be throwing 8 innings because there wasn't going to be a bottom of the 9th. And Paddock got him into the 6th before they had to pull him out. But 248-539-9797. Get your championship votes in. Let's go to Nolan in Rochester. You're on 97 to Ticket. Hello, Nolan.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
Big Michigan fan, big baseball fan. My chump is going to Michigan. As big of a fan as I am, I just don't understand why appeal. I would have just been happy with the fine. I don't understand why we drag it out. It's pretty obvious at this point, what happened, but you could have just accepted it, let it be in the past, and just move forward. So that's my chump. My champ is Rob Manfred. As controversial as he can be, I got to say I'm pretty happy that he was straightforward with the MLB expansion, just admitting to it, and then the division realignment as well. I think he's done some good things with the sports the last few years as far as like the pitch clock, so on and so forth. But I thought that was kind of cool. Obviously didn't say where it's going to be, but I think it'd be a fun change for the sport and definitely bring some more fans in without a doubt.
So I only saw the clip. I wasn't watching the thing live, but I saw a clip that circulated on social media. He essentially implied that expansion was coming and that they're going to realign to try and keep East Coast teams more east more frequently and West Coast teams west more frequently. I feel like we're going to get some serious geographical alignment that might see things like the Tigers and Cubs being in the same division.
Yeah.
The Mets and Yankees.
I mean, it's interesting, and I'd have to try to map it out myself and see how I would align it if you're going to go like an East versus West thing. But there is the concern about that is, are you going to water down a division, or are you going to hype another division and put too many good teams in there? And this is the problem with baseball when they don't have a salary cap. You've got haves and have-nots. And if you've got a division full of haves or a division full of have-nots or one team that's willing to spend and nobody else does, then you've got problems. And I'm not sure if that is taken into consideration when they go to realignment or the discussion of realignment. But as a big baseball fan, we've been waiting for expansion for a while. I mean, there are 30 teams. You would think 32 would be that's a nice round number to get to if you're going to do 32 and 16 in each league, or is baseball just going to do away with American versus National League anyway, or is it going to be more like AFC, NFC type?
It feels
thing?
like the ALNL stuff means less than it ever has, and so I don't know.
But I'm curious where the next cities would be.
I mean, he basically said we're going to try and cut down on travel, and if they're going to do that, I feel like, and they're going to try and align things. There's plenty of teams in the Northeast, Midwest. Is there enough in the Southeast?
Well, Southeast or I could see another. I think it's time zones more than anything else. I mean, he can talk about the travel, and yes, miles is one thing, but I think time zones is probably the other thing. So if they put a team in Portland, it's not going to surprise me to try to get another West Coast team out there. You've got the one obviously team going from Sacramento to Vegas, but that's not realignment or anything like that. That's just moving a team.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. There is quite a story percolating in the National Football League this morning, and it could impact our Lions. We will get to that today at 11:05 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Tug car Scott Anderson, 97 a ticket. 248-539-9797. Votes are coming in for Champ and Chump of the Weekend. We do appreciate all of them. Plus, we got open lines. Lots to talk about. We've got, what I just brought up, the Michigan appeal. They didn't like one interpretation of a rule, but they also want to see the evidence against them. Part of the motivation. I still don't know that I do it, but that's what I was told by a couple sources today. Additionally, you've got the Tigers with a successful road trip and a big series looming here with Houston. Got a Lions game to digest and sort of an acknowledgement that Kyle Allen's going to be the backup quarterback this year. Other standouts, well, we will talk about him. Hype is growing for this team. And we've got a story percolating in the NFL that we'll get to it. And we'll get to it today at 11:05. 248-539-9797. Paul is in his car, and he's on 97 the ticket. Hello, Paul.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
We're good, Paul.
Man, it's good to hear you back. Hey, it's like a long weekend when I don't hear you guys. But Champ and Chump. Champ, Jason Benetti, doing the Lions game. I know that's not his sport. Well, I mean, I think he's just a natural at it. But I think he's the best we got in town. And I don't think it's even close. I know I'm going to catch some flack for that, but that's just how I feel. I think he's great.
Well, football is his thing. He does football nationally as well.
Yeah.
He's great.
He's really good.
He's all around great.
We're very blessed, but yeah, he's really good.
Right. We really are. We really are. And he really, I mean, it's like, he really brings a lot to the action. Even when it's a bad game that we're watching for the Tigers, it's still good to listen to. Now, my chump is that crew that did the game on Fox. Holy crap. I mean, all they needed to do was show like an open Twins jersey and, obscuring their face while they're on their knees. Come on, guys. All they did was go on for like 2 straight innings. All I heard about was the Twins and how this guy, who I can't remember who was pitching for them. Anyway, all they did was go on this guy and how good he is, and he's the future of this team. And it's like, dude, come on. And then no square around home plate again. I might catch some flack for that.
It's funny. They did. I thought it was kind of faint. I thought they did have the graphic that shows you the strike zone. Was it there, but faint? We were streaming a game and we were up north, so sometimes can't really tell, but that looked like a faint strike zone on their broadcast. Look, I know it drives fans crazy, and I always hear the announcers are rooting for the other team, et cetera, or I mean, all I will say to that is reprogram yourself to say that makes it that much more enjoyable when your team wins. Reprogram, but. Don't let it ruin your day. Try not to let it ruin your day.
Please don't do it. I mean, was John Smoltz was doing the game?
I don't know who was doing the game because, again, we were up north. It was kind of video wallpaper. I know I was frustrated after the first couple of innings. But, and you got to remember this, too. They're trying to maximize audience. And when you've got one really good team and one not-so-good team, you're trying to. Why is the not so good team interesting to a impartial fan? Why is somebody in Bakersfield, California, going to want to watch this Twins team?
And the Twins are incredibly young. They just turned over a whole team, basically. So they're having to catch people up on who these guys are because you haven't heard of most of them.
Yep. Sam in Bloomfield. My champ is A.J. Hinch for playing Trey Sweeney, who is terrible. My chump is A.J. Hinch for playing Trey Sweeney, who's terrible. My champ is Trey Sweeney for living the ultimate dream of being an okay softball player, getting a chance to play in the major leagues, even though you're not a major leaguer.
Someone does not like themselves Trey Sweeney.
No. Look, the fact of the matter is there's a lot that has to do with matchups. A lot has to do with who's available. There's a lot that has to do with giving guys a day off. Trey Sweeney on Saturday went 2 for 5, scored 3 runs, doubled, and drove in a run. Okay? I mean, he kind of is what he is.
Yeah.
He's a situational player.
He, along with everybody else, didn't show up on Sunday. He was over 3 on Sunday. I think it was a pinch hit effort on Friday night was over 1. And then Thursday night went 0 for 3. Yeah, I mean, he's a defensive guy, and that's really how they're using him. They're not playing him a ton. You know, if they've got a right-handed pitcher on the mound, they're probably more inclined to play him because he's left-handed. But yeah, I don't know if Trey Sweeney's going to be on the playoff roster. We'll see.
Look, they're only going to try. I mean, he might not be, right? But when they have Trey Sweeney in there, it allows some flexibility of putting Baez in center field potentially, or McKinstry at third base to get better matchups, whatever they might be. I'm not, I think A.J. Hinch has done a decent job of mostly making out lineups this year to get the most out of this group. But he's not going to get them all perfect. If a guy's on the roster, they're going to want to use him, and they're going to want to use him in certain situations. He did play all weekend. And yeah, he had a rough game yesterday, but played in every game this weekend. And the game on Saturday, he was decent at the plate, but it is what it is. 248-539-9797. More Champ and Chump votes here. Champ, the Braves for helping the Tigers by sweeping Cleveland. Chump, Scott Harris for shopping at the clearance section for pitchers. Well, that clearance section has produced two guys that have helped. I mean, Morton has helped.
Morton has thrown 3 games. 2 of the games, he's been great. The third game, he was not. He'll pitch tonight. Kyle Finnegan has been phenomenal with the Tigers. Flawless with the Tigers. Knocking on wood, because they need him to continue to be what he is. But, yes, you can say that they shopped at the bargain bin. I'm not going to argue that too much, because they did.
Well, here's
they
what
didn't go out and they didn't give up any of the prospects really to go get somebody.
They'll never get accused of overpaying at the trade deadline.
Well, they definitely did not overpay.
Yes. And it's funny, people can't stand it when you overpay for anything. When a guy has too big a contract, or you paid too much to get a player. Although Detroit, it seems like in Detroit, we're not doing that. I don't know any team at any level has traded away too much to get a player recently. And if you go to the bargain bin and you get a really, really good back end of the bullpen arm, which Finnegan has been, and Morton might help them quite a bit. He looks like he's more of an asset than a liability at this point. Paddock maybe not, Montero maybe not, Hewer maybe not, but the ultimate thing is they're trying to win a World Series, and they're trying to maintain a solid future, trying to thread that needle, and we'll see what happens. I mean, I guess if like the Yankees ride Bednar to the American League, it's going to drive people. The American League pennant's going to drive people crazy.
Well, it's if Finnegan doesn't do anything, I guess.
Eugenio Suarez leads Seattle to the American League pennant. It'll drive people crazy.
Okay, how's that working out so far?
Well, I mean, Seattle's
doing fine, thanks to Cal Raleigh.
Yep.
But Suarez hasn't done too much, and the price to get him was pretty high. The Tigers are still waiting to get other guys back too. Alex Cobb is, he pitched a rehab start last week, and Urquidy is another one. I don't have high hopes for either. I'm just pointing it out that there are guys that they have that are on rehab assignments. Alex Lang is another one that they would expect to get back at some point. Although Lang, I think, was just a flat at the motion, but he's pitched a lot now at AAA, and most of it's been very good. We'll see what they decide to do, but Lang is not a starting pitcher. Cobb is. And I don't know if he's going to ever ramp up enough to be a starter this year. It could just be a big swing and a miss and a free agent.
Suarez is 9 for 60 in Seattle, which is a robust 150 batting average. He did hit his second home run over the weekend, so there is that. But yes, they're playing well. If Suarez needs to pick it up, although I actually feel pretty good, because we started warning that Suarez might be due for a drop-off, and it looks like he has slowed his pace down a little bit. Still season to be played, though.
Yeah, which means also now that probably time for him to start hitting again.
Maybe. Straight ahead, big story percolating this morning in the NFL. Does it impact our Lions? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, lots on the table today, including Tiger Talk. Talked to a source that told me the motivation behind Michigan's appeal is a couple things. One, they didn't like an interpretation of a rule, but they also want to see the evidence against them, which they haven't seen yet. So if you want to continue down that road, Champ and Chump votes rolling in. We have a Lions game to unpack. So lots on the table today here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. I want to welcome back Kenny, by the way. Kenny, who got married and is back here in our studios. Kenny, congratulations.
You did get married, right?
It did. The marriage did happen. Is that correct?
Yes, the marriage did in fact happen.
Okay. Good.
Want to make sure.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. And the honeymoon, the post party, all good?
All good. Drove around the UP, stopped at various spots. It was all good. It was a good time.
Well, based upon the places you went, what was the highlight? The places you went is what I'm asking. What the highlight was of the places you went.
You're gonna laugh, and this shouldn't be coming out of left field for anybody involved here. We eventually end up hitting up a Cheeseburger Fest in Kaysville, so that was awesome. I did not find the deep fried cheeseburger that Kang was talking about though.
All right, what'd you think of the thumb?
It's okay. I know how this show operates, and it's all right.
No, you can say if it was better.
The cheeseburger thing was cool. It was a nice little festival town type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I get the feeling from that place that that's their one thing a year that they have, and then it's back to nothing. So it was all right.
Beach town.
Yeah. Exactly right. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong at all. It's a good time.
Very Seinfeldian. There's not that there's anything wrong with it.
Yeah.
Did you have a cheeseburger, Kenny?
I had many cheeseburgers. I had many cheeseburgers.
Okay, wait a sec. Do we need actual count? Can you let us know exactly how many you had?
So I was there a couple of different nights. So there was at least, if I'm counting correctly, 5 to 6 cheeseburgers.
Okay.
It was awesome.
These weren't sliders, folks. These were like full on cheeseburgers.
No, yeah, these were the real deal. These were cheeseburgers.
Did one stand out? Anybody's particular cheeseburger? You say, no, this is the best one I've had?
There was a barbecue burger. It had like barbecue sauce with a little bit of bacon on it. Not too much bacon, which I appreciate. Gator, I think me and you were similar in this, is that excessive bacon on things is excessive. But if there's a little bit, if there's a reasonable amount.
Tastefully done.
Yeah, that's what this one was. I liked it.
Some tasteful nudes.
Some tasteful bacon. That's exactly what that was. No, it was great. Everything worked out perfectly. The ceremony, all of it. Everything went great.
And the bride's very happy?
Bride is very happy.
That's its most
Still
important.
the bride.
You're still married, Kenny?
Still married, yes.
Yeah. How are you getting used to the ring on the finger?
I'm trying to figure out, and maybe this is a question for married people, is like, when do you take it off? When is the appropriate times? Because when I'm like cleaning a surface, I've noticed I'm taking it off because I don't want to get like cleaning things underneath, like chemicals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But if I'm taking a shower, I'll keep it on. There's times where I'm taking a shower and took it off, but I was worried about it going down the drain. I don't know how to this new wedding ring culture is.
I think it's a generational thing.
Is it?
Well, I'll say this because I'm not married.
Yes, Gator.
Hello, ladies. Hello, ladies. But I think here's what I'm going to say though, and you can agree or disagree. I think the generation of our fathers. My dad never took his wedding ring off.
Mine didn't either.
Doug.
I don't think my dad does either. But.
Okay, but the next generation, I think people do. They take it to if you're going to wash or clean something, you take it off.
I just don't want anything getting under there that's going to stick there. Doug, you I feel like would be the most responsible. When do you take it off?
I take it off 2 times, and one of them is so risky. Nobody can believe what I
can't believe you do this.
Like at the beach?
That's
my
guess. No.
Okay.
I take my wedding ring off when I work out because a lot of the barbell and all that, they've got like that, I don't know what it's like, a serrated grip on the that, and I don't want to scratch up the ring.
Yep.
So that's one. And the other is when I play golf. I don't want my ring on when I play golf, and I take it off.
That is very risky. No, that's not risky.
Take it off.
Here's the risky part.
And I tie it in the laces of my golf shoes. I double knot them so they can't come undone, but the ring is on my golf shoe. Like I'll just drop it through one of the laces, tie a knot, and then a regular shoe, and then I'll double knot it so it can't possibly come undone. And I feel more comfortable with it there than anywhere in the golf cart.
Have you noticed you play better if it's on one shoe versus another shoe?
I have not.
Have you tested this out?
I've not.
Maybe
I
that's
would like
been
you.
the
I
test
always
this
put
out.
it. I always put it on the right shoe.
Well, maybe you should switch to the left.
If you're playing poorly, maybe switch to the left.
Yeah.
Go lefty.
Maybe. But I do this all the time. I'm going to do it right now and see if I can get on the camera.
It's one of the things I find amazing that you do this. When I first saw this, I saw this in Florida was the first time. We were golfing in Florida on a spring training trip one time, and I'm like, what are you doing? That's where I'm putting my ring. Like, you've got a golf bag with pockets and zippers. You could do that.
Just held my foot up so people can see.
And now apparently Doug's going to do the show with his wedding ring on his shoe.
But that's how I tie it up for some reason, and that's always been my thing. So,
Kang, what about you? You take the thing off?
Yeah, I don't even wear it. You guys see right now? I don't really wear my wedding ring much.
Don't
like,
you?
no, I don't wear I don't like things on my hand. Like, I don't wear a watch. I don't wear bracelets. I just don't.
No one's going to tie you down.
No, well, no one. You know, I realize I know I'm married, so I don't know. I don't. And my wife knows this. And it actually started off. I used to wear it a lot more when I first got married. But back then we didn't have kids, so I was working out a lot more, Doug. And so I would always take it off when playing sports or working out. Like, I hated having anything on my. I don't do that rubber ring thing that all those guys, some of the athletes do. So I always took it off. I think it became so normal, like I just left it off that I just never put it back on. Really, I know where it is. It's at home in my drawer. But yeah, unless it's like a special dinner or something like that, I don't wear it. I'm just. Oh, man, I like my hands free because I was messing with it all the time. I bet you right now, Kenny, the next week or so, he's going to be playing with it, messing with it because it's just there.
Oh, that's all I've been doing since I put it on. I've been taking it off and been putting it back on. I haven't. It's not been on my finger for 2 consecutive hours, I think, when I'm not sleeping.
I don't know when you get used to it, but you totally get used to it and you don't even notice it's there. But Kenny is back.
But you remember to take it off, though.
I do remember to take it off for golf and for working out. And when I take it off to work out, I always put it on the same place on a table by our door. And then I go down to the basement where we've got all the equipment, and I just leave it there. And I come back upstairs and put it right back on. The golf thing works for me, although I'm looking down, the feedback coming in. People think I'm insane, but
it's a double knot.
It is a double knot.
You have a ring on your shoe. Of course people think.
And you wonder why you push it to the right.
Yeah, I'll switch shoes, I guess. All right, so look, we said we'd get to it. We got sidetracked again. Just want to congratulate Kenny. Trey Hendrickson, apparently the Bengals are taking calls. They're taking calls now, and they'd be willing to move him.
So it's like now he's really going to be traded.
There's a couple things. One is they've lowered their asking price, and this is a guy who led the NFL in sacks last year. And the what they're arguing over seems, I don't know if they've come to a complete and total impasse, but could it be something the Lions get involved in? We'll get to that coming up, plus your phone calls and feedback. Mondays mean champ and chump. It's 97.1 The Ticket. CGC Home Services specialize in providing top-tier plumbing, air purification, and water treatment services. An authorized independent Connecticut dealer. We have a water purifier in our home, and we love it. They also have the best whole-house water treatment systems, and they're fully licensed plumbers. They'll handle all your plumbing needs. With all the air quality alerts that have been in our area, your family needs an Aeris Active Pure technology. We got one of those, too, reducing 99% of airborne bacteria, viruses, and mold. For water and air purification, plumbing too, call CGC Home Services at 855-339-4242 today. All right, a lot of feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox, 248-539-9797. Thanks, everybody, for being with us here on a Monday. Champ and Chump votes piling up. Thanks for that. In the meantime, Kenny, who is back and married, brought up this thing about his wedding ring, and do you leave it on at all times? He is freshly married. And so anyway, people are reacting to that. But the Trey Hendrickson story, this is one that started to get some legs last night. Apparently, Cincinnati is open to trading him. A couple things here from Albert Breer, Sports Illustrated, is reporting not much movement on the Trey Hendrickson front. The Bengals listened to trade offers and would want defensive help plus picks. The picks won't help them in 2025. Their offer to Hendrickson is a massive deal, but lacks the guarantees he wants, so the standoff continues. Apparently, what it is they will not guarantee anything past this year. They've agreed to a contract extension, but the only year they will guarantee is this year. And Trey Hendrickson's like, oh, hell no. Diana Rossini is saying this morning, reported that a player in return doesn't have to be a pass rusher, but they just want a young defensive player. And then there's mixed reviews of whether or not, Tom Pelissaro said that they've moved off the first-round pick, but they would accept a player in a second-round pick. Diana Rossini said it's a first-round player in a pick, which doesn't feel like they've lowered the asking price at all. Sounds like they might have raised the asking price indeed. I just don't know that the Lions could offer a player. I don't know if there's any young player that's expendable that they would want. If you start thinking about the young players they're not going to use this year, Ennis Rakestraw, hurt. Would they trade for a hurt Ennis Rakestraw? Malcolm Rodriguez, hurt. Would they trade for a hurt Malcolm Rodriguez? I mean, is Pascal young, and does he have any market value? It doesn't feel like it. So they're not giving up Terran Arnold or Brian Branch or
who's
Jack
also
Campbell.
hurt, by the way.
Yeah. But would they give up, would they say, if others are offering a second-round pick and a player, would the Lions go first-round pick for Trey Hendrickson? That would be point one.
Right, and no player. I mean, you're right. When you look at the Lions roster of defensive players, unless you're hurt, what's left? Derek Barnes?
I mean, Barnes is 26, and could he be expendable? I love their depth at linebacker now. I'd probably do that, but I feel like they have plans for Barnes. But I don't know if he'd get it done. I mean, Barnes in a second rounder for Trey Hendrickson.
I mean, Cincinnati may find it, whatever you're asking for, you're not going to get. You're not going to get the player. You can get a pick, but you're likely that maybe you don't get the player. But the real hurdle is, will Trey Hendrickson come to any team and play under the $16 million he's owed?
That's the thing. That is if Cincy has lowered their asking price, that's one hurdle cleared. I do feel like we're moving closer to Hendrickson saying, F it, just get me out of here.
Yes.
And if that's the case, I think the Lions become a real player. I do not see them giving him what he wants in a contract, given all their own players that they want to sign.
Nor do I. I think that's the thing. The whole it has to be completely dependent on him saying that he'll just play the rest of this year under the terms of the contract he's got. And if he's not, then the Lions likely can't get involved, because you're talking about money in future years that they have earmarked for other players, specifically Aiden Hutchinson, among others, that is just not, it doesn't make any sense. You know, I talked about it last week too. I think it was when a couple weeks ago when Rieger was here. This team has two elite safeties.
Mm-hmm.
Safeties aren't breaking the bank. They can afford to have the two guys. They'll have, when they have to pay Brian Branch, they can pay Brian Branch as they're already paying Kirby Joseph. They can pay those guys, give them their $20 million a year and whatever the number is, 2025, and it's good. Edge rushers, I mean, you're going north of $40 million a year now for edge rushers, and you haven't paid one of them yet. You're going to pay Hutchinson, and he's going to likely cost you closer to 45 than 40, I think, when all is said and done, unless they can get this done the next couple days, and then maybe it gets done around 41 or 42. But to have another guy that's going to get paid like 30 plus, 35, that's not as likely. And when you think about with the team, would you rather have, because if you were to sign Trey Hendrickson, that would likely mean that Brian Branch is probably gone. because you can't afford to have him. Would you rather
at the end of his current contract?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the way I approach this now is, would you rather have 2 elite edge rushers and 1 elite safety, or 2 elite safeties and 1 elite edge rusher?
Well, one of the things about the edge rusher is where he is in his career. I would love to have him on this team, and I think he would help this team win now. Brian Branch is at the beginning of his career.
Mm-hmm.
Trey Hendrickson is getting close to the end of his career, and he is looking for that money cannon contract. I suspect he will never say, screw it, I just want out of here, trade me, and I'll go to free agency after this year. I don't think he'll do that. I don't think he will play under his current contract. And that's the hurdle that is yet to get cleared. Your question's valid. I'd probably rather have the 2 elite edge rushers and 1 elite safety. But the other variable is where they are in their careers. Because I feel like you're giving up maybe 10 years of Brian Branch for 2 to 3 years of Trey Hendrickson. But it's an interesting debate, and there's a lot of talk today. And now there are reports of teams that have called. We will get to that today at 11:31. 248-539-9797. Sandy is on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Sandy.
Good morning, gentlemen. You are my favorite team with Kang. So informative, entertainment, and common sense.
Oh, great. Thank you.
My champ is Charlie Morton because he exemplifies what a team player is. In spite of it against his old team and emotional, he did what the team needed, so I'm glad he's ours. My chump are the people who are not understanding the big picture and don't realize how important that was, what he did for the Tigers, and I'm glad he's on our team.
Okay. Well, I mean, the Tigers have a lot of doubters right now, and a lot of people second-guessing a lot of what they did. The trade deadline felt unsatisfactory to many people. Morton nor Finnegan were considered splash moves. I think already they've exceeded expectation. The question is, can they maintain it, right?
Exactly. And that's why I love you guys, because you have common sense and don't jump around to crazy conclusions.
Well, sometimes. I mean, we've had a few here and there.
We can reach.
Yeah. Well, maybe should we start doing more of that?
More reaching?
Yeah.
Why change 18 years into it?
Shane is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Shane.
How are you?
Well, we're good.
I was just calling about the wedding ring scenario. And I got married in 92. Kind of had the thought I'll never take my ring off. And once 2014 came around and both my kids were playing sports, my older daughter, who was at that time 15, was a pitcher. And every day I'd get home from work, I'd take out the 5-gallon bucket, go to the field right by our house, sit down and let her throw fastballs at my head. Well, one day, again, I never took my ring off, had my glove on, all that. Well, we got done, and I'm just like, holy son of a gun, my hand is hurting. And once I took my glove off, got home, all that, I noticed she was through so many and so hard, she broke the bottom of my ring, which was facing her as I caught it.
Wow.
So the 2 pieces, the ring, instead of being one circle, broke, and both pieces were wedged into the bottom of my finger.
Ow.
Caused it to bleed and all that. So I was like, okay, from now on, that's, I mean, and we were married 30 years before my wife passed. It's the only time I ever took off my ring was when she pitched to me.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That sounds painful, and B, it sounds like your daughter was bringing heat.
Oh, yeah. When she was 15, she got a recruit from Michigan State. She was throwing 63 at that time.
Where'd she end up?
Ended up going, she toured the campus, all that, had a lot of offers, but she chose Northwood up in Midland.
Sure, yeah. Well, hey, tough break there, but also kind of cool story.
I think he just brought that up to brag about his daughter.
A little humble brag. It's all right. It's good.
A little humble brag.
Maybe.
I'm kidding, man.
Yeah.
You're not.
248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, make Builder's First Source your destination for professional window and exterior door installation services. You can add value and beauty to your home with trusted brands like Anderson, Pella, Therma-Tru, and more. Then have your new windows and doors installed properly the first time with their expert Builder's First Source installation team, done right with quality products and services. Visit one of their locations in Clinton Township or Shelby Township or online at buildersfirstsource.com. That's buildersfirstsource.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, recapping what we've done so far today. Champ and Chump every Monday. I talked to some people in Michigan that said the appeal is centered around a rule interpretation they disagree with, but also they'd like to see the evidence against them, and that could come. Additionally, there is Tigers road trip, asking Tiger fans, you feeling better, and what's making you feel better about the way they are playing, because we know sometimes people don't feel better after wins, but hey, they took 5 of 7 on this road trip. Big series with the Astros looming. Got a Lions game we haven't even touched on, really. But the big news today of the NFL is that Trey Hendrickson is apparently getting shopped around. And they've reached some sort of impasse where Cincinnati is now taking offers. There's mixed reports on whether or not they're asking for less than they were around the draft, which included a first-round pick. Now there's discussion of a second-round pick and a young defensive player. The only thing I'd say about this, because it doesn't feel like the Lions would want to have any young defensive player they have, they're planning on using this year. And if they were to remove a Terrion Arnold as part of a trade for Trey Hendrickson, that would just create another hole. Trading a Jack Campbell for Trey Hendrickson would create another hole that would have to get filled. So you're kind of swapping out one hole for another hole. Although they probably don't look at they probably like their edge rusher opposite of Hutch. I'm going to guess they do way more than the public does.
Yeah, as long as he stays healthy.
I know, but I bet they like him way more than the public does. With that said,
they just lost one over the weekend.
If they're asking for a second-round pick and a young player, could the Lions circle back and say, okay, we'll go first-round pick? No young player, but first-round pick. Would Cincinnati bite at that? And then the other variables, of course, it feels like Hendrickson would have to waive his contract demands and say, I'll play out this year on his contract, and we have yet to get there. Although I feel like we might be getting closer. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Melanie is next on 97.1 The Ticket in Southfield. Hello, Melanie.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
I just had a champ and chump. My champ is the Guardians for getting swept at home against the Braves. That was beautiful. My chump is the NFL with the Hawkeye system. I just have a question. So let's say you've got a team out of timeouts, driving down the field. They're down a touchdown. There's a minute left in the game, and it takes 45 seconds for them to figure out the Hawkeye thing. That team just got a free timeout. I don't think this is going to work in the regular season unless they perfect it.
Well, I would suspect that it's going to be better and it's going to be faster. And what we saw over the weekend was it was very slow.
It was slow.
And they kept telling us that it will be faster, it will be better. And if you look at the model that the tennis uses, and this is kind of what that's based off of, and this is for spotting the football for those that don't know, it does happen quickly, and it can happen quickly. Baseball's got it down now where they'll probably institute the automated balls and strikes next year because it works so well. So I think the NFL will have it down.
All right. Well, in tennis, it's instant. I watched a lot of tennis. It never takes more than a half a second.
It really, what they said on the air, this will be quicker, but you're right. It has to be. It has to be quicker. Yeah. Otherwise, we may as well bring the chains out.
Right.
Thank you for the phone call, Melanie. 248-539-9797. Rob in Sterling Heights is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Rob.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Good.
Congratulations, Kenny.
Thank you.
That's what I was calling for. I've been married 30 years. I've never taken my ring off. But the main thing is don't forget your anniversary. And never celebrate Sweetest Day, Valentine's Day. Just remember the birthdays and the anniversary, and you'll be all set.
Now, hang on. Let's ask the two married guys in the room. Do you endorse this advice? Kang, Doug.
The ignore Sweetest Day and Valentine's Day. I think Sweetest Day gets ignored annually. Valentine's Day,
the Hallmark holiday.
Yeah,
we can't ignore that.
Yeah, we don't ignore Valentine's Day. I don't ignore Valentine's Day, and it's been good. I've had no point in creating trouble where there isn't something. I mean, maybe it's just some flowers or something, but
30 years though, I'm good.
All right,
you do. You've done very well. Good for you,
Rob. Yeah. Oh, I would imagine if you want to get closer too, that maybe Sweetest Day recognition isn't a bad thing. It's not going to hurt.
No.
Right?
I mean, I think it all depends on the woman you married, but yeah, I don't think ignoring Valentine's Day is a good idea.
That's probably not a good idea.
But at some point, you will get to a point where you both are like, hey, we don't need to do this anymore. But I think in the beginning of marriage, like Kenny, fresh, brand new, acknowledge Valentine's Day.
Every day's a blessing.
Yeah, I'll acknowledge. I mean, we've always acknowledged it. We've never even once like we'll discuss Sweetest Day sometimes when it comes around, but like we never acknowledge Sweetest Day. We're never like, we're going to do something for Sweetest Day.
Right. Yeah, I think that. It depends, of course. What you're right. What does she expect? And then do that.
Yes, exactly. And then maybe the first Valentine's Day do a little bit more than what we would normally do because it's our first married Valentine's Day.
Yep.
That sounds about right.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. If I'm trading a safety, it's going to be Kirby Joseph. If you watch their play, Branch is by far the better safety. Joseph was the beneficiary of footballs coming his way. I don't know if he's far better. They play different roles. I feel like Branch is more of a Swiss Army knife and can play closer to the line of scrimmage, and they use him in the slot. And he looked good at practice last week.
Yeah, I think they're both awfully good. And yes, do I think that Kirby Joseph benefits more with the interceptions? Yeah, I think he does, but it doesn't mean he's not good. If you want to say that he gets credited with all the interceptions because of poorly thrown footballs or whatever, he's in the right place. And he's a playmaker. He was a playmaker in college. He's a playmaker in the NFL. And I think having these two guys back there is very comforting. And hopefully we get to see the whole season where those two guys are there and Hutchinson's healthy.
If you move from one of the safeties, aren't you again creating another hole?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know. I would feel like the only way you make this trade is if it's just adding Hendrickson and you give him draft capital. And again, Hendrickson, I mean, this is
there's a lot there.
There's a lot that would have to happen. But it's cool that he's getting shopped around.
So you said there were a couple teams who were involved.
Jordan Schultz is reporting that the teams that have called are, I believe it was, I've lost the story here. Panthers. Okay, it's the Carolina Panthers, the Cleveland Browns, and the Indianapolis Colts. I don't know. Can we just eliminate Cleveland? Are they really going to trade not only in division but in state? We'll have to hear about it all the time. I mean, I know you don't believe. You're always saying, look, if you think the trade's going to help you, who cares who the trade partner is? That feels like a bit of a double whammy.
They're not going to do that.
Yeah. So you're looking at Carolina or the Colts.
Oh, joy. If you're Trey Hendrickson, you're like, wait a minute. That's not where I want to go.
Don't I want to go to either of these teams? There also was a report earlier, and I'm going to see if I can find it, that the Patriots might get involved.
Well, that might be a place you'd want to go.
Well, I'll tell you what, there is some fear that if the Lions don't go get Trey Hendrickson, Washington might, or Philadelphia might, or some other team that is a contender in the NFC. According to these reports, not one of these teams are NFC teams, which is really interesting and a bit surprising to me. I mean, no, their only calls are coming from AFC teams. Does that seem a bit surprising?
Well, I mean, it's also early.
Yeah.
Is it? I mean, this thing's been dragging on for months.
Yeah.
That we thought that different teams are involved. I would think that now that it's like been official, that they've got definite reporting on this, that they are listening to all offers, there will be many teams are going to contact Cincinnati. I don't know if Cincinnati's going to bite at any of the deals. I mean, it seems like Cincinnati's in a position now where they're backed in the corner and they have to deal him. But what are they going to get? What's the offer? What are the offers they're going to have to sift through?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, if the Lions could get it done legitimately for a second round pick, of course you'd do it. If the Lions could get it done legitimately for a first round pick, you'd probably
I'd probably do it. And I'd do it. I mean, the first round pick would have to top anybody's second round pick and player offer if that's what they are truly asking for now. And the Lions don't want to give up the player. They're trying to win a Super Bowl. They don't want to create another hole. And as much as we could sit here and drool over the idea of having these two together, and I'm legitimately drooling, you would if you have to create another hole on the defense, I'm not as down with that.
No, I'm not as down with it either if you're having to create a hole on the defense. I mean, look, it's all about money. If it works for this year, can you make that work for this year and just give up a draft pick? Then do it if you can make it work. But if it's something that requires a longer commitment, then the money becomes a big time factor. The pick doesn't become a factor, but the money becomes a factor.
248-539-9797. More of your champ and chump votes, more of your calls. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, just a reminder, coming up on Tuesday, August 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day, a new holiday for football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on your favorite football season predictions. So if you've been thinking about laying a futures bet, hang out till a week from tomorrow, and you might be able to get better odds. So I've talked a lot about the MVP race. Golf is 35-1. See what the odds are on August 26th. You crown your Super Bowl champion. If you want to pick the Lions or anybody else, get better odds on that future or parlay or division winners or dark horses. Mark your calendars. It's your day for your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and your odds. Visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your futures bets now, because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Tom Pelissaro on the NFL Network talking about the possibility of a Trey Hendrickson deal. 248-539-9797. Hey, man, it's a story that won't go away, as Gator said earlier. And it really is one that would get Lions fans unbelievably stoked. The question becomes, can they meet that kind of price tag? Could they be better than anybody? Would their offer be better than anybody else? I think the one thing that the Lions might do is they might go first-round pick. Now, the thing is, Hendrickson probably, realistically, would have to say, okay, I don't need my contract demands. And you know what's funny? The teams that have rumored to be interested in him, right? The ones that, according to these reports, have called include Cleveland, which feels like a highly unlikely scenario that they would trade within the division, within the state. Carolina, which would be basically Trey Hendrickson would have to approve going to a bad team. Now he might get his money there. That was the only NFC team. I said earlier there were no NFC teams. Carolina, of course, is an NFC team. The Colts would be interesting because they were around a 500 team a year ago, and they might be a little bit more attractive. And there was a report out there that the Patriots, who were a bad team a year ago, but seems to be a team people are getting excited about. That could be a possibility.
You want to get scared?
No.
Okay.
But go ahead.
The Eagles have a mess load of draft capital for next year.
Mm-hmm.
They have a first-round pick, a second-round pick, 3 third-round picks, 2 fourths, 4 fifth-round picks, a 6th and a 7th. They have a ton of draft capital next year.
So they could just keep adding on mid-round picks.
Yeah.
If they so choose.
I mean, because you know how this works. If let's say the Eagles gave them their first and then 2 third-round picks to do it. You know what those third-round picks turn into? They turn into capital, move higher up in the draft.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the question, because I don't know Philly's cap situation, what it looks like this year, and I guess more importantly, what their commitments might be in years from now. And that's a huge factor in this deal. Who will give him the money he wants?
I mean, as much as the Lions would just want him for a year, wouldn't Philadelphia just want him for a year? Lots of teams that are in contention.
Yep.
This is a guy to put you over the top.
Yep.
This is a guy, if you add it, you would be the favorite to win the Super Bowl. If you're Detroit, if you're Washington, it helps their case tremendously. If you're Philadelphia, it helps your case tremendously.
Yeah. The Lions will never make a move for a big name. Not sure why you guys always bring this up. In fact, all Detroit sports teams will not make big moves to be serious contenders. There may be a secret handshake amongst all local GMs just to keep their guys. That's from an unnamed texter.
That's probably it.
We haven't talked about that
solid
enough, that all the GMs got together and decided we're not going to make any big moves.
The Illuminati of Detroit sports?
Yeah.
Yeah. You're probably right.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know why we're even bringing it up.
We shouldn't. We probably lose our jobs if we keep talking about it. Illuminati of Detroit is coming after you.
What, or none of them have seen a deal that they love. Like, I mean, it's quite possible that none of them, they all love their young players and they just haven't seen that deal that will put them over the top. Do they love them too much? I mean, only time will tell, right? If the Tigers are set for years and make multiple runs at World Series and maybe even wins one in here, and based in large part on the players they didn't give up, then I'm okay with that. If the Lions win a Super Bowl without giving up future capital, and the Lions have a chance to win a Super Bowl this year without giving up future capital, you know what people don't say about the Lions? Here's a criticism that we have in Detroit that I don't think anybody outside Detroit would say. The Lions need an edge rusher. Because everyone outside of Detroit goes, they've got an edge rusher. Would Trey Hendrickson make them even better? Yeah, so would another great wide receiver. So would another great safety. So would another great linebacker.
rest of the league would be terrified if the Lions pulled something off like this.
Yes. But they already kind of are terrified of Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah, he's already a problem. Ask the Dolphins if he was a problem in practice.
Why is trading Kirby and keeping Branch not an option? Unsure I'd do it yet, but it's enticing thought to get him. That's from Zach. Well, it's not that it's not an option. The reason why I probably wouldn't do that is because you're just creating another hole. You're plugging one. I don't even know if you're plugging a hole. You're coming up with this terror combination at edge rusher to improve the pass defense. And on the back end, you've weakened the pass defense.
Well, that's exactly it. You're weakening that spot unless you really like Lauren Strickland or Eric Hallett or Ian Kennelly, who would be the safety replacements. Morris Norris as well.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, that's what you're looking at. Then you'd have to rely on the backup player. But the upside is you've got 2 game wreckers on the edge.
Okay, ahead of training camp, this is according to Sports Illustrated, ahead of training camp practice on Monday morning, Executive Vice President of Player Personnel, Elliot Wolf of the Patriots, was asked would he consider giving up a second and maybe even a first-round pick to make the team better this season. His answer was, sure, yep. Story goes on to say, why? Just doing what's best for the team. Wolf said, if there's a player out there that we feel can help us and it costs that, then we consider doing that. That's interesting because I think of the guy that just said there's a handshake between Detroit GMs that they won't make a big move. Have we ever heard a Detroit GM come out and say this?
No, I guess
I can't think of whether or not Brad Holmes has ever been asked specifically, would you give up a first-round pick for a player to put you over the top? Has he been asked that specifically?
I don't know if he's been asked that specifically, but I think all the GMs in Detroit say the same thing. If they can make a move to make the team better, they will. Mm-hmm. They're always looking to do that. Now, the problem with doing it in the NFL is the same problem you have with the NBA and the NHL to a degree. You got a salary cap that you have to abide by. And only Brad Holmes and company know exactly how they're manipulating the cap for years to come. And have they done enough where everything's freed up right now where they can take on a salary for this year and this year only? And if you are, then you weigh that into do you want to give up picks, draft capital for a rental player? And I think we're all saying yes. We would.
Yes.
Because we think this is a Super Bowl capable team. And if you add a player like Hendrickson for the year, absolutely do it. You know, the Tigers operated on a different route that they didn't want to give up their guys for a rental. It's not draft capital, but it's prospects. That's the baseball equivalent. They didn't want to give up that for a rental player. So that's why we didn't see the trade for Suarez. It's a different approach. Different teams are different stages. Clearly, the Lions right now are at that stage, and frankly, the Tigers are too, where you can make those moves, put yourselves over the top, and that's why Tiger fans were so upset what happened at the trade deadline. I don't know if financially this works or not. It seems, with my limited scope and knowledge of the salary cap, it absolutely works for this year.
It feels like it works for this year, yes. And
so if you can get it done, but it only works for this year if Hendrickson is willing to play this year.
Under his current
contract. If he's not, then you got trouble.
248-539-9797. Dave, you're on 97. Oh, Dave put us on hold.
Right. Oh, Dave gets back on hold.
Yeah. Kang, what do you think of all this Hendrickson talk?
It's probably a pipe dream, but I'll say this. Like, everyone keeps talking about Hendrickson because they keep saying, well, the Lions need an edge rusher, right? Elite edge rusher. You're getting one. His name's Aiden Hutchinson. The dude was just injured for so much of the year last year that the Lions fans they never thought, we don't have any rush, edge capabilities because no one could rush the edge like Aiden could. And everyone they brought in, Za'Darius, whoever they did, were just kind of filling guys. You're getting one back, man. I think it's going to be such a huge difference if he's able to play 15, 16 games this year. Because 17 games is a long season. There are always some kind of bumps and bruises might keep a guy out. But if Aiden can play 15 games plus, I think you're going to see I don't want to say complete different defense, but at least from the rush and edge, right? This guy is one of the best guys in the league. Wow. And so that's why I think Holmes last when everyone's like, go get another one. You know how hard it is to get another? We got one, and he didn't play last year. So I think the Hendrickson thing, I would love it. I think it would cost too much. I think on the contract, and if he doesn't need a contract, it's going to cost too much on the back end with a player and draft pick. I think they're betting on, I know people hate to hear it, but Davenport staying healthy and also Hutch staying healthy.
It's crazy because there's the Hendrickson topic for me was an eye roll at the beginning. Like, this isn't going to happen. But it feels like every week we get closer to the season, either another barrier is broken down or the possibility raises because the time left before the season starts is forcing some movement here, which has Cincinnati now taking calls. So they're back to they apparently considered trading him around the draft, didn't get an offer they liked. Now they're asking for less. It depends on which report you listen to, and they're taking calls again. Could the Lions get involved? 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. The car, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, recapping the first half of the show. There's been a lot of talk about a variety of things. Of course, Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. Who should be singled out for having a great weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? Again, 248-539-9797 to get those votes in. Scott Anderson, we talked about the Michigan story right out of the gate because I was trying to, and I finally did get more confirmation about the appeal, which I haven't been in favor of. Wondered why they were doing it. Well, I got a call back. I actually talked to two people today. This is about wanting to see the evidence because they haven't seen the evidence against them, and they have a problem with an interpretation of a rule. And then there was a story you heard there in the update. The Connor Stallions. There's a report that Connor Stallions was at the Central Michigan State game at the behest of Central. And he kind of went and did it with Central's acknowledgement of that and approval, which, again,
he was geared up.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're wearing Chippewa gear.
The official stuff. So I can tell you, too, about the sideline stuff. It's one thing to be on the sideline of a football game. And having worked the sidelines for those years, there's so many people down there, and some of the road venues I went to for some of the bigger games, I couldn't believe how many people were on the field. But there's a specific area that is the bench area, the team bench area, that even as a sideline reporter for a team, it was off limits to me, but he was in the official bench area. So I guess it shouldn't come as any huge surprise that he was there at Central's acknowledgement and behest and working for them. So that's the latest layer in this story as it unfolds. And we'll see what comes of that. 248-539-9797.
Was working for them in addition to working for Michigan?
No, the story says it was just working for Central. No, I don't know if that means Michigan had no knowledge of that he was there, but story said he was working for Central and he was helping people out there with his sign stealing, but
with his expertise.
Yeah. But anyway, that is out there too. 248-539-9797. Tigers with a good weekend. And I know yesterday sucked, but they took 5 of 7 on the road trip. Their lead in the division is 8.5. And I don't mind differing opinions, right? Gator, you and I invite differing opinions and have a respectful conversation. We have taken a lot of doubting of this baseball team over the last month, and people with major concerns about who they really are. And I'm wondering if those people are at least starting to feel better. You've been a major doubter, or is it take this Astros series? What if they win the Astros series? Is that the hurdle that needs to get cleared?
Oh, it'd be nice when that. What do they want? 14 of the last 20 or something? 13 of the last 20, whatever it is. Tigers. They've definitely played better baseball. They're playing winning baseball again. And if people are upset because of how they beat Minnesota in 3 out of 4 games, I don't know what to tell you. Sure, they're not playing their best baseball and they're still winning. I think that actually is a good thing. Now you're going to take on a pretty good Houston team that is in a dogfight for their own division. But hey, stop me if you've heard this. Tigers have a better record than Houston by a lot. They've got 4 more wins than Houston does. However, Houston beat the Tigers earlier in the season. So
it can change quickly.
It can change very quickly. And I don't love how the Tigers are hitting right now. It seems to be kind of sporadic, and players have, stopped performing to the way that they were performing earlier in the season. And other guys are performing better than they performed to start the season. But it seems like there are more of the guys that aren't than the guys that are. There's no question this team is better with Kerry Carpenter in the lineup. I think Kerry Carpenter is going to get more opportunities to hit lefties because he's showing that he can to a degree. But this is a big series. This is, I think it's 3 right-handed pitchers that Houston will throw at the Tigers. You mentioned earlier in the show about the bullpen usage that the Astros used yesterday. A bunch of bullpen arms that all pitched at least 20 pitches. They may not be available today, or won't be nearly as effective as they would normally. Mm-hmm. And if they do pitch again tonight, then they're probably out for the games tomorrow. So I I like where the Tigers are set up. I wasn't thrilled with how they didn't hit at all yesterday. The pitching from Paddock was horrible. They served up 3 home runs, including a grand slam, but he ended up eating up a bunch of innings, preserving the bullpen, and the Tigers are set up for success this week against Houston. Now they just have to execute, which is the tough part.
Yeah, we'll have a follow-up question regarding that series coming up. The other thing that's made news today and created some buzz is Cincinnati is apparently at a point where they are fielding offers for Trey Hendrickson again. Trey Hendrickson being a guy who led the NFL in sacks, 17.5 sacks last year. Actually, I think it's both the last 2 years, right? 17.5 sacks. And so what it's come down to is two sides agreed to terms on a contract extension, but Cincinnati refuses to guarantee anything after this year. And now they're fielding offers. What are they fielding offers for? Well, around the trade deadline, according to Tom Pelissaro, it was a first-round pick. Now they're asking for a lesser pick and a young defensive player. It doesn't have to be an edge rusher. Could that price fit the Lions? There's two things. Could the Lions come up with the best offer? They could. They have some great young defensive players, but they'd just be creating another hole on the defense to add this player. That's one. Two is, given the contracts that they're looking to sign, it feels most likely that Hendrickson would have to waive his contract demands and say, fine, I'll play under this contract, which I don't know that we've gotten to that point yet. But, Gator, you and I've talked about this a ton. It feels like they're moving closer to that.
It might. Yeah, it might. And from what I understand, the previous contract offer that had been made by Cincinnati was willing to give him, I think it was like $31 million for this season.
Yeah.
But there's no guarantee beyond it. So if that's a problem, then I'm not sure what he's going to be willing to do. But like you said, if he's willing to take whatever he's going to get for this year and then hit the free agent market, then the Lions should be absolutely on the phone with Cincinnati right now and saying, okay, that's the guy we want. We'll give you a first-round pick, and let's move on.
So what's changed? What's changed is TikTok. We keep turning the days on the calendar, and the next thing you know, we're moving towards an opener, and Trey Hendrickson and the Bengals have nothing new to report, and it sounds like the Bengals are starting to crack a little bit. If we get into next week and he hasn't been traded, and then we hear Hendrickson is approaching this with some flexibility and is taking a just get me the hell out of here approach, then I think that the Lions should be a serious player. Whether or not they will be, who knows? Brad does love his draft capital. He's done very well with it. But at the end of the day, every once in a while, you just get to a point where you can make that move. I know people don't think he will, but that feels like that would be that move. If you could move a first-round pick for Hendrickson for a year.
Yeah, I don't think there's many people in the city of Detroit, Lions fans nationwide, worldwide, that would say don't do that.
If Hendrickson says, yeah, I'll come play on my current contract, and he fits under the cap, and the Lions don't have to lose future players, young players, that move.
It'd be a strong move. But how many other teams do the same thing?
Yeah, a lot of teams would do the same thing. The question is, would the Lions be able to make, A, the best offer, and B, Hendrickson be like, yeah, I'll go there. Which is weird. Remember talking last week to DJ Reed from Lions camp? He's like, oh, yeah, Lions. Christian Mahogany. Yeah, I wanted to get drafted by the Lions.
Yeah, and
it's a bizarre world we're living in.
Trey Hendrickson used to play in New Orleans. Dan Campbell knows all about it.
248-539-9797. All right, get your champ and chump votes in. Any of those topics fair game. Let's go Detroit on a Monday. It's 97-1 the ticket.
All right, guys, you know which car dealership I love, right? It's Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield. But you might ask the question, why? Well, here's why. Because they give you real honest pricing and the best deals around. I'm talking about no gimmicks, no surprises. It's just straight up amazing offers. Now, here are the current unbeatable specials. A 2025 Equinox EV for only $999 down and just $159 a month. Or if you're more of a truck person, you get behind the wheel of a 2025 Silverado 2FL for only $999 down and $229 a month. That's right, only $229 a month for a truck. And here's the best part. Sarah Chevrolet is giving employee pricing for everyone on select demo, Equinox, Silverado, and Trax models. Yep, you heard that right. Employee pricing for everyone. So whether you're upgrading to a sleek new electric ride with Equinox, grabbing that tough Silverado for work or play, or looking for a solid SUV, Sarah Chevrolet of Southfield has got you covered. These deals aren't going to last long, so head on over to Sarah Chevrolet and see why everyone says that they are the best. And trust me, you're not going to find a better deal anywhere else. That's the Sarah Chevrolet difference.
Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox on a variety of topics. 248-539-9797. We have open lines, and we love it. And glad to be with you on a Monday, on a day that feels a little fallish. Feels a little fallish around Metro Detroit. Walked outside this morning, went, it's starting to get that football feel. Starting to get that football feel. You are less stoked about it than I am.
Yeah, I'm not ready to let go of summer yet. And look, it's going to end up being warmer today in the high 70s, but this is where we're going. This week we got high 70s and low 80s. And I imagine the humidity is dropping as we get there as well. The overnight lows are getting to the 60s, and then on Sunday it'll be in the 50s. I love fall, but we're in August. So I'm not ready for this right now. The best thing about the weather right now, it's great to do stuff outside without question. Golfing when it's 78 with low humidity is amazing.
Yeah.
Going on a bike ride when there's low humidity is great. Going on a walk with low humidity is great. But I'm not ready for the temperature to plummet just yet.
Kang, how you
preach,
feel
Gator,
about it?
preach, Gator, preach. I like what you're saying, man. Like, I don't know why everyone's in a rush to like bring in colder weather. And I know fall isn't like cold or anything, but enjoy the summers we have. Every year we talk about Michigan summers. Then why are we ushering it out so fast at the end? Right? We just had the cruise. Kenny just went to Cheeseburger in Caseville. Like, enjoy this last summer weeks or whatever we have. Like, I think the weather's great right now. And trust me, people, it will get colder at some point.
I mean, fire pits are great, right?
Oh, we know Doug likes one particular one.
Yes. And fire pits are used for two reasons.
Game recognizes game.
Fire pits are great for two reasons. Just to have it, to sit around. It's like the communal thing. You sit around it with friends and you have a drink and you're talking, you're having a great time. And it's just there for a visual. That's what it's there for in the summer. At some point, it shifts and the fire pit is there because, well, I'd like to do the same thing, but it's got to be, I got to have some warmth. Mm-hmm. Need to add that. There was a little bite in the air last night, just enough where I'm like, I'm not ready. Not yet.
There was bite in the air last night. I was out last night for dinner, and we left the dinner, and I was like, "Ooh, it's kind of like a little chill here."
Yeah, I took the car out last night, and I'm like, I'll take the car. I don't care. The top's down, no problem, no issues. And I'm like, it's a little chill.
Did you put on a little jacket or anything?
No. It's got jeans and a t-shirt. Or I'm sorry, no jeans, shorts and a t-shirt. Sorry, I don't want to upset Kenny.
Yeah, right.
No jeans yet. Long ways away from jeans.
He's still in shorts, by the way.
Of course he is. Oh, were you in shorts at a wedding?
Yeah, were you?
Yes, I was. Part of the policy.
Nice.
Yes.
But it was a very beach friendly. We wanted everybody to be comfortable. I was just in a little bit nicer of a shirt and shorts, but yes, I still wore the shorts.
Short policy kicks in for the wedding, too.
The shorts policy always is in place, Kang.
Love it. That's awesome.
For people who don't know, Kenny, who answers phones for us, has a policy that once the weather warms up and he puts shorts on, pants aren't going on until the following late fall or winter. He will not wear pants, no matter what the temperature is. It's shorts. He has 2 seasons, short season and pants season. When the pants come on, the shorts get put away, and he stays wearing the pantalones until the spring.
And the pants were off during the wedding. Let me point that out. Be very clear.
All right, slow down. What's that?
All right.
Man. Yeah.
Jeez.
All right.
I thought this respected a good policy.
Well, congratulations on getting married.
It's good honeymoon policy, too, by the way.
Great honeymoon policy.
248-539-9797. All right, feedback coming in. It's fun to talk about getting guys like Trey Hendrickson, but Brad Holmes has shown that he just doesn't value having another elite pass rusher opposite of Hutch. So if Brad Holmes was sitting in studio and we were to get that text, Brad, if this person thinks you don't value having another elite pass rusher opposite of Hutch, what do you think he would say?
I think he'd say, well, we're very happy to have an elite pass rusher. How many teams have more than one elite pass rusher? That's what he would say. But I think look, if you can fit more than one, do it. If you can.
I think he would say, of course, I would love to have him, but it doesn't come without a price. And we are trying to win a Super Bowl, and we're doing it the best way we think we should construct a roster. And what we'd have to give up, short and long term, would be costly. Those prices could be coming down, which is why the news today that Cincinnati's shopping him around, Trey Hendrickson, and they might have lowered their asking price, is newsworthy. Why we're bringing it up again. Still think the biggest roadblock would be whether or not he would be willing to play on his current contract just to get the hell out of Cincinnati. Another text. Brad is betting on Hutch and Davenport being healthy. I'm beyond sick of hearing this. That's from Logan in Southfield. Give me 2 edges and 1 safety, and my safety is Branch, not Kirby. I would ship Kirby tonight. So you'd move Kirby and a second-round pick for Trey Hendrickson. I mean, maybe that makes you a little better as a football team, but it does create another hole, and I'm not sure it makes you better as a football team. I think it probably does.
Well, the other thing it might do is it might allow you to extend Hendrickson.
Be awfully odd to sign a player to an extension and then immediately deal him. That's why I don't think
No, I mean, if you're able
to sign Kirby to an extension, then immediately deal him. But
so maybe, but for the sake of argument, let's say you can, or it's Branch that you trade.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Feedback on this. Champ and Chump votes coming in. We've this Hi Guys. If Brad Holmes gets wind that Philly or Washington are going after Hendrickson, they have to go after him hard. That's from Bill in Madison Heights. Maddie in Roseville, upgrade to another edge rusher such as Hendrickson will automatically upgrade the entire secondary no matter who's playing back there. I feel like they've done the opposite. They've upgraded the secondary to improve the pass rush. Getting DJ Reed this year. Stephen Livonia, no way would the Lions go after Hendrickson, would never pay him, at least not till they pay Hutch. There might be some truth to that they're sorting the Hutch, and feels like things might be percolating there, but I don't know.
So what'd you say about DJ Reed? I'm sorry.
The addition of DJ Reed, I think they've upgraded the secondary, and that helps the pass rush.
So you think he's better than Carlton Davis?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yep.
Because that has to be made known.
Yes.
Because Carlton Davis was there last year, who did a real nice job.
I think overall their secondary play, provided it stays healthy, will be much better than last year. Because I think Terrion Arnold is only an improving player. I like DJ Reed better than Carlton Davis, not by a wide margin, but I do like him a little bit better. And the two safeties, Branch, I think is just going to get better and better.
I think having the depth with Maddox and Rock Ya-Sin, those guys help out.
248-539-9797.
I don't think we've heard anything yet. We need to do some more digging on this, on the health of Hassanin.
Yeah.
Leaving the game.
That looked weird.
I didn't love
that.
Look good. No. And that's a rookie that they like it. Thought he was having a pretty good training camp.
Did you see what happened to him on that play? I went back and watched it again. He got kind of lit up. It was awkward. It almost looked like he got caught off balance and was like lifted in the air and driven awkwardly into the ground. It was a very weird looking, not a typical football type play, especially in the trenches. And, that what they say was a chest injury. I have concerns there. And I don't know if we would have expected big things from Hassanin, but he was creating some buzz.
Yes.
So, yeah, I'm with you. I haven't heard anything on him. I think they have today off. And they got joint practices later this week with the Texans. And we'll be out there again for the joint practices.
One of them.
One of them, yes.
Thursday, I believe.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Hey, just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app, which I actually streamed the station this weekend, AUDACY. Get it for your mobile device today. You can stream with video at twitch.tv and youtube.com. I invite you to do that. Then you can watch the show, participate in the streaming chat there. Also streaming through our website, 971theticket.com, where we post Champ and Chump. Get your votes in for Champ and Chump on a weekend, 248-539-9797. All right, got to talk about something else that happened over the weekend in Detroit sports that may impact the future. That 12:35 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. By the way, I want to welcome Kang back. We had Kenny go off and get married, and Kang was away at a card show over the weekend. We've talked about this one before because it's somewhat unique. Describe the card show.
It's in the middle of nowhere, Indiana, and you may have heard of it, Shipshewana, Indiana,
which is the heart of
Amish people.
Yep.
And so they actually they kind of like are branding this, or I don't even know if they're branding it. It's kind of like just, they mention and say like, it's the Amish National. Like I went to the National Card Show, which is in Chicago and Rosemont, Illinois.
Yeah.
That's the actual National. This one has been growing tremendously though. So now it's big enough where it's actually in a pretty big, very nice convention center in Shipshewana. And they're calling it like the Amish National. So
the crazy thing is they raised it in only 3 days.
Yes, it's amazing. All just human, no electricity, right?
The Amish National.
Bunch of guys with big beards just riding away to get the fans going to make sure.
Are there Amish people there buying and selling cards?
I saw some walking the floor. I didn't see any as actual vendors.
Okay.
But yeah, there's a kids event. I saw some bringing their kids in for that, and you could definitely tell the Amish people from the other people.
Yeah, yeah. But you stay down there, correct?
Yeah, we stay. It's a 2-day event, so yeah, it's
Wasn't there some like diner you ended up in last year?
Yep.
What was the story behind that place?
The only diner in town, man.
Yeah.
It was either that or the Golden Buddha. The Golden Buddha did not look too good, so we went to the diner instead. I'll say this while we're speaking of food.
Yeah.
Have you ever had an Amish pretzel?
I don't think I have.
I don't think I have either. Like, is it a soft pretzel?
Yeah, like a soft baked pretzel.
I mean, you have my attention.
Right? You know how a pretzel's really good? When you don't need any cheese or mustard or anything.
That's
like the
a really
pretzel
good pretzel.
stands alone by itself. These pretzels are phenomenal. I'm not going to lie.
Okay.
Phenomenal. And Doug, I think you can partake in this.
It sounds like it, yeah.
No red meat at all.
No. So this is a pretzel without meat.
Where do you find those? Got to go to Amish country for that.
Yeah, that's right.
Did you have any Amish chicken?
I did not. I had some tendies, though. Chicken tendies. I don't know if that considered Amish chicken. These tendies were like sandwich fillets, man. They were huge. The Amish do it just a little bit more, like 150%, right? You regular folk do 100%.
Right.
We do it like 150.
Yeah, 100, whatever it was, 120. Yeah.
That's
we bowled 12 frames.
Yeah.
What?
I got to tell you, now I'm on the hunt for a Amish pretzel. I mean,
They don't just do furniture.
No, apparently not.
They do that well.
They do. Yeah,
All
so
right.
yeah, that's where I was. It wasn't the same as Caseville. I think a little different people.
Different vibe?
Yeah, right. The
Okay.
aura was different.
We, all right, 248-539-9797. Of course, we're getting Amish pretzel calls and texts this show. Derek, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Derek.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How we doing?
Good. It's just funny. I heard you guys over talking about Shipshewana. I actually do a lot of work outside of Fort Wayne quite a bit, and I've made my way out that way a few times. And what you were just saying about the pretzels, it is phenomenal. There's actually a company called Ben's Pretzels. If you ever get a chance, they have food trucks. You know, they'll do things at events, kind of like what you had just mentioned with the card event you were at. But if you ever make your way to Fort Wayne or anywhere up in northern Indiana, Ben's Pretzels is top notch. So,
Would you make a trip for the pretzel only?
Wow.
Or is that an overstatement?
I would make a trip for the pretzel. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't think you can get anything better on this side of the Mississippi. I'll be completely honest with you.
Look out.
I'm telling you, it's good, guys.
I mean, you're not going to get an argument. I'm excited.
Would you not add cheese or mustard to it?
So that's the thing I was just talking to Kenny about. So I always assumed like it was just nacho cheese if you got any cheese, but they had cheddar cheese available as well. So I went with the cheddar cheese. I just want to try something different, but I use cheese, Gator. Don't get me wrong, but it's good without cheese. I did both. You know, there was bites where I'm like, I'm just going pretzel, raw dog in this one, right? Next one, a little dip.
Yeah,
A little back and
I agree
forth.
with you. That's how you know it's good when you don't have to.
You don't have
but
to.
I'm not going to turn it down.
No, exactly.
Do you ever turn down cheese? I mean,
well, Doug might.
I might turn down that nacho cheese.
I like when they do like the beer cheese. Like it's an actual. They actually make in a restaurant where they take time to make the cheese.
A good mustard, though, on a pretzel
Good mustard
is that's something I might never say no to.
And I'm fine with yellow mustard, but I would rather have something special when it comes to the mustard.
Oh, look, we got sidetracked again. We promised we'd get to this.
You asked him.
I did ask him. We just get down wormholes. All right, so quarterback, Detroit Lions. We haven't even talked about the game yet. On Saturday night, third preseason game. There's not a ton of drama with this team. What was really interesting to me is after having been out to the joint practices and you're reminded how good this team was a year ago, the first team unit, both offensively and defensively, looked exceptionally good. And I feel much better, Scott, about this team moving forward. That is one. Then based upon, it was just a great reminder. You forget how good Goff and Amon-Ra could be, how dominant Hutch could be. And it was a great reminder this week. Then the games come and get played, and you don't see any of those guys, and you wonder what you're watching. Well, we're watching some depth guys, and no position gets more attention than a position we hope we never see, which is the quarterback position. I mean, is it over? Is it a Kyle Allen's job? I doubt they're going to announce that anytime soon. But if
it's not over, it should be over.
Yeah, this feels like if they're going to make it official only in a matter of time. But it leads to two questions. One is, are you comfortable with Kyle Allen being the backup? Has he done enough where you're like, okay, this isn't a crisis. He can provide what you hope a backup quarterback can provide, which is win a game or two, close out a game if necessary, do some of the things that, who was the best Lions backup ever? I mean, was it back in when Charlie Batch was a backup, or was Sean Hill the best backup they ever had? Whomever.
We had the Eric Kramer, Bob Galliano stuff going on.
Yeah, I mean, whether or not it's that good, it's just, are you confident that if called upon, the backup can get the job done for short periods of time? And the other thing we got to ask is whether or not Hendon Hooker is even worth keeping around, which the story's not done being written. That last drive, he put together some throws, but they were mostly dump-offs underneath. But they're still, how they talk about getting in and out of the huddle. There was a illegal shift in that game that it felt like Hendon Hooker just didn't let his receiver get set and snap the ball early. And that's, I don't know.
Well, as president of the Hendon Hooker fan club,
yep,
I think it's over. And it was over last week. And this week further confirms that it's over for him in terms of competing for the number 2 spot. It's not a competition. Kyle Allen last week was phenomenal. And then on Saturday, he goes 14-17, 124 yards, and a couple more touchdowns. He has full command of this offense. I think that he's a very capable backup. He's got lots of NFL starting experience anyway. So he had the leg up, and he just, after a really poor outing his first game, he's got his legs under him, and he looks very competent out there. Hendon Hooker apparently is a Jekyll and Hyde quarterback. He's great in practice and not so good in games. And that's a problem because you have to show up in the games. It's interesting for me what they're going to do this upcoming week with this fourth preseason game. I mean, do you just let Hendon Hooker play the whole game? Do you even need to have Kyle Allen step out on the field? Or if you do, does he just play the first quarter and then you turn things over to Hooker and treat it that way? And as far as your question is concerned about the future for Hendon Hooker, I mean, at this point, he hasn't done anything that I've seen where I'm like, got to keep him along. I mean, he's developing. I don't know if he's developing. Sure doesn't look like that in the games. Now, if they feel confident enough that he's developing in practice and they like some things that he can do in practice and they want to work with him some more, okay. But I'll tell you what, again, as president of the Hendon Hooker fan club, if they were to cut ties, I wouldn't shed a tear because I get it. It's a business. And he hasn't lived up to his end of the bargain when it comes to the games. Maybe he can rectify that situation this week if he plays well on Saturday. That you can say, okay, that's what we expected to see. Try to have him on the roster. He's the third quarterback on the roster. It doesn't really matter, But if there's somebody that becomes available that you have your eye on, if it's Brad Holmes and he's got his eye on somebody, then by all means, do it. I mean, if you don't trust Brad Holmes now, then I don't know what to tell you. You should trust Brad Holmes.
Well, you've said that all along with it pertains to Hendon Hooker, and I think it's, the way I interpreted that, because I thought about that driving home one day after work. I'm like, Gator keeps saying regarding Hendon Hooker, I trust Brad Holmes. And I realized in some ways I felt like that's Gator saying, I know I love the guy, and I really want to see him, but if Brad's had enough, I'm on board.
It is exactly what
and so I guess
it's a correct interpretation.
They don't have to make a decision on Hendon Hooker in the next 5 minutes. Remember, the decision whether or not Hendon Hooker gets a roster spot doesn't come down to Hendon Hooker or Kyle Allen. It probably comes down to like Hendon Hooker or Ian Kennelly, Hendon Hooker and Khalil Dorsey.
It's one of the other backup players.
One of the other backup players is Hendon Hooker or Jamarco Jones, right? I mean, is it – because otherwise they can basically say, we'll release Hooker and try and get him on the practice squad, but we're willing to expose him to waivers to let any team take him because we're just not going to use a roster spot to save Hendon Hooker. Maybe they haven't reached that point yet. Teams are typically more patient than fans and media.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe they see enough in practice that they're just waiting for it to come out in games because,
And I get that he's a Brad Holmes draft pick, and people might think that, he's going to hang on to him because he's his draft guy. I don't think that factors in the equation at this point. This is the third year with the team, the second year of full training camps. I don't think there's going to be any sort of loyalty to that at all. I think you're loyal to the team, period. And if I were Brad Holmes, do I think that I could sneak him on the practice squad by waiving him? Yeah, I think you could. Because put yourself in this situation. Do you think that Hendon Hooker has done anything in this preseason to make other teams go, I hope the Lions release him so we can develop him?
No, it would have to be a pre-draft crush.
Here's the team that might be interested in that. The Miami Dolphins. Because they saw him in practice.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe
Houston does the same thing this week. If they look at him, they like, wow, he's really good in practice, but just the game is not there. I mean, otherwise, it's a complete flyer. I wouldn't be surprised if the Lions cut ties with him after this weekend. But if they hang on to him, you can understand why.
Interesting trend going on with this team as well as we touch on the game for the first time. We will get to that today at 1:02 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, I know you see them. The red, white, and blue trucks are everywhere. Now, do you know if your furnace or boiler are ready to fight against the crisp fall air when it comes? Well, the team at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, they're going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. Check out their A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau or some of their 5-star reviews on Google. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. We do have some breaking news from out at the Allen Park headquarters. Dan Campbell is speaking with the media, and he just said, according to Dave Burkett, writer for the Detroit Free Press, covers the team, Ahmed Hassanin will be, quote, down for a while with a pec injury. Not sure if he can return this year. Now, Corey Woods, who covers the team for, I believe, is M Live. Yes, M Live. Dan Campbell said rookie edge Ahmed Hassanin is going to be down for a while with a pectoral injury. Could not answer whether he could be back this season or not.
That's not good.
I'm look, that injury was weird. The way he was sitting on the ground didn't look like it was a bump or a bruise. The way he reacted looked like it was worse than a bump or a bruise. It was also awfully awkward. If anybody went back and watched it, it was a strange injury from he looked like he got caught off balance, and then another guy almost like lifted him and drove him into the ground. This could be over before it started this year with Ahmed Hassanin. We'll see. It's just unclear. They can't answer at this point whether or not he'll be back.
No, and I'll always keep this in the back of my mind too. As much as might like the potential and all this, we really haven't seen him play a ton, and I don't think he was overpoweringly great. What you hear is he was having a good camp, though. That they are there's promise there, but keep in mind how things worked with Houston. That guy came in and James Houston, you saw him make plays in preseason games or whatever, and he's going to get in the field, doesn't get in the field. It takes 8 or 9 games into the season before he gets his chance and then lit it up. I wonder if Hassanin was going to be the same type of thing. Like, I doubt that he was going to get. The one thing, they do have some depth at edge rusher position, a little bit anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Was he going to be an activated player for the first few games of the season, or was this going to be another thing like James Houston where you got to earn it? I mean, everybody has to earn it, of course, but would he have not earned it until later on in the year? I'm just trying to find some kind of silver lining here. Like, were we even going to see Hassanin play that much this year to begin with?
So he's one of those players that I think you keep on the roster. He's not a practice squad player because you don't want to lose him. But so I think he was going to be on the 54-man roster. If he's not on the 54-man roster, hello, Zadarius.
Well, there is that. Or the guy we've been talking about for the last hour. That's the other thing I was thought of. And immediately last night when I saw the Hassanin news that he could be out for a minute. Okay, all right. Does that make Trey Hendrickson something else that they really would covet? And again, I mean, Hassanin's it wasn't going to be a starter, so I don't know if that has any effect on the Trey Hendrickson thing. But the roster spot, because Zadarius Smith would cost you a fraction.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
I don't know, but he's still out there. He's been out there. He's publicly recruited Detroit. When the Lions have talked about him, it said, remember, it takes two sides, which implies connecting dots here. It sounds to me like Zadarius is just waiting to make sure there's not a better offer. Is Detroit a place that they are saying, hey, our door's open? You go see if you can find your better offer. They did have him under contract for this year. They cut him, so there's clearly a number they're not going to pay him. Is he seeking to find that number that he was going to make in Detroit?
And maybe. Judon just signed a contract today, I believe, with was it Indianapolis? Maybe.
Did he?
Yeah. So he's a free agent that's going to, or was it Miami? I think Miami. I'm sorry, and then Miami lost their defensive back to Indianapolis. So Judon he's got his deal. Haven't seen what the number is.
Okay.
But that was another guy, another free agent edge rusher. There was a possibility.
I'm just looking at this real quick. It looks like they are visiting with him. I don't know if he's actually signed yet. Did you? I
thought that I saw somebody that said that
maybe he has done. There's been I see reporting now, just quick search, that he is meeting with them today. Maybe it is done, but Yeah, you have to wonder if this Hassany news means that Zadarius Smith gets a call or calls up the Lions. Or does he keep waiting it out? Maybe the Lions up their offer a little bit. Hassany was going to have a roster spot. And we're going to expose him and have him on the practice squad. He was going to have a roster spot. Now it looks like he's going to be down for a while with a pec injury. And Brad Holmes not even able to answer whether or not he's going to be back this year. Kang, you have any thoughts here?
I think that I would have liked to see him develop, be healthy, get practice reps, things like that, but he wasn't going to play this year. And if you're going to count on him, I think you're in deeper trouble than that. They would have called a guy like Zadarius or whoever the veteran out there would have been instead. The James Houston thing, a guy I can think of that came out of nowhere, late pick, undrafted guy that did something. I don't see that. I didn't see that happening again, let alone being Hassanin. He might be a decent player in a couple years, but as a rookie this year, I don't think he was going to make very much of an impact at all. It just sucks that he's going to lose reps and practice time now because of the injury.
Didn't they have to do this last year with Manu, Giovanni Manu, where they didn't want to have him on the practice squad because they thought somebody would take him, so he was basically on the 54-man roster, but inactive every week.
Yeah, and they knew it. It's like a redshirt year,
Yep.
But at least he was healthy enough to get reps and see things and work with the coaches. But this one looks like it's a bad injury.
Well, it's unfortunate, but we await any word on the possibility of Zadarius Smith coming to Detroit.
I do want to bring something up to you, Doug, specifically, because we were just talking about the backup quarterback issues you guys brought up. I'm sorry about your resignation as the president of the fan club, by the way, Gator, Hendon Hooker. Okay.
I mean, I can still be a fan of his. I just I'm just trying to win a Super Bowl.
So speaking of the backup, though, pretty sure Kyle Allen has beat out Hendon Hooker. But there's a name out there that might be available after it's all said and done. And is he better than Kyle Allen? That's Jameis Winston.
Yeah.
Doug, what do you think about that? You've been hot and cold on him.
I'm more hot than cold right now. I would be really interested in Jameis Winston. I'd be really interested in Jameis Winston.
More than Kyle Allen.
That's a tough question because I feel like Kyle Allen, they've invested time. They've got him with the offense. He's showing that he's more adept at running it. I'd probably call him Jameis.
I would. I mean, if you're asking which one I'd rather have, I'd rather Jameis Winston, but I think you can have both. It just means that you then jettison Hendon Hooker and then Kyle Allen stays on as the third quarterback. But yeah, Winston's got a better track record. Winston working with these weapons, that feels like that's a win. Like he's a very capable backup. He's a capable starting quarterback in the league.
Well, look, it's something they can sort out. This happens late in the preseason. The guys get released, and all of a sudden there's this shuffle of the 53rd, 54th, 55th guy. Somebody works their way in. Somebody is released. So there's probably going to be a lot of movement in the next couple of weeks. Fascinating trend going on with our lines. We'll get to today at 105. A lot of open line topics we've kicked around today. We'll reset the table. Get your champ and chump votes in last hour to do so. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Gator, the Associated Press just came out with its preseason All-American college football team.
Oh, boy.
Michigan and Michigan State have representation.
Okay. I will guess the Michigan State representation is Nick Marsh.
It is not Nick Marsh.
Then this is bogus.
You think Nick Marsh will be a first or second team All-American?
I think he has potential to be. I think he's maybe not the best receiver in the Big Ten because what Ohio State's got, but beyond the Ohio State receivers, I think Nick Marsh is outstanding.
I do think Nick Marsh is outstanding. I agree with that. There is 2 Big Ten receivers, one first team, Jeremiah Smith.
There you go.
The other one is from Indiana, and that is Elijah Surratt. So,
Surratt, right?
He is the one of the 2 Big Ten guys that made first or second team. One of the 2 Big Ten receivers. You want to guess again on Michigan State's representative? And Michigan fans think about it. Who would be first team preseason All-American?
Is it tight end from Michigan State?
Jack Velling?
Yeah.
No, although there was word today. I saw Chris Solari tweet that he's back at practice. He is not, no.
And I don't know who.
It is punter Ryan Eckley. Is a second team All-American punter.
All right.
Along those lines, who is Michigan's representative?
Michigan, somebody on the defensive line?
No.
Linebacker?
No.
Why don't you just tell me who it is?
Well, I kind of was hoping to lead the horse to water a little bit. I said along those lines.
Offensive lineman?
No.
Punter kicker type thing.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Sorry.
Yep.
I wasn't.
Dominic Zavada, Michigan's kicker, is first team preseason All-American. So, there you go. Wolverines and Spartans.
Okay, so if you somewhat agree that maybe Nick Marsh was overlooked from Michigan State set, then who do you think
he's really good. I don't know enough about Chandler Rivers from not Chandler Rivers. Who's the dude from Antonio Williams from Clemson versus Nick Marsh. So, I can't sit here and tell you one's better than the other.
Fair enough.
Marsh is really good. The one that I think deserves it without question is Jeremiah Smith.
What about on defense for Michigan? Or is there any player on Michigan you thought also
did anybody get overlooked? Who do I think has the best chance for the Michigan defense to get an award like this? Probably Barham, the linebacker. Although I would bet they would tell you as Wink Martindale calls him Ernest Hausman. I think is a player that they absolutely love defensively. So I'd probably lean that direction. If Rod Moore's healthy, but coming back from that knee injury, don't know if he will or he won't be. He has potential to be All-American safety. It was trending in that direction before he got hurt. But
is there an offensive lineman that stands above the rest on that line?
Stands above the rest. I would say Gio El-Hadi, given that, he's one of those players that's been around forever, and now you know how a guy near the end of his career really, really blossoms. Could be Gio El-Hadi, but I think their most talented offensive linemen are probably the redshirt freshman Sprague, the tackle, and Andrew Babaloa, the true freshman. How about anybody from State, offensive or defensive side of the ball?
Yeah, not really. I know we've got some good defensive tackles at Michigan State, but I don't know if anybody stands out like that they're absolutely being missed. That we're not talking about them enough. I mean, you're talking All-American status. I don't see it, but there are guys that can step up and have good years that looked like they were tracking that way. Jordan Hall looked like he was tracking that way as a freshman, and then kind of dropped off. Jalen Thompson, the defensive end, looks like he could be a guy, but kind of drops off. So we'll see. Chance Rucker, the corner is really good.
Mm-hmm.
That's all on defense. Offensively, don't know. They've got a lot of transfers on the offensive line. We're gonna have to see if these guys can make this offensive line better, because that's clearly an area of concern for the Spartans.
I think it's so critical, both in Ann Arbor and East Lansing, for them to get the offensive line right and have the personnel, get the right groupings out there. Could Derek Moore be a All-American? Be a big step up. I feel like Michigan's done that at the edge position, though. They just keep churning out.
They've done a great job of developing
rushers.
Defensive linemen and offensive linemen.
Yep. Guys in the future that I could think be All-Americans. Mason Curtis played last year as a true freshman quite a bit. Big 6'4", rangy safety. Would be a player I would look at down the road. I think they love Hogan Hansen, the young tight end. But, again, those might be down the road. Anyway, just thought it was an interesting little college football sidebar. Games this weekend. Games. Are you as excited as I am to see Kansas's new stadium?
No.
Oh, okay. They host a game in their new stadium.
Kansas does?
Yep.
All right.
How about Stanford, Hawaii? You gonna have that one on?
I don't know. I probably will. I mean, it's a Saturday night game.
Yes.
Is it late? Is it like 10 o'clock kick or is it
I think it's earlier than that. Hawaii is actually favored.
Really? Oh, are they playing in Hawaii?
Yeah.
That's why they're favored.
I don't know. Hawaii's been a tough place traditionally to go into. Like, it's not like nobody walks into Honolulu.
No, you don't. Well, because crazy things happen there. You got the curse of the tiki, the whole thing. I mean, bad things happen in Hawaii.
And then there actually is a good game. It's the Ireland game. 2 ranked teams, Iowa State, K-State. So that's probably the one game, week 0 game, and that's the noon kickoff. But you can watch football all day if you want and get your fill of Sam Houston State. There's always a few of those games mixed in. But all right, I said weird trend. Kang, you're a card show guy, and so you looked this up today. The hype for Isaac Tesla. The hype for Isaac Tesla. I want to make sure I get this right, Kang, in your specific parlance. An autographed Isaac Tesla Donruss Pen Pal rookie card yesterday sold for $180 on eBay.
That is correct.
Wow.
Tet McMillan, the first wide receiver taken in the draft.
Here we go. Yeah.
His autographed Donruss Pen Pal rookie card sold for $105. Tesla's going for $180. Tet McMillan, $105. A Jameson Williams autographed Donruss Pen Pal rookie card goes for $60. Isaac Tesla, $180. Now, Matthew Golden, kid from Texas who was a first-round pick this year.
Packers.
His rookie Donruss Pen Pal rookie card autographed actually went for $205, which is more than Tesla.
You had a good preseason game.
Is this?
Yeah, go ahead. Ask the question.
Is this hype getting out of control here a little bit? Or is this just, hey, people want to invest in what they believe in?
I would imagine, and Kang would know better than the rest of us, I would imagine that this kind of hype happens every August for NFL and that things calm down dramatically a couple months later. If I had one of these football cards and I had paid nothing to get it, just opened up a pack and there it is. So I paid $5 for the pack and I got this card and I could get $160 for it, I would sell it in a minute if you could. Do I think Isaac Tesla is going to be a good player in the NFL? I think he's going to be a good player in the NFL. I wouldn't expect him to be a star, but if you had asked me the same thing about Amon-Ra St. Brown a few years ago, would I have said the same thing? I probably would have. And yet I don't know what Amon-Ra's rookie card goes for. Does it go for $160? Does it go for $200?
No, his cards are pretty good, actually, yeah. For a receiver. It's all things relative. But, yeah, I mean, you would have thought that, yeah, because he was, a 4th-round pick?
Yeah.
So I get it, you know? Now, you know, Doug, I always say about college football fans, y'all are crazy.
Yes.
Detroit Lions fans, y'all are crazy. Like, I mean, Gator, you're spot on. This is the year to not buy the hype. This is the part of the year to not buy the hype for football players, right? August, right before the season starts. Don't get caught holding the bag is what people say. So when you buy a Tesla rookie card for $180, low-end product, whatever, nothing crazy, and November rolls around, and he's played on special teams, and he's been in and out of the the offensive lineup just because Tim Patrick's there. That was Kenny. He couldn't hold himself anymore.
That was a cough. That's what he couldn't hold anymore.
But
the bassy fart if I was
right. Yeah, when that card goes down to, I don't know, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, you
sell, Mortimer, sell.
Right? So, yeah, I mean, Lions fans are buying the hype in more than one way, man. And the collectible industry, this can happen.
So you think it's already overvalued?
Oh, absolutely. You just mentioned what a Jameson Williams rookie pen pal card costs. So we're doing the exact same card here because there's a million different cards, right?
Yeah.
This is the exact same product. And when Jameson Williams was a rookie, 2020, was it 2 or whatever it is? Whatever year it was. Yeah. $60.
People want to get on board stuff early.
Yep. I want to be the first to waste my money.
Yeah, you were 22. You were right on that.
Actually, the first one that I knew of with that mentioned Isaac Tesla was you, Kang.
Well, yeah, when you asked me who I think the Lions might draft on day 2, there's this guy. I know it sounds crazy. It's a receiver.
They had a meeting with him.
Yeah.
Kind of fits the stuff they're looking for.
Oh, you were so right.
They might trade up in the 3rd round.
Okay, what? We do have a question. What you just said, 3rd round. Did you draft Isaac Tesla fantasy football players? Because I think when you talk about interesting ways to measure hype, card value,
right? Yep.
And fantasy football draft position. I want to know if anybody drafted Isaac Tesla and what round did you take him in? Let's see who's really bought into the hype. And if it wasn't you, did somebody in your league take Isaac Tesla? And I'm sure somebody did. The question is where? What round?
We had a guy in my fantasy baseball league that when it was getting to a player that he really wanted, it was the worst poker face ever. He would put on sunglasses, put his hat on, put the hat on really tight over the glasses and kind of slink into his chair. Like, are you going to bet on him, are you? Because it was a auction draft.
He would do that when it was coming up, when a player was brought up to bid?
Yeah. Or he would throw it out like because it was an auction. So he'd say, Isaac Tesla, $15, and then slink into the chair. And it's like so obvious.
Yeah, why are you doing that?
Yeah.
All right, 248-539-9797. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights, and they're coming in hot with summer send-off savings. Right now, lease a new 2026 model year Equinox LT for just $359 a month for 36 months with zero money down, $359. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive with GM Employee Discount. Finance through Ally Financial, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends September 2nd. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dan. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dan?
Hey, Doug. Hey, Gator. How you guys doing?
All right, Dan.
Good, thank you.
So you guys were talking about the Tesla hype, and I've been talking to my buddies about it, and I've been paying attention to it a little bit on the FanDuel. There's a awards category where you can go on there and bet on guys to win defensive, offensive rookie of the year, right? Mm-hmm. And a week and a half ago, I was looking at Tesla, and it was at plus 50,000 for him to win rookie of the year. And then he's had these couple of really good games. If you go on there right now, it's gone down from plus 50,000, now it's plus 7,500. So the powers that be in Vegas that know about this type of stuff, they're even paying attention to it and moving the number on this guy right now.
Well, imagine where Jackson Meeks' number might be.
Jackson Meeks ain't a bad player.
Jackson Meeks has had a hell of training camp thus far.
Wow. So did you play it at plus 50,000?
I put a little bit of money on it, but I wish I'd put more on it because he's looking really good. All it's going to take is an injury. Like something happens and Amon-Ra gets dinged up or J-Mo gets dinged up and he gets more playing time. He's going to be a target in the red zone. He's going to be seeing single coverage probably almost every game. If he can get significant snaps, I mean, he's got a shot. He could be like, back in the day when, Terrell Davis was rookie of the year and he was drafted, I think, in like the 7th round. And, sometimes guys come up from nowhere and they are able to hit these. It's a fun thing to hit a couple of dark horses and just put a couple of bucks down on it, and if you hit, it could be a big payoff.
Yeah, well, plus 50,000 was something, and I'm not surprised that it's gone down. I'm amazed it's gone down that much, but hype is real. Hype is real. Thank you, Dan. 248-539-9797. There's a whole bunch. Like, I watched that game, and I know it wasn't a thing of beauty. There were penalties all over the place. The Lions actually lost the game. And I'm like, I like that guy. I like that guy. I like that guy. And you mentioned Jackson Meeks.
Dude, the Lions receiver room, I said last week when we were there, that's the deepest room that they've got in-house. You like the linebackers?
Yeah.
I love the receivers. They're going to get poached a little bit. Okay, because you got the guys that you have. You've got your starter, your top 3 receivers with St. Brown, J-Mo, and Khalif Raymond. Then it gets interesting because you've got a group of, when you look at number 4 or 5 receivers, is it Tim Patrick? Is it Isaac Tesla? Is it Jackson Meeks? You just look at all these, and then you've got Lovett is the other one.
Yeah, I don't think he's not helping his case, unfortunately.
Well, he's not helping his case because he got hurt, and he's also had a couple of drops, I guess. But he's also a special teams guy that gives him a leg up over some of the others when it comes to that. He was also drafted. The Lions are going to have to cut several of these players, at least 2 of them, I would think.
We've reached the point in the timeline where we've talked about there are going to be players that we see jettisoned because there just isn't room for them. And it's going to hurt. I mean, seriously, the Jackson Meeks thing, Jackson Meeks looks good.
I would imagine if you ask Lions fans right now, 2 can stay, 1 has to go out of this group. I want to ask you what you think, who the Lions fans would say you can let them go.
What do I think the fans are going to say?
The 3 names are Meeks, Tesla, and Tim Patrick.
Nobody's going to say Tesla.
So maybe just make it 1 and 1.
Yeah. I mean, they'll probably say Tim Patrick. They probably should say Jackson Meeks. I mean, Patrick, they're not playing Tim Patrick in the games for a reason. Now, at practice last week, did I see major Tim Patrick impact? I didn't. Now, were J-Mo and Amon-Ra getting a ton of targets? Yep. As they should. God, that's interesting. Feedback coming in.
And Meeks is 6'2". He's 220 pounds. He's only 22 years old. He's caught 11 of the 13 targets, 176 yards and 2 touchdown passes.
I mean, it might just be he's filling up the stat category because somebody has to. you're playing it. Somebody's going to get the ball thrown to him, and he might be the.
Well,
but they do have Tesla.
But they're throwing to him and he's catching it.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a lot of targets. It's a lot of catches. And Tesla, is going to make the team. There's the fan favorite Tim Kennedy.
Yep.
I don't see him being a Lion.
Tom Kennedy.
Tom Kennedy. Sorry, Tom Kennedy. I don't see Tom Kennedy.
Yeah, he's kind of running out of room. My nephew drafted Isaac Tesla in the 6th round of our fantasy draft. That's from Scott.
That's a bit high.
Tesla. Remember David Circus? Somebody writes. I drafted Tesla in my draft. Kirkus, yes, my apologies. I don't know why I said Circus. It was David Kirkus.
Does he call him Circus Kirkus?
Yeah. I drafted Tesla on my draft, very last pick of the draft. I got Laporta the same way his rookie year, coincidentally. That's from Dan.
That's the way to do it if you're going to do
last pick is fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
You can't.
6th round is insane.
6th round's ridiculous.
Tyler says, in my dynasty league, I'm 100% targeting Tesla with my later picks. In a regular fantasy league, I don't think it makes sense with his role on the offense currently. Scott McComb said Tesla went in the 6th round of our 8-man league last night.
What?
6th round?
There's only 8 teams?
Yeah.
That's even worse.
Come on.
My cousin, who's commissioner of our fantasy league, drafted Tesla in the 5th round and wondered why he got graded an F for his draft. That's from Aaron and K-Pack. Dynasty leagues could be something where you would see him valued a little bit more because it's kind of a futures play. Kang, you found online an aggregate or an average of where he was going in online drafts?
Yeah, it was like average draft position. And Fantasy Pros had him, I think he was going like 88th overall. So
even that
8th
seems
round,
high,
that seems kind of high. But yeah,
that's like 8th round.
Yeah, I wonder how many Detroit fans are, affected that. Like money moves the number in Vegas. But it also moves, the draft position because everyone's doing their mock drafts online right now. And so every mock draft from Michigan, I wonder where Isaac Tesla is going to move that
crazy
number.
High. Yeah. Because it's like, you're right, people do this online more. But I think back in the days when you actually had your fantasy draft in a room with other guys, this would be a player's name that I would just start to drop hints on a little early to get the feeding frenzy of somebody else to take him. Not that I think he's a bad player. I think he's going to be fine. I just don't think he'll be a very good and productive fantasy player this year. But people really, we know how it is locally. We love our guys. You're going to latch on to your guys.
Mm-hmm.
But in this year's Lions team feels like it's got a lot of guys worth latching on to. But to draft,
I think he might have been 88th overall with the receivers, Gator. I'm sorry. I'm
that
mistaken. That would make more
sense.
sense. Yeah.
Make a lot of sense.
Yes.
All right. Much more to come, including I got a Tiger question for you. And some starting quarterbacks have been named, including the 4 quarterback circus in Cleveland. Did you see they named a starter?
I did.
We'll get to that at 1:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, if it's time for you to change out your garage doors, like they're just either they're broken or they look just terrible, don't fit the decor of the house anymore, and it's time to switch it up, here's what you do. Call the awesome folks over at Precision Garage Door Service. They know exactly what they're doing. I did this a few years ago. My garage doors weren't working well at all. I knew it was time to get the new doors. I called them. They came out right away. They walked me through the entire process and showed me all the different options I had to work with, and I picked out the perfect doors for my house. Now, for you, here's great news. They have a warehouse that has all these garage doors in there. So in some cases, you can get a new garage door in as little as 24 hours. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule an appointment online at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com. That's precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope everybody is doing great on this Monday. My son said to me, Dad, this weekend is the last weekend without college football or college basketball until April 11th. We just experienced that. Week 0 is coming up this week. I'm going to just say something here, and I'm not sure it's true or accurate. I sense a slight amount of Week 0 hostility from you.
From me?
Yeah. Just give me a little bit of that vibe. Am I wrong?
I don't know. There's hostility. If there is, if I were to peel back all the layers on why you're getting to this, okay?
Yeah.
The layers include me having to accept that summer is over and that we're now beginning the football season and fall and all that. Another layer might be your unbridled enthusiasm for the sport of college football, regardless of who plays, which I don't share.
Yeah.
I like college football a lot. I like it less than I used to because of everything else going on with it. That's another layer of it. The fact that you can get excited about a game involving Kansas because of the new stadium seems a little ridiculous to me.
I'm not that fired up about it. I'm curious to see what their new crib looks like.
What's the big game? Kansas State and Iowa State?
Iowa State.
I mean, look, those are two solid programs.
Mm-hmm. They're like everybody else. They're like their Iowa, or they're Wisconsin.
Like they're constantly 9-win teams that occasionally will crop up and win 11 games, and next thing you know, they're in contention for being in the top 10. Are they on the verge of making the top 10? And they've always been like that. They don't have bad years. Like their bad year is like 7 or 8 wins.
Yeah.
You know, they've always been competent, but they're boring as hell. Iowa State and Kansas State are always boring as hell. So is there growing hostility now that you've mentioned that there might be some hostility? It's not hostility. It's not.
You're mocking it a little bit.
A little bit. Yeah. I might mock it a little bit, but I might roll my eyes at how much you really enjoy it.
Yep.
And the fact that it's week 0, that's a whole other thing.
You don't like the name?
No, not really. I mean, I get it. There's a handful of games before the whole schedule gets going the next week when it really starts. It's almost like a play-in game mentality type thing. Mm-hmm. So that's another layer of the onion that gets peeled back. Is there's a comparison in my mind automatically that goes to play-in games because these are actual games, but they don't, and they do matter.
They do matter, yeah.
But it's like the real season starts next week.
I might care a little bit more about Kansas State, Iowa State, because I think Kansas State is a real sleeper this year to get into the college football playoff and make some noise with Avery Johnson back at quarterback. They got some good transfers, linebacker from Ohio State. They got a receiver from Texas Tech. That always helps. Gunnar Maldonado transferred from Northwestern to K-State. I just said it because I like the name Gunnar Maldonado.
Oh, I can understand that. Is he Hispanic?
No,
is he Norwegian? Scandinavian? What do we got here? It's Gunnar Maldonado.
Gunnar Maldonado.
Sounds like it's just a made-up name.
Yep.
2 different cultures in one.
Yep. Okay, so I said I got a Tiger question for you. Tonight begins actual kind of late season big series.
Mm-hmm.
Tigers are trying to get the number 2 seed in the American League and not have to play in the wild card round. The top 2 division winners avoid wild card round play. Right now in the American League, Toronto Blue Jays have the best record. They're a half game ahead of the Detroit Tigers. Tigers in the last week have created some space. They've moved ahead of the Houston Astros by 3 games. Astros are in town. Astros are currently leading the American League West. Here is my question, Gator. If you could pick the 3 starting pitchers you would want to start this series, what 3 pitchers would you pick right now?
Skubal, Mize, and the third one. It's Jack Flaherty.
Okay. I wondered if you were going to go there and go Flaherty
or Morton
or Charlie Morton.
Or would I even think about Troy Melton?
I mean,
and the answer is no, because I think Melton is going to be the bullpen piece that's going to be very good for this team. And then when he comes into games in the playoffs, we're going to be thankful that he's in the game for playoffs.
Are you counting out? You're not counting out him being a starter, though. You just think that's where it's going to settle in?
No, I'm kind of counting him out as being a starter. He might make another. Maybe he makes another spot start, but I don't think he's going to. I don't think he's in the rotation the rest of the way.
So the 3 games of this series, it's Flaherty tonight, Skubal tomorrow, and Morton on Wednesday. And I wondered where you were right now if you would have those 3. I didn't think you'd pass on Mize, but I was just intrigued. So 2 of the 3 you of your top 3 to start.
Yeah. I'll throw you. I'll give you a wild card. Sawyer Gibson Long.
There's a wild card.
He's a wild card. He's a wild card.
You're not saying you do it.
No, I'm just saying that's a name to monitor the last 36 games of the season to see how much work he gets and how effective he can be. I think Charlie Morton. Look, what Charlie Morton did on Friday night was spectacular. And he's got 2 really good starts with the Tigers and 1 really bad start with the Tigers.
But that bad start was the 10 strikeouts and 4 1/3, right?
Yeah, but he got hit.
He got hit.
Crazy.
Yeah.
But yes, and then Morton's got. There's a lot to like with Charlie Morton. I'm not in love with Charlie Morton at this point, but I do really like the 2 of the 3 starts. We'll see how he is tonight. But you asked me before this start happened, so that's interesting. And right now, I'm still like, I got to believe Jack Flaherty can snap out of it because, like Morton, Jack Flaherty can go in stretches too where he's dominant.
Well, there's something to be said for a track record. And, big series, chance for them to, both teams can make a major statement with a sweep. If Detroit sweeps Houston getting into late August, their positioning for the number 2 seed is great. If Houston sweeps Detroit heading into late August, then it's a toss-up. Houston will be a half game behind Detroit. So, it's a big series for a team to make a statement. Chances are more likely that it'll come down to the 3rd game. They'll split the first 2 and then 2 out of 3 one way or another. But it's for Houston, it's not a last stand for the number 2 seed by any stretch of the imagination. But if I were in Houston, I'd be thinking, got to win this series.
This is kind of crazy when I go back and look at Jack Flaherty's game log.
Yeah.
In his last 6 starts, okay, here's who he's pitched against in his last 6 starts in no particular order. He's pitched against the White Sox, the Twins, the Phillies, Pirates, the Blue Jays, and Seattle. So you've got good teams like Seattle, Philadelphia, and Toronto, and bad teams like Pittsburgh, Minnesota, and the White Sox. The 3 good games he's pitched have been against the good teams.
Really?
He gave up 1 run on 2 hits against the Phillies in the game the Tigers lost late.
Mm-hmm.
No runs in 6 innings against Toronto. And he gave up 2 runs on 2 solo shots against Seattle through 5 innings. Those are 3 pretty good starts.
Yep.
He got hit for 6 hits and 3 runs in 3 innings against Pittsburgh. Got tapped for 6 runs, 5 earned, 8 hits. Didn't make it out of the 5th inning against Minnesota. And 8 hits, 5 runs, didn't make it out of the 5th inning against the White Sox. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
That he's got.
So expect something good tonight.
Right, because it's a good team. That's the trend.
That's the trend. That's something to watch for. And
we don't watch for things, Doug.
Well, here's the good news.
We
Gator, how many?
We monitor.
We monitor things. How many bad teams make the playoffs, Scott?
No bad teams make the playoffs.
There you go. 248-539-9797. All right, every once in a while somebody catches your eye and you say, I like that guy. Someone to keep an eye out. Somebody that could actually do something. I'm talking about a Lion. Preseason football. We will get to that coming up today at 1:48. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Sports fans, I'd like to talk to you a minute about the best restaurant in the state to catch a game, Twin Peaks. With restaurant experiences really taking a nosedive and service really missing the mark, Twin Peaks has upped the game. It starts with their culture. Employees that believe the brand, just flat out, they believe in the brand and just flat out they produce a better product. It starts with the cooks coming in at 7 a.m. every day to begin preparing those dynamite dishes that you crave. And then, of course, there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. It takes extensive training to get on the floor, and once they're out there, they do deliver a experience no guest can live without. From food and beverage recommendations to just cheering you up when you had a bad day, no one does it better than the fine folks at Twin Peaks. And, of course, what brings it all together is sports. They boast wall-to-wall TVs, some as big as 98 inches, that brings you all the action that you crave, including our baseball team playing the best baseball in years. Football's just around the corner, and it's not just all about the sports. There's the Scratch Kitchen, as mentioned. Favorites like the house-smoked chicken, wings, the thighs, the ribs, even the hand-cut New York strips. And don't get started on the bar outside of the coldest draft beer you've ever had. And I love an ice-cold beer poured at 29 degrees. They boast exquisite craft cocktail menu featuring a wide variety of tequilas and bourbons. If you're tired of spending $20 on fast food or dining out with a server that just doesn't care, stop by your nearest lodge and see the difference today. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. So, Gator, I want to ask you about something today.
Okay, Doug.
How do you feel about the studio? Being back in studio after last week. We did 4 shows from the road last week. Not gonna lie, I was pretty exhausted by the end of the week.
I like being back in studio.
It's fun to be out and about every once in a while. To get to some exciting stuff like Lions practice, big Tiger game, stuff like that.
Yeah, no, that was.
And the Dream Cruise is fun too. It was last week. It was 4 out of 5 shows were out of the studio, and it's
a lot.
It's a challenge.
We'll
hope the product that came out over the air was fine.
We'll have 2 this week as well.
Yep.
And then it looks like we're landlocked for a long time.
Well, the 2 this week, one is from a Tiger game, and this is a big series.
Mm-hmm.
So that's money. And the other's another joint practice. The joint practice stuff was actually kind of fun. And I trying to create the atmosphere that people could feel like they were there.
Yeah.
And know what's going on, right?
Yeah, as long as we could see a lot of the stuff, which we could, which was great. Joint practices, I'm telling you, joint practices are so much better than preseason games.
You started selling that years ago, and I'm like, interesting take. Now I'm fully on board. Fully on board.
Yes, but do I like being back in studio? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm back in.
It's good to have our guy Kang back, our guy Kenny back.
My distracting habits, yes.
All in time for football season, which is right around the corner. Speaking of which, so we were just discussing the Lions preseason game, and there's some guys that I'm just really starting to love the depth. I mean, I think everybody's got to get on board with the depth at linebacker, right? Zach Cunningham and Grant Stewart are depth guys for them. That's a pretty good pair of depth linebackers.
Yeah, and they'll get Malcolm Rodriguez back at some point.
Yep. With news today that Ahmed Hassanin is going to be out for a while. And you look at what they've already lost up front in Levi Onwuzurike. Pascal's been out. They are awaiting the return of Aleem McNeil. Now Hassanin is out. Now defensive tackle, defensive end, different positions. I don't hate their depth. Anybody else noticing Keith Cooper in the middle of that defensive line? Undrafted free agent out of Houston. Big number 64. When I say big, his size, he makes others look small in the trenches.
Because he's taller and he's 280 something pounds. That's big. I mean, it's not like having to get somebody who's 330 pounds, that kind of big. But because he's 6'5", it really stands out. And he has played well in training camp. He is a guy that everybody on the beat notices and wants to write about or mentions. That there are 2 guys. Keith Cooper is one, and Nate Lynn is the other. Nate Lynn, more of an edge rusher type, 6'3", 250. Is he from Houston? He's from
I don't remember.
William and Mary, I'm sorry.
Okay.
6'3", 250. And he's a guy that has been explosive at times in training camp. So I'm curious to see if they both make the team. Because with Nate Lynn, they're both defensive linemen. They've got names on this team that we've seen in the last couple of years. Isaac Ukwu or Mitchell Agude, Al-Qadim Muhammad. Those are 3 guys that are all decent players, and they feel like they're all the same player, along with Nate Lynn and maybe Cooper is another one. They're all very similar. They're young players that have some ability.
Al-Qadim Muhammad made a tackle downfield, and it might have been that wide receiver screen to Dwayne Eskridge.
Yeah, he chased down.
And he chased him down inside the 5. And I'm like, that's the edge rusher from the other side coming over and chasing a guy down. That when you make a play like that, I feel like that guy can play for Dan Campbell. And you mentioned Nate Lynn. Isaac Ukwu had a big sack late in that game. I mean, there are a number of depth guys that are standing out. Broderick Martin had a TFL, but he was offsides. I'm like, Broderick, come on, man. But as Keith Cooper emerges, I mean, that just might be the end for a guy like Broderick Martin. I mean,
it could be.
I just don't know that there's going to be a roster spot for him anymore.
It could be. And this goes to, you start getting into, year 4 of year 5 here with the Lions under this regime. And It's you're looking at all the players they've drafted, all the players they've brought in. This is where you can't fall in love with your own players comes into play, where you have to resign yourself to saying, you know what, this draft pick didn't work out. It's okay if that's what they decide to do. You know what, we drafted Hendon Hooker. We thought we could develop him, but we have more important spots on the roster. We're going to let him go, and we'll see if maybe we can get it back if that's what they want to do. Same thing goes with Broderick Martin. Hey, we know we spent some good draft capital to get him. Hasn't worked out. Maybe we can let him go, and we'll sign somebody else. These are the tough moves they're going to have to make, because now all of a sudden they've got depth at positions. You need to have the depth. You need to have a rotation of defensive linemen. You need to have rotation of offensive linemen and wide receivers and secondary guys. So it's getting way more competitive there.
I thought that we'd kind of reached the point in the Lions timeline where we wouldn't see a lot of undrafted free agents making it. And maybe they won't when it's all said and done. They probably a bunch of these guys won't. But I wouldn't be shocked if Jackson Meeks make it. Didn't draft him, signed him. Wouldn't be shocked if Keith Cooper makes it. Didn't draft him, signed him. Wouldn't be shocked if Ian Kennelly, the safety out of Grand Valley, makes it. And if you look at, I brought up Colton Pouncey's recent 53-man roster. Keith Cooper makes it at the defensive top tackle spot. Ian Kennelly makes it at the safety spot. And I believe Jackson Meeks misses out at wide receiver. Yeah, Jackson Meeks doesn't make it at wide receiver. But, these are tough decisions. They're going to be. If Jackson Meeks gets released, I think somebody's going to practice squad him, because I do. I think Keith Cooper would get practice squad him. Or somebody else would sign him. Sorry. Yeah. I don't know that these guys are going to be able to slip through into the practice squad. Maybe it's this team's and this organization's commitment to not playing starters in the preseason that allows these other players to showcase their skills. But I'm telling you, they have mined very well for some depth chart pieces, haven't they?
They have. I think they definitely have. And I think that they will continue to mine, and they'll look at the waiver wire. When all is said and done, when teams got to get down to, their rosters, the 53, 54-man roster, when they get to that point, there'll be players on other teams that the Lions will look at and say, we like him as a better option for us than this previous guy. So it's going to happen. And they are going to lose guys that Lions fans has started to like.
Start to like in the preseason, right?
Yeah. I think wide receiver, they're definitely going to lose somebody that we like.
Well, final preseason game coming up in 5 days against the Houston Texans. And then just a few weeks away from the opener at Green Bay. Wow. It's coming up quickly.
It is coming up quickly.
I know you don't want to wish your summer away, but.
No, I'm not. Not wishing it away. Still got plenty of time.
Mm-hmm. So we saw this earlier, and now we see attribution for it. Ian Rappaport is saying he would expect the Packers to be amongst the teams making a run at Micah Parsons.
Well, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So if the Packers would be interested in Micah Parsons, wouldn't you think the Packers would be interested in Trey Hendrickson too?
Yep.
Stoney.
Hi, how are you?
All right, how are you?
What's up, Mike?
Shouldn't the Lions be interested in both?
If they can afford it.
You can afford anything.
Well, you can't, but I mean, there are different. I mean, there's different cost to it than it might cost you a player that you want to sign that you can't sign.
That's all right. I'd rather have two elite pass rushers than two Pro Bowl safeties.
Well, so you give up the safety, and
if I can get Parsons and a 1 or and a
Parsons.
2,
wait, I'm sorry. What?
I would give up Parsons and a 1 for Hendrickson. I mean. I'd give up a 1 and a player for Parsons.
You trade a first-round pick and Kirby Joseph
for Micah Parsons?
For Micah Parsons.
And a second.
I think for Micah Parsons is different level than Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, he's younger.
Yep. So.
And knowing that you just have him for a year?
Who, Parsons?
Yeah.
But I would, obviously, that would stuff have to be worked out beforehand.
Well, because to get two guys over $40 million a year as edge rushers, I don't know if you can do that. It's not that I don't want the two edge rushers. I think that's can you do a 40 and a 30 maybe, but I don't know if you can do a 40 and a 40.
It feels like late here in preseason, things are starting to get
I don't know.
getting pushed to the front. Like, people are sick of waiting. Could something be up with Micah Parsons? Trey Hendrickson has been reported to be shopped around today. Things are afoot.
Yeah.
Parsons is different.
He's totally. Well, I don't know. I like he and Hendrickson are both this. Are they the same player? One's younger.
Right.
Is that the only difference?
No, I think Parsons is better because he's better against the run too.
All right. Well, certainly, I'm sure you'll be discussing that.
Yes, and we have some declarative statements about the Lions, our opinions on the talk of the expanded playoff in college football.
I can't. I mean, I just
coming
can't.
up with it.
So Minnesota would have made the playoff last year.
Yeah, great.
What we've all been hoping for.
Row the boat.
Why don't they just have them all make it?
Why, well, I mean,
why not?
college football, protect the great regular season. Don't do this.
I know.
All right. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
The Lions were back on the practice field booming today as they prepare for their final
Speaking of booming, you get anybody pregnant this weekend?
No. 6 to 8 weeks. Against the Texans, Dan Campbell revealed that defensive lineman Ahmed Hassanin would be down for a while with a pec injury he sustained Saturday against the Dolphins. When asked if he would return later this season, he said he didn't have an answer for that now. Hassanin has been one of the standouts in this year's camp. Before practice, they activated corner Khalil Dorsey from the physically unable to perform list as well. It marks his first action since breaking his leg back in December. Jack Flaherty gets the start for the Tigers tonight as they open up a 3-game series with Houston at Comerica Park. 25-year-old righty Spencer Arrighetti goes for the Astros. Their radio man Robert Ford gave me the latest on him. He missed 4 months with a fractured thumb. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket tonight.
He's one of them there Italians.
At 6:40. Ohio State football has named sophomore QB Julian Sayin their starter against number 1 Texas. Head coach Ryan Day said he's really separated himself the last week. You're one of those too, right? At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we are back. In the words of Jim Rome, that's Mike Stone. Rico on vacation. Kenny back from vacation. David back from not vacation, excuse me, and I want to apologize. David had a funeral Friday. I almost made a boo-boo there. Okay, we're ready to roll, but Stoney, you're amped up, and you wanted to, before we get into Lions news.
Yes, I want to congratulate publicly the one, the only Kenny Cott for getting married over the weekend.
Thank you, Stone.
Appreciate it. It's a wonderful thing.
He didn't annul it yet either.
All of us have all gone through it. And, the fact that Kenny had a destination wedding in the thumb is kind of unique, but you know what?
What, Harlan County, Kentucky was booked?
No. We're not starting my marriage like this, Michael. Stop it.
Why? You started at eating squirrel. What the hell's the difference?
Some people go to, the Dominican. Some people go to Costa Rica. Some people go to Tecumseh. He's
an up north guy, dude.
I know.
You got to let it go. It's Kenny's culture.
I know.
He enjoys up north. It's his thing.
I know.
And it's a beach town. I'll tell you now, it was Caseville is where we ended up going, and it's where a lot of our family is from. And we went there. It was a great beach wedding. It was terrific.
That's great.
Now you were scared bleepless for no good reason, which I told you multiple times. Did everything go okay?
Everything went swimmingly, better than I possibly could have expected.
Thank God. Because if you were with Kenny the week prior, he was ready to drop dead of a widowmaker.
Ooh.
He was so nervous. And I'm like, dude, relax. It's all good. Like, all the planning's done. You just show up, don't get drunk, and follow the cues.
Right.
You'll be fine.
You don't get nervous until you're like an old guy like me. I got nervous. I officiated my nephew's wedding in May.
That's terrifying.
And I'm sitting there saying, oh, my God, what if I have to go to the bathroom in the middle before I'm doing the vows? So I loaded up on Imodium. I didn't want to take a chance.
God.
Oh, I didn't want to take a chance on screwing up this wonderful day for these two wonderful people.
How far down the list did he have to go to find you to officiate it?
I don't know. I guess James Capers Jr. was not available.
My God. So hold on. Kenny, now you had your honeymoon.
Yes.
You sure?
Go on.
No, I mean, you comfortable with the decision you've made?
Oh, on marrying this woman? Yes, Michael,
okay.
I have.
Where did you go on your honeymoon?
Drove around the UP. Drove around up north.
They actually did a tour of meth labs. It's a very curated experience.
No. I'm not going to let this happen. That is my wedding. This is one of the most important days of my life. I will not have you.
It's second only to Mo Sider getting drafted.
That's correct.
Yes.
Actually third after he got the Calder or whatever.
It's also the most on-brand thing. He comes back from his wedding and honeymoon, Mo Sider t-shirt.
That's right.
It's back. All right,
well,
David.
You know how you fish for catfish? You go out there and now he was hunting for raccoons.
No, David, no. We're not doing that about my marriage.
Did you go to Iron Mountain?
No, we did not.
You did not run into Tom Izzo?
No, did not do that.
He was on the morning show today.
Have things changed at home at all?
Literally not in the least bit.
Well, welcome. We hope you're rested.
Congratulations.
Because now we're going to blink and it's going to be Christmas. And the only thing in between is work. So I hope you had your fun. Now it's time to play.
Well, at least there's football. I mean, we got that. It's hard to survive a summer doing what we do sometimes because it just feels arduous. It feels like it drags out, but football
I
will
love
help.
summer. I love summer because I love being able to expand what we talk about. And honestly, summer's the respite. Like summer, you gear up for football. Football's a gauntlet, especially now. Think of the NFL. Once NFL kicks off, you're going straight through April.
Right. I mean, we have, thankfully, something else to talk about besides just football because we have a baseball team, no matter how difficult they are to watch at times, who are going to be in the playoffs. So you have some playoff baseball for a little bit.
Okay. No. You're fine. I just don't want to go down that pathway.
Okay,
I find them
just
extremely frustrating to watch.
They are. Saturday, I wanted to, put needles in my face.
They're like 1 for 30 with runners in scoring position.
They were up. They should have been up 8-0, and the next thing you know, they're losing 3-2.
David, do you have any final words to congratulate Kenny on his marital bliss? And will you be counseling Kenny and his bride?
I will not be counseling.
Be very careful with what you say next.
That's all I'm saying. I will not be counseling.
More importantly, I just thought about this.
Oh, dear. Now you need to be careful.
Yes. Who officiated your wedding?
It's actually Hulk Hogan.
No, it's actually a former.
He's passed. You have to come
up with
a live wrestler.
I can't name too many. Yes, Kenny.
There's actually a former producer who used to work here. His name is Josh Nagy. He was one of my best
friends.
Yeah.
I didn't know that you guys were that friendly.
Oh, yeah.
How is a great guy like that friends with a lowlife like you?
Again, with this post.
Nagy was one of my favorite people when he was here. He's a lovely
Good guy. Is he still on the air in Toledo?
No, he's not.
Oh, okay.
I don't think it was Toledo either.
Wasn't it?
Didn't he go to Akron?
It was Akron, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. The point is, lovely guy. What's he doing mixed up with you?
Been boys since we used to work at a grocery store together before college.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Fascinating. All right, David, go ahead.
No, my question was.
Okay.
The reason I asked, because you have a man of the cloth right next to you.
Be careful, okay?
I mean, you could have had him do the officiating.
I didn't receive an invitation. So.
Well, you know what that's about.
Yeah.
Well, nobody here received an invitation.
Especially in the thumb. You would have stuck out like a sore thumb.
Kenny actually set up a perimeter.
I was going to say, David, you're welcome for that because you wouldn't have wanted to drive through what I had to drive through to get there.
Where the hell was this?
I mean, it was in Caseville, so it was very much in the thumb, but the types of people that you would run into are not the types of people that would get along with David and Stoney in particular.
Whoa.
David.
Whoa.
David, let's sing Kumbaya because we are those people.
Oh, my.
I guess
NC State's football helmets. Do we really need two separate drops of me and Jim Costa talking about football helmets?
David, I guess Sammy Davis Jr. never played the thumb.
Wow. Live from the sands.
You and Costa would have fit right in the outskirts of that town, I'll tell you that.
Oh, boy. All right, listen. David, a few ticket texts.
And then made that sign, David. It says, "No one-eyed black Jews allowed."
Oh, my God.
Keep Sammy away.
I am speechless.
I was going to say, Mike, be careful with what drop you decide to play.
Stoney's off his meds. Look out. David, some ticket texts. And what does your shirt say?
That's a God shirt.
Oh, I can tell. Okay.
Someone is asking, did you ruin the reception by getting, blank faced?
No, absolutely
okay.
not. I'll be honest with you. I'll clear it up. I had one drink beforehand just to calm the jitters. I was absolutely
fine.
The
way I heard is you were so nervous. I'm surprised you didn't get wasted beforehand.
No. It was actually I was more nervous here talking about it on Friday than I was actually during the moments.
How'd the possum stew turn out,
All
Kenny?
right, here we go. David, this is why
Scott
you
and
filter out
Carlton.
ticket text.
Oh, that's a good text. What are you talking about? Is baby cot in the oven?
No, baby cot is not in the oven.
Just listen. just standing near Jeremy Otto. That's like Chernobyl with radiation.
With the 3 people behind the glass here, with 2 of them, I have to be very careful. I've learned my lesson from these 2.
It's the blast radius in that room for fertility. It's like radiation.
Ooh, blast
You're right.
radius
The blast
is a good way-
radius.
yep.
Yep. The blast radius is right. You're right.
Okay, time out. This is not a Friday. This is a Monday. What the hell is... Can we get to the Lions, please?
Mark in St. Louis does ask, you were up north for the wedding. Cookie said his brother is up there. Did you get your bride a dong bong?
Oh, I did not. There was no dong bong. But you know what? I'm actually kind of upset that Cookies didn't give me that for a wedding gift. But that's perfectly okay.
And I think factually, I think his brother moved to Oklahoma or something.
Oh, you're right.
But
Things have
it's still a
changed.
great
Yes.
story.
Is the thumb considered up north, by the way?
That someone said it is not up north.
What's it
I don't
considered?
consider
The
it-
armpit of Michigan?
Probably.
Okay.
The West Virginia.
Yeah.
Michigan.
The Appalachia of Michigan.
I will not have my wedding be discussed like this. Move on, David. Next, take a text.
Kenny, did you play a Zydeco at your wedding? Kenny was playing the washboard.
And his other friends were on spoons.
He wore a washboard with a bow tie. That was his tux bib. Okay. All right. Yes, Kenny?
No, I'm just going to have Jeremy up back here screen calls for the rest of the day.
That's fine.
It's been good.
Hey, anything that keeps him from getting his wife pregnant again. Sure. Just keep Jeremy in this
Idle
building.
hands are the devil's tools. That's what Jeremy has.
Okay. Let's get to the Lions.
Okay.
I have declarative statements out. I have 3 declarative statements. I want to know if you agree with 1, 2, all 3, or Mike, you're out of your mind.
Okay.
Can we do that next?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Kenny, congratulations.
Yes.
Thank you so much, man.
FanDuel's got minus 140. You screwed up before Christmas.
There we go.
America's favorite place to watch football stadiums. Welcome back, Kenny. Located at Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games. Best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fan. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen right in the heart of Las Vegas. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. That's circalasvegas.com. All right, so let's get into a little bit of Lions conversation here and some takeaways from the weekend. And I don't value preseason.
You mean you didn't get your Jackson Dart jersey yet?
Definitely not.
He looked good.
That's wonderful.
I know, but it's
guys will be
preseason.
selling paint after cutdown day tomorrow.
I know.
But I have 3 declarative Lions statements, and I want to know if you buy any of them, all of them, none of them. Declarative statement number 1. Rest in peace, Tim Patrick. He's getting cut. And Tesla took his gig. And it's not because he caught a touchdown in a preseason game. It is the comprehensive coverage by the national media, by people who are attending the open practices, by the things coming out of camp, not the games. And, Stoney, I think a lot of people, including Rico, have slept on this one point. They gave up 3 third-round picks to take this guy. You're not a third-round pick. 6'4", 215, a really different skill set. Tim Patrick has been hurt. Tim Patrick is 31. Tim Patrick's on a 1-year deal. That's declarative statement 1, R.I.P. Tim Patrick. Buy or sell?
I'm going to buy.
Okay.
Because I believe they will keep 6 receivers, and that includes Love. And if Meeks keeps playing good, they're not going to let him go, because as soon as he gets waived or put to the practice squad, somebody's going to pick him up.
Okay.
And I think Patrick, as good as he was for them last year, Tesla can probably do more even in the red zone.
And there's the key. So Patrick last year, roughly, I'm just spitballing, I don't think these numbers are inaccurate, 38 catches, 399 yards, 3 touchdowns. I absolutely think with the attention, rightfully so, that Amon-Ra gets, that Ajaymo gets, that Laporta gets, Tesla could be a guy. Would it shock you if I said at the end of this year he had 6 touchdowns?
No. Here's the other thing. If I'm not mistaken, Tesla also, now I don't know if fans would want him to see him there, does play special teams and is a really good blocker.
Okay. Number 2. Rest in peace, Hendon Street Hooker. It's over. You got to let it go, people. I know a lot of you swear that he's terrible at football, and Kyle Allen has done everything right. Kyle Allen has played in this league. Kyle Allen can save you if Goff gets hurt in the third quarter of a game on the road, and you can win that day. No one will save you for the season if Goff dies. But Hendon Hooker is going to get cut. And in no way will he be the backup on this team. That's declarative statement number 2.
Well, I think you're correct in half of it. I agree he's not going to be the backup. I think they'll keep 3 quarterbacks.
Okay, that's fine.
Because they definitely have a feeling that this is our guy. This is one of our guys. He just needs more time because his first year was a complete wash.
Declarative statement number 3. TJ Lang needs to be banned from going to the lake the day before a broadcast, not wearing sunscreen, and never taking off his sunglasses. That was the most egregious sunburn, pasty eyes. I've never seen anything like it. I texted him during the game. He tried to blame it on the booth was 80 degrees and there was an AC unit out. I said, that doesn't mean that your eye, the area around your pit vipers is white and the rest of your face looks like Kenny's Most Cider t-shirt.
That is absolutely, I buy that.
So 2.5 of these.
Yes.
People, declarative statement, Lions edition. And how many of these are you buying? Number 1, Tim Patrick's getting cut tomorrow, and Tesla took his gig. 2, Hendon Hooker is getting cut tomorrow, and Kyle Allen took his gig. Stoney says he'll be here as the 3rd QB. Fine, not going to fight over it. And the 3rd thing is TJ has to be banned from being on a boat the day before a broadcast.
Absolutely. And they also need to give Benetti maybe like a little step ladder, because when they take the shot, TJ, it's like, I don't know, Akeem Olajuwon versus Spud Webb.
But it's TJ. I mean, he's a lineman. You can't. He's 6'5".
I know. That's why I said give Benetti like a little boost.
Or you should do the shot when they're both seated, like they do in baseball. Like, I don't understand NFL with the stand-up, whatever. But look, NFL linemen are ginormous.
Right.
They're built different. You can read it in a program that a dude's 6'4", 300. And then you stand next to him and you go, this is why you incur brain damage. Right here. David, declarative statements 1, 2, or 3, all, some, none. What do you got?
I'm all in on the Tim Patrick getting cut. I think he lost his gig. I think I was leaning that direction before the next preseason game that they just played against the Dolphins, and then he went out there, Tesla did, and still looked really good. And I think that's what they wanted to see, consistency from week to week, and he did that. I think Tim Patrick, hope you're renting so you can find a new spot, pack up. I'm with you on the Hooker thing. I do.
Whoa!
What's the cost of Hooker?
Whoa! David.
The cost of Hooker was a third-round selection. A wasted third-round selection is what that was.
It was.
I don't think that they'll keep a third quarterback. I think he's gone because I do think the minute they find another quarterback, Kyle Allen's probably gone as well.
No. Allen's played well. My point on cutting Hendon is you'll find the third QB somewhere else in the league.
You could.
Hendon Hooker can't play.
He shows some flashes, then all of a sudden he'll do something stupid.
Where are the flashes, though?
I don't know. He escapes some pressure. He made a few decent passes the other day. I mean, the interception was more of a great play by the Miami player than actually a bad play by Hooker. But
okay, all right. Listen, Stoney's a Hendon Hooker apologist.
No, I just think they're going to keep 3 quarterbacks.
But do you guys buy that Tesla has taken Tim Patrick's job and you're getting rid of Tim Patrick?
I think Meeks has taken Tim Patrick's job.
Then what the hell's Tesla?
Well, no, Tesla's going to play as far as the number of guys on the roster.
I feel like he's a regular now.
Oh, yeah, he's the third.
Like he's going to play 20, 30 snaps a week. Right. I'm at a point where I would be really surprised if that's not the case. And they have a heavy investment in him.
Yes.
It is. David, what do you got?
Agree that Patrick is gone, but his contract is fully guaranteed this year, so I don't know what that means for the cap, but
it's
he's
$2 million of dead money if they keep him. It's $1 million if they trade him. Potato. The team's got $42 million of unspent cap. They'll live. Sorry, I wasn't being negative towards you.
Oh, this one's for Kenny. 2 white guy players taking jobs from black guys. Shaking my head. Are you happy, Kenny?
Oh, because of the drop?
Sam.
And your wedding location.
Yeah.
I'm getting more and more information about that area. Wow, that's all I'll say.
Okay.
Sam in a work truck says, I'm buying 3. TJ look like Red Panda. Hooker will make a great QB for the Colts next year. And Tim Patrick was cut when they drafted Tesla, in my opinion.
Okay. I mean, the TJ thing, here's the thing. He's very good on TV if he wants to do it. I said this to him. I was talking to him last night. He's just got to decide if he wants to bother with anything. Right. But I told him, no more. No more of this lake party nonsense with your Jokic sunglasses on. You look ridiculous.
I told you, and I texted TJ last week. I said, if he wants this to be a future, I mean, a television, he's really good.
He is. It's amazing when he's sober. He can be halfway intelligent. It's remarkable. David, go ahead.
I'm buying all 3 without question. However, I'm with Stoney that they won't cut Hooker.
Okay.
Brad Holmes' ego won't let that happen.
Are they going to get rid of Broderick Martin?
Beat me to it, yeah.
I mean, pick your third-round bust.
Right.
Tesla is starting to look like the most Brad Holmes grit Detroit Lions pick since Brian Branch. That is Matt N. Wixom.
No, he looks like a big-bodied, hyper-athletic receiver that had no quarterback play in college on a run-oriented team with Sam Pittman at Arkansas, and it looks like what the Rams do, how they found Puka Nacua, right. How they found Cooper Kupp. Look, and they have found complementary receivers. They have found tight ends. Like, there's a skill set, and Brad was a big part of that. So it's why I didn't kill the draft pick when they did it. No. I was surprised they gave up 3 third-round picks. But to me, I think he replaces Tim Patrick today, and I think he's taking J-Mo's job next year. Can't pay everybody.
I know. Unfortunately, you're right.
248-539-9797. I want to get with the people. We'll get a few ticket texts. We got a blitz to do. And then, yes, there's news. People are going to cry that it won't happen. But the real debate is, should it happen? Why won't it happen? And really, are you comfortable that your team is simply not all in? We'll talk. It's Lions related. We'll talk about it. 97.1.
6 years ago, I got a lifetime of 20/20 vision thanks to the bifocal lens implants I got from Dr. Yaldo, Michigan's premier eye surgeon. It gives me a sense of freedom every day to no longer rely on glasses, contacts, or reading glasses. I'll sit in the press box, read the tiniest statistics, and then look up to see everything on the field with stunning clarity. If you're over 40, imagine how nice it would be to see the small stuff on your phone or on a menu without those annoying reading glasses. I've told you I can be a wuss when it comes to pain, but it takes Dr. Yaldo just a few painless minutes to replace your poorly performing natural lenses with these remarkable bifocal implants. It's as safe as any procedure that exists in all of medicine. So as his custom LASIX for those of you without a closed vision problem. Set up a free evaluation at YaldoEyeCenter.com and tell him to do for you what he did for Stoney.
Get to the people, top of the hour. Definitely some NFL rumor mill stuff. We'll have some fun with it, and some of you will get all angry, but whatever. Football today in between. Right now, we go to caller DJ, 97.1. Deej, what's going on, buddy?
What up, though, Money Mike? Welcome back, my dog.
Thank you, sir. Absolutely. How are you?
I'm great, man. Godfather Stoney, man. Always glad to hear you, man. You good?
I'm good, Deej.
Yeah, so check this out, man. I think I can't prove this is just me on some just listening and observing. I don't think that Hendon Hooker is getting cut. I don't think that I do think Tesla has earned the right to be in the rotation, but for some reason, man, whether it was James Houston or Broderick Martin, who has literally looked like he's not even a PAL League football player, let alone an NFL player, Brad Holmes is not going to cut his draft pick. Like, he literally waits to the last inkling of he can't play before he lets somebody go like he did with James Houston. And I just think if you listen to what Brad Holmes has said over the years, Mike, about keeping receipts and draft picks, he's paying attention. So he don't want to admit that he failed with Hooker or Broderick Martin, in my opinion. I don't think he wants to admit a failure with Tim Patrick. They're going to let him hold on because I think they trust him, and he just don't want to do that, in my opinion.
Well, that's not – cutting Tim Patrick is not admitting a failure. It's actually he's propping himself up more for the selection of Tesla.
Right. Well, I use the wrong word with Tim Patrick, failure. More so failure with Hendon Hooker and Broderick Martin. With Tim Patrick, I think they trust him, and that's his spot. I just don't think they're cutting him, in my opinion. I don't.
No, and listen, maybe you're right. It was just a read on it where you got a guy in a 1-year deal. He's a vet. It's kind of redundant to keep them both. And you've got this mercurial rookie that you've heavily invested in. I just, that would be the way most of the league would do it. But DJ, you're right, is that Brad Holmes has definitely shown he likes himself some Brad Holmes. And he's probably not going to be quick to do that. Maybe you're right. I mean, but I still will be surprised if you have, again, Tim Patrick's been hurt. But if you have Tim Patrick on the field over Tesla, who's got the higher upside? Who's the guy that can provide you more?
Absolutely, Tesla. It's just when you listen to them last year, man, and I always listen to Dan Campbell very closely. Their thing is trust, trust, trust. The fact that they trust him and they're familiar with him and they brought him back even after some injury problems here and there in his past, it just lets me know, they're going to slide Tesla in slowly, but that's not the end of Tim Patrick, in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, listen, it's part of the fun. You do the declarative statement thing. It's just the read coming out of it. Stoney, anything? You good?
Yeah, I think Broderick Martin, though, is going to get cut. Yeah. I don't think he's going to favor himself for that. I mean, he had he had an offsides, and I think he lined up in the neutral zone on Saturday. That don't cut it.
No, and he's shown nothing as a pro.
Correct.
So that's just, you chalk it up. It is what it is. David, go ahead.
Hooker needs to go. His time has run out. We don't need him anymore. 100%. They're going to cut Hooker and Patrick. Also, backup QB is currently on another team right now.
Why do people say that?
Because I think there's an infatuation with the third-string quarterback on your team. I think people think that the Giants are going to cut Jameis, and that Jameis is better than Kyle Allen.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily agree with that. And second of all, Jameis is a distraction. This team doesn't do that. They don't want that. Jameis isn't any good.
Kyle Allen, at least Kyle Allen has won NFL games, right? I mean, He's not great.
No, but the point is he spent a season as a starter.
Right.
And he wasn't totally atrocious.
Correct.
He's been a quality backup in places like Houston, Buffalo, Pittsburgh, Washington. This is exactly the type of backup you carry if you think you are a high-level team.
Right.
You're not going to have some expensive backup QB who's going to bring distraction. Plus, Kyle Allen looks like he has complete command of what's going on. Every report out of campus.
And you know what he has that people around here love? Ooh, a quarterback with mobility.
Okay. People, they're obsessed with it.
I know.
David, go ahead, buddy.
I recently bought a new TV, thought something was wrong when I saw TJ on camera. That is from Christopher.
Yeah, it was like you had oversaturated the color spectrum. I told him, I go, what were you thinking? Oh, bro, it was really hot. I'm like, no, TJ, if it was just hot, your whole face would have been red. You look like you had ski goggles on painted white. It was ridiculous. And, good for Benetti being a pro. Because if I were Benetti, I would have made fun of TJ repeatedly. TJ looked like he was hanging out next to the Chernobyl reactor. Yes, Dave.
Tesla is young, good, and cheap. Bye-bye, Tim Patrick. Someone else says, all three statements are good. Wondering how high Patrick and Hooker are going to bounce when they get cut, because that is definitely happening.
Yeah, look, hey, if they want to keep Hendon Hooker around, go for it. I don't see it. I mean, it's year 3. He's shown no ability to play this game. And you got Kyle Allen to me. I'll take the guy who's thrown 700 passes in the NFL.
Yes.
Not interested in the guy who's thrown 7. Let's go over to Mo, 97.1. Mo, what's going on, buddy?
What up, guys? Happy Monday to you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, so listen, I think what I love about Dan Campbell is the very thing that annoys me about A.J. Hinch. That game last night, so-called you trust your guy. I think Dan Campbell's at a point right now where trust is a factor, but he empowers his players. So I do believe you'll see Tequila take a lot of snaps from your man Tim Patrick, whether he's healthy or not. That's just the bottom line. Dude's a football player, bro. He's proven it. And he's just never had the quarterback play to consistently maximize his ability. That's
no, the kid he had at Arkansas, Taylon Green, is terrible.
Trash.
He's terrible.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mike. And I got to say one thing I will say about Hendon Hooker is this. You get drafted, you have ACL tear, second-year program, you learn Ben Johnson's system. It takes that year to get acclimated with your health and then learning. So you haven't seen really any football time. And with a coach like Dan Campbell, it's put up or shut up. He empowers you, but he expects you results. Then you get a coordinator switch in Johnny Morton. Then you run a vanilla plays where you're a run, and you're in 3rd and 8. When you have a quarterback that hasn't touched the field or practiced as much, and you put him in a situation where it's 3rd and 8 all the time and expect him to throw, what results are you going to get, Mike? We know this story, man. Like, you got to give the guy, empower him and give him some time to grow. So I don't think it's time to – he hasn't played well, but it's not time to cut him, man. You bring him on the practice squad.
That's fine.
But let me ask you this, though. If they try to get him to the practice squad, he can be claimed. And if everybody feels the same way you do, somebody will pick him up. I think they just keep 3 quarterbacks.
Well, I'd rather have 6 receivers than 3 quarterbacks because Dan Campbell's a smart coach, and depth was needed in last year's playoffs on both sides of the ball. So we need defensive players in depth. I'd keep the 3 or 4 safeties. I'd keep 6 receivers. I'm not keeping 3 quarterbacks.
I'm with you. That's Mo. That's the genesis of my remark. Like it's not anti Hendon Hooker. It's just I'd rather have positional flexibility in other spots than carry a guy who won't even hold the clipboard. Like he holds the Gatorade bottle for the guy who holds the clipboard.
Right.
Not interested. It just doesn't make sense to me. Kyle Allen has shown you everything you've asked for in this town. Fine. You're my backup. And the reality is, if Goff dies, it doesn't matter who fills in.
Exactly.
Your season's over.
Right. You're there, hopefully, that Kyle Allen or Hendon Hooker, but obviously to be Kyle Allen, can at least play half a football game for you if, God forbid, Goff got hurt, in a big game.
Yeah.
See, but I have a problem with the statement that the caller has on Hooker because I get it. Yes, he was hurt. Physically, he's not on the field, but mentally, he's in that classroom. So you're seeing everything that Goff is seeing and understanding what a defense looks like, why he threw it there, when he threw it there. The problem with Hooker is not physical. The problem with him is he can't survey the field. You should have seen that in the classroom already.
Yeah, the problem is you drafted a quarterback out of a timing and rhythm offense that uses unique niche formations at the collegiate level that aren't even legal at the pro level. And you're trying to put him into a complicated pro-style offense. It's a bad fit. Andre Ware, from a football standpoint, couldn't read.
No.
But Andre Ware comes here, oh, wait, he struggles. Yeah, can't read defenses. Why? Because he was at Houston. He was in the run and shoot, very niche, very unique, and at a time in football where defenses were just not equipped to deal.
No, and they couldn't, and it was obviously the system because the guy who followed him in Houston, Klingler, did nothing in the NFL either.
Cover of Sports Illustrated holding a stick of dynamite as a football.
Yeah.
I remember that. David Klingler. The idea, and that Houston team was putting up 60 a game.
Yes.
If you go back and look. It's just nuts. They were playing at the Astrodome, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Stoney and I just being old people over here. My bad. We have a football today to get to. Then we have some Lions rumor mill. And yes, we're going to cover the Big Ten's playoff proposal. And by that, I mean Stoney will talk to you about it. I'm leaving. All right, a lot of you need to replace your roof this summer. Be forewarned. Roofing companies out there, a lot of them, they're going to skip over the most important part of that process, attic ventilation. If your attic doesn't have a proper circulation plan, mold, wood rot, leaks in the winter, you're going to deal with all of it. And summer attic temperatures can reach highs 180 degrees. It's one of the reasons Victor's Home Solutions, the best recommendation we can offer. Their plan begins with a thorough inspection of the attic. They know if the ventilation isn't right, the roof's going to be built on a faulty foundation. So call Victor's 21-point roof inspection. Every Victor's roof comes with a well-thought-out ventilation plan. That's how they can offer you a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. So call for your free inspection or estimate today, 866-VICTORS. That's 866-VICTORS. Or book an appointment online anytime at victors.com. All right, let's get to it. Football today. David, some music, please.
So let's get into a few things here. A lot of teams finally played their second preseason game, and we saw a little bit more here. Let's start with Caleb Williams. He was 6 for 10 total, 107, 1 touchdown, a 130 passer rating, but the most impressive thing was his first drive. I think Lions fans should be a little scared. That offense looked really good with Caleb Williams in that first drive. Your thoughts on Caleb Williams and the Bears offense?
Okay, I wouldn't say I'm be scared of it. Yes, Ben Johnson's a great coordinator / head coach, probably. But they were going up against a defense that was playing maybe, I think, one regular, and that was Buffalo. Buffalo looked like the entire game they didn't want to be there. That said, Caleb looked really good. Some of the passes were, Cole Kmet was playing, and the regulars, some of them played. So, yeah, it was good. He got plenty of time to throw the ball.
I'm going to treat this the same way I treat it when the weird, almost obsessed media narrative takes place on Caleb, where they trash the kid.
Yeah.
I'm ignoring all of it. I will see it week 1. I'm with Stoney on everything he said. But it's the same reason, oh, my God, did you see this one rep from practice I filmed from a tree? Not interested.
This one I want to get your thoughts on is about the confidence level that you saw from week 1 in preseason to week 2, which is with Jackson Dart. Sure, he looked good in week 1 in preseason. He looked a little better in week 2. But was it the confidence that you saw in him? He was 14 of 16 for 137, and he also rushed for a touchdown. But he looked under control back there.
All right, this is the only thing I'm going to – because I can't answer all of these by saying I don't care about preseason. Here's the one hope I would have that if you're going to read into it, you lean on this. This was Brian Daboll's hand-selected quarterback. It is a guy that fits what he wants to run. A lot of RPO, a lot of quick decisions, and yes, having some mobility. David, for me to tell you yay or nay in the preseason, I can't. I still think it would be best for Jackson Dart not to play the first 6 weeks of the year. And if the team is bad after that, you turn the reins over. If the team is doing decent, then you don't play him at all. But this is the style the NFL's going to. You see it with Cam Ward. You see it with Jaden Daniels. A lot of the RPO, a lot of the pop passes, a lot of east to west. I can be hopeful, but I'm not getting to excitement.
You can see why he was enamored with them, because they're running a lot of the same stuff they tried to do at Mississippi, so he does fit in. And I agree with Mike that if Russell Wilson will be the starter, and if Russell Wilson plays well and they win games, you keep going. But if he doesn't, yeah, you bring him in. There's no way you start the season with him as your quarterback.
This next one here is probably great news for Sam Darnold, because the Seahawks decided to go out there and actually show and try to force the run game. They rushed for 268 yards, 5.6 on a clip. And yes, their first-round selection, Greg Zabel, was out there on the offensive line and creating havoc out there, creating huge holes. Great sign for Sam Darnold that the run game is going to be what they try to do in Seattle.
I saw something on Pro Football Focus. Somebody tweeted out Zabel had great grades, if you believe their grades of offensive linemen.
From some guy in Hungary in his basement.
Kenneth Walker III didn't even play in that game. Charbonnet was really good, but they were pounding the ball, and that is good for a guy like Sam Darnold, who's probably better in play-action situations.
Yes, it'll come down to health. Both K9 and Charbonnet have had really spotty health track record. If they're available, it's a really nice one, too.
That's a sneaky team to win that division, by the way.
See, Arizona's my deal out there. Enrico makes fun of me, but he always comes back to the same thing. Oh, Kyler's short. And I just stopped listening.
Let's get to
a couple That's what he always says.
A couple things from Cleveland here. The first thing is they have named their week 1 starter.
Yeah, it's Shedeur Sanders, right?
It is Joe Flacco.
Oh, boy.
No surprise there.
It is. And you're not surprised?
I'm not surprised.
No. Especially after the oblique with Sanders.
What about Dylan Gabriel?
Well, we'll get to the Dylan Gabriel thing in a second. But my question for you is, how long is Joe Flacco the starter? Let me give you their first 4 games against the Bengals at home, at Ravens, Packers, at Lions. Is he still the starter week 4?
If he's alive.
Yeah, I'll go with Stoney. I think, is he alive or unalive? but I can't imagine him starting past the first month because that screams 0-4. And I know we don't play schedule game on paper, but who will they be favored in any of those games? No. Who would you take a shot at there? You want to say the Bengals because it's divisional and the Bengals open up usually slow? Maybe. But at a certain point, they drafted not one but two rookie quarterbacks. You got to play one of them. And don't forget, Deshaun Watson's going to have his permission slip from the doctor pretty soon.
Yes.
And they can't cut him because that'd be $139 million in dead money next year.
Yeah, they have to play him.
What are they going to do with Pickett? Just cut him?
Oh, he's hurt now.
Oh,
So
that's right.
they could put him on the IR, I guess. But, Mike, you mentioned Dylan Gabriel, and I don't want to get to his play. I don't really care about that. I just want to say maybe there was an overreaction to a comment he made.
You think?
During a interview during the game where he was asked the question. This was the question asked. They were trying to make sure the outside noise doesn't infiltrate what's going on internally. That was part of the question. He answers, there are entertainers and there are competitors, and I totally understand that. My job is to compete, and that's what I'm doing. And there's more to it. But everyone wanted to make this about Shedeur Sanders.
No, he wasn't talking about Shedeur Sanders. And then he addressed it at the press conference afterwards. Says, look, you all are entertainers. That's why I'm not talking about Shedeur Sanders.
I don't want to go down this lane because it leads me to a place where I just talk for 30 minutes and get angry. We have never been worse as a media, ever. I mean, this 24/7, 365-day-a-year sports thing where people feel like they have to fill every void. Dude, this is what happens. Did you see the way Dylan Gabriel looked at a pigeon? He's not fit to start. Read my column. And you're like, what?
Well, no, because there was another one also during the Dallas Cowboys because Dallas Cowboys, Micah Parsons was on the podcast and he talked about how he likes Denver. So they tried to use that on their broadcast and say, well, he's out of here. He's going to Denver. It's like, why are you trying to find controversy?
Because you need to fill the void. What? Stoney's scratching his head. This is a verbal medium, Michael.
I'm agreeing with you. They come up with some of the most bizarre stuff. Why? Because they think that idiots like us are going to talk about it.
And then let's close it out with this one because maybe the story was overblown. Matthew Stafford has returned to practice today. He is moving. He is throwing the ball.
Oh, where's Rico? Oh, Michael, you're missing the mark here. I'm just telling you, the guy had an agreement with the franchise. He wasn't going to bother with camp. Oh, Stafford's back?
He's back today.
By the way, I wanted to ask you one quick thing here. When you mentioned Dylan Gabriel, and you mentioned Rico and Kyler Murray, who would win who would be able to post each other up if they played 1-on-1?
I'd take Kyler.
Okay,
I think Kyler's a far superior athlete.
But he'd post them up though.
Well,
Who's
yeah,
taller?
but that's like a 1-on-1 lollipop guild game. I mean, who's interested in that?
I know.
Look, I believe Arizona's going to be good. This is the most complete Cardinal team. They they invested in the defense. I think they're going to be really good. I take a lot of heat in this show for it. But I'm like, I'm sorry, I didn't pick the Niners. I just think Arizona's going to be good.
I don't disagree.
Oh, but he's short. Okay, we got anything else?
That is in football today.
Lions coach Dan Campbell said the Kirby Joseph knee injury is minor. Despite missing more than a week of practice, his hope is for him to return later this week. We also learned today the defensive lineman Ahmed Hassanin would be out for a while thanks to a pec injury against the Dolphins on Saturday. Campbell wasn't sure whether he could return later this year. The Browns have named veteran QB Joe Flacco their starter. The Tigers are back at Comerica Park this evening. Jack Flaherty hits the mound tonight against second-year hurler Spencer Arrighetti. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. After being DFA'd last week, former Tiger third baseman Gio Urshela has now been released. MSU football coach Jonathan Smith told the media today that tight end Jack Fowling has returned to practice but isn't at full capacity. Safety Nakai Martinez is dealing with an injury and could miss their opener against Western Michigan as well.
Whatever.
At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Give the boy a hand. Let's baby.
By the way, shout out Celebrity Jeopardy.
Yes.
There is something deeply wrong that off-air Stoney was absolutely singing that song with our edited words. Okay? That's a real problem.
Give the boy a hand.
Okay, you're done.
Okay.
I want to read this report to you. And some people are going to get all upset, but I think their anger is misguided. And instead of being mad at me or you or this station, I think you should be mad at your team. Because ultimately, when you reach a certain point, you are either all in to win or you're not. Okay? And if I have to hear somebody say, but they don't have the money, you don't understand. I understand the salary cap just fine.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Tigers.
No. Tom Pelissero. You like Tom Pelissero?
He's all right.
NFL insider.
I mean, he's respectable.
That's the key. Quote, it's a complicated situation. That situation would be Trey Hendrickson. We'll see if it advances, but I can tell you there are several teams over the past week that have checked in with the Bengals. There have been talks. It's not close to a deal actually getting done. But basically, Trey Hendrickson is not going to play on this contract. And the Bengals are listening to trade offers. That is the report. That is Tom Pelissero. If you're angry about that, go ahead and Google him or email him. The point is this. We are sitting here, and all jokes aside that Lawrence Taylor is now probably out for the year, a.k.a. Bob El Hassamin, because the day they drafted him, you guys were Costa just drinking the blue Kool-Aid that this sixth-round pick from Boise was going to be the second coming of Jared Allen.
He looked good early, but...
The point is this. You are still entrusting Marcus Davenport as the linchpin to your defense, which is insane to me, but people in that building believe he's the key to the defense, that he's the perfect player opposite Hutch. I'm going to ask you this question one more time. Are you sure you're comfortable with your team not doing everything in their power to win it all? Because make no mistake, you're not all in. You could tell yourself that while you're wearing your foam engine block, but you're not all in. And when Brad Holmes goes on a cheeky little pod, well, people don't understand. We understand just fine that there's no way in HELL hell you're paying Jared Goff $70 million next year. You will adjust his deal. You will renegotiate it. You will do the same thing with Amon-Ra. You will do the same thing with Penei Sewell.
And the cap is going up appreciably next year.
So please spare me the you just don't understand. No, we do understand. You're rigid. You have a plan. You believe you invented football, and you're not deviating. That's different than you don't understand or we can't do something. Make no mistake. I would incur whatever happens on the other side of the Rainbow Bridge. If I acquire Hendrickson this year, and it means I'm not signing J-Mo, or I'm not signing a Laporta, or I'm not signing a Brian Branch, I sign up for that. Because the reality is you're not signing at least 2 of those 3 after you pay Hutch. If you put Hendrickson and Hutch on the field, you immediately become the favorite in the NFC to go to the Super Bowl. You have the most unblockable duo this side of Houston with Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. So here's what I want to do, Mike, because then I'm turning it to you and I'm leaving.
Okay.
I want to hear from the people. Are you seriously okay if you find out the Lions aren't one of the 7 teams that have checked in? That they're not even trying? And that they are more beholden to their plan than they are the pursuit of a 70-year curse breaker and winning a championship?
Now, we have to tell people what we believe, I think it was what Diana Rossini put out, is what the asking price would be, which is a number 1 pick and a young defensive player.
Great. I'll give you a first and Brian Burns.
Brian Branch.
Sorry, I have Brian Burns on my broke bleep team.
Yes.
Brian Branch. I'd go Branch in a 1. Wouldn't think twice.
I would do that.
You paid Kirby. I can't pay every safety.
Right. I'd rather, although Cincinnati wouldn't take it because of the contract, I'd rather trade Kirby in the number 1.
Can't do it.
But you can't do it. Would I rather have Trey Hendrickson or Brian Branch and a number 1 draft choice? It's not an easy fix, but I would do it on one condition. I'd have to make sure that Hendrickson is signed not just for this year.
3-year deal, option for a 4th.
Okay. I'm in. I'm all in. As good as Brian Branch is, this is not about Brian Branch. It's about a philosophy that I have that others have. In order to be a really good football team, a great team, an elite team, you have to have a really good quarterback. You have to protect that quarterback, and you have to be able to get to the other team's quarterback. As good as Brian Branch is, I'll say it again, if you can create havoc with 2 elite defenders, you make that, pass rushers, you make that deal. Having 2 elite pass rushers is more important in my world than having 2 elite safeties. End of story.
And again, the cap for this season is set at a new record high of $280 million. That was an increase of $23.8 million from year over year. Even if it goes up by half of that, you are going to see the better part of $295 million as the projected cap in this league. It is going up. It will absorb some of the contract. You will then tinker with current deals, and you can absolutely make it happen. You're choosing not to do it. That's distinctly different. Sorry, Mike, go ahead.
And the other thing is, Hendrickson, look, is he the best defensive lineman out there? No, but he's really freaking good. And you have this window. I know windows in this town for some reason like to be closed up or told there were illusions or whatever.
No, if the window isn't there, you can't ever pressure the franchise. That's why the GMs in this town don't like championship windows.
I think I wouldn't say it's a no-brainer, but it's a move that should be made.
But part of what I want to discuss is this. Would you be okay knowing the Lions never checked in?
No,
I wouldn't.
No, we always say, cliche, make the call. I'm sure
Tom Pelissero says half dozen teams have reached out. Are you okay if you know the Lions aren't one of those teams? See, I'm not. That's really the thing. I don't want to do a Hendrickson redux where I get a bunch of dinglings calling in and telling me either he sucks or we can't do it. I'm not interested.
No.
I want to know if you're okay that your team won't go all in. They won't. They patently refuse.
And here's the other thing, okay? If you're trading, forgetting about the contract, which I know is very important, but if you're trading Brian Branch and a number 1 for Trey Hendrickson, and you're going to say you don't want to give up that much, you're telling me that the Lions are going to be, 25 or better first-round pick.
Correct.
Wouldn't you rather have Trey Henderson than the 29th pick in the draft?
That's
right.
Listen,
am I wrong?
Here's the other viewpoint. It's an investment in Aiden. By investing in Trey Hendrickson, you're investing in Aiden Hutchinson at a point where you're about to pay him the better part of $45, $44, $43 million a year. If I put Trey Hendrickson on the other side of him, you are actually creating a better ROI on your money. But this is the problem in this town. None of these teams are willing to risk it for the biscuit. None of them. And that's partly why I don't think you're ever going to get home now. And last year, it's always going to be what if. What if we didn't have injuries? What if we played better? What if? What if? But it's dead. It's gone. It's over. And in the here and now, no, I don't think this is a Super Bowl team. And your refusal to deviate from your plan and your obsession with just signing your own. Think about this. What team can tell their fan base they are all in when they have $42 million in existing cap right now?
No, you can't. Now, I don't think
but that's going to be Aiden's money. I know that. But it doesn't help me now.
In fairness to them, I don't think they've ever said they're all in either.
That's an even bigger issue. You had a 17-point lead in the NFC title game and blew it. And then you got aced out by a rookie. Injuries or not, Jaden Daniels came here and played Tecmo Bowl. There is one goal, Super Bowl or bust, right?
Yeah.
Then act like it.
Well, see, but here's the problem, though, Stoney, is because Brad Holmes before last season said it was Super Bowl or bust. Then they lose in the playoffs, and he changed his tune on a window.
Right. The difference between Brad Holmes and Howie Roseman is this conversation right here.
Right.
There is no scenario I could say Howie Roseman and the Eagles are not all in.
Now, I don't know if that comes from ownership or not, because I know Jeffrey Lurie is all MFing in all the time.
That's right. And again, okay, hard guy. The Eagles lost some players this year. Yeah, you know what? Dismantled Chiefs. Win second Super Bowl in decade. Go to third Super Bowl in decade. These are the rooms you're not invited to. These are the meetings you are not attending.
And I don't care that the Eagles lost guys. You know why? They won the Super Bowl!
That's the whole point, Mike. You replace those players. I want to know from Lion fans, why, if you're okay with not being all in, why? Because it just seems like you're good with just being good. That for a town that has never experienced a Super Bowl appearance, much less victory.
See, I won't go that far. I'll just think they believe that the roster they've assembled is good enough to get it done.
Well, what if you could make that roster better?
That's where my point is.
But they're more concerned with season tickets in 2028. That's what it feels like.
Oh, no, not season tickets. They're sold out for the next 10 years.
My point, yeah, really? And the prices keep going up.
I know.
And I think they like living that life. I don't think they want to take a step back. I don't think they want to risk ever leaving the position they're in right now. And that's not what this is about. We have never, Mike, you're not exactly 25 anymore.
I know.
They've never even been to a Super Bowl.
Really?
No, my point is they're not doing everything in their power, and this fan base seems okay with that. That's what I don't understand.
Well, when you've been browbeat for so long, sometimes your expectations for some people are lower. But to me, when you've gotten past that, where we actually won 2 playoff games in one season, then your expectations rise, your management should rise.
No serious Super Bowl team should be entrusting the fate of their season on Marcus Davenport. Guy started 3 games in 2 years.
Yeah.
All right, you've been injured in an auto accident. Now you're drowning in medical bills. You're dealing with insurance companies who couldn't care less about you. David Feminino, he'll go to work for you day one. Get David, get paid isn't just a catchphrase. It's a promise. And if someone you know has been injured, don't sit there and hope things get better. Call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH. Or go to getpaid.com. Okay, Tom Pelissero report. And again, I'm taking it a different place. I'm really not interested in debating the merits of Trey Hendrickson. The Bengals are listening to trades. You're not going to make a call. I'm more focused on why are you okay?
How do you know they're not going to make a call, though?
Because Brad Holmes has all but told you.
I might make a call.
I mean, first of all, on our airwaves, he was like, why? Why can't you just be happy with Aiden? Oh, what team has 2 elite pass rushers? Why is it like this in all markets? He's all but told you. Then you factor in the last time we heard from Brad Holmes, his defense for any of this was, you don't understand the salary cap. Sure we do. That's a straw man. So, Mike, I don't have any faith in it. Hey, let me ask you a question. What did they do this offseason? Outside of DJ Reed, just handed out oodles of money to their own people again. They are comfortable being good. I don't know that you know what? No, they're not willing to do what it takes to be great. They're not willing to go all in. And the franchise you grew up rooting for, and the franchise you still have a deep familiarity with, is the example in the NFC, along with the Niners, by the way, who made 2 Super Bowls and who put the gas pedal down. They had to take a step back last year. But the point is, the 2 preeminent franchises in this conference are doing it the same way. Oh, here, want to add a third? How about the Rams, who also did something you've never done? Won the Super Bowl. F them picks. All in, all in, all in. And then there's this.
By the way, there's another player, according to Ian Rappaport, who thinks the Packers would be among the teams interested in one, Micah Parsons.
Yeah, well, the Packers are a low-rent Mickey Mouse franchise.
I know.
And you know what? They're just as bad as you, is that you're depending on Marcus Davenport and they're depending on Lucas Van Ness. If I were a Packer fan, I'd be incensed. But whatever. David, the ticket text, will go to the callers. And again, if you're okay with this team not being all in, why? That if there's half a dozen teams calling on Trey Hendrickson and you find out the Lions aren't one of them, why is that okay? If you're truly Super Bowl or bust, then walk it. Don't talk it.
They are not all in. They're about selling out the house and staying good enough to keep the fans interested. 9-8, 8-9 season coming up.
I'm not ready to go that far. I agree with the tenets of what you're saying is that I think they like, wait a minute, there's a waiting list for tickets? Wait, we can raise prices as much as we want and people will still pay? This is fun. If you risk it for the biscuit and you don't get it, there is a downfall. I don't think they're willing to pay the price of admission.
Yeah, but I don't think if they risk it for the biscuit and it doesn't work, I don't think people are, and they have a one bad season, I don't think people are going to like, oh, forget it, I'm done.
But they don't want to incur that.
They won't. They won't.
Okay, then, Mike, then even less of an excuse why not to, right?
That's not that's not a legitimate excuse.
David?
Scott and Carlton says, if you have Hendrickson, Branch isn't needed. They'll never get to the secondary. Make the bleeping deal.
Again, that was just a stony, following the parameters of what have been listed offer. David, go ahead.
We need Hendrickson. It would be the best slap in the face to Ben Johnson and shut down the QB guru in soda. Make the deal. Someone else says, F that pick. Get the deal done. I'm with you, Mike. My biggest fear is Trey Hendrickson going to the Bears, Eagles, or Commanders. Frank at work.
Let's go to the people. Sean's in West Bloomfield. He bats leadoff. Sean, how you doing?
I'm good. And Mike, that was a hell of a point, man, that last year is gone and the year before is gone. I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, we can cry a river about what happened, but those years are gone. So we go all in 100%. I just would rather go all the way all in and go get Micah Parsons for more. I swear to God, that's the move. Hendrickson, I don't know. He's old. I mean, I know he's great. I know he's been very productive, but give me some Micah Parsons, for God's sakes. Let's go win the damn championship. How about that?
Well, I'd love it. I just, A, I don't think they'll deal him, and B, they wouldn't deal him in the NFC, but you're not wrong. I mean, Sean, I'd give up 3 first-round picks. I'd do whatever it takes. I mean, you put him and Aiden on the same defense. How do you deal with that?
Who does Brand Holmes think he's talking to? Also, I mean, this town has had many championships. I mean, does Mark Aguirre ring a bell for anyone? How about Brendan Shanahan? How about, you can go on and on. You know, it's one thing to draft your way out of the cellar. It's another thing to shift gears and do what you got to do to go get the title. It's ridiculous, and I'm tired of it. It's annoying.
No, it is, Sean. And look, we're all appreciative of the job they've done, and guess what? That's what they get paid to do because Kenny, that's what the money's for. But, Sean, you're right. You get to this point, you're either going to bleep or get off the potty.
Right. Look, nobody's sitting here saying, I don't want to speak for you, but that Brad Holmes is not a really good general manager.
No, of course
we
not.
just want him to be even better.
Look, it's part of my issue with the Tigers is I think they've done a really nice job digging out of a really bad situation.
Yeah.
But once you get here, are you serious about winning it all or not? Because the actions defy kind of what you're looking for in that venue of all right, we live and breathe and eat and sleep and die to win a championship. And then you go, okay, well, what have you done for that?
Right.
And you get this. The NFL, I just gave you the two preeminent organizations in the NFC, three if you count the Rams. What do they all have in common?
They went for it.
All gas, no brakes. Yet with Brad Holmes, what do we hear? Oh, we want to be consistently good. Well, those aren't the same things.
No.
And when you hear a Pelissero report, they're taking calls on Hendrickson. Look, I got news
from
for
the
you.
Carolina Panthers, allegedly.
New England.
The Colts.
He'd be a Vrabel player.
Yeah.
They have cap space. Look, that's the thing. Aiden's deal. Aiden's deal will get done because the salary cap isn't real.
Right.
And eventually it becomes real, but I don't think you're in that spot.
And Aiden's deal is the fact that it's not done. It's not the Lions' fault. Aiden's waiting, and he's smart.
Sure, because Aiden, I think, is waiting for Micah Parsons.
Yes, as he should.
And then Aiden, well, here's what Aiden's people are going to ask for. Hope you're ready. 50.
Pretty close. Damn right.
Mike is going to ask for 45. If he gets it, I'm Aiden's reps. I want 50. It ain't going backwards.
No.
Cap's going up. 248-539-9797. Go to Ziggy, 97.1.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Just checking in. Listen, man. Long-time listener. Appreciate you taking the call. I think they need to do anything. I got a pool of linebackers. I got a pool of defensive linemen. Give me Henderson, and let's get everybody, whoever you need, first-round pick, whatever. Let's do so that way we can have one of the elite defensive lines in the NFL. And if we think back to the Super Bowl, what won the Super Bowl? The Eagles' defense. They dominated the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, Mahomes was pretty mortal because of them.
No, and look, and then go look at the two Super Bowls my team has this century.
Yeah.
We have 3 appearances, but 2, they were fueled by the front 4, including taking down the undefeated Patriots with a pass rush that didn't let Tom Brady breathe. It's the same principle. Ziggy, look at the last 2 times the Chiefs got dismantled in the Super Bowl. Last year,
strong defense.
and Tampa Bay in the COVID year. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Yep. And the main thing too is that they consistently, from a front head office standpoint, they want to tiptoe when they need to start dropping sledgehammers, getting what they want. This is who I have available. What else do I need to give you to make them wear a Lions jersey this year and be done with it?
Ziggy, I'd love to see it. I'd love to read a report they called, made an offer, got rebuffed. It would give me great faith. They at least tried.
Right.
But you don't have that. And the Lions are one of the most over-reported on teams in the league. They're rivaling the Cowboys in that regard. Everybody wants to read about, hear about, see the Lions. They're covered. If they made a big brazen offer to Cincinnati, you'd know about it. You just would.
People love the Lions nationally.
248-539-9797. We'll get more of the people, get some of the ticket texts as well. And listen, there's no yelling and screaming. If you're totally okay not going all in and you just like living this life, explain why. Because other than winning the Super Bowl, nothing else this year will be a success. You could make the NFC Championship game and lose it. Fail. 2 years ago, making the playoffs, success. Win playoff game, success. Last year, best record in the league. Oh, my God. Still a failure. You didn't go anywhere. This year, what defines success other than making a Super Bowl? Look, if you get to a Super Bowl, bleep happens, and you lose that Super Bowl in overtime or something, look, you can't call it a failure.
No.
It's heartbreak. But anything other than making the Super Bowl is a failure. Did the Lions do everything in their power to put themselves in the best position to do that?
As of now, no.
then why is this town okay with it?
The history. That's why.
This town is basically this drop. Anything the Lions do, it's just this. Lions sign dead guy. Lions bring back Davenport. Lion. I can't keep playing it.
Boy, you like the massage.
The fact that we got that from him writing an article, a volume, that's still the best. All right, we'll get to the people next. 97.1. All right, we're going to get with the people. A few ticket texts. 4 o'clock. Big Ten's on that crack again, so we'll talk about it.
By the way, Alex Lang has just been activated.
Good.
For the Tigers.
Need all help they can get.
Yes, they do in the bullpen.
Alex Cobb.
I guess he's looked decent in his rehab appearances, but we're still waiting on him.
To Aaron, 97.1. Aaron, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing real good, Mike. And I'm a Michigan resident who's a Steeler fan who lives in Indianapolis. So I've had a lot of – yeah, exactly. So I've had a lot of sports experiences. By the way, Mike, I've been listening to you since you were way back in the day. So this is a thing for me. The Lions need to do what the Colts did in 06. They had Freeney and Mathis and Brackett, right?
Yes.
In 06. And the Lions have maybe 2 guys on defense right now. And every Super Bowl champion has the 3 guys that you can point to that made a difference in a playoff game or a conference championship game or a Super Bowl. And if they don't do, and they don't need to do Hendrickson, but they need to do something. It's got to be Hutch and Branch and somebody else. There has to be a third. There is no way.
When they're fully healthy, obviously, Aleem McNeil would be a part of that, but he's out till, my opinion, probably past November. DJ Reed, very nice player they signed from the Jets, albeit he's a walking penalty flag. Kirby Joseph. But look, Aaron, they've missed their window to do a lot of the things you're talking about. I mean, you now basically have the NFL trade deadline, and it's very hard to acquire that type of player in season.
It totally is, but at the same time, the Detroit Lions have decided not to draft that player on their defense to develop them into the role that they would need to be that third person. So now that they're in this window and they have given up on drafting that player, I'm not sure they can get there. And that's just as an outside perspective.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to poop on there, whatever.
So
right?
you would have taken Jalen Carter instead of Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yes.
Yeah, but the
absolutely.
problem.
I would have taken any of the defensive linemen that have been available in the last 3 drafts that would have bookended this and made the defensive line the most ridiculously deep sort of.
Right. Well, let me, Aaron, let me do this one thing, though. I've continued to say this. Nobody listens, but I'm just telling you the way it is. We got to stop with the Jalen Carter thing. When a player basically pulls a Dion and tells you, I ain't interviewing for you because I ain't going to be available to you. When a player makes it kind of known they don't want to be a certain place, then you know what? You're not wrong not taking him. Jalen Carter didn't do himself any favors as it would pertain to the Detroit Lions. Do I like the player? Yes. Did he ingratiate himself? From everything I've been told, absolutely not. Now, anything else, you want to bring up the Jordan Davis thing, or you want to bring up why didn't they take Yaya Diaby? You do whatever you like.
Right.
I'm just saying the Jalen Carter thing's got to stop. When a player sours an organization in the process, I can't blame the organization. Let's go to Vito, 97.1. Vito, what's going on?
Hey, guys, how you going? Long-time caller, big fan. Love you guys to death.
What's going on?
I just, as a big fan, I've been talking to you guys for years and years, and I follow, the Lions faithfully. I'm a slappy, maybe, I guess you want to call it. But I honestly believe with all my heart that you give them any player they want for Trey, and not only that, but I'd throw in a first. I feel like them picks aren't going to be, high first-round picks. They're going to be later. Even if you had to give them multiple first, F them picks like they say, you guys. I mean, that's the opportunity to cause havoc to any quarterback in the NFL, not just here or there. I mean, that's a nightmare.
Exactly.
And I agree with you guys 100%. Defense wins championships. I don't care how much they're throwing the ball now down the field and launching. You guys are going to call me crazy for this one. Part of my son in the background.
That's all right.
But I feel that giving a first round in a JMO or something, a Kirby Joseph would even be worth to plug that hole another way that would be left just to have that kind of pressure on the QB.
Look, if your front four on a down in, down out basis is Aleem McNeil, Tyleek Williams, Aiden Hutchinson, and Trey Hendrickson, how you planning for that? You will keep defensive coordinators up at night.
Exactly. I couldn't agree with you guys more. So I'm all with it. I'm give them whatever they want.
I know.
Get this done.
Look, the fact that they're listening to trade offers 20 days from the season, Vito, and the fact that, again, Brad Holmes has given no indication he's ever going to do that. In fact, he's kind of mocked it. I don't know why this town's okay with it. I don't. You're not the Patriots. You didn't win 7 Super Bowls.
No.
You're not the Eagles. You get a little high and mighty. Like, I don't get this idea that they don't put the pedal down and go.
They, for some reason, don't think that position is as important as most of we do.
Cool.
Most of us.
Then keep starting Bob O'Connor and Pete Almondine. Go ahead. I mean, I don't know what to say. Whatever the hell that guy's name is. TJ loves that guy.
Oh.
Almondine Muhammad.
Yes.
Whatever. Don't care. Naga.
I like what you said there.
Not going to work here anymore. David, take a text and we'll move along.
I've been down on the Lions since after this season. During the offseason, didn't pull me back. They get Trey. I'm all the way back in. Take a shot. Win the whole thing.
And again, we're not just bringing up lazy radio. Tom Pelissero's report today. The Bengals are listening to trade offers. Several teams have checked in and made offers. I haven't heard the Lions link to it. And why are you okay with that? ... Go ahead.
I don't get the whole good for a long time group of fans. I'm 31 years old. I've seen an NBA championship, 2 World Series appearances, and a Stanley Cup. I want a Super Bowl. I don't care what it takes. I don't want to be the Steelers. I want to be the Bucks. I love how Brad Holmes says Hutch is enough, but what happens if he gets hurt again? We need that second guy, so if he does get hurt, we can stay afloat on defense when it matters. That is from Kevin.
Yeah, you're trying to build a non-negotiable that no matter what an offense designs, it won't work. That's what you're creating if you did that type of thing. But that's cool. We've got Pat O'Connor. All right, listen, Chevrolet.
Eastern Michigan's own.
Tremendous. Training camp coverage, 971theticket.com. That's Moran Chevrolet. They sponsor all of it. You can elevate your tailgate, the 26 Silverado 4x4 LT Crew Cab. Lease one now, $265 a month, 24 months. You can check out the 26 Equinox as well, $295 a month, 36 months. And if you want to go electric, they got the Doug Karsh Equinox EVLT, $209 a month, 24 months. It's Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You can find your ride fast and easy at moranexpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, David. Music. Let's touch the table on some football. I have a feeling this will be college, right? Yep. Oh, God. Everything out of this sport is so bad. All right, let's do it.
You guessed correctly. We're
78 team playoffs, Stoney.
We're going to go through some hot takes that Bleacher Report put out there for the incoming college football season. I'm going to start with a two-parter because it is the same team. It involves Clemson. Quarterback for Clemson, Cade Klubnik, will win the Heisman, and Clemson will also win the national championship.
I'm buying. I'm all in on both. I mean, in the top 10, there's only, 3 teams that return a QB. Klubnik take a huge step forward. And Clemson did something they never do. They hit the portal this offseason and addressed their wide receiver deficiencies, brought in some high-leverage guys. They even got a 6'5", 220 kid from 1AA who's an All-American. Look, I'm all in on Dabo. I'm all in on Klubnik. I'm buying.
I got bad news for you, Mike.
Uh-oh.
Your buddy Joel Klatt agrees with you. He picked them to win the national championship.
All right, well, I mean, he's an idiot, but he can be right once in a while, so that's fine. I'm good.
Next
hot take is the Group of 5 playoff spot will go to not Boise State. They're predicting that James Madison may get it.
Oh, dear God. Matt Sluka, the kid who left UNLV at quarterback. You know what? It's basically like, hey, Tiger Woods versus the field. It's probably a good bet to take the field, so I would lean that way. Plus, I don't like Madsen Maddox, the quarterback up there at Boise. Can't stand him. Very punchable face.
All right, I got to be completely honest. I don't know anything about it, James Madison, except they have that cute little dog, the Duke. They're the Dukes.
That mascot looks like they paid $3 for
I know.
it. It's awful.
But you think Boise State gets it, or someone outside of Boise State gets the Group of 5 slot?
I think Boise State is always in the hunt because
UNLV's out there.
Yeah. Well, UNLV, their coach is really good, correct? If I'm not mistaken.
Dan Mullen is their coach. One problem, they do not have the finances to actually cover year 3 and 4 of his contract.
Okay.
That's been a bit of a story.
Okay.
And they are last chance you now. Not that Dan Mullen is egregiously cursing at people, but if you're a failed 4 or 5 star, you're at UNLV.
Wow.
I mean, like the Denver Harrises of the world who are on their 5th school, former 5-star from Texas A&M and LSU and UTSA. Now he's in Las Vegas. They're doing that all over the field.
Next hot take here is that Arch Manning will start slow and Texas will still thrive.
His first game's against Ohio State, so maybe he will start slow. And it's going to take experience. He's got a brilliant head coach offensively.
Unless he's inside the 10.
Well, that's
Sark
true.
needs a diaper inside the 10-yard line.
And I think he's going to be really, really good, but he's not going to be the best quarterback in college football.
It would be more of a blanket statement, David, whether it's Julian Sayin, whether it's Bryce Underwood, whether it's Dante Moore, whether it's Arch Manning. Any of these guys who have lightly or not played at all, I always lean on the side of caution, to be fair to the kid, too. So I'll buy, ?
This next one for you, Mike.
What?
And I mean you, sir.
What?
Lenore Sellers will emerge as
Stud.
the must-see player
Stud.
in college football.
Electric. And I like the kid.
He's a cock, right?
He's a gamecock.
No, that's what I thought.
Unbelievable.
That's what
Okay.
I thought.
Listen to me. If you've watched the SEC documentary, he's infinitely likable in a time where so many of these kids and their families are detestable. He got bribed every which way to leave South Carolina, and his parents are like, no, you gave your word, and we're getting paid plenty of money. This is home.
I'm going to root for that kid then.
Lenore Sellers is awesome, and he should take a major step forward this year. Problem for South Carolina is the last 6 weeks of their schedule, and for all these Big Ten loyalists. Kenny, pull up South Carolina. Actually, you just walk back in the room. Let me do it. Here, this is why I'll never respect the Big Ten, okay? Here's South Carolina's last. Oh, but they play a 1AA team late. Yeah, they don't play 9 conference games. Okay, here's the gauntlet you go on without edit. Ready? Starting October 11th at LSU. Then you welcome in Oklahoma. Then you welcome in Alabama. Then you go to Ole Miss. Then you go to A&M. Then you get your breather against Coastal. Finish the year against Clemson.
Whoa! Seriously, that could be the hardest 6-7 games I've ever seen any team have.
That's life in the SEC. Ain't no Purdue on that schedule. Or MSU for that matter. I love Lenore Sellers. Buying all in.
That was just for you, Mike.
I love
Let's
him.
get to this with Alabama. Alabama will start to look like the Alabama of old.
Okay, hold on. Stoney, you go first, and then I've got a soliloquy on Alabama.
Well, their running back just got injured over the weekend. Their star running back, so
Jam Miller.
Yeah, so I don't know when he's going to be back playing. And this is such a big year for DeBoer and all their freaking psycho fans.
Okay,
if they don't have a good year, he might not get to year 3.
Let me help you with why they might look like the old Alabama. Jam Miller news aside. They might have the best defense in America.
Okay.
If you really look at it, I think if I said to you, Bama will have a top 5 defense to avoid argument, that's one. And what they've been lacking, their offensive line is back, led by Caden Proctor, who's playing at 366 this year with a 34-inch vert.
Whoa.
Like, they're going to dominate the line of scrimmage. That's Bama ball. What is Ty Simpson? I don't know. But you have Ryan Williams. You have the line of scrimmage domination. I actually am kind of leaning towards buying Bama. I'm going to say yes to that.
Then let's close it out with this one. Kansas will be this season's Arizona State, pushing for a Big 12 championship.
Wow.
What is Devin Neal back for year 12?
Jalen Daniels, right?
He's back again?
No way.
Back for one more ride.
We're yet to do our Big 12 preview. I'll get there. Are you kidding me? I mean, you know what? F these COVID guys have got to go.
I thought Southfield's Isaiah Marshall's going to be. They got a lot of local kids who went to Kansas.
Well, maybe he'll beat him out, but Jalen Daniels is there.
Okay,
So,
look, I'm just going to say no because I hate them. But their new stadium is sweet, and they've got like the wheat end zones. Look, Leopold's a winner.
Yeah.
He's a winning coach, and the only reason he's stuck at Kansas, he's 1,000 years old. But I can't buy them to win the Big 12 because no matter what they do, there's still a great talent differential. Big 12 right now, my lean would be Iowa State. Rocco Becht is probably the best returning quarterback. They got some major transfer help at wide receiver. And that defense is a pain in the ass to play when they do that 3-3-5 crap.
Now, what's key for Kansas is if they survive maybe one loss before that Iowa State game, they do go at Iowa State. So
Yeah,
that's
going up
later
to
in the year.
Ames.
Yeah.
They'll be in the all-black jerseys.
Oh, they'll be coaching the greatest coach of all time, going against my Campbell. He's supposedly the greatest quarterback coach ever.
Just enough jobs to be stuck in Ames, Iowa, your rest of your life.
Yes.
You're exactly right. That is your college football blitz.
According to Central Michigan source of CBS Detroit, the football program requested for Michigan sign stealer Connor Stallions to help the staff during the 2023 season against MSU. The report that dropped Friday included Stallions admitting that he was in fact in attendance at the game, helping them call plays while collecting data on MSU for his own use as well. The source says that someone on staff reached out to him. The head coach was likely aware of it and approved of him standing on the sideline in Chippewa gear. The Tigers kick off their series against the Astros tonight. Righty Alex Lang has been activated off the injured list. He's not pitched since late May after suffering an injury later with the Mud Hens as well. Bailey Horn goes the other way. Was not going to be able to pitch anyway this series with his 2+ inning load yesterday. AJ Hinch has submitted the following lineup as well. Colt Keith, Kleber Torres, Kerry Carpenter at the top, Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, Wenzel Perez in the middle, Dylan Dingler, Trey Sweeney, Javi Baez at the bottom as he plays center field as well. Jack Flaherty will make the start and hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. Dan Campbell revealed that defensive lineman Ahmed Hassanin would be down for a while with a pec injury he sustained Saturday against the Dolphins. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Four o'clock. Good to have you with us. Talk some Lions today. And now I'm going to cede the podium. Mike Stone would like to present to you this meth-infused playoff proposal from the Big Ten.
Yes, the Big Ten leaked somehow over the weekend. It sounds like they actually took a leak. This possibility of a new playoff system that could go from anywhere 24 to 28 teams. And that's enough to make you basically puke. But once again, the Big Ten, in their infinite wisdom, decided, you know what? Just like with the possible 16 that we have to have, 5 automatic bids from our conferences, us and the SEC? No, we're going to do something different. We're going to have a playoff where we're going to guarantee 7 automatic bids for the Big Ten and the SEC. And then you have your playoff. And then you have the ACC would have 5 teams, and the Big 12 would have 5 teams. 28 teams, or possibly just 24. Let me just refresh your memories here. You know who was tied for 7th place in the Big Ten standings last year?
I can venture a guess.
Okay. It would be 2 schools that start with
Iowa?
the same letter. No, Iowa would be in. They were the 6th place team.
Oh, goody.
Mm-hmm.
I root for the punter.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. Minnesota and Michigan both were 5-4 in conference last year.
There you go.
So just what you want to see, and granted, as you know, I'm a Michigan team, I want to see a team without a quarterback in the playoff. I want to see a team that's basically known for rowing the boat in the playoff. Minnesota, who was, come on here. What are we trying to do? We're just trying to make this bigger and bigger and just more money. What's the purpose? The whole deal with the playoff, in a lot of people's mind, changed the way we look at the regular season anyway. Not me per se, but 12, no matter what you think, was pretty good. You had some blowouts in there, but most of the teams that were in there, you say, you know what? They deserve to be in there. You know, they won their conference. Arizona State proved with the game against Texas. That was a good game. And there are better teams that didn't make it. Now, you are guaranteeing every good team to make it, but you're also guaranteeing crap making it. And to me, in college football, unlike professional sports at a certain level, or even the NCAA basketball tournament, crap should not be rewarded. I don't know what else to say.
You're adorable. You're missing it. You're really missing what this is.
Well, it's all about the money and the television.
The sport's dead.
Well,
it's gone. No, this is nothing more than government cheese NFL. The networks run this thing. They're running the same model they ran with the NFL. They will oversaturate it. They will simply cater to TV. And the regular season will go the same way the regular season in college basketball went when they expanded the tournament and re-expanded the tournament.
And they're still thinking about doing it to a...
And they will do it.
Yes.
The reality is they are killing future generations of sports fans because what college football was is dead. What it should be is dead. And what you're going to get is this. And I'm sorry. First of all, I don't think this has a snowball's chance in hell of passing. But do I think they will end up with a 16+8 model? Meaning, okay, 12 auto bids.
Right.
But then we're going to have 8 teams play 4 play-in games to make the field of 16. Yes, I think you'll see 20. I do think you'll see at least 6 or 7 from the Big Ten and SEC. The reality is, not to go back to this because I have zero interest in it, but Friday's decision with Michigan, all that did was really invite the Big Ten and the SEC to leave the NCAA.
Right.
Form their own super league and do exactly what you're talking about.
Well, you know what else they're going to do? They're going to do what the ACC is going to do. ACC has claimed they're going to do is they're going to have revenue sharing based on brand, based on what the school brings in. That's what the ACC is going to do. That's how they're going to keep Florida State there and all those things.
Great. So the rich get richer.
What they're going to do in the Big Ten is say, we're sorry, Northwestern, we're sorry, this school, that Rutgers, you're not going to make your share of bowls or whatever because you're not important enough. You're important enough to be in there so we can get you the market of the Big Ten network, but you're not important enough to share with us.
So what do you want me to say to that? The rich get richer?
Of course.
Then why have conferences? Why have Northwestern exist at all? Why have Wake Forest? Why have Pitt? Why have any of these schools?
Because each conference needs bottom feeders.
No, you don't. You really don't. Not if you want to cater to a good product. Look, it's not an honest product anymore. It's no different than the WWE. This is a made-for-TV farce. So if you guys still love it, I wish you good luck. If you're still spending money on tickets and NIL and hey, man, live your life. I'm not a boat guy. Plenty of people like boats and spend a ton of money on them. Go live. But don't ask me to like this because I see what this is. And it's nonsense. So Stoney I want Stoney to ask you guys a question. I'd love to talk to you guys about it.
The question is, do you care? Because I think this is a farce. However, I admit it. Next week, even in the week 0 games, but when the season starts, I'll be watching just like I will normally.
But it doesn't feel
because it's entertainment.
It's just not the same.
But it is. It's entertainment, and
no, it's not.
And more as disgusting as it is for me, more than professional sports. It's still your school, your team you root for, the jersey still gets you somewhat excited.
No. Hold on. Now, this is a problem. I can't lecture you on this, nor do I have the time or the inclination. But as someone who went to the school they actually root for, let me tell you unequivocally, this is not the same. It does not feel the same. And anyone I talk to, they're not Spartans. They're just whores. They're just there for their John for the night, and the agents and families are the pimps. That's all this is.
You're saying the first fans
time
are whores?
No, the players.
Okay,
because ultimately they're not there because they want to be. You have players leave situations they don't want to leave for worse situations. Hello, Bo Prabula. The kid who left Penn State may not be Missouri's starter. He left his team during the playoff. These kids who go to Michigan State, they won't even be there long enough to know the fight song. College football was based on this one thing. I never deluded myself into believing their college experience was the same as mine.
Right.
But at least lightly, they had to go to class.
Correct.
They had to play pretend, and they were there for the long haul. You live there. You develop there. That is so dead that now ask me to name 25 Spartans. I can't do it. And that's my team. Because now all this is one big hooker market.
Well, let me ask you a question.
That's all
though.
it is.
But if, and in all due respect, if the Spartans were really good, wouldn't you know like 40 guys?
No, okay, but Mike, think about it. I'm the same guy you've known for 20 years.
I know.
I'd name all 85
That's
plus the
true.
walk-ons.
Yes.
It is there. None of this feels authentic anymore because here's the problem. These players, whatever school they go to, they're not actually at that school. When Keon Coleman transferred, he said he was taking his talents to Tallahassee for 9 months. That's what he said.
I know.
They're not even at the school.
He would have rather been at Michigan State.
Look, and I understand, right? You can, a lot of people can block it out, but you're talking to me.
I know.
As someone who went to the school, no, I feel no connection with this. I don't feel like they're my guys. I don't feel like they're living in and walking in the halls and pathways that I walk. It is just nonsense. And you don't feel like you're even recruiting anymore. I was told something, it just blew me away. The idea of relationship recruiting is dead.
Oh, listen.
Then what are you committing to?
Right.
You don't take a job that you hate without some form of relationship 90% of the time. It's who you know.
Tom Izzo was on the morning show, and he says, look, I know people give me crap for whatever. He says, I can't change who I am. I believe in relationships, and you can't, and it's not the same anymore, where you have guys come back for reunions, and now they'll come back, and they were there for maybe a year.
Right, well, or even better, you go to a place, you take the money, you develop relationships, then you ask for 3 raises in 3 months, and you end up getting launched out of a cannon by your coach. You end up at UCLA. They have to go out and find a different QB, and you go, what happened here? We gave you the first 2 raises.
Yeah.
Nico Iamaleava.
Right.
So look, I'm the wrong guy to talk to because I'm so grossed out by all of it. It's just this thing that I do for work. Bottom line, I'm not afraid to tell my audience that, and I'm sorry if that disappoints you. But the guy who used to yell and scream about, what do you want from me? Well, I mean, what is it? So you need to ask them a question where, look, if they go to this bigger, badder playoff, all it's going to do is further devalue the regular season. Let me help you with something. Michigan and Ohio State doesn't mean bupkis because they can both lose the game and still make the playoff.
Right.
Doesn't mean anything.
But
Ohio State lost, one of the worst losses in the history of the school, right?
And they won the national
how'd
championship.
that work out?
Yeah.
Hey, how about that Big Ten title game last year? Wasn't it dramatic? Cutscene. No, it wasn't.
No.
They both made the playoff.
Well,
how about the SEC title game? Both made the playoff. ACC title game. Both made the playoff.
Conference championship games were never my cup of tea. So
okay,
that
fine
does
enough.
nothing for me.
But the idea that they want.
But the big rivalry games, I don't give a rat's ass what you say or anybody says
But there's
about the playoffs. Michigan, Ohio
Nothing's on the
State,
line.
Auburn, Alabama, whatever.
Nothing's on the line.
The hate's still there.
If you
so
go to
those
that,
games are still important.
But you can't hate somebody when even if they beat you, you can't be mad about it
yes, you
because it
can.
doesn't mean anything.
Ask the people in Ohio, Columbus.
They don't care. They won a
do.
national
No,
championship
but
that doesn't have an asterisk on it.
But because they're a-holes that they don't think
Mike
right.
Stone.
They don't think right.
What?
Of course.
Okay. I'll tell you what. Time out.
There are people there who would rather have beaten Michigan than win the national
Hey, anybody
title.
out there, or would you like to select your favorite chowder? 248-539-9797. I want to continue this.
Clam chowder, the white stuff.
Kenny and David, feel free to participate. Somebody gets Stoney his meds. All right, Northville Lumber, we've talked about them a lot. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. And Northville, they'll have what you need when you need it. You go to their showroom, you don't have to ask if it's in stock. The answer is yes. See, take home some samples. Do what you got to do. Call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we are kicking around this nonsense Big Ten proposal that leaked out this week. And what is it, a 20?
Either 24 or 2018 playoff.
Is this what you guys want? I mean, is that the simplest way to ask it?
I don't think anybody wants it. I think every college football fan, every prognosticator, guru, whatever word you want to use, is absolutely against this, which makes me feel that it's going to happen because they don't give a rat's ass about what's right. I agree with you on that. The only thing we disagree on is I still think once the Saturdays start, people will still enjoy their college football.
No, they're welcome to, but like you can polygraph it. Do I care the way I used to? Absolutely not.
I'm not saying you're
totally ridiculous.
No.
It's just a turnoff. Everything they've done for 5-6 years has been the wrong move, and now we're to a point where they've done exactly what they did to college basketball. They've poisoned the regular season. You don't need to watch it. And they're trying to create a playoff that is big enough to subsidize the rest of the sport. Think about if college basketball's March Madness is worth how much? What would a football version of that be in a football-crazed society? The networks own the sport. That's it.
I know.
ESPN owns the SEC. Fox owns the Big Ten. That's it. And they're driving the bus. So if you want to enjoy it, God bless, but know who you're getting in bed with. David, go ahead. What's going on?
Once thought, as a Spartan, you were a Spartan, you were a Wolverine. Now that is no more. You are there just for maybe a year.
No, because it's not Spartan football or Wolverine football or anything. It's just private equity presents guys dressed in green and white. I mean, think about it. Private equity is buying up college football programs.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's not even about the college anymore. So it's like, it'll eventually be Wolverines football brought to you by Vanguard. And it's not a thing anymore. It's synthetic. These guys don't even know where they are.
In the words of B.B. King, the thrill is gone. That's how I feel about college football as of late. They've ostracized their fan base, and I want to watch it all burn. Go blue. That is from Scott in Carlton.
How about, I did not have B.B. King on the bingo board today. Congratulations.
That's right. By the way, bad news for Michigan football fans. Their 5-star freshman offensive tackle, Andrew Babaloa, suffered a season-ending knee injury in practice.
He was going to play anyway.
No, he was. He was possibly going to.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. And you know what? He would have been destroyed.
Well, whatever. But
I'm just saying,
yes.
Again, the freshman O-tackle thing, miss me with it. How'd Caden Proctor look as a freshman? I'll tell you how he looked. Fat and slow.
Right.
Like freshman left tackle. That's not a thing. There's Orlando Pace, and then there's everyone else ever born.
Yeah, he was in the mix, though.
Fine enough.
Okay.
Sorry. I get so upset because, and I don't care if we were doing radio in Miami.
I know.
And you tried to tell me about the 5-star left tackle they got. Newsflash.
This is not I know it's not.
I'm not mad at you.
I know.
I get mad at the hype and the nonsense. And it's not about the kid.
I know.
Kid probably has a wonderful future ahead of him. The reality is it takes probably 3 years to truly break in and be a high-level lineman. Is that fair?
That's
Red
fair.
shirt +2.
Yes.
I think it's perfect timing to read this one. Why are mommy and daddy fighting?
I'm sorry. I apologize. We bring a little passion to the table.
No, it's good.
Maybe Stoney should go silent like the morning show. Hey, John, what do you think about Michigan? John, you there? John. I honestly thought he took the day off, and then at one point he burped, and I figured out he was in studio.
I heard him talking to. They were on remote today.
Yeah, he just went silent during certain parts. Go ahead, David.
NIL is killing college sports, and it's sad to see.
It's not the NIL. It's the portal. If you're going to go, I don't think people care about the players making money.
I'm fine with players making money.
Out.
My issue is there's no regulation of what it takes to be an NIL agent, and some of these agents are taking 30%.
Right.
Are you kidding me? The mafia offers a better deal.
And these schools and these players who go to their 3 or 4 schools, that's the problem.
Yes.
I mean, the only person who's, actually making money is if they still have them is the program sellers at the stadium. You need a program to figure out who's
program? A program.
Whatever.
Who buys those?
I don't know.
Program.
Do they even still sell them anymore? I don't know.
I wouldn't know.
Whoever has the roster cards. I don't know.
The roster cards?
Get your program.
Hey, up next, Stoney takes the train to the game. You gonna wear a suit to the big house too, like it's 1948?
Well, if I had a roster, but of course the big house, you can't get any internet in that damn place, so you can't even go on your phone to look at a roster.
Take it easy. Go ahead.
I can't wait to buy my program this year.
Stoney's home watching his programs. Let me go to Tommy, 97.1. Tommy, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good, Tom. What's on your mind?
So, we might as well just put a whole Division I college football playoff in next. 135 teams. Hawaii versus OSU. Can't wait.
Line it up.
But back to the Michigan-Ohio State rivalry. I'm a Buckeye. We could care. Me personally, I could care less if we lose that game, and it's not as much any more meaning with the playoffs because we could play 3 times in 1 year.
Yep. Oh, especially in this expanded format?
Right. Oh, yeah.
Tommy, that's the whole point. Look, why was 2006 so amazing and so dramatic? It was winner take all, 2 top 5 teams, the Sean Crable game. Tommy, what feeds the rivalry is the fear of not getting bleep talked all year, of that plus knowing that team ended your season. That's all gone.
Yep.
Thanks for the call.
Good talk. No, but that's what made it so dramatic. And again, cheating aside, that's what made 2021 so dramatic. 2022 so dramatic. Like, win or dead. That's the magic of what I grew up with college football.
Right.
Now, hey, if you want to make it the NFL, you can, but here's the problem. The product isn't good enough to be the NFL.
True.
And the separator's what made college different, distinctly different. I don't need what I get on Sunday on Saturday. I don't.
And if they wanted to make it different, they wouldn't make the playoff bigger.
No.
It's that simple.
No. But again, the networks are running it. There's no eye on what's good for the sport. Here's what you could do in your free time, people. Next time you're taking a grumpy, go look at all the rivalries we've lost in the last 5 years because of conference expansion and or conference defection. Go look at it. You will be shocked at the rivalries that simply don't exist anymore.
Oh, I know. For example, off the top of my head, and it's more in basketball, obviously. Here
he goes.
No, I'm not going way, way back. But like
Holy Cross versus Princeton.
No, like North Carolina, Maryland. That was a great ACC basketball.
Of all the rivalries. Time out. You didn't go Michigan, Notre Dame.
I was thinking college basketball.
Guys, Canisius versus Niagara.
No, come on. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
Guys, Mike Stone here. Let me tell you about the Big Five.
No, I didn't. I was going ACC.
What's your favorite Palestra memories?
College basketball. No, I purposely didn't do that.
True or false? You were the St. Joe Hawk. All right.
Do you know the St. Joe Hawk gets a scholarship?
Yes, because he has to wave his arms the whole damn game.
I know, which is not easy.
I don't know why the costume looks so cheap. It looks like they cut up VHS tapes to make the feathers. That poor guy. That thing looks terrible.
I know.
248-539-9797. David, are you okay?
I'll get there soon.
All right.
Well, I didn't go old school. You should be proud of me.
All right. Guys,
I went
College of Chicago versus Dartmouth. You don't understand hate until you've seen that. Tuesday, August 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day. New holiday for football fans. It's
Harvard's
simple.
still playing Yale.
There you go. 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictions. The best odds and the best pricing. If you've got a futures play, it's there for you. FanDuel, 1 day only on Futures Day. Visit the FanDuel app. Start planning your futures bets now because it's a 1 day only event. It's FanDuel. Play your game. 21 and up, present Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So let's get into a few things here. A lot of teams finally played their second preseason game, and we saw a little bit more here. Let's start with Caleb Williams. He was 6 for 10 total, 107, 1 touchdown, a 130 passer rating, but the most impressive thing was his first drive. I think Lions fans should be a little scared. That offense looked really good with Caleb Williams in that first drive. Your thoughts on Caleb Williams and the Bears offense?
Okay, I wouldn't say I'm be scared of it. Yes, Ben Johnson's a great coordinator / head coach, probably. But they were going up against a defense that was playing maybe, I think, one regular, and that was Buffalo. Buffalo looked like the entire game they didn't want to be there. That said, Caleb looked really good. Some of the passes were, Cole Kmet was playing, and the regulars, some of them played. So, yeah, it was good. He got plenty of time to throw the ball.
I'm going to treat this the same way I treat it when the weird, almost obsessed media narrative takes place on Caleb, where they trash the kid.
Yeah.
I'm ignoring all of it. I will see it week 1. I'm with Stoney on everything he said. But it's the same reason, oh, my God, did you see this one rep from practice I filmed from a tree? Not interested.
This one I want to get your thoughts on is about the confidence level that you saw from week 1 in preseason to week 2, which is with Jackson Dart. Sure, he looked good in week 1 in preseason. He looked a little better in week 2. But was it the confidence that you saw in him? He was 14 of 16 for 137, and he also rushed for a touchdown. But he looked under control back there.
All right, this is the only thing I'm going to – because I can't answer all of these by saying I don't care about preseason. Here's the one hope I would have that if you're going to read into it, you lean on this. This was Brian Daboll's hand-selected quarterback. It is a guy that fits what he wants to run. A lot of RPO, a lot of quick decisions, and yes, having some mobility. David, for me to tell you yay or nay in the preseason, I can't. I still think it would be best for Jackson Dart not to play the first 6 weeks of the year. And if the team is bad after that, you turn the reins over. If the team is doing decent, then you don't play him at all. But this is the style the NFL's going to. You see it with Cam Ward. You see it with Jaden Daniels. A lot of the RPO, a lot of the pop passes, a lot of east to west. I can be hopeful, but I'm not getting to excitement.
You can see why he was enamored with them, because they're running a lot of the same stuff they tried to do at Mississippi, so he does fit in. And I agree with Mike that if Russell Wilson will be the starter, and if Russell Wilson plays well and they win games, you keep going. But if he doesn't, yeah, you bring him in. There's no way you start the season with him as your quarterback.
This next one here is probably great news for Sam Darnold, because the Seahawks decided to go out there and actually show and try to force the run game. They rushed for 268 yards, 5.6 on a clip. And yes, their first round selection, Greg Zabel, was out there on the offensive line and creating havoc out there, creating huge holes. Great sign for Sam Darnold that the run game is going to be what they try to do in Seattle.
I saw something on Pro Football Focus. Somebody tweeted out Zabel had great grades, if you believe their grades of offensive linemen.
From some guy in Hungary in his basement.
Kenneth Walker III didn't even play in that game. Charbonnet was really good, but they were pounding the ball, and that is good for a guy like Sam Darnold, who's probably better in play-action situations.
Yes, it'll come down to health. Both K9 and Charbonnet have had really spotty health track record. If they're available, it's a really nice one, too.
That's a sneaky team to win that division, by the way.
See, Arizona's my deal out there. Enrico makes fun of me, but he always comes back to the same thing. Oh, Kyler's short. I just stopped listening.
Let's get to
a
couple
That's
things.
what he always says.
A couple things from Cleveland here. The first thing is they have named their week 1 starter.
Yeah, it's Shedeur Sanders, right?
It is Joe Flacco.
Oh, boy.
No surprise there.
It is. And you're not surprised?
I'm not surprised.
No. Especially after the oblique with Sanders.
What about Dylan Gabriel?
Well, we'll get to the Dylan Gabriel thing in a second. But my question for you is, how long is Joe Flacco the starter? Let me give you their first 4 games. Against the Bengals at home, at Ravens, Packers, at Lions. Is he still the starter week 4?
If he's alive.
Yeah, I'll go with Stoney. I think, is he alive or unalive? but I can't imagine him starting past the first month because that screams 0-4. And I know we don't play schedule game on paper, but who will they be favored in any of those games? No. Who would you take a shot at there? You want to say the Bengals because it's divisional and the Bengals open up usually slow? Maybe. But at a certain point, they drafted not one but two rookie quarterbacks. You got to play one of them. And don't forget, Deshaun Watson's going to have his permission slip from the doctor pretty soon.
Yes.
And they can't cut him because that'd be $139 million in dead money next year.
Yeah, they have to play him.
What are they going to do with Pickett? Just cut him?
Oh, he's hurt now.
Oh,
So
that's right.
they could put him on the IR, I guess. But, Mike, you mentioned Dylan Gabriel, and I don't want to get to his play. I don't really care about that. I just want to say maybe there was an overreaction to a comment he made during a interview during the game where he was asked the question. This was the question asked. They were trying to make sure the outside noise doesn't infiltrate what's going on internally. That was part of the question. He answers, there are entertainers and there are competitors, and I totally understand that. My job is to compete, and that's what I'm doing, and there's more to it. But everyone wanted to make this about Shedeur Sanders.
No, he wasn't talking about Shedeur Sanders. And then he addressed it at the press conference afterwards. And says, look, you all are entertainers. That's why I'm not talking about Shedeur Sanders.
I don't want to go down this lane because it leads me to a place where I just talk for 30 minutes and get angry. We have never been worse as a media, ever. I mean, this 24/7, 365-day-a-year sports thing where people feel like they have to fill every void. Dude, this is what happens. Did you see the way Dylan Gabriel looked at a pigeon? He's not fit to start. Read my column. And you're like, what?
Well, no, because there was another one also during the Dallas Cowboys because Dallas Cowboys, Micah Parsons was on the podcast and he talked about how he likes Denver. So they tried to use that on their broadcast and say, well, he's out of here. He's going to Denver. It's like, why are you trying to find controversy?
Because that you need to fill the void. What? Stoney's scratching his head. This is a verbal medium, Michael.
I'm agreeing with you. They come up with some of the most bizarre stuff. Why? Because they think that idiots like us are going to talk about it.
And then let's close it out with this one because maybe the story was overblown. Matthew Stafford has returned to practice today. He is moving. He is throwing the ball.
Oh, where's Rico? Oh, Michael. You're missing the mark here. I'm just telling you, the guy had an agreement with the franchise. He wasn't going to bother with camp. Oh, Stafford's back?
He's back today.
By the way, I wanted to ask you one quick thing here. When you mentioned Dylan Gabriel, and you mentioned Rico and Kyler Murray, who would win who would be able to post each other up if they played 1-on-1?
I take Kyler.
Okay,
I think Kyler's a far superior athlete.
But he'd post them up though.
Well,
Who's
yeah,
taller?
but that's like a 1-on-1 lollipop guild game. I mean, who's interested in that?
I know.
Look, I believe Arizona's going to be good. This is the most complete Cardinal team. They they invested in the defense. I think they're going to be really good. I take a lot of heat in this show for it. But I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't pick the Niners. I just think Arizona's going to be good.
I don't disagree.
Oh, but he's short. Okay. We got anything else?
That is in football today.
Thank you. All right, listen, let's solve your dinner crisis for this evening. Hungry Howie's limited time offer on the 73 Classic. 73 pepperonis, not 72 or 74. 73 on the dot. It celebrates the creation of the pizza, and Hungry Howie's, $9.99 for a large in-house made dough, real Mott's, not whatever a Wisconsin block cheese is. It's as good as it gets. And if you want to get dinner on the table in under 30 minutes, you don't feel like putzing around and cooking, Hungry Howie's has got you covered for $9.99. Go to hungryhowies.com, place that order for a 73 Classic, and you can thank me later for solving your dinner problem. It's Hungry Howie's. All right, Odyssey.com rewind. You missed anything? We'll get back into the Lions a little bit, some declarative statements from the weekend, and a Tom Pelissero report. But Stoney, you've got something that you seem very agitated today.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird. The more I think about it, it's not as crazy as I first thought, but it would absolutely kill traditionalists. Okay? Rob Manfred was in the...
I hate the idea already.
Okay.
Rob Manfred's awful.
You know what? The pitch clock has helped baseball a lot, so I'll give him credit for that.
Yeah, can he fix the fact that the season is a death march?
Well, that's not going to help traditionalists who love the fact that there's 162 games.
Do you realize there's still like 40 games to go?
Yeah, Tigers' magic number is 30. Anyway.
Oh, great.
Anyway, he went on the ESPN broadcast last night of the Mets and the Mariners and said that there might be a possible realignment in baseball coming if the owners agree to expansion, which they've been talking about. Look, in fairness, baseball hasn't expanded in a long time.
Because 2/3 of the teams don't even try.
Well, that's a whole different. Look, he'd love to have a salary cap, which would make more teams try, obviously, because you'd have a floor. I mean, that's not everybody on this whole salary cap. Well, it's keeping prices down. No, what salary cap also do, you have to look at the other side. It forces teams like the Pirates, they'd have to spend a certain amount of money too. So they'd probably be better than they are now. Anyway, that said. So he's talking about the possible expansion team. So for sake of argument, everybody seems to agree if they do expand, Nashville would get one team. And people have been debated, and I don't think they're going to go to Montreal as much as that would be cool because you love your Expo hat, and that would bring that back, and I do too. You're talking maybe Portland or a team in North Carolina. Okay, so for argument's sake, let's say it's Nashville and a team in North Carolina.
All right.
So he's looking at realignment. That's right, realignment, which would traditionalists, it would get rid of the American and the National League, first of all.
Well, that's fine because you've already homogenized the sport.
Okay, right, exactly.
I'm on board.
Let
me hear this.
So here's your alignment. Now, we'll deal with the playoffs later because there's nothing that he said about it. But
let me help you. He's expanding them.
Well, they probably should to a certain extent. Maybe add two more teams. Maybe. Anyway, whatever. Okay, so here's your Major League Baseball divisions.
Okay.
In the Major League Baseball West, the Colorado Rockies, the Athletics, the San Francisco Giants, and the Seattle Mariners.
No, it's the worst division in baseball. Why would I do that?
Okay. The Mariners are pretty damn good.
Yeah, and the other three teams, you can't form a functional.
Well, the Giants aren't, but the Giants spend money. The Giants want to compete.
Okay, so where are the Dodgers and Padres?
The Southwest. The Dodgers, Angels, Padres, and Diamondbacks.
So we're doing 4-team.
You're having 8 4-team divisions.
Okay, all right. Let me keep listening. Go
okay.
ahead.
The Midwest, the Royals, Cardinals, Reds, and the Nashville team.
Wow, you may as well call that the Wick Card division. I mean, those teams combined have a payroll of 10 cents.
The Great Lakes division.
Tell me we're in this division.
The Cubs, White Sox, Brewers, and Twins.
Oh, man. I like that division. That division's a war.
The South division.
Okay.
The Rangers, the Astros, the Rays, and the Marlins. Now, these are just, he never said how this is going to be. This is what people are proposing possibly. There could be, obviously, tweaks. The Mid-Atlantic division. The expansion team from North Carolina.
Yeah, Baltimore, D.C.
Baltimore, D.C., and Atlanta.
Okay. And then where are the Tigers? Or did we get relegated?
No, the Tigers are in the North Division with the Pirates, the Guardians, the Blue Jays, and the Tigers.
Where are the Yankees?
The Yankees are in the East with the Mets, Red Sox, and Phillies. Oh, you talk about a powerhouse.
Oh, yeah, nice competitive balance. Oh, my God.
What a division that is, huh?
Look, I think
4 franchises that basically, although some people could argue about the Red Sox, that were the ownership wants to win.
Look, I'm not against a reorganization. Okay. Look, I miss having the Tigers in the AL East like when I was a kid.
I know.
Okay? I'm not against it. I'm not beholden to tradition of ALNL. You've homogenized the sport. The rules are the same. But my issue is there's no reason for expansion as it would pertain to the game. Let me explain. You already cannot find 9 major league hitters for every team every night. The idea that you would then create 2 more franchises that require hundreds of players, it is a further dilution of the product without a salary cap, by the way.
Right.
That it is a bad product. Look, we have the Tigers here. And what's the first thing you said to me? Like, I know they're good, but they're hard to watch. And they're annoying.
Exactly.
And Mike, and we're a good team.
Right.
What do you think people in most other cities are going through right now? The reality is they're not watching their baseball team.
Right.
So, A, I don't want to add 2 teams. B, I would be fine with realigning this thing, but getting rid of the crossover. I'm done with interleague play. It's been about 25 years of it. I'm all set.
Well, so let's say you had, you're going to have expansion eventually, because that's the way sports is, unfortunately. So you're going to have 32 teams, let's say?
Yeah, and I'll just play to 16 in my side of the bracket. I think if you broke it up and you'd have, if you're not doing a salary cap, you'd have to have an eye on payroll.
But if you're not doing American and National League, you're just having
East and West.
Okay.
My point is, look, there are certain teams that are in the NL that geographically would fit better in the AL, and vice versa.
Right. Well, this does have that.
Exactly. So my point is, if we did 2 8-team divisions in each side with a hyper focus on your divisional play, no crossover. You play the World Series when you play the World Series. I'm not against it. I'm not going to kick and scream and yell about Doubleday Field in Cooperstown. No. But I just think this particular plan, the competitive imbalance of what you just laid out, no, I'd reject that.
Okay.
That's ridiculous. From a competitive imbalance standpoint, there are a couple of those 4-team pods. That's the difference between playing in the SEC and playing junior college. Give me a break.
Well, that's true. I mean, if you look at what they are right now, but the Cardinals are usually good. Yeah, so the pods by this one, and this comes from Yahoo, Royals, Cardinals, Reds, and then an expansion team. Well, Cincinnati doesn't spend any money, but they're fun to watch.
Right,
the Cardinals are usually good, and they don't spend money. In Kansas City, they're obviously. Then you have the Great Lakes with the Cubs and Whites. Cubs,
a couple of them are good.
Brewers.
The Northeast is stupid. Yankees, Mets, Phillies, Red Sox. I mean, you may as well play those games in the Coliseum. We'll play to the death.
They would call that. They call that the hate division.
It would be,
because all teams they all hate each other. That would be great.
But
if
I
you think
do
about
think.
it,
Listen, I do think you're tapping into something with the plan. Is that baseball? Yes, it used to be called America's pastime. It's not anymore. Baseball is now, and in my opinion, will forever be a regional sport.
Yes.
Meaning,
there's no doubt. It's like hockey.
More than any other sport, you follow your team and no one else. Very few people are going to tune into Dodgers, Padres when they're a Tiger fan.
No.
Now, the NFL, and it's Rams, Chargers, you're watching.
Correct.
Baseball doesn't have that.
No.
I like the geography. I like the realignment. I just don't like the way that was done.
Correct. But I'm sure, obviously, that's just one person's
But the
opinion.
expansion, you're insane. We already have a team that's homeless pushing a cart around with pop bottles in it, Tampa Bay. You have the A's playing in Sacramento.
Right before they go to Las Vegas.
You have a number of teams that have no interest in being a baseball team. I can't sit here and act like expansion is anything I would vote for.
No, I wouldn't vote for it either. But when the expansion fees come out, the owners are going to vote for it, so it's going to happen eventually.
But again, I'm not mad at you for saying it. I get tired of that always being the answer.
But it is.
No, because it doesn't justify it.
No, I know. I agree with you. Look,
you already have plenty of owners pocketing the rev share check, and then it's like, it's terrible for the sport. Yeah, well, the owners are just going to get their money. Right, but we talk about it as fans. It's awful for the sport.
Oh, it's terrible. I mean, look, I always believe less is more. I mean,
including seeing your family. Congratulations.
Oh, we'll get to that.
We got a topic for Thursday.
Yes.
Stoney's essentially a bachelor. He will have more days alone this month than he will seeing his family.
I know.
You're like a long-haul truck driver.
I know.
We'll do that Thursday.
Absolutely.
But now, listen, if you guys have comments about it, I appreciate you bringing it up. It's interesting. I like some of the ideas. I don't like the layout.
And look, a lot of us, and you did it in the beginning, in the preamble, give Manfred some crap. I will say this about him. He knows there's a problem. He's trying to fix the problem, pitch clock. And then the strangest idea of all was that golden batter thing.
Ball.
Right, they're trying to do something.
What they need to do is start with, does every owner have an interest in actually trying?
Yes.
And I'm not, listen, guys, facts are mean. You play in one of the worst divisions in baseball, if not the worst. Okay? Thank God the Tigers play here and not in a real division. And we're the benefactor of it.
Yes.
I'll take a playoff berth any way I can get it. But my point is, you should never be able to say that. I mean, this division entirely is economically unsustainable. Cleveland is one of the cheapest teams in the league. Minnesota, we're selling, we're not selling, we're $400 million in debt, and the payroll's gone down 2 straight years.
Right, because the guy who they counted on buying the team is now going to take over the White Sox eventually, and that's Ishbia's brother.
Correct, and the White Sox have been tearing it down, and Reinsdorf is interested in cashing out. This is an entire division.
Yes.
You don't hear about that in the NFL.
No.
Why?
Because
You have
revenue
a salary
sharing
cap,
and
and
the
you
salary
have
cap.
rev sharing,
Yes.
but the money has to go back into the product up to a certain threshold. That should be the rule. I'm not asking owners to be poor, but I'm asking owners that, hey, if we're going to do this rev share deal, you have to have a cap. Without the cap, all the poor owners do is pocket the money.
Right.
All the rich owners do is spend the money.
Well,
it creates a bigger gap.
The owners want the cap. You have to convince Tony Clark and his gray hair and his beard to accept it.
The best thing the owners could do is just break the players' union, lock it out, miss the whole season, get the cap. I'm tired of it otherwise. We were just back here in 2020 at the height of COVID.
Right.
Doing this stupid labor war dispute stuff. One side's got to dig in and break the other. I'm tired of this dance.
Yeah.
Where they can all be on a boat to Greenland.
And it's
See you
weird.
later.
In the Tigers division, it would be fair to say, I mean, I'm not that familiar with, David Glass, whoever owns the Royals, but the Tigers might have the best ownership in the division. And that's...
Would you like a slow clap?
No, I know.
Okay.
I know, but I'm saying.
Let's get back to football. It's less depressing. Lions news you can use.
Or is it?
I got some positives. 97.1.
The Lions were back on the practice field as they prepare for their final preseason game against the Texans this week. Dan Campbell revealed that defensive lineman Ahmed Hassanin will be down for a while with a pec injury sustained Saturday against the Dolphins. When asked if he would return later this season, he said he didn't have an answer for that now. Hassanin has been one of the standouts in this year's camp. Before practice, they activated corner Khalil Dorsey from the physically unable to perform list. It marks his first action since breaking his leg back in December. Jack Flaherty gets the start for the Tigers tonight as they open up a 3-game series with Houston at Comerica Park. 25-year-old righty Spencer Arrigati goes for the Astros. Their radio man Robert Ford gave me the latest on him. He missed 4 months with a fractured thumb then. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket tonight at 6:40. Alex Lang has also returned from injury. He has not pitched in the big leagues since last May after struggling and then facing a long injury setback. According to a CBS Detroit report, Central Michigan asked Connor Stallions to be on the sideline for their game against MSU to begin the 2023 season. Michigan State punter Ryan Ackley has been named an AP preseason All-American. He's on the second team, while Michigan place kicker Dominic Zavada was named on the first team. Ohio State football has also named sophomore QB Julian Sayin as their starter against number 1 Texas in Week 1. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, 5 o'clock. Good to have you. Mike Stone with me. Rico on vacation. We've talked a lot of football today, honestly. We're going to bring it back. You want to reimagine this Lions thing? Go ahead, Mike. I mean, you know where I'm at, but I'm interested. You have a different spin on this.
Are we doing your
Now, we're doing what you want to do. You've been in a bad mood all day, and I'm going to turn that frown upside down. Now, go ahead.
The Lions, I believe, and we're talking Trey Hendrickson here, correct?
Tom Pelissero reporting. Bengals are listening to a trade for real.
Yes.
And several teams have reached out with offers. That's where it stands. Lions are not reported as one of them.
Correct.
We don't need to go down this road again.
No.
But you have a different thing you want to do.
Yeah, because what it's going to take, I think Diana Rossini said the asking price was a first-round pick and a young defensive player. Okay. Hypothetically, because we don't think they would do it, okay? We have to throw that out right there. Would you, as a Lion fan, 248-539-9797. Here's the question. Would you rather have 2 elite defensive ends or 2 elite safeties? In saying that, the other question is, would you, and it's no, shade thrown at this person because he's really, really good, all right? Would you trade Brian Branch and a number 1 pick to the Cincinnati Bengals for Trey Hendrickson on the assumption that he's going to sign for multiple years? And my answer to both my little questions is yes. As good as Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph are, probably you might find another pair somewhere. Probably the 2 best safety combinations in the National Football League, if not the best, one of the top 2 or 3, right? Would you rather have that or Hendrickson and Hutch, the 2H club? And the answer is yes. I'd rather have Hutchinson and Hendrickson because I think the safeties, as important as they are, if the quarterback can't throw the ball, what good is a safety, right?
Okay. Look, the problem I have in all of this, and I'm not going to bring it back to where I was with the topic earlier. The topic earlier, if you missed it, was just simple. Are you okay that this team's not all in? That they are one of the best teams in the league, but they're not all in and doing everything they can to win a Super Bowl. They're just not. And they hide behind, well, you don't understand the cap. No, we understand it just fine. Well, we have bills due. Well, a lot of those are self-inflicted. Nobody told you to sign all your own players. And also, why can't you just be happy with Hutch? Well, because there's an opportunity to go all in and create a monolith.
Right. We're not making up the fact that this player is available.
Correct. Look, Mike, On surface, I don't hesitate from your question because there are very few players that are non-starters for me, right? Very few players are untradeable. You know, I'm not trading Penei Sewell. I'm not trading my quarterback. I'm not, you know what I mean? Those players are untouchable.
Right.
Like, I'm not trading Aiden Hutchinson. When you get down to it, you know, you have to look a little bit ahead, which is, am I going to pay Brian Branch? Jack Campbell's another guy. You know, you can say it's Jack Campbell's defense, but if the Bengals called, and mind you, the Bengals got rid of Jermaine Pratt, their team captain, and a linebacker. They have a need at linebacker. If they called and asked for Jack Campbell in a 1, it's not supposed to be an easy decision based on you're acquiring an all-pro guy who led the league in sacks last year player. And you do have to pay him, and pay him real money. Now, that doesn't bother me, and where there's a will, there's a way. But I think it's asking the people is more impactful because for me, I don't get attached to players. Players are commodities to me. You don't get attached to it. There's nothing emotional there for me. I don't wear the jersey. I don't worship them. You know, you don't want to know most of the players in pro sports. You'd be very disappointed at the reality. So for me, they're nothing more than commodities. They're production quotients. And I'm willing to trade. I'd trade my mother for a Super Bowl. So I'm not the person to talk to. Talking to the listener, they're going to have more of an emotional attachment.
Right.
For me, it's a no-brainer. Because ultimately, there is nothing that Brian Branch will do that would remotely compare. There is nothing that the 26th pick in the draft will do that will remotely compare to the down-in, play-in, play-out effect of reinvesting in Aiden Hutchinson with Trey Hendrickson would have. I would argue to you, the only comparison for this, I have two. If you want a historical one, I'll offer you the Broncos with the Defwu line that was DeMarcus Ware and Von Miller in his prime. Super Bowl, and you couldn't block them. If you want the modern equivalent, it would be what Houston has put together with Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson, which, by the way, if the refs didn't bone them 7 ways to Sunday, they beat the Chiefs. As injured as they were, they Chiefs couldn't block them. So I'm a yes. I'm not flipping about it.
No.
I love Brian Branch, but yeah, I do that deal.
248-539-9797. Would you, Lions Nation, make that trade?
I don't think they would. I think they're happy paying increased prices and just staying good, and they're happy ESPN talks about them. I don't think they're all in to win a Super Bowl. I don't think this fan base even understands what's going on.
Kevin, what's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for calling.
Yeah, no, basically the way I see this, with you guys said Parsons and Hendrickson, if for Hendrickson, so it's all about Parsons for me. I'm getting excited just thinking about it. I'd give up 3 first-rounders for him, and call me crazy.
But he's not available.
I just feel that.
I
thought you guys brought up Parsons.
No.
Okay, well, for Hendrickson.
Yes.
Okay, well, for Hendrickson.
Hendrickson's a part of the Pelissero report, where Kevin, they're listening to trade offers.
Yes, and like you were saying, I would give up a first and Campbell, and I wouldn't even think twice about it. I wouldn't give up. I don't know. It'd be difficult to give up Branch, but honestly, the way I do truly believe there is a window with teams, and I think I would make the trade then. I would do it, a first and Campbell initially, but if not, then I would do Branch because it's all about the pass rush up front. And people can say, well, the Bears traded for Khalil Mack years ago and didn't win anything. Well, he didn't have anyone opposite him that was ultra talented. So
they didn't have a real good quarterback either.
Well, yeah, but it's just like you think Hutchinson and then Hendrickson on the other side, and now's the time to win it. It's now.
And you would create something that I think is just a non-negotiable. You would create something very similar to at the peak when Dallas had their great O-line together with Tyron Smith in his prime and Zach Martin in his prime and Travis Ferguson before he got sick and had to retire from football. Creating those types of units, those types of positional groups, it's very hard to do.
Yeah.
And it is cost prohibitive. There's no question. But
it's scary for the other team who has to sit and prepare for this.
Correct. But again, I think anything but a Super Bowl is a failure at this point. You know, we've gotten the playoff victory and we've gotten the national praise. We've gotten the primetime games. We've won a bunch of regular season games. There's nothing else. And at the end of this, they're going to enter this season with $42 million in cap space. Oh, that's going to be Hutch's money. Yeah, well, great, but the money doesn't roll over.
No.
And ultimately, you can create more cap. Do you know how much the cap went up this year, guys? Almost $25 million. Even if it goes up half of that, it will go up more in a 2-year span than what it would cost you to get Trey Hendrickson. Just on increase alone. The cap is headed for $300 million next year. So I don't get why you wouldn't go all in and try this. You know, there aren't teams with the cap space to do it, meaning the Eagles have already leveraged themselves to a point. And look, they got 2 Super Bowls in this window and appeared in a third, okay? It worked for them. Eventually, you get to a point where the cap's real. No doubt. That's how they had to let Milton Williams go. That's how they had to let Josh Sweat go. The point I'm making is you're not at that point. And you've decided to keep everyone at every turn. Well, guess what? You're not going to keep doing that for long.
Right. And as good as Williams and Sweat are, they're not superstars.
No, and that's the problem is ultimately you planted a flag with Kirby Joseph in the secondary. You can't pay everybody.
No.
So if they wanted Brian Branch and picks, sadly, I'd give you him, his mouthpiece, and his helmet. And it's time. I want the dominators up front.
Me too.
Especially if you look at what the D-line would be on a play-in, play-out basis of Trey Hendrickson, Ali McNeil, Tyleek Williams, and Aiden Hutchins. That's really, really scary.
And you could actually use Davenport to give these guys a little breather.
Well, there you go. 248-539-9797. All right, football. It's time to elevate your tailgating with Moran Buick GMC. Tailgate starts with the right truck. 26 Sierra Elevation Crew Cab. Lease it. Moran Buick GMC. $199 a month, $999 down. And again, $199 a month is the best price you're ever going to see on that vehicle. The 25 Buick Encore GX, $249 a month, $1,499 down, 24-month leases. Guys, all you need is right there, MoranExpress.com. Certified service. Schedule it online. You get the free loaner. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, David, give me a few ticket texts. We'll get to the people. Coming up next, Stoney's going to give you his favorite 70 sitcom power rankings. I really don't know what you people want to do. Maybe it's Stoney's opinion on breast milk ice cream. That's making the rounds in the papers today. I don't know what to say.
Excuse me?
Yeah, you haven't seen that? That's a big thing in all the newspapers today.
Okay.
A couple NBA players responded to that deal. Yeah, it's a thing you can buy. I don't know. Don't look at me. David, go ahead.
Does it come in chocolate milk and regular milk?
I just please, God, take me now. I don't understand how you can't talk NFL football and engage. Go
Branch
ahead.
is untradeable for me. I'd give up Kirby or Jack Campbell first. Lose Jack and re-sign Anzalone. It's a nice 2-year deal.
Yeah, well, of course you'd give up Kirby. You just paid him. That's not what the Bengals are interested in.
No, Bengals don't want to pay anybody.
I would not trade Brian Branch. However, I would give up another young player on our list. I just don't want to give up Brian Branch. That is from Nick in South.
Then just say no.
Who's the player?
Yeah, and here's the other thing. Here's how, you know what you sound like? Fantasy football guy. Here, I'll trade you crap for Saquon Barkley. Well, that's not how it works. Oh, here's my trade block. It's all this garbage, and you leave all the good players off. What do you think this is? You think the Bengals are like St. Jude? You think they're running a charity? It's supposed to hurt. You're getting an all-pro pass rusher. Look, let's face it. This organization doesn't have the balls to do it anyways. So it doesn't matter, does it? But bottom line is, Stoney made what is it fits the report from Diana Rossini.
Right, we're not making up stuff.
No, and the Tom Pelissero thing.
Right.
Look, I didn't bring it up. He says that they're listening to trade offers and several teams have reached out with offers.
I'm sorry. I don't want to talk about Hendon Hooker anymore, okay? I do have a tweet I'd like you to read, though.
Oh, goody.
Well, this is a response to that I said that I was going to be on today. Somebody says, allowing Mike to say the Lions and Brad don't go all in is weak. We've made calls for top edge rushers, but trades take two sides. The town is obsessed with two elite rushers because of the media. Prior to the injuries going off the rails, the defense was rolling, and he does have some statistics for DVOA and EPA, the games 1 through 12 or 1 through 13, and then the rest of the season, which support his argument. And it's true, the defense did get off the rails with all the injuries, but that doesn't
Who am I
answer
speaking
the
to?
question.
What is this, pepperoni roll 10,
No,
12?
no, he has his name, Cody.
Okay, Cody, let me help you with something. First of all, I picked him to win the Super Bowl last year. Okay? So you can just back up right there. Second of all, the injuries did happen. Okay? I can't change last year.
No.
Now we're going to this offseason. What calls have they made? What heavy pursuits for edge rushers have they made?
Well, I know he did say they did call and inquire about Myles Garrett, but
fine
they
enough.
knew. Yeah.
Fine enough. The point is, your job, it's a pass-fail league. Hey, here's an idea. Kenny hosted a radio show, and he really tried hard, but the show got canceled. That's real life. It's pass-fail. You don't try to be entertaining. You are or you are not.
What was the name of the show? Thumb Life?
No, okay. Just please. The point is, Cody's doing whataboutism. Lions fans, I got to break it to you. I know this is hard. Nona's dead. That's why she hasn't been at Sunday dinner since last January. She's effing dead. She's in a box, and she's bones. Her smile's not a smile. It's a skull. She's dead. Last year is dead. And the rosary you buried her with, it's there. It's inside her rib cage because it's all bones. She's dead. Enough about last year. You had an opportunity after last year to go all in. You didn't. We don't need to make things up. So when Pelissero makes the report and the Lions aren't featured, they're not one of the teams, nor have we seen a report. Please don't tell me what you tried to do in years past. It's a pass-fail thing. The Eagles didn't try to get Saquon Barkley. They didn't fantasize about Saquon Barkley. Howie Roseman didn't sit petting his sub sandwich in a hotel room about Saquon. He went out and got Saquon. He didn't think about A.J. Brown. He got A.J. Brown.
Boy, one of the worst trades in Tennessee.
The point I'm making is this town is just, they can't get out of last year. It's over. Grandma's dead. We're on to the next. I'm hoping like hell this team can make a run. But guys, you didn't go all in. Hey, Cody, what's your cap space look like? What all-in team rolls in with $45 million? Oh, but next year our effective cap, that's assuming you don't restructure Goff and you pay him $75 million next year. That's never happening.
No.
That's assuming the cap doesn't go up. Also never happening. So I'm not going to have how many characters do they allow on Twitter now?
I don't even know.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to do this 90-word blurb when it's really a more nuanced conversation. But please, supply more DVOAs from October before players died, as if that's relevant to the discussion. It's not.
Let's go to Joe in Grosse Ile. You're on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, guys, with all due respect to the highest profile personalities on this radio station, I am not giving them Brian Branch or Aiden Hutchinson for Trey Hendrickson.
No, whoa. Nobody ever said trading Aiden Hutchinson. Mike said that he would never.
I understand.
Okay.
Okay, I understand. I would give them anybody on defense other than those two, other than Branch or Hutchinson. You can take Kirby Joseph. You can take either Campbell, Jack or Dan. I don't care. Okay? But I'm not giving up on Brian Branch yet. I'm sorry.
You don't have to be sorry. You don't have to. Listen, you have a right to the opinion. You're not crazy or bad or mean. You're giving rationale to it.
Right.
Joe, my whole point to you is this. You see how the Eagles, Rams, and Niners over the course of a 6-year period have approached winning a Super Bowl in the NFC, right? So the point I'm making is you're not doing it that way, and I don't like the smartest guy in the room stuff. What are we scared of? You've drafted so well, and sadly, you're not going all in. So now the bills are coming due. It's going to blow up at a certain point, so why not put yourself in the best spot to give this year this unbelievable effort to go get it? That's what upsets me.
So, Joe, you'd rather have 2 elite safeties than 2 elite defensive linemen, defensive ends.
In today's NFL, yes, I would.
Okay.
And I'd even give them Kirby Joseph if they wanted him.
Yeah, but he's paid. The Bengals can't afford him.
No, they're not. I just love Branch.
We do.
That's okay.
Right.
Right? I like how that guy's tough as nails.
This has nothing to do with Brian Branch.
You are welcome.
Brian Branch is great.
You're welcome to say no to it.
Yeah.
The point is, can't say no to something if you never called.
Yes.
Show me a report they called. Because bottom line is, if the Lions made a blockbuster offer, I hate to break it to you, it would leak.
Yes, it would.
So they didn't call. And Brad Holmes went on a pod and said, you don't get the cap. Brad Holmes came on this station and said, why can't you just be happy with Hutch? Is it like this in other markets? Yes, it is, Brad. Case in point, why did the Giants draft Abdul Carter? They already had Brian Burns and Kayvon Thibodeau. I guess we're stupid, right? No, the whole point is you can't have enough pass rushers. And reality is, here's the best part. Where are all the people who yelled at me coming out of the draft? They got the steal of the draft in El Hassamin. Yeah, well, great. He's dead now.
I know.
Again, your answer was reinvesting in the Marcus Davenport business. A player that in his career has, I could pull this up. He started 3 games in 2 years, and he has missed the vast majority of his games as a pro. He hasn't had a real season in 5 years.
But he looked good in those few games before he got hurt there, Mike.
Fantastic, but availability is a skill.
I know.
I'm happy to have Marcus Davenport as a part of my team, but I can't depend on him as a 60-snap-a-game guy.
Not for 17 games.
Wouldn't his track record suggest I can do that?
Nothing. It doesn't. Hey, 6 years ago, I got a lifetime of 20/20 vision thanks to the bifocal lens implants
I can see
I
like
got
an
from
eagle.
Dr. Yaldo, Michigan's premier eye surgeon. It gives me a sense of freedom every day
Eli.
to no longer rely on glasses, contacts, or reading glasses. I sit in the press box and I read the tiniest statistics and then look up to see everything on the field with stunning clarity. If you're over 40, imagine how nice it would be to see the small stuff on your phone or on a menu without those annoying reading glasses that you lose all the time, too. I've told you that I can be a wuss when it comes to pain, but it takes Dr. Yaldo just a few painless minutes to replace your poorly performing natural lenses with these remarkable bifocal implants. It's as safe as any procedure that exists in all of medicine. Same so, Dr. Yaldo's custom LASIK for those of you without a close vision problem. Set up a free evaluation at yaldoeyecenter.com and tell him to do for you what he did for Stoney.
All right. Let me get to the people. We'll get some ticket text in the mix, football today, and then the big finish headed into Tiger baseball. Also, anybody want to yell at me about Chris Paddock?
Nope. He pitches good every other game.
Stoney, he's terrible. He's been terrible his whole career. It's just we're in like a simulation with people. It's like guys got a career 5 ERA. He's not very good. Yeah, but he pitched good the other night. Okay, are you starting him in a playoff series?
No.
And by the way, hey, Charlie Morton might want to pitch good. Okay, let's go to Tim, 97.1. Sorry about that, Tim. Welcome.
Hey, not at all. How you guys doing?
Good, Tim. What's the word?
Well, great discussion today, but I'm wondering why when we talk about an offer to Cincinnati, who, obviously needs defensive talent, bodies, instead of Branch and Campbell, why aren't we talking about Terry and Arnold? If Cincinnati wants a defensive player or two, and maybe they want a first, or maybe it's a second next year and a third the following year, why could not the centerpiece of that be Terry and Arnold? And you throw in a Ukwu or whatever, maybe a Pascal. I don't know. He's kind of damaged goods. But why not Terry and Arnold, guys? I think Branch and Campbell are better.
I'll give you just one quick answer. Because Terry and Arnold was awful last year. Now, I still believe he can bounce back, Tim, and he can have a really nice career. And I'm not knocking the draft pick in any way, but he wasn't good.
No.
If I'm Cincinnati, I'm giving you an all-pro defensive end. I don't want someone who was bad last year and I'm in hope mode. No, I want the goods. So I understand what you're trying to do, and I'm not mad at it. But if I'm Cincinnati, I'm not interested in that.
Well, let me ask you, and I understand what you're saying, Mike. And, Cincinnati is not particularly known for being that smart or perceptive when it comes to personnel.
Hey,
right?
Tim, I'll tell you what. You want to pick up the phone and lowball them? Be my guest. I got no problems with it. I was just shooting you straight on what my response would be.
No, I'm hearing you. But, let me talk volume. Let's say, okay, Terry and Arnold still has some flash from the, draft night, being in Detroit, et cetera, Alabama. And then you say, hey, Cincinnati, you need a lot of guys. So we're going to throw in addition to the second next year and the third the following year. Okay, maybe we'll make it a first. But we'll throw in some bodies like Mitchell Agude, Isaac Ukwu, and maybe a damaged Josh Pascal. You don't think that could?
No, Tim. Now you're operating a recycling center.
No.
Tim, go ahead, Stone.
Now you're one garbage. You want guard. They're not taking your garbage. I'm not saying that those guys are garbage, but they're depth players.
Stoney, I don't think Terry and Arnold is a depth player. I think it's a great play for Cincinnati because he's got, 4 more years on a rookie contract.
Right. It makes sense, but from the Lions' perspective, and I would make the true trade as well. But you're looking at, DJ Reed would play one. Rakestraw's already done for the year. Yeah. Corner's too much of a prominent position where who the hell's going to play there?
If you're just joining the show too, we're not just like out of nowhere bringing this up. Tom Pelissero, the report has exploded across every NFL city. According to Tom Pelissero, the Bengals are listening to trade offers actively on Hendrickson, and several teams have reached out with offers. Now, it's not close to happening today, but there's no report that the Lions are one of them, and we've had this conversation. Diana Rossini's report of what it would take to get him. A first-round pick and a young defensive player. I mean, you don't want to do it, don't do it. But I don't know what the point is. I don't know what the point of anything is unless you're winning the Super Bowl. 2 years ago, it was win the division, win a playoff game. Last year, it was win Super Bowl. I can't change what happened. Nona's dead. She's at the bottom of the stairs in 8 pieces. It's over.
See, but that's the problem that I have. Is because the language inside the organization has changed, and the actions, to be honest, because they came off the NFC Championship game, and in the August 2024 preview of the season press
Super Bowl
conference,
or bust.
It was Super Bowl or bust for Brad Holmes. And then after they lose to the Commanders, his end of the season presser was, I don't believe in Super Bowl windows. So the language and the actions have changed, and now the fans are just following along, and it doesn't matter what we're just fine. We're coming back from injury. Everything will be just great. No. Super Bowl or bust means you're going all in. You're doing what's necessary to win that Super Bowl.
I just feel that the teams that end up winning the Super Bowl, it's an arms race. We've seen how Howie Roseman does business in Philly. We've seen how John Lynch does business in San Francisco. And look, they've had a lead in the fourth quarter of 2 Super Bowls. You can't even get tickets to the game. I know what you're going to say. They lost in overtime, man. What do you want me to tell you?
Right.
And the Rams, F them picks.
Yeah.
Less Snead. That's the approach that has continually worked. Factor in the way the Chiefs lost a Super Bowl and completely revamped their offensive line. Bold swings, bold trades,
Right.
Complete revamp. Factor in what the Bills are doing. Again, just desperately trying to get there. They just went nuts on their defensive line, completely flipped the profile of it. Like, there's a way to do it. And I don't think the Lions are doing that. Now, is there more than one way to do it? Of course. I just think there's good, better, best. I think you're doing it a good way, but I do think there's a better way.
Yeah.
And if Trey Hendrickson's available, I don't care about the cap in 2026 or 7. I'll figure it out.
Right. Nobody's saying that Brad Holmes is doing a bad job
No,
or
he's
anything
done an
like
excellent job.
Yes. You heard that? Okay. You can use that as a drop. Brad Holmes has done an excellent job. That was Mike Valenti.
Thank you.
But there's nothing wrong with wanting him to even do something better. That's
In this town, there is, though. Why do people still support the Iser plan? Why do people give Trajan Langdon a pass for doing nothing? Why?
Come on, you're not excited about Javonte Green?
No. Why was Scott Harris saluted for the trade deadline by some of the sycophants? And then you end up
Who
here.
saluted him?
Oh, please, plenty of these baseball nerds. And then the fans. Well, I don't want to give up any prospects. Well, okay, name the prospects you're afraid to give up, because no one's trading McGonigal or Clark.
No.
Or Braceno. Like, no one's doing that. No one's trading Rainier.
No, right.
So
I know.
my point is, like, the defense of it is saluting it. If you're defending something, it's saying you support it. At no point in this town are fans asking for more.
No. I think they got their Tigers, wish of at least they made an offer for Bregman. That was
and guess what? I wasn't mad because I think they went too far. And the fact is, you didn't lose out on him because the offer was bad.
No.
You lost out because the Red Sox paid him more than Aaron Judge. But then the deadline came by, and look, they gave you Charlie Morton. Are you starting Charlie Morton in a playoff game?
They might have to, but
good luck.
Well, I know. Well, who would you rather have, Charlie Morton or Jack Flaherty? Although Flaherty does pitch good against good teams. He pitches crappy.
My worry
against
with
crappy
him
teams.
is, again, I wonder if he's breaking down physically.
Yeah.
That's all. And maybe he'll go out and pitch great tonight. I worry about this time last year. Why did the Yankees not trade for him?
I know.
It was the physical, the injections, all of it. I don't know, man.
Not to get in a deep dive, but you mentioned the rotation. I mean, Mize is going to be your number 2 right now, right? And he pitched good his last game, but he's up and down.
Flaherty, up and down.
Up and down.
Morton, up and down. Paddock, down.
Are you gonna have the kid Melton in the
No, because he'll be probably on an innings restriction, so he'll be bullpen. Now, he can be a fireman for the bullpen, and that's fine. But starting, I doubt it.
I know. So it's going to be a very interesting postseason. Reese Olson, please come back.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Yes, David.
Say, I'm reading some feedback here, and it says that, Mike, you mentioned all those teams, and they haven't won anything.
Whoa.
What?
The teams you mentioned, the Bills and all these.
Eagles fly. Okay, they won.
Eagles have won 2 and been to 3. The Rams have won a Super Bowl.
San Francisco went to 2.
And had the lead in the fourth quarter.
Correct.
They lost an overtime classic.
Yeah.
Hey, here's a question. Where are you at?
Thank you.
You're talking about the guy inside the club who delivered a bad pickup line, and you're standing out on the street with your pop bottle in your hand. What the hell are you talking about? You haven't been to a Super Bowl.
He's not comparing them to the Dallas Cowboys, for crying out loud.
Gee whiz, man.
They defend to no end, man. They defend to no end.
It's crazy to me. We all want the same thing. I just don't. I don't approach it like, even if I have the best team in a sport, I want more.
By the way, according to our very own Will Birchfield, Terry and Arnold look really good at practice today. He's forced one back. Tim Patrick was back too.
That's great. Just in time for me to trade him.
I know.
All right, summer's heating up. What do you wait? It's Tesla season. You going to wait till it's 108 and you come home and the AC's out? No. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Upgrade your system now. You'll save up to $1,000. Whether it's a new AC, a new generator, new furnace, save up to $1,000. So call for details. Schedule your free in-home estimate. Mastercraft, honest work, great same-day service. When you call before noon, it's mastercraftheating.com. Oh, God. Everything out of this sport is so bad. All right, let's do it.
You guessed correctly. We're
78-team playoffs, Stoney.
We're gonna go through some hot takes that Bleacher Report put out there for the incoming college football season. I'm going to start with a two-parter because it is the same team. It involves Clemson. Quarterback for Clemson, Cade Klubnik, will win the Heisman, and Clemson will also win the national championship.
I'm buying. I'm all in on both. I mean, in the top 10, there's only, 3 teams that return a QB. Klubnik take a huge step forward. And Clemson did something they never do. They hit the portal this offseason and addressed their wide receiver deficiencies, brought in some high-leverage guys. They even got a 6'5", 220 kid from 1AA who's an All-American. Look, I'm all in on Dabo. I'm all in on Klubnik. I'm buying.
I got bad news for you, Mike.
Uh-oh.
Your buddy Joel Klatt agrees with you. He picked them to win the national championship.
All right, well, I mean, he's an idiot, but he can be right once in a while, so that's fine. I'm good.
Next
hot take is the Group of 5 playoff spot will go to not Boise State. They're predicting that James Madison may get it.
Oh, dear God. Matt Sluka, the kid who left UNLV at quarterback. You know what? It's basically like, hey, Tiger Woods versus the field. It's probably a good bet to take the field, so I would lean that way. Plus, I don't like Maddox, the quarterback up there at Boise. Can't stand him. Very punchable face.
All right, I got to be completely honest. I don't know anything about it, James Madison, except they have that cute little dog, the Duke. They're the Dukes.
That mascot looks like they paid $3 for. I know. It's awful.
But you think Boise State gets it, or someone outside of Boise State gets the Group of 5 slot?
I think Boise State is always in the hunt because
UNLV's out there.
Yeah. Well, UNLV, their coach is really good, correct? If I'm not mistaken.
Dan Mullen is their coach. One problem, they do not have the finances to actually cover year 3 and 4 of his contract.
Okay.
That's been a bit of a story.
Okay.
And they are last chance U now. Not that Dan Mullen is egregiously cursing at people, but if you're a failed 4 or 5 star, you're at UNLV.
Wow.
I mean, like the Denver Harrises of the world who are on their 5th school, former 5-star from Texas A&M and LSU and UTSA. Now he's in Las Vegas. They're doing that all over the field.
Next hot take here is that Arch Manning will start slow and Texas will still thrive.
Well, his first game's against Ohio State, so maybe he will start slow. And it's going to take experience. He's got a brilliant head coach offensively.
Unless he's inside the 10.
Well, that's
Sark
true.
needs a diaper inside the 10-yard line.
And I think he's going to be really, really good, but he's not going to be the best quarterback in college football.
It would be more of a blanket statement, David, whether it's Julian Sayin, whether it's Bryce Underwood, whether it's Dante Moore, whether it's Arch Manning. Any of these guys who have lightly or not played at all, I always lean on the side of caution, to be fair to the kid, too. So I'll buy? ?
This next one for you, Mike.
What?
And I mean you, sir.
What?
Lenore Sellers will emerge as
Stud.
the must-see player
Stud.
in college football.
Electric. And I like the kid.
He's a cock, right?
He's a gamecock.
No, that's what I thought.
Unbelievable.
That's what
Okay.
I thought.
Listen to me. If you've watched the SEC documentary, he's infinitely likable in a time where so many of these kids and their families are detestable. He got bribed every which way to leave South Carolina, and his parents are like, no, you gave your word, and we're getting paid plenty of money. This is home.
I'm going to root for that kid then.
Lenore Sellers is awesome, and he should take a major step forward this year. The problem for South Carolina is the last 6 weeks of their schedule, and for all these Big Ten loyalists. Kenny, pull up South Carolina. Actually, you just walk back in the room. Let me do it. Here, this is why I'll never respect the Big Ten, okay? Here's South Carolina's last. Oh, but they play a 1AA team late. Yeah, they don't play 9 conference games. Okay, here's the gauntlet you go on without edit. Ready? Starting October 11th at LSU. Then you welcome in Oklahoma. Then you welcome in Alabama. Then you go to Ole Miss. Then you go to A&M. Then you get your breather against Coastal. Finish the year against Clemson.
Whoa! Seriously, that could be the hardest 6-7 games I've ever seen any team have.
That's life in the SEC. Ain't no Purdue on that schedule. Or MSU for that matter. I love Lenore Sellers. Buying all in.
That was just for you, Mike.
I love him.
Let's get to this with Alabama. Alabama will start to look like the Alabama of old.
Okay, hold on. Stoney, you go first, and then I've got a soliloquy on Alabama.
Well, their running back just got injured over the weekend. Their star running back,
Jam Miller.
Yeah, so I don't know when he's going to be back playing. And this is such a big year for DeBoer and all their freaking psycho fans.
Okay,
if they don't have a good year, he might not get to year 3.
Let me help you with why they might look like the old Alabama. Jam Miller news aside. They might have the best defense in America.
Okay.
If you really look at it, I think if I said to you, Bama will have a top 5 defense to avoid argument, that's one. And what they've been lacking, their offensive line is back, led by Caden Proctor, who's playing at 366 this year with a 34-inch vert.
Whoa.
Like, they're going to dominate the line of scrimmage. That's Bama ball. What is Ty Simpson? I don't know. But you have Ryan Williams. You have the line of scrimmage domination. I actually am kind of leaning towards buying Bama. I'm going to say yes to that.
Then let's close it out with this one. Kansas will be this season's Arizona State, pushing for a Big 12 championship.
Wow.
What is Devin Neal back for year 12?
Jalen Daniels, right?
He's back again?
No
He's
way.
back for one more ride.
We're yet to do our Big 12 preview. I'll get there. Are you kidding me? I mean, you know what? F these COVID guys have got to go.
I thought Southfield's Isaiah Marshall's going to be. They got a lot of local kids who